My 10-year-old son bet me $20 he could run our household better than me. By day 5, he found $6,200 in annual waste and handed me an invoice. I was exhausted, running a household of 4 on pure autopilot. Grocery runs, bill payments, scheduling, logistics. When my 10-year-old son Caleb complained about his allowance, I snapped. You have no idea how hard it is to manage this house. He looked at me calmly. I bet I could do it better. Excuse me? $20 says I can find ways to run this house more efficiently than you. I laughed. I gave him full administrative access. Bank statements, utility bills, grocery receipts, credit card records. I expected him to quit by Tuesday. That was the worst managerial assumption of my life. Day 1. Caleb audited our grocery supply chain. He cross-referenced my weekly receipts with actual pantry inventory. I was operating on a blind procurement strategy, buying 34 items every week regardless of existing stock levels. We had 14 cans of diced tomatoes, 6 jars of pasta sauce, 4 unopened bags of rice. He calculated our excess inventory holding costs, food waste from spoilage, redundant purchases. He rebuilt the weekly list based on actual consumption deficit. Weekly grocery overhead dropped by 40%. Day 2. He reviewed my credit card statements. He discovered catastrophic revenue leakage. 2 streaming services nobody in the family had watched in 8 months. A gym membership I hadn't used since February. A digital magazine subscription for a publication that ceased printing in 2022. A $28 monthly charge for a landline phone that hadn't rung since 2019. Total phantom auto billing waste. $1,836 annually. He canceled everything before lunch. Day 3. Operational optimization. He programmed the smart thermostat. I had left it at a static 72 degrees for 2 years. He implemented a dynamic schedule. Lower overnight, higher during active hours. Projected annual savings, $240. Then he audited my transportation logistics. I was paying $15 weekly for a premium car wash subscription. He pulled weather data. It had rained 11 out of the last 16 weeks. I was paying to wash a car that nature was washing for free. He canceled it. Day 4. He discovered I was paying for the premium tier of a cloud storage service. We were using 6% of capacity. He downgraded to the free tier. Annual savings, $120. Day 5. He found that our internet plan included a router rental fee, $8 monthly. We owned a compatible router. It was sitting in the garage. He installed it himself using a YouTube tutorial. Annual savings, $96. Day 7. Caleb called a family meeting. He connected his laptop to the living room television. He presented a 12-slide Google Deck. Title: How We're Wasting $6,200 a Year. Executive summary, category breakdown, visual charts, actionable recommendations. He walked through the data flawlessly. Grocery inefficiency, $1,600. Phantom subscriptions, $1,836. Utility optimization, $480. Transportation waste, $780. Miscellaneous redundancies, $504. Total annual waste identified, $6,200. I sat on my own couch, in my own house, being audited by my own child. I felt 2 things simultaneously: profound maternal pride, absolute operational humiliation. I reached into my wallet. I handed him the $20 bill. He didn't take it. I'm renegotiating. I stared at him. I saved this household $6,200. I want a 10% consulting fee. That's $620. Paid in weekly installments over the next year. I looked at my husband. He shrugged. The math checks out. I paid. First installment that Friday, $12. Caleb deposited it into his savings account. By the end of the month, he had scaled operations. He offered household efficiency audits to 3 of my friends. $50 flat fee, 2-hour assessment, written report with recommendations. He made $150 in his first week of external consulting. My friend Sarah called me afterward. Your son found $400 a year I was wasting on a security system for a house I sold in 2021. Caleb isn't a child. He's a highly profitable consulting firm operating out of a bedroom decorated with dinosaur posters. I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He looked at me like the question was inefficient. I'm already working. He went back to his laptop. I went back to the kitchen.
A new neighbor threatened to sue me if I didn't cut back my tree, so I completely removed it. She came to me begging to plant it back because her electric bill tripled. About 5 years ago, I planted a big oak tree in my front yard. It grew fast. Within a few years, it was huge and beautiful. It provided amazing shade for my house and kept my yard cool in summer. The branches hung over slightly into my neighbor's yard, maybe 3 feet over the property line. My old neighbors never cared. They loved it because it gave them shade too. We had a good relationship. Everything was fine. Then they moved and I met Hannah. Hannah bought the house last spring. She was nice at first. We did the whole welcome to the neighborhood thing. I even brought her cookies. Then summer hit and everything changed. One day I'm pulling into my driveway and Hannah storms over. She looks angry. "Your tree is dropping leaves in my yard," she says. "I have to clean them up every single day." I apologized and said, "It's what trees do." She wasn't having it. "The branches are hanging over my property line. That's illegal. You need to cut them back." I told her I'd trim them when I had time. She said I had 2 weeks or she'd call her lawyer. I thought she was kidding. She wasn't. 2 weeks later, I get a letter from an actual lawyer. It says I'm violating property laws, and if I don't trim the tree immediately, they'll sue me for damages and trespassing. Trespassing from a tree. I called a tree service and asked what it would cost to trim it. They said about $400. Then I asked what it would cost to remove the whole thing. They said $800. I thought about it for 10 seconds. "Remove it," I said. The crew showed up 3 days later. Hannah came outside when she heard the chainsaws. She stood on her porch with this satisfied smile, like she'd won. I waved at her. She waved back. They cut down the entire tree in about 5 hours, took the stump and everything. My yard looked empty. I was sad. That tree was beautiful, but if Hannah wanted it gone, it was gone. What Hannah didn't realize was that tree wasn't just there looking pretty. It was blocking the afternoon sun. Our houses face west, and during summer, the sun beats down on everything from 2 in the afternoon until sunset. My tree had been shading both our houses for years. Her house especially. Her whole side yard and half her roof were covered by my tree's shadow. Not anymore. The first week after the tree came down, temperatures hit 95 degrees. I barely noticed, but Hannah noticed. About 10 days later, she knocks on my door. She looks tired, sweaty, different. She asks if we can talk. I let her in. She sits down and looks like she might cry. "My electric bill came yesterday," she says. It's triple what it usually is. Triple. I asked what happened. She said her AC has been running non-stop since the tree came down. Her house gets so hot in the afternoon she can't even sit in her living room. The sun pours through her windows and heats everything up. She didn't realize how much the tree was helping until it was gone. I just sat there looking at her. She kept talking. Her garden is dying because there's no shade. Her dog won't go outside in the afternoon because the yard is too hot. She's buying shade sails and awnings, but it's costing thousands. She stops and looks at me. Could you maybe plant another tree? She asks quietly. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for everything. Please. I need that shade back. I told her I'd think about it. She nodded and left. That was 6 months ago. I did think about it. Then I decided not to plant another tree. You know why? Because even if I planted one today, it would take years to grow big enough to provide shade. The tree I cut down took 5 years to get that big. She doesn't have 5 years. She stopped by last month and apologized. I told her there's nothing I can do now. She started crying and walked away. Sometimes I think about planting a new tree.
After my parents passed, my sister got $28 million and threw me out. Then the lawyer asked one question that changed everything. I was 24 when a drunk driver took both my parents in one night. Mom and dad were coming home from their anniversary dinner. They never made it. My older sister Brittany flew in from California acting like a grieving daughter, crying at the funeral, hugging relatives she hadn't spoken to in years. I was too numb to cry. I'd been living with my parents, helping dad with his business while finishing my last year of college. Brittany had moved away at 18 and barely called except when she needed money. 3 days after the funeral, the lawyer called us both to his office for the will reading. Brittany showed up in designer clothes with her husband Kevin, who kept checking his watch like he had somewhere better to be. I wore the only suit I owned, the same one from the funeral. The lawyer, Mr. Henderson, read through the basics first. The house, the cars, some savings accounts, then he got to the big number. My father's tech company, the one he'd built from nothing over 30 years, had just been acquired 2 months before the accident. The total estate value was $28.4 million. Brittany's eyes went wide. She squeezed Kevin's hand. I just sat there, still feeling nothing. Mr. Henderson cleared his throat. According to the will dated March of 2019, the entire estate goes to Brittany Adams. I blinked. What? Brittany was already smiling, tears streaming down her face. They knew I'd take care of things. They trusted me. Kevin was typing on his phone, probably already planning how to spend it. I looked at Mr. Henderson. There must be something wrong. I've been here for 6 years helping dad build that company. I turned down job offers to stay. He told me he was going to take care of me. Mr. Henderson shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, son. This is the most recent will we have on file. Brittany stood up. All business now. Well, that settles it. She looked at me with something close to pity. I'm going to need you out of the house by Friday. We're selling it. I stared at her. That's my home. It's my house now. Friday. She walked out with Kevin, already on the phone with the realtor. I spent the next 2 days in shock, packing my entire life into boxes. Brittany didn't help, didn't even come by. She sent movers on Friday morning who watched me carry my stuff to my car. I moved into my friend's basement with 2 suitcases and $2,300 in my bank account. Everything I'd worked for, gone. Brittany sold the house in 3 weeks, way undervalued because she wanted fast cash. She and Kevin bought a mansion, posted pictures everywhere, went on trips. Meanwhile, I was sleeping on an air mattress, applying for jobs and trying not to fall apart. 2 months later, I got a call from Mr. Henderson. He needed to see me immediately. I almost didn't go. What was the point? But something in his voice made me drive to his office that afternoon. When I walked in, Brittany was already there, looking annoyed. What's this about? I have a flight to catch. Mr. Henderson sat behind his desk, a thick folder in front of him. He looked at Brittany for a long moment, then asked one simple question. Mrs. Adams, did you visit your parents on February 14th of this year? Brittany froze. Her face went pale. I don't remember. Mr. Henderson opened the folder. Because I have security footage from your parents' home showing you entering on that date. You were there for approximately 45 minutes. The same day your father's home office was accessed and several documents were moved. Brittany laughed nervously. So what? I visited my parents. That's not a crime. Mr. Henderson pulled out a piece of paper. Your father came to see me on February 28th. He was very upset. He told me he suspected someone had tampered with documents in his office. He asked me to look into it. Unfortunately, the accident happened before we could meet again. My heart started pounding. Mr. Henderson continued. Last week, I finally finished my investigation. I found something interesting. The will I read 2 months ago. The one from March 2019. That's not your father's most recent will. Brittany's lawyer cut in. That's impossible. We verified it. Mr. Henderson smiled, but it wasn't friendly. You verified what was in the file, but your father kept a backup of all important documents on a secure server. Your sister knew about the home office, but she didn't know about the server. He slid another document across the table. This is your father's actual final will, dated January of this year. Brittany grabbed for it, but Mr. Henderson pulled it back. Let me summarize. The estate is to be split 80 to 20. 80% to his son, who he describes as his true partner in building his life's work. 20% to his daughter, with the note that she receives anything at all only because your mother insisted. Brittany exploded. That's fake. He would never. But Mr. Henderson wasn't done. I've also turned over the security footage and my findings to the district attorney. Tampering with a will is a felony. You may want to contact a criminal defense attorney before you catch that flight. Brittany looked at me, and for the first time in my life, I saw fear in her eyes. You can't do this. We're family. I thought about the basement, the air mattress, the $2,300 that was almost gone. I thought about 6 years of working beside dad while she couldn't even call on his birthday. I thought about Friday morning, watching movers take over my childhood home while she didn't even show up. I stood up and looked at her. You threw me out in 3 days. You can find your own lawyer. I walked out of that office into the afternoon sun. My phone was already ringing. It was Kevin, probably calling to beg. I let it go to voicemail. Behind me, I could hear Brittany screaming at Mr. Henderson that this wasn't over, but it was. Dad had seen through her his whole life. He just made sure that in the end, the truth would come out.
I love it when people ask me like, oh, are you free tonight? No. I'm tired. I'm old. Back hurts. Asthmatic. Leave me alone.
At 5:37 a.m., my bank texted me, account access suspended pending verification. I opened the app and saw a red banner, denied. That was the second my family decided my name belonged to them. By lunch, the concerned parents' act ended in handcuffs. My grandfather had put a trust in my name when I was 19. He watched my parents borrow my work, study money, and forget to pay it back. He slid the paperwork across his kitchen table and warned me, don't let anyone talk you out of it. They will try. For 16 years, I touched it twice: student loans, then a deposit on my brick house. I called my mom first. I don't know why I expected comfort. She answered too fast, too awake. We've been worried about you, she said, like she was reading a script. Then my dad jumped in, calm and slow. We got a power of attorney. There's a doctor's letter. We're stepping in for your protection. I said, what did you do? And my mom cooed, sweetheart, you're so emotional lately. I hung up shaking, then went cold. I called the bank and said the words fraud and I did not authorize anything. I put on my work blazer, the gold earrings my grandfather gave me, and drove there like I was heading into a disciplinary meeting. Halfway there, the pieces clicked. My sister lived on my parents' money. She only called when she needed something. And a month earlier, I'd refused to co-sign for her kids' tutoring. I knew, like you know smoke before you see fire, that she'd pointed them at my trust. The branch manager took me into a glass office and turned his monitor around. There it was, a power of attorney with my signature at the bottom. Close. Not close enough. My H was missing the hook I'd written since I was 13. I didn't sign that, I said. He nodded. I believe you. Then he opened the attached psychiatrist letter claiming I was too distressed to manage money. The phone number went to a blank voicemail. The fax header traced back to a UPS store 2 hours north. Then he pulled up the PDF metadata. One owner name sat there like a fingerprint. My brother-in-law. I went quiet in a way I'd never felt before. The manager leaned in. If you file this, it's criminal, forgery, fraud, conspiracy. I stared at the screen and said, my grandfather built this account to keep them out, I'm sure. A female officer came in, my age, notebook in hand. She listened while I laid out the pattern, the script, the way my mother performed concern like a weapon. The officer asked one question. Are they likely to show up today? I said, if they think it's failing, yes. They'll come to perform. She'll cry and call me unstable. The officer's eyes stayed on mine. Thank you, she said. That helps. At 10:40, my mom swept into the lobby in her good sweater. My dad followed 2 steps behind, hand on her back. My sister stayed home, of course. Through the glass, I heard my mom's soft voice. I'm here about my daughter. She's in a crisis. We have documentation. We're just trying to help. Then, officer at the counter. My mom's face recalibrating mid-breath. Thank goodness, she said, going for tears. Ma'am, can I see your ID? The officer asked. Next. Both of you come to the back. We have questions. My dad smiled. We have nothing to hide. They walked past my glass office. My mom looked right through me. No pause. No name. My dad didn't even glance my way. The officer questioned them until their stories split. Dates didn't match. The doctor's name didn't match. The friend they claimed didn't exist. My brother-in-law called my mom mid-interrogation, and the officer noted the contact name matching the printer owner. I didn't watch the arrest. I stayed seated, signing forms to freeze every account and reopen new ones with new numbers and a verbal password tied to something only my grandfather and I knew. From the lobby, I heard the click of cuffs. I heard my mother snap. Are you serious right now? I signed the next page anyway. 11 months later, the judge called it predatory exploitation of family trust. My mom got 6 years, my dad got 5, my sister got 4, my brother-in-law got 7, because this wasn't his first forgery. Restitution, interest, my legal fees, every penny. The trust stayed intact, and I moved it to a new institution with strict verification and 1 emergency contact. My best friend from nursing school. Not blood, but real family. I still live in that brick house. My cat's older. My signature still has that little hook on the H and nobody gets to borrow it ever again. If your family tells you they're hurting you for your own good, believe them the first time. What would you have done in my place? Called the bank, called the cops, or given them one more chance?
At a high school party, I was drunk and ended up having a one-night stand with the best guy in our class. A month later, I found out I was pregnant. To my surprise, he proposed to me, but not long after we got married, I lost the baby. Still, our marriage continued, although he was never warm or affectionate toward me. 2 years later, I discovered that he hadn't married me out of love. He did it to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish. To make matters worse, he was in love with another woman. That's when I decided I wanted a divorce. That night, after making love, I softly said, Mateo, we should get a divorce. My voice was gentle, but I felt his body tense in my arms. Mateo looked down at me. Why? He asked, with the calm demeanor that always defined him. We got married because of the baby, but unfortunately the baby is no longer here, I replied, meeting his eyes with firmness. I've gotten used to being alone, to be honest. With or without you, it feels the same. But without you, I wouldn't have so many expectations or frustrations. I think you probably feel the same. After the divorce, I won't have to deal with your disdain, my mother, or my relatives, and you won't have to put up with my greedy family. Mateo said nothing, just looked at me in silence. His brown eyes grew darker. When I thought he wouldn't answer, he nodded silently. All right, he said. No more questions, no further explanations. It was just like when I agreed to marry him. One simple all right. That was the Mateo I knew. I smiled at him, holding back my tears, and gently rested my head on his chest, embracing him one last time. Mateo didn't react. He simply let me hold him in silence. Then, I carefully pulled away. I'm going to take a shower, I said as I was about to get up from the bed, but someone grabbed my arm and pulled me back onto the soft mattress. Mateo kissed me forcefully, but seeing the panic in my eyes, he stopped. His eyes were full of anger, but he gradually calmed down, turned away, and lay down beside me. Sleep, he said, closing his eyes. The next morning, when I woke up, Mateo was gone. I started packing my things. Before leaving, I took one last look at the house where I had lived for 2 years. I left the keys and the divorce papers on the table and sent Mateo a message. I've signed the divorce papers and left them on the table. I've asked Don Suarez to handle everything. Whenever you're ready to finalize the process, I'll be gone. Take care. Mateo was in a meeting when he received the message. Upon reading it, he froze. No one in the room had ever seen him so disoriented, especially his secretary. Lucia, who had known Mateo for years, was shocked. "Mr. Braxos?" she whispered, trying to get his attention. Mateo glanced at her, calmly placed his phone on the table, and continued speaking. But just when everyone thought he was fine, he suddenly said, "This meeting is over." He grabbed his phone and left the room in a rush. The others exchanged confused looks. "What's going on with Mr. Rack?" Mateo went straight home. It was the first time he had ever done so during work hours. The house was clean, but there was no trace of me, just the divorce papers on the table, lightly moving with the breeze. Mateo walked over and picked them up. The agreement was simple. I had stated that I didn't want anything from him. Mateo stared at the divorce papers, lost in thought. After a while, the soft sound of a door opening broke the silence. Mateo suddenly turned his head toward the door. His mother, Selena, had just entered and was startled by his abrupt movement. "What's going on?" she asked, confused. Mateo responded coldly, "Why are you here?" "I thought you might be bored alone at home, so I came to keep you company," Selena replied, smiling as she approached him. "Why are you home so early today? Did something happen?" As she spoke, Selena frowned, noticing the tension in the air.
She's fine, Mateo said, looking at Selena.
"Do you come here often?" "No, just occasionally," Selena replied, uncomfortable. After saying that, she noticed the tense expression on Mateo's face and quickly changed the subject when she saw the papers in his hands. "What's that?" she asked, trying to grab them. Mateo pressed them firmly against the table. "Nothing important," he said, looking at Selena. "You don't need to be here. Nadia has her own matters to deal with. When we have time, I'll take her to see you." Selena wanted to say something like she canceled, but instead replied quickly, "All right." However, she couldn't help but remind him. Nadia has been resting for over a year, but she still hasn't gotten pregnant. It might be a consequence of the miscarriage. She should get a checkup. What if she can't have children? "I don't want children," Mateo responded, and Selena stared at him, stunned. Mateo continued, "You can leave now. If it's not urgent, don't come back." Selena opened her mouth to protest, but under her son's cold gaze fell silent and turned to leave. Mateo watched as the door closed and, looking around the now empty house without me, let out a deep sigh. He picked up his phone and dialed his assistant's number. "Harris, schedule a meeting with Mr. Harvey to handle my divorce," he said. He hung up, tossed the divorce papers back onto the table, and left the house. I had moved back to my small home on the outskirts, the same one I had bought before getting married. It was in that little place where Mateo and I had our one-night stand, where I found out I was pregnant, and where everything led to our marriage. But now that I was divorcing him, I thought he would probably feel relieved. I picked up the phone and called the real estate agent who had helped me buy the house. "Hi, I want to sell my house in Chinzian Bay. Could you help me with the process?" 2 days later, Harris saw my house listed for sale online. He couldn't help but glance at Mateo, who was sitting in his office. Since Mateo had asked Harris to assist with the divorce, he had learned about Mateo's separation from Nadia. As far as Harris knew, Mateo and I had always seemed to have a good relationship. We weren't the type of couple to show much affection in public, but neither had we ever appeared to hate each other. Harris couldn't understand why we had divorced so suddenly. Over the past few days, Mateo hadn't acted like a typical heartbroken divorcee, except for the time he had left the meeting visibly upset. Otherwise, everything seemed normal. However, Mateo had been spending even more time at the office and had become more demanding with work. Harris felt that the divorce was beginning to affect him. Harris didn't want to keep working in such a heavy atmosphere, but he felt trapped in a dilemma. Suddenly, Mateo looked up from his computer screen and stared at him. "What is it?" Harris jumped. "Nothing." "Then why are you looking at me like that?" Mateo asked, frowning. Harris hesitated, but Mateo insisted, "Speak up already." Finally, Harris gritted his teeth and turned his phone screen toward Mateo. "Nadia is selling the house. She might be leaving." When Harris showed me the phone screen, I felt the air leave my lungs. There it was. My house, our house, listed for sale as if it were just another object without value. Even though I already knew Nadia was determined to leave, seeing the listing hit me in a way I hadn't expected. It was as if reality slapped me in the face, reminding me that what I once thought I had under control was completely falling apart. I stayed silent for a few seconds, staring at the photo of the facade, the same facade where, 2 years ago, I had decided that fulfilling my grandfather's wish was more important than following my heart. "Do you know anything else?" I asked Harrison, though my tone probably scared him. He quickly shook his head, but his nervous gaze told me he would have preferred to be anywhere else at that moment. I got up from my desk so abruptly that my chair rolled several feet back. I needed to get out. I needed answers. And more than anything, I needed to confront Nadia. I grabbed my coat and car keys, ignoring Garrus's questions as I stormed out of the office. The drive to the house was a chaotic blend of memories, guilt, and something I didn't want to admit: fear. The trip wasn't long, but every second in the car felt endless. Memories struck me one after another, as if the past itself wanted to reprimand me for everything I had done wrong. The first time I saw that house was when Nadia bought it. Before everything began, she showed me every corner with a mix of pride and nervousness, as if she feared I might judge her. I never said anything, but secretly, I loved how every detail seemed to shout her personality. The yellow curtains that let in too much light, the gray couch she picked because it was comfortable, not pretty. Now, seeing it up for sale felt like a part of me was being torn away. When I arrived, the silence hit me like a punch in the stomach. The house was empty, but not in a physical sense. It was the kind of emptiness left by the absence of someone who truly filled the space. I unlocked the door with my key, though it felt like I no longer had the right to use it. The echo of my footsteps resonated as I walked down the hallway. Everything was still the same, yet entirely different. The walls seemed grayer, the air heavier. In the living room, on the small wooden table, I found something I hadn't expected: a handwritten letter. My name was written on the top. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was simple paper without an envelope or embellishments, but Nadia's handwriting was unmistakable. Rounded, precise, as if each letter had been carefully drawn. I sat on the gray couch, the one I had always criticized, and opened the letter. The scent of her perfume, lavender with a hint of lemon, hit me before I even read the first word. Mateo, I don't know if these lines will mean anything to you, but for me, they are a way to close a chapter that never should have begun. For these past 2 years, I've tried to do what you wanted, what your family expected, but I always knew it wasn't enough. I saw it in your eyes from the first day, and I felt it every night in the coldness of your embrace. I don't blame you. We both entered this for the wrong reasons, but I can't keep being a shadow in my own life. We deserve something better, even if it's apart. Take care. I read those words at least 3 times before I could process them. My chest felt like it was being crushed. There were so many things I wanted to say to her, but it was too late. The letter wasn't just a goodbye, it was a verdict. And the worst part was, she was right. I couldn't sit there holding the letter while her words echoed in my mind. I stood up, almost on impulse, and walked to our bedroom, or what was left of it. The closet was half empty, her clothes were gone, but her presence lingered. The red dress she used to wear for our special dinners no longer hung on the rack, but its image appeared in my mind like a ghost. I walked to the vanity table and saw that only a few small items remained: a cracked mirror she never wanted to replace, and a small silver bracelet I had once given her. Now, it seemed like a forgotten relic. I wondered if she had left the bracelet on purpose, as a silent message. Was it a symbol meant to remind me of everything I had destroyed? Or was it just something that no longer held meaning for her? My thoughts swirled as I walked through the house. Every corner held something of hers, something that now seemed to scream her absence. The kitchen still smelled like her favorite coffee, the one she always said gave her a little spark of life in the mornings. But the mug she used to drink from was no longer there. It was as if she had stripped away every trace of herself, leaving only the shadows of what we once shared. I sat at the kitchen table, burying my head in my hands. How did we end up here? There were so many things I could have said, so many decisions that could have been different. But what was the point of thinking about that now? As my fingers drummed against the wood, my gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the small garden that Nadia and a small silver bracelet I had once given her. Now, it seemed like a forgotten relic. I wondered if she had left the bracelet on purpose, as a silent message. Was it a symbol meant to remind me of everything I had destroyed? Or was it just something that no longer held meaning for her? My thoughts swirled as I walked through the house. Every corner held something of hers, something that now seemed to scream her absence. The kitchen still smelled like her favorite coffee, the one she always said gave her a little spark of life in the mornings. But the mug she used to drink from was no longer there. It was as if she had stripped away every trace of herself, leaving only the shadows of what we once shared. I sat at the kitchen table, burying my head in my hands. How did we end up here? There were so many things I could have said, so many decisions that could have been different. But what was the point of thinking about that now? As my fingers drummed against the wood, my gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the small garden that Nadia had tended to so lovingly looked neglected, as if the flowers themselves had decided to wilt in her absence. There was a rose bush, her favorite, that still bloomed stubbornly. She always said roses were resilient, able to survive almost anything. For a moment, I felt like that rose bush was a reflection of her. Strong, persistent, but also full of thorns I had never fully understood. Suddenly, my phone vibrated on the table, breaking the silence like a thunderclap. It was Harrison. I answered without thinking, more out of instinct than a desire to speak. Mr. Bragg, sorry to bother you, but I just received a notification. Nadia has signed the paperwork to sell the house. It looks like she'll be moving in the next few days. That sentence hit me like a bucket of cold water. Moving? Where? Before I could process what Harrison was saying, I interrupted him. Do you know where she's going? I asked, my voice harsher than I intended. No, sir, but I can find out if you'd like. I stayed silent, caught between anger, frustration, and a pang of fear. What if she really was leaving for good? I hung up on Harrison without responding. The lump in my throat grew, and no matter how hard I tried to swallow it, it wouldn't go away. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, and left the house. I needed air, though even the wind seemed to remind me of her. I walked to the car but didn't start it. My hands gripped the steering wheel, and my mind couldn't stop imagining her somewhere far away, maybe starting over without me. How could I have let it get this far? I thought about looking for her, about stopping her, but with what right? Nadia hadn't given me any signals in a long time. I had convinced myself that everything was fine, that we could keep going like this forever. The sound of a message interrupted my thoughts. It was a notification from social media, something I rarely checked. But this time, I opened it almost without thinking. Nadia had updated her status. Second chances are for the brave. I stared at the screen, frozen. Was that what she was doing? Seeking a second chance far from everything we had built? Or rather, pretended to build? I felt small, insignificant. She was brave, she always had been, even when I reduced her to a secondary role in my life. And now she was there, in front of me, fighting for something better. While all I knew how to do was run or hide behind my excuses, I started the car without any clear destination, only knowing I needed to move, to do something, anything, to shake off this feeling of helplessness. I drove aimlessly, down streets that seemed endless, until, without realizing it, I arrived at the park where Nadia and I had our first official date. Even though our marriage had been born out of circumstances, there were genuine moments between us. Instants when she looked at me with a mix of hope and something deeper that I never knew how to reciprocate. The park was nearly empty, except for a couple of kids playing on the swings and an older couple sitting on a bench. I got out of the car and walked to our favorite spot, a worn wooden bench beneath an old oak tree. I sat down, letting the cold breeze sting my face. Closing my eyes for a moment, everything came back. Her soft laughter, the scent of her perfume, and the way she used to intertwine her fingers with mine when she thought no one was looking. I opened my eyes abruptly, unable to endure the memories any longer. As I sat on that bench, the weight of the memories pressing down on me like a slab of stone, I noticed something strange. A forgotten book with a worn cover rested in the corner of the seat. I picked it up out of pure curiosity, turning it over in my hands. It was a book of poems, one Nadia used to read when she wanted to escape the chaos of our life together. I opened it at random, and there it was, a poem underlined with her unmistakable handwriting. It spoke of lost love, of the strength to move forward when everything seemed to be falling apart. The words hit me like a punch to the chest. I couldn't help but wonder if the universe was trying to send me a message, though I wasn't sure what it was. Was it a sign to let her go, or a nudge to try to win her back? I sat there with the book in my hands, feeling more vulnerable than I had in years. For the first time in ages, I allowed myself to cry. The tears fell silently, as if they had been waiting for this moment to be released. It was a mix of pain, regret, and above all, a devastating certainty. I had lost her not because of circumstances, but because of my own decisions. When I finally stood up from the bench, I carried a new weight, but also a clarity I hadn't had before. I returned to the car with the book in my hands, unable to leave it behind. As I drove back, the city lights flickered like a reminder that the world kept turning, no matter what was going on in my head. I decided to do something I had avoided for far too long, face my feelings and let Nadia know the truth, even if it was too late. I arrived at her new home just before dusk. The for sale sign was gone, and a moving van parked in the driveway indicated she was unpacking. I stayed in the car for a few minutes, trying to gather the courage to knock on the door. Finally, I stepped out, clutching the book tightly to my chest. When Nadia opened the door, her expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Her hair was tied back and she wore a simple shirt, but her eyes, those eyes I had ignored so many times, looked at me with a mixture of weariness and curiosity. "Mateo," she said softly, her voice tinged with disbelief. I didn't blame her. I didn't entirely know why I was there myself. I held the book out to her without saying a word. She took it, studying it carefully, then looked back at me. "I found it at the park," I finally said, my throat tight. "I thought maybe it belonged to you." Nadia opened the book, and when she saw the underlined poem, her expression changed. There was something in her eyes, as if those verses had touched a wound that hadn't healed. "It was mine," she admitted in a near whisper. "I left it there on purpose. I didn't think anyone would find it, much less you." Her confession left me speechless. She had left the book as a symbolic farewell, as if trying to close a chapter I hadn't even realized was still open. The idea that even her smallest gestures carried so much meaning hit me hard. "Why did you leave it?" I asked, though I was afraid of the answer. Nadia sighed and stepped aside to let me in. She closed the door behind me, and for a moment there was only silence. Then she spoke with the calm she always had when she was certain of something. "Because I needed to let it all go. Mateo, let you go. Let go of what we were or pretended to be. That book was with me through the hardest moments, but I didn't want to carry it anymore. I don't want to carry you anymore." Her words were like knives, each one cutting a little deeper. But I couldn't blame her. She was right, and I knew it. I moved into the small living room where unopened boxes were stacked in the corners. Everything in that place screamed of a new beginning, and I was the intruder who didn't belong there. "Nadia, I started, but she raised her hand, stopping me. "Don't say anything. If you've come to apologize, it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing I want to know is why now? Why decide to look for me just when I'm learning to live without you?" Nadia's question left me frozen. It wasn't something I could answer easily, and I knew that any excuse would sound empty. I took a deep breath and looked her in the eyes, those eyes that always had a spark I never fully understood. "Because I'm an idiot, Nadia. Because I thought what we had could survive on routine, on agreements without realizing I was losing you." My voice cracked. "And I forced myself to keep going. I never valued you the way you deserved." She watched me in silence, her expression hard. But there was something else in her eyes, something I couldn't decipher. She crossed her arms and turned her back to me, walking towards one of the open boxes. She pulled out a photograph of the two of us on our wedding day. It wasn't a happy photo. Our smiles were forced, and our eyes told very different stories. She held it in front of me. "Look at us, Mateo. This is what we were. Two people who didn't even know how to fit into each other's lives." I couldn't take my eyes off the photo. Every detail I had once ignored now seemed impossible to avoid. Her dress, slightly wrinkled because no one bothered to help her fix it. My stiff posture, as if I were posing for a magazine rather than marrying the woman who was supposed to be my life partner. That image was a cruel reflection of what we had been, and it hurt more than I wanted to admit. "You're right," I finally said, my voice low but firm. "I wasn't there. I always saw you as something I had to manage, a commitment to fulfill. But I didn't realize what you really meant until it was too late." Nadia set the photo down on the table and turned toward me for the first time. I saw something like sadness in her expression, but also a determination I knew I couldn't break. "Mateo, I don't want you to torment yourself. There are no villains here. It was a mistake from the start. We were both in a place where we thought meeting expectations was enough, but it wasn't. Now I just want to move on, and I think you should too." I felt it slowly because I knew she was right. There was nothing more to say, but the words kept choking in my throat, fighting to escape. I looked down at the floor, unable to hold her gaze any longer. Everything in that moment made me feel small, insignificant, as if I were standing in front of something I could no longer change no matter how hard I tried. "Is there anything else you want to say?" she asked. Her tone was neutral, almost cold. I shook my head, knowing that if I opened my mouth, the emotions would break me. I turned towards the door, my steps slow and heavy, as if something was pulling me back. Before leaving, I stopped and whispered, "I hope you find what you're looking for, Nadia. You deserve it." She didn't answer. I only heard the faint creak of the floor as she walked toward the kitchen. I left the house, leaving the book and the memories behind. When I closed the door, I felt like a part of me got trapped in that space, a fragment I could never get back. I got into the car, feeling the air grow thicker, almost suffocating. As I started the engine, my mind kept returning to the words she had said. "We both need to move on." How do you move on when everything that mattered seemed to be left behind? But As much as it hurt to admit it, I knew it was true. We had built something on foundations so fragile that the slightest shift had caused it to collapse. I drove without a clear destination. Just letting the road guide me, I ended up parked in front of a lookout spot I used to visit when I needed to think. From there, the city view sparkled like a million promises that would never come true.
At Christmas dinner, my dad said, "You're a burden. You can't live with us anymore." When I packed up and told them I'd stop paying the bills, my dad, at first I thought I misheard. My mom gave this nervous laugh, like maybe he was joking, but he just sat there staring at me, waiting for my reaction. The room went silent. My sister Lily froze, her fork halfway to her mouth. She looked at me with wide eyes like she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. I swallowed the piece of ham I was chewing and put my fork down. "What? You heard me," he said. "You're no longer welcome here. You need to move out." I just sat there trying to process. I'm 23, have a steady job, could have moved out years ago, but I stayed because they needed me. I paid the electric bill, the internet, groceries most weeks, things they couldn't afford because my dad had been unemployed for years, and my
At Christmas, my sister introduced me to her boyfriend with a mocking smile. "This is the failure of our family." My parents laughed. He stayed silent. Then he said, "Interesting, because you're fired, and we're done." My sister has called me a failure my entire life. I'm 3 years younger than her, and nothing I ever did was good enough. She graduated top of her class. I barely passed. She got a fancy corporate job right out of college. I worked at a bakery for 6 years before starting my own small cake business from home. To my family, that made me a loser. It didn't matter that I was happy. It didn't matter that I paid my bills and loved what I did. I wasn't successful in the way they understood, so I was nothing. Christmas last year was at my parents' house. I almost didn't go, but my mother guilted me into it, saying it was important because my sister Jenna was bringing her new boyfriend, and she wanted the whole family there. I showed up on time with a tray of cookies I'd made. My mother took them without saying thank you and put them in the back of the kitchen behind the store-bought desserts. Classic. When Jenna arrived, she walked in like she owned the place. Designer coat, perfect hair, a man behind her who I didn't recognize. He was tall, quiet, well-dressed. He looked around the room taking everything in but not saying much. Jenna grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. I was standing by the fireplace trying to stay out of the way. "This is my little sister," Jenna said loudly so everyone could hear. She had that smile on her face, the one she gets when she's about to say something cruel. "This is the failure of our family. She runs a little cake thing from her apartment. Isn't that cute?" My mother laughed from the kitchen. My father chuckled from his chair and nodded like Jenna had just told a funny joke. Even my aunt who was visiting smiled and shook her head like I was some kind of charity case they all tolerated. I didn't say anything. I was used to it. I just stood there and waited for it to pass like I always did. But the boyfriend didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He just looked at my parents, then at my aunt, then at Jenna. His face was completely blank. Jenna didn't notice. She kept going. Seriously though, she's almost 30 and she decorates cakes for a living. Can you imagine? I keep telling her to get a real job, but she doesn't listen. She's always been the stubborn one. The boyfriend finally spoke. His voice was calm and quiet. "What's your name?" He was looking at me. I told him. He nodded slowly. "And you run your own business?" "I make custom cakes, mostly for weddings and birthdays." "I do okay." He smiled slightly. Really? That's impressive. Starting something from nothing takes courage. Jenna laughed nervously. She didn't like where this was going. Babe, it's not really a business. She works out of her kitchen. It's more like a hobby. He turned to look at her. The smile was gone. A hobby that pays her bills and makes people happy. What exactly do you do again? Jenna blinked. What do you mean? You know what I do? I work at your company. He nodded. Right. You work in my marketing department. You've been there about 8 months. You're on a performance improvement plan because you missed 3 deadlines last quarter and blamed your team for all of them. The room went completely silent. My mother stopped moving in the kitchen. My father lowered his glass. Jenna's face turned red. That's not fair. Those deadlines weren't realistic. My team didn't support me properly. He kept going. You also expensed $1,400 in personal meals to the company card and claimed they were client dinners. HR flagged it last week. I was going to address it after the holidays, but I think now is fine. Jenna's voice got high and shaky. You're embarrassing me in front of my family. He looked around the room. You just called your sister a failure in front of me, in front of everyone, and they all laughed. Nobody defended her. Nobody said a word. He looked back at Jenna. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes watching how you people treat her, and I've heard enough. Jenna grabbed his arm. Can we talk about this privately? He pulled his arm away. No, you wanted to perform for your family, so here's my performance. You're fired. I'll have HR send the paperwork Monday, and we're done. I'm not dating someone who treats their own sister like garbage and thinks it's entertainment. He turned to me. It was nice to meet you. I hope your business keeps growing. Then he walked out the front door. Nobody moved for what felt like an hour. Jenna started crying. My mother rushed over to comfort her. My father glared at me like this was somehow my fault. Jenna pointed at me through her tears. This is because of you. You ruined everything. I didn't say a single word to him. He saw who you are all on his own. I picked up my coat and left. I didn't stay for dinner. I didn't say goodbye. I just drove home and sat in my kitchen surrounded by cake orders that needed to be finished. The next week, Jenna called me screaming. She said I destroyed her career and her relationship. She said I must have planned this somehow. She said I was jealous of her my whole life and this was my revenge. I let her yell until she ran out of breath. Then I hung up. For 27 years, my family called me the failure. Turns out I wasn't the problem. I never was. At my niece's sweet 16 that I paid for, my mom said, "This party is cheap and embarrassing. We'd be better off without you." When I simply nodded and said, "In that case, I'll stop paying their bills." My mom. My childhood is marked by one phrase, and one phrase only. Think of your brother. Like when I was 11 and won $200 in a school art contest. But when I showed my parents the check, my mom just frowned and said, "Your brother Michael didn't win anything. You should share this with him." A wave of guilt crashed over me and I handed Michael $50. But instead of thanking me, he pouted. "Only 50? My mom sighed and told me to think of my brother, and I ended up giving him $125. Deep down, I knew it wasn't fair. It was my artwork, my achievement. But I did it anyway, because their approval mattered more than my feelings. Fast forward to last month when I turned 32. For the first time in my life, I had real savings. A promotion at work meant I finally had disposable income, which might not sound like much, but to someone who grew up being the family wallet, it felt like freedom. And of course, I wanted to share my good fortune. So when my nephew Sophia's sweet 16 approached, I went all out. I spent $5,000 on the venue, DJ, photographer, decorations, a 3-tier custom cake, and even hired a makeup artist for him and his friends. On the way to the party, I kept telling myself that this would finally show them I wasn't selfish. This would prove I was a good aunt, a good sister, a good daughter. But of course, my hopes were shattered, because after the party, as I was helping pack up decorations, Michael cornered me in the parking lot. "Did you see Caden's party photos on Instagram last month?" I stared at him blankly, and he just scoffed. His aunt spent $10,000. He had a live band and a champagne fountain. I heard footsteps, and suddenly my mom was beside him. They both stood with their arms crossed, and my mom told me that if I was going to be cheap and embarrass Sophia in front of his friends, then I shouldn't have bothered at all. And before I could point out that Sophia had been glowing with happiness all night, Michael chimed in. "Do you know what they're saying at school? They're calling it the budget party. He's being bullied because you couldn't spend a few more dollars." I did the math in my head, because I always kept track. You see, over the years, I'd paid for Michael's wedding tux, $2,000, helped with his mortgage down payment, $10,000, and covered Sophia's tutoring for 3 years. Still, Michael acted like I was the world's greatest disappointment. And I know this might sound pathetic, but I wasn't even angry at first. I just felt tears sting my eyes. My fingers clutched my car keys tighter, remembering the thank you card I'd hoped to receive. And as I stood there being berated, they kept going. "You just got that promotion. You're making good money now. But you're too selfish to properly celebrate your only nephew's milestone?" In an instant, my sadness turned to anger. I stared at their entitled faces. Not once during the party had either of them thanked me. Not once had they offered to help with costs. They just showed up, criticized the decorations, and complained the cake wasn't from the trendy bakery across town. I took a deep breath and asked them a simple question. "What did you two contribute to the party?" Michael rolled his eyes. "I'm his father. My presence is my contribution." I kept a completely stoic expression. "And what about Sophia's birthday last year? Or the year before that?" They both looked uncomfortable, because we all knew the answer. I'd paid for those parties too. Well, that was enough for me. I turned and walked toward my car. The second I turned the corner, I stopped. I thought back to all the times I'd emptied my wallet for them. All the times I'd gone without so they could have more. I think that moment was the first time I actually let myself see the truth. And for once, I wanted to do something about it. I turned around and marched back. Michael was already on his phone, probably complaining about me to someone. "One more thing," I said. "Who paid for Sophia's braces?" "Insurance," Michael answered dismissively. I smiled. "What insurance?" The one I pay for? His face went white. What about his school uniforms? His soccer fees? His summer camp? The smirk was wiped from his face as he realized it was all me, and that's when my mom tried to intervene. Now, honey, family helps family? Really? Then where's my help? Where's my party? When's the last time either of you spent a dime on me? They both turned to look at each other, and had the "oh wait" look plastered on their faces. You see, I'd been covering for them for years. Telling Dad that Michael was contributing to household expenses. Telling Michael that Mom was helping with Sophia's expenses. Creating a web of lies to keep the peace while I paid for everything. I didn't even stick around to watch it unravel. I just left. And even though I felt like a weight had been lifted, it was still really hard. So I spent the entire night alternating between relief and grief. And when I woke up, I noticed my phone had been bombarded with dozens of texts and missed calls. The first voicemail was angry, calling me a selfish brat who ruined Sophia's reputation. By the 10th, they were practically begging, suddenly remembering my birthday was coming up and promising to make it special this year. I had no idea what they had in mind. The next morning, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and the screen lit up with notification after notification. 47 missed calls, 23 text messages, all from Michael and Mom. I sat up in bed and started scrolling through the messages, watching them shift from angry to desperate in real time. The first few called me selfish and ungrateful. Then around message 15, the tone changed to "please just talk to us, and we need to work this out as a family." My chest felt tight but also kind of empty at the same time, like I was watching this happen to someone else. The guilt started creeping in through the cracks, whispering that maybe I overreacted. Maybe I should just apologize and make things easier for everyone. I forced myself to open the voicemail app because I needed to hear the actual words, not just read sanitized text versions. The first voicemail from Michael started playing and his voice was sharp and mean. He called me a cheap embarrassment who clearly didn't care about family. I skipped ahead to the fifth one, which was from Mom using her sad voice, the one she always used when she wanted me to feel bad. She talked about how family helps family, and how disappointed she was that I would abandon them over something so small. The latest voicemail was from Michael again, and this time his tone was almost friendly. He mentioned making my birthday really special this year if I would just do the right thing and help out more. I took screenshots of the call log, documenting the pattern of angry to desperate to manipulative. Seeing it laid out like that made the manipulation so obvious that I couldn't unsee it anymore. I got out of bed and walked to my kitchen table, opening my laptop with shaking hands. For 2 hours, I sat there creating a spreadsheet of every single payment I'd made for Michael, Mom, and Sophia over the past 10 years. I went through old bank statements, credit card bills, Venmo transactions, everything I could find. The wedding tux, the mortgage down payment, 3 years of tutoring, soccer fees, summer camps, school uniforms, birthday parties, emergency car repairs that somehow always happened to Michael's car. Never mine. When I added up the final total, the number made me stop breathing for a second. $47,000. Not counting the insurance I still pay that covers Sophia. I stared at that number and realized I could have bought a house with that money. Instead, I was living in a small apartment while funding their entire lives. My hands were shaking. So hard I had to put them flat on the table. I opened a new text message to the family group chat and started typing out boundaries. No more emergency requests. No more guilt trips. No more expecting me to fund everything while pretending other people were contributing. My finger hovered over the send button for 20 minutes while my brain went to war with itself. The old voice kept whispering, "Think of your brother." And I realized I wasn't ready to actually send this message yet. I needed more than just anger to hold this boundary. I needed a plan and maybe some support. I closed the messaging app without sending anything. Then I logged into my credit monitoring service because a new fear had just hit me. What if Mom or Michael had my banking information from all those emergency transfers over the years? What if they could just take money directly? I checked every account I had access to, my pulse racing the whole time. Everything looked clean so far. No weird transactions or accounts I didn't recognize. But I immediately changed all my passwords anyway, making them complex and different for every account. I wrote down a note to check if I was listed on any accounts I didn't personally open. At work the next day, I couldn't focus during our project meeting. Troy kept glancing at me with this concerned look on his face. During lunch break, he asked if I was okay. I gave him the short version about family drama over party expenses, leaving out most of the details because I wasn't ready to say everything out loud yet. Troy listened without jumping in with advice or telling me what I should do. Then he mentioned his sister went through something similar with boundary issues and found therapy really helpful. He said it in this casual way that didn't make me feel judged or broken. That night, I couldn't sleep because my brain kept playing this loop of every time someone said, "Think of your brother," in my life. I was 11 again, handing over my art contest money. I was 23, giving up my study abroad program because Michael needed rent money. I was 28, working 2 jobs during grad school while Michael complained about being tired from his one part-time position. Each memory connected to the next one like links in a chain, and I finally saw the pattern clearly. This wasn't occasional helping between family members. This was training. Systematic training to put everyone else's needs above my own, starting from childhood and never stopping. The clarity hurt almost as much as the memories themselves. Instead of just accepting Michael's claim that Sophia was bullied over the budget party, I decided I needed to verify this myself. I remembered that Sophia's school has a parent portal, and I technically have access since I've been the one paying for everything. I logged in and searched for any counselor notes or incident reports about bullying. There was nothing. No reports, no meetings, no documentation of any social problems related to the party. I spent the next hour scrolling through Sophia's social media accounts and looking at the party photos he posted. In every single picture, he looked genuinely happy. His friends were laughing and dancing and having fun. The comment section was full of people saying things like, "Best party ever," and "So fun," and "Wish I could have stayed longer." Not one comment mocked the decorations or called it cheap or made any reference to it being a budget party. The bullying narrative Michael had used to guilt me was completely made up. I closed my laptop and sat in the dark for a while, letting that sink in. Then I made a decision. A firm one this time, not one I would second-guess in 20 minutes. I was suspending any new financial payments to Michael or Mom while I figured out my next steps. The insurance that covers Sophia was already paid through the end of the year, so I wasn't cutting off a teenager's health care. But I wasn't handing over another dollar until I had clear boundaries in place, and maybe some professional help figuring out how to hold them. The mix of terror and relief in my chest felt strange, but also kind of right, like I was finally doing something that actually protected me instead of just keeping everyone else comfortable. I lie in bed staring at the ceiling while my brain plays the same horrible movie on repeat. I'm 11 again, watching Michael spend my art contest money on video games while I pretended it was fine. I'm 19, telling my study abroad coordinator that I had to withdraw from the Paris program because of a family emergency, which was code for Michael needing rent money and Mom saying I should think of my brother. I'm 23, working the morning shift at a coffee shop and the evening shift at a bookstore during grad school, while Michael posted Instagram photos from his afternoon naps with captions about being exhausted from his one part-time job at a clothing store. Each memory connects to the next one like a chain I never noticed I was wearing, and now that I see it clearly, I can't stop counting the links. The study abroad program cost me $8,000 in lost deposits and the experience of a lifetime. The double jobs during grad school meant I graduated with worse grades than I should have earned because I was too tired to focus on my thesis. The art contest money was just the beginning. The first time I learned that my achievements only mattered if they could benefit Michael, and every time after that just reinforced the same lesson until it became automatic. I finally fall asleep around 4 a.m. and wake up 3 hours later to my phone buzzing. I grab it off the nightstand and see a voicemail notification from Mom, timestamp 2:08 a.m. I press play, and her voice comes through sounding soft and sweet, totally different from the angry tone she used in the parking lot. She talks about how family misunderstandings happen, and maybe we all got a little heated, and then she mentions my birthday coming up in a few weeks. Her voice gets even sweeter as she says they want to make it really special this year. Maybe take me to that nice restaurant downtown I've always wanted to try, so we can work through this whole situation together like a family should. The manipulation is so obvious now that I've started paying attention. I replay the voicemail twice just to make sure I'm hearing it right, and yeah, she's definitely dangling my birthday like a carrot to get me back in line. The thing is, in 32 years they've never made my birthday about me without me planning and funding the whole thing myself. Last year I organized dinner at a restaurant I liked, made the reservation, showed up, and then got stuck with the bill for everyone including Michael's family of 3. The year before that I didn't plan anything and nobody else did either, so my birthday just passed like a regular Tuesday. But now suddenly they want to make it special, right after I stopped being their personal ATM. I sit up in bed and open my laptop. I type, "Therapist's Family Dynamics Boundary Setting" into the search bar and start scrolling through profiles. Most of them have generic bios about helping families communicate better, but then I find one named Emmeline Robles, whose profile specifically mentions helping people break free from enmeshment and people-pleasing patterns. I read through her approach and it's like she's describing my exact situation without knowing me. She talks about how some family systems train one person to be responsible for everyone else's needs, and how learning to set boundaries feels impossible when you've been programmed since childhood to put others first. I click the appointment button before I can talk myself out of it, and book an intake session for Thursday afternoon. Reading her profile makes me feel like maybe I'm not crazy for thinking this situation isn't normal, like maybe there are other people who've dealt with this same thing and actually found a way out. I close my laptop and sit there thinking about Dad. He's always been the peacekeeper who stays completely out of money discussions, and I don't actually know if he has any idea how much I've been covering for everyone. Part of me wants to show him the spreadsheet and tell him everything, but another part is scared of blowing up the family mythology we've all been maintaining. What if he doesn't believe me? What if he just tells me to work it out with Mom like he always does when there's conflict? What if he knew all along and just didn't care? I spend the whole afternoon at work distracted by these questions, barely paying attention during meetings. When I get home that evening, I pull out a notebook and start writing. I title the page "Non-Negotiables," and then stare at the blank lines for a while before I start filling them in. "No surprise requests for money," I write. "No guilt-tripping about family obligations. Complete transparency about who's paying for what. Monthly cap on any help I choose to give." The words look strange on paper. like rules for dealing with strangers instead of my own family. But seeing the boundaries written down makes them feel more real, and less like something I'll abandon the first time someone cries or gets angry at me. I read through the list 3 times and add one more line at the bottom. All financial discussions must be in writing. No more ambush conversations in parking lots or late-night phone calls. I wake up the next morning to my phone exploding with notifications from the family group chat. I open it and see that Mom has posted a bunch of old photos from when Michael and I were kids. Pictures of us at birthday parties and holidays with captions about happy family memories. Michael has sent several messages comparing me to other aunts who really show up for their nephews, with specific examples of expensive gifts and trips they've funded. I read 3 messages before my chest gets tight and I can't breathe right. I mute all notifications from the chat, and then I turn off my phone completely. I sit in my kitchen for 2 hours just breathing without the constant pressure of their messages coming through. When I finally turn my phone back on, there are 15 more messages I don't read. I look up Sophia's school phone number and call during my lunch break. The receptionist answers and I explain that I'm Sophia's aunt, and I've been helping with expenses and I'm concerned about reports of bullying related to his birthday party. She's professional and doesn't ask for details, just says she'll connect me with the school counselor. A woman named Judy Nguyen picks up and we schedule a meeting for tomorrow afternoon to discuss any concerns about Sophia's well-being in a confidential setting. After work, I meet Troy at the coffee shop near our office. He suggested it this morning when he noticed I looked stressed, and I'm grateful to talk to someone who isn't part of my family drama. I tell him the fuller story, including the $47,000 total, and the fake bullying claims, and the 2 a.m. voicemail about making my birthday special. Troy listens without interrupting and then says it sounds like financial exploitation rather than normal family helping. He suggests I write out a formal boundary statement that I can send when I'm ready. Something clear and unemotional that doesn't leave room for negotiation or guilt trips. The practical advice helps me feel less alone. Like maybe this is actually something I can handle instead of just a mess I created by being selfish. That evening, I search for financial advisors and find one named Harvey Combs, who specializes in helping people audit their finances and set up protective systems. I book a consultation for next week. I need to know exactly where my money is going, set up alerts for unusual activity, and create a structure that makes it impossible for me to cave during emotional manipulation attempts. The appointment confirmation email makes me feel like I'm actually taking steps instead of just thinking about taking steps. My first therapy session with Emmeline happens on Thursday afternoon. I sit in her office and tell her the basics, and she immediately starts identifying patterns I didn't even know had names. She talks about parentification, which is when a child is forced to take on adult responsibilities for their siblings. She mentions golden child dynamics, where one child is favored and another is trained to serve the favored one. She explains enmeshment, where family members don't have clear boundaries between their needs and your needs. Every term she uses feels like she's describing my exact childhood, and I start crying without meaning to, because someone finally understands what happened to me. At the end of the session, she gives me homework that sounds simple but feels impossible. Take a 72-hour pause before making any financial decisions involving family, no matter how urgent they claim it is. The point is to respond from clarity instead of trained guilt, to give myself time to think instead of just reacting the way I've been programmed to react since I was 11 years old. My phone buzzed that afternoon while I was still processing everything Emmeline had told me. Dad's name lit up the screen. I answered and heard his voice, quieter than usual, asking if we could talk about some kind of problem Mom had mentioned. He didn't sound angry or accusatory, just concerned, like he genuinely wanted to understand what was happening. I agreed to meet him at the diner near his house tomorrow morning because maybe it was finally time to stop protecting everyone with my lies and show him the actual numbers. After we hung up, I printed out the spreadsheet I'd made, all 10 pages showing every payment organized by year and category, and I put it in a folder so I wouldn't chicken out before the meeting. That night I was making dinner when someone started pounding on my apartment door. The knocking was loud and aggressive, and I heard Michael's voice calling through the door that we needed to settle this like adults. I looked through the peephole and saw his face, red and angry, and something in me just clicked that I was done rewarding his ambush tactics. I pulled out my phone and texted him through the door that I wasn't available right now and he needed to leave or I'd call building security. He knocked a few more times, getting louder, and I watched through the peephole as he finally stomped away down the hallway. My hands were shaking, but I felt proud of myself for not opening that door, for not letting him bully his way into my space and my time. The next morning, I got to the diner early and ordered coffee, trying to calm my nerves. Dad arrived exactly on time and slid into the booth across from me, looking tired and confused. I didn't wait for small talk. I just pulled out the folder and slid the spreadsheet across the table. All those pages showing $47,000 in payments over 10 years, plus the insurance I currently pay for Sophia. Dad's face went pale as he started reading through the entries. His finger traced down the columns, stopping at the bigger numbers like the $10,000 mortgage down payment and the 3 years of tutoring costs. He looked up at me and admitted he had no idea the extent of what I'd been covering because Mom always told him Michael was handling things and I was just helping occasionally. I watched him flip through more pages, his expression getting more shocked with each one, and I realized he genuinely hadn't known. He sat quietly for a long moment, staring at the numbers, before he started talking about how he'd enabled this whole dynamic by staying out of money discussions and assuming everything was fine. His voice got rough when he promised to have a direct conversation with Mom about the real financial situation. He said he wanted to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem, and while I was cautious about believing things would actually change, having one family member acknowledge reality felt like real progress. We talked for another hour about specific instances, and Dad kept shaking his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Later that week, I had my consultation with Harvey Combs at his office downtown. He pulled up my bank accounts on his computer, and we went through everything line by line. He helped me cancel all the automatic payments I'd set up to family members over the years, little monthly transfers that added up to hundreds of dollars. We set up alerts for any charges over $50 so I'd get notified immediately if any. At our divorce hearing, my husband smirked and said, "Get comfortable being homeless because you're getting nothing." A few people laughed. I didn't react. I just waited for the moment he realized he'd been wrong about me. For 15 years, Ethan never needed to hit me. He just wore me down in private. At parties, he'd say, "This is my wife, Megan. She keeps my life together." Then later correct my words like I was a kid. One soft, cute, one patient sigh. Somehow I started speaking less. I used to be a financial analyst in Chicago. After our daughter was born, Ethan pushed me to step back temporarily because he had us. Temporary turned into years of school pickups and charity events where I smiled beside him like a prop. If I bought something for myself, it was, "Must be nice spending money you didn't earn." If I disagreed with him, he'd do that calm little laugh that told me everyone would take his side. Then he got sloppy. I found a fancy restaurant receipt in his jacket. 3 days later, a second phone buzzed inside his briefcase while he showered. The screen lit up. "I miss you already. Last night felt like freedom." I didn't cry, I got clear. He announced the divorce like a transaction. Standing in our kitchen with coffee, he said, "We should separate." I asked, "Is there someone else?" He stared past me and muttered, "This marriage hasn't worked in years. They always rewrite history when they want permission to be cruel." Mediation was worse than the affair. His lawyer talked about my lack of contribution like I was a broken appliance. Ethan shrugged and said, "She raised our daughter, managed the house. The usual. The usual. 15 years, reduced to 2 words. His lawyer framed me as voluntarily unemployed and basically helpless. Ethan moved downtown and started showing up online with his new girlfriend, all glossy smiles and new beginnings. Our daughter saw it first. One night she whispered, "Why does Dad smile at his phone more than he smiles at us?" My lawyer, Miss Patel, read Ethan's filings and tapped one page. "He's moving money around," she said, "and he's acting like you have nothing." I told her he always treated me like I was financially irrelevant. She nodded once. Men who feel invincible get slopped. Here's what Ethan never bothered learning. Years ago, my grandpa left me a protected trust. It stayed separate, legally. I kept managing it quietly because that's what I was trained to do. By the time Ethan filed, my separate holdings were over $8 million. Court day came. Ethan wore a perfect suit and that relaxed grin. He leaned back beside his attorney like he'd already won. His girlfriend sat in the back row like it was entertainment. Then Ethan leaned toward me and dropped the homeless line, like he was tipping a waiter. Then the judge started wrapping up the hearing. Papers shuffled across the table in front of him. Chairs creaked behind me as people relaxed. Miss Patel stood, slow and steady. "Your Honor," she said calm. "One additional account for the record." Ethan's smile twitched, just for a second. Next, she opened a thin folder and slid out statements. "Separate property, inherited, not commingled," she read. Then she said the balance, $8.4 million. Nobody gasped out loud, but everything went silent. Ethan blinked hard like his brain skipped frames. His lawyer turned gray, staring at the papers. In the back row, the girlfriend stood and walked out. Ethan snapped, "You knew about this?" I met his eyes. "You never asked." He followed me toward the aisle afterward, voice suddenly careful. "Megan, wait." I didn't stop. "I was never broke," I said. "I was loyal." Then I walked. After that, the mask slipped. The creative transfers Miss Patel found got extra scrutiny. Partners got cautious. Deals cooled. And the suburb fed on it. Women called with sugary sympathy and hungry curiosity. Men who ignored me for years suddenly got polite. I moved out of the big house later, not because I had to, but because it felt like a museum of exhaustion. My daughter and I found a smaller place that felt like air. Her shoulders finally dropped. I went back to consulting, and the numbers came back like muscle memory. Months later, Ethan asked to meet for coffee. He looked smaller. He said, "I was awful to you." Then he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about the money?" I set my cup down, because it never occurred to me I'd need protection from my husband. That was my revenge. Quiet, clean, walking away with my dignity while he stood there finally understanding he'd underestimated the only person who ever covered his back. What would you have done kept quiet like I did, or exposed him the second you saw that second phone? At the altar, my sister smiled and said, "Before you say I do, I'm pregnant, and it's your groom's baby." The crowd gasped. I froze. Then my 9-year-old niece stood up and said, "That's a lie. I can prove it." The room went silent. My sister Monica had always competed with me for everything. Growing up, she was the pretty one, the popular one. I was the nerdy one who actually had to work for things. When she got pregnant at 19, our parents threw her a baby shower that cost more than my college graduation party. When I finally got engaged to Michael after dating for 3 years, she insisted on being my maid of honor despite us barely speaking for 2 years. I should have known something was off when she suddenly started being overly nice during wedding planning. She volunteered to help with everything, showed up to dress fittings, even threw me a bridal shower. My friends thought she'd matured. I wanted to believe them. The wedding day was perfect until it wasn't. 200 guests, string quartet, flowers I'd spent months choosing. Michael looked incredible in his navy suit. My dad walked me down the aisle and I actually felt like the protagonist in my own life for once. Then came the vows. The Reverend asked Michael if he took me as his wife. He said I'd do without hesitation, looking at me like I was the only person in the room. Then the Reverend turned to me, "And Elizabeth, do you take Michael?" That's when Monica stepped forward. She positioned herself right between us, this weird, satisfied smile on her face. "Wait," she said, her voice carrying through the whole church. "Before she answers, there's something everyone needs to know. I'm pregnant." The gasps were immediate. immediate. I felt my dad grab my arm. Monica pressed her hand to her completely flat stomach and looked directly at Michael. And it's your baby, Michael. The groom's baby. We've been sleeping together for 6 months. I have the ultrasound in my purse if anyone wants proof. The church exploded. Michael's mom started crying. My mom looked like she might pass out. Michael's face went from confused to horrified. Not guilty, just completely baffled. He opened his mouth to respond, but that's when Isla stood up. She was sitting in the third row wearing the purple dress Monica had complained was too expensive. Isla walked down the aisle, her footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Mom, that's not true, she said, her voice steady and loud. Monica's smile faltered. Isla, sit down right now. But Isla kept walking until she was standing next to me at the altar. She looked out at the crowd. My mom wasn't dating anyone 6 months ago. She was living with Grandma and Grandpa because she got fired from her job at the salon. Remember, Aunt Lizzie? You helped her pay rent for 3 months. I did remember. Monica had called me crying, said she was broke and needed help. I'd sent her money without telling Michael because I didn't want him to think my family was a mess. Monica's face went from confident to pale in seconds. Isla, that's enough, she hissed. Isla pulled out her phone. And she's not pregnant. I heard her practicing this whole speech in the bathroom last night. She was on the phone with her friend Melissa. She said she wanted to ruin Aunt Lizzie's wedding because Uncle Michael's family has money, and Aunt Lizzie doesn't deserve to be happier than her. The church erupted again, but differently this time. Angry voices, people yelling at Monica. Michael's father, a lawyer, was already on his phone. My mother stood up, her face twisted with rage I'd never seen before. My father moved between Monica and Isla like he thought she might attack her own daughter. You little brat, Monica spat at Isla. I gave you everything. You forgot my last 3 birthdays, Isla said quietly. Aunt Lizzie sent me presents even when you told her not to. She's the only one who actually remembers I exist. Security, Michael's father called out. 2 ushers were already moving toward Monica. She tried to grab Isla's arm, but my father blocked her. This was a joke, Monica shouted as they escorted her out. It was supposed to be funny. You people have no sense of humor. The church stayed silent for a long moment after she was gone. Then Isla looked up at me, tears in her eyes. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I didn't know if you'd believe me. I hugged her, not caring that I was wrinkling my dress. Michael put his hand on her shoulder. You just saved us both, he said. The Reverend cleared his throat. Well, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Should we continue? I looked at Michael. He nodded. Isla stood between us, her hand in mine. We finished the ceremony 20 minutes later with Isla as my new maid of honor. When the Reverend said you may kiss the bride, the whole church stood and cheered. At the reception, Isla never left my side. You always remembered my birthday when Mom forgot, she whispered during our first dance. I got you, Aunt Lizzie. 3 months later, I officially started adoption paperwork with Isla. Monica didn't fight it. At the altar, my sister smiled and said, before you say I do, I'm pregnant, and it's your groom's baby. The crowd gasped. I froze. Then my 9-year-old niece stood up and said, that's a lie. I can prove it. The room went silent. My sister Monica had always competed with me for everything. Growing up, she was the pretty one, the popular one. I was the nerdy one who actually had to work for things. When she got pregnant at 19, our parents threw her a baby shower that cost more than my college graduation party. When I finally got engaged to Michael after dating for 3 years, she insisted on being my maid of honor despite us barely speaking for 2 years. I should have known something was off when she suddenly started being overly nice during wedding planning. She volunteered to help with everything, showed up to dress fittings, even threw me a bridal shower. My friends thought she'd matured. I wanted to believe them. The wedding day was perfect until it wasn't. 200 guests, string quartet, flowers I'd spent months choosing. Michael looked incredible in his navy suit. My dad walked me down the aisle and I actually felt like the protagonist in my own life for once. Then came the vows. The Reverend asked Michael if he took me as his wife. He said I'd do without hesitation, looking at me like I was the only person in the room. Then the Reverend turned to me. And Elizabeth, do you take Michael? That's when Monica stepped forward. She positioned herself right between us, this weird satisfied smile on her face. Wait, she said, her voice carrying through the whole church. Before she answers, there's something everyone needs to know. I'm pregnant. The gasps were immediate. I felt my dad grab my arm. Monica pressed her hand to her completely flat stomach and looked directly at Michael. And it's your baby, Michael. The groom's baby. We've been sleeping together for 6 months. I have the ultrasound in my purse if anyone wants proof. The church exploded. Michael's mom started crying. My mom looked like she might pass out. Michael's face went from confused to horrified. Not guilty, just completely baffled. He opened his mouth to respond, but that's when Isla stood up. She was sitting in the third row wearing the purple dress Monica had complained was too expensive. Isla walked down the aisle, her footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Mom, that's not true, she said, her voice steady and loud. Monica's smile faltered. Isla, sit down right now. But Isla kept walking until she was standing next to me at the altar. She looked out at the crowd. My mom wasn't dating anyone 6 months ago. She was living with Grandma and Grandpa because she got fired from her job at the salon. Remember, Aunt Lizzie? You helped her pay rent for 3 months. I did remember. Monica had called me crying, said she was broke and needed help. I'd sent her money without telling Michael because I didn't want him to think my family was a mess. Monica's face went from confident to pale in seconds. Isla, that's enough, she hissed. Isla pulled out her phone. And she's not pregnant. I heard her practicing this whole speech in the bathroom last night. She was on the phone with her friend Melissa. She said she wanted to ruin Aunt Lizzie's wedding because Uncle Michael's family has money, and Aunt Lizzie doesn't deserve to be happier than her. The church erupted again, but differently this time. Angry voices, people yelling at Monica. Michael's father, a lawyer, was already on his phone. My mother stood up, her face twisted with rage I'd never seen before. My father moved between Monica and Isla like he thought she might attack her own daughter. You little brat, Monica spat at Isla. I gave you everything. You forgot my last 3 birthdays, Isla said quietly. Aunt Lizzie sent me presents even when you told her not to. She's the only one who actually remembers I exist. Security, Michael's father called out. 2 ushers were already moving toward Monica. She tried to grab Isla's arm, but my father blocked her. This was a joke, Monica shouted as they escorted her out. It was supposed to be funny. You people have no sense of humor. The church stayed silent for a long moment after she was gone. Then Isla looked up at me, tears in her eyes. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I didn't know if you'd believe me. I hugged her, not caring that I was wrinkling my dress. Michael put his hand on her shoulder. You just saved us both, he said. The Reverend cleared his throat. Well, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Should we continue? I looked at Michael. He nodded. Isla stood between us, her hand in mine. We finished the ceremony 20 minutes later with Isla as my new maid of honor. When the Reverend said you may kiss the bride, the whole church stood and cheered. At the reception, Isla never left my side. You always remembered my birthday when Mom forgot, she whispered during our first dance. I got you, Aunt Lizzie. 3 months later, I officially started adoption paperwork with Isla. Monica didn't fight it.
Boyfriends, what happened when your girl went on that Miami trip? So my girlfriend has been begging me for 2 weeks to pay for her entire Miami vacation with her friends. She's been pleading, baby, could you please pay for my flight, food, and hotel for me? Don't you want me to be happy? Normally I wouldn't even think twice about it. I'd do anything for my girl. But here's the thing. All of her friends that she wants to go with are cheaters. Not some of them. All of them. In the worst ways possible too. I've watched each of their ex-boyfriends get played over the years. And it was her friend's idea to go to Miami of all places. I was honest with her and told her I wasn't really comfortable with that. She looked at me with those sad puppy eyes. The day after I told her I wasn't comfortable, she completely dropped it. It was suspiciously calm. No arguing, no attitude, nothing. She just moved on. It was weird because this girl never lets anything go that easily. Then the next day, I came home from work, and the entire apartment was spotless. I'm talking deep cleaned. She even lit one of those lavender candles I like. She walked over and kissed me more than normal, and said it was no big deal. Then she surprised me with tickets to a sold-out basketball game I'd been wanting to go to for months. Tickets worth hundreds. At this point, I knew something was up. Respectfully, she doesn't spoil me this much, but I wasn't going to accuse her of anything. It kept going, though. She started cooking dinner every single night. Not basic meals either. One night she made steak and shrimp. Another night she made pasta from scratch. She even washed my car. This girl has complained about going to the car wash with me for 2 years straight, but there she was, outside with a hose and a sponge. She canceled brunch with her girls to stay home with me. She's never missed a brunch. Quality time I always begged from her. She was all over me physically too, complimenting me, telling me how much she appreciated me, all of it. Then she called my mom just to check in on her. Mind you, she always complains about my mom. My mom texted me asking if everything was okay, because that had never happened before. A few days later, she asked me, when are your boys coming over? I want to make snacks for you guys. She usually disappears when they're around. I didn't even know how to respond. It felt like we were in the honeymoon phase all over again. I started questioning myself. Maybe I overreacted about the Miami thing. Her friends might be messy, but that doesn't mean she is. 2 weeks went by and I started to feel guilty. She had been nothing but perfect. Then one night she brought it up again, but it was different this time. She didn't beg. She sat me down, grabbed both of my hands, and looked me in my eyes. I understand you're worried, but I just want you to trust me. I've never loved anyone the way I love you. I'd never do anything to mess up what we have. A tear actually fell down her cheek. I felt like the bad guy forever doubting her, so I gave in. I told her I'd pay for the trip. Everything. Flight, hotel, food, all of it. She literally screamed, but then I told her what I needed in return. I'll pay for everything if you check in with me every hour while you're there. Just a quick text letting me know what's happening and that you're okay. She said yes immediately, no hesitation. I felt relieved. I paid for everything that night. She kissed me and told me I was the best boyfriend ever. I believed her. The first 2 days in Miami were cool. Hourly updates, pictures, everything. I was actually feeling good about it. Then day 3, she went ghost for 6 hours. Her location turned off completely. I'm immediately worried. I'm texting, calling, no response. Finally, I get a text back saying, sorry baby, my phone was dead, I love you. Something felt off. The way she typed was different. She used a period. No emojis or stickers. She always uses those. Then her friend posted a video at some club on her close friends and quickly deleted it. I already saw the video and saved it. I watched it frame by frame. My girlfriend was dancing on some dude, not just any dude. When I zoomed in, it was her freaking ex. I found his Instagram on my spam account since he had me blocked on my main account. His bio said, taken. His posts and highlights, full of pictures of my girlfriend. Recent ones, from this Miami trip. That's when my petty side came out. I canceled every single payment she made and reported it as fraud. Then I threw all her stuff outside in the rain. Then I DM'd her ex. She's all yours now. Good luck.
My dad left a message, "You're not welcome at the wedding, and don't bring that kid around anymore." I replied with one word, noted. That same day, I called the bank and did one thing. 3 days later, when my sister opened the banking app, she started screaming. My sister Vivian has been the golden child since the day she was born. She got the big bedroom with the bay window while I got the closet next to the garage. She got a brand new car at 16 while I took the bus until I could afford my own. She got the full ride to college while I worked 2 jobs to pay my tuition. When I got pregnant at 23 with my daughter Luna, my parents acted like I'd committed a federal crime. The father wasn't in the picture, and that made everything worse. My mom told her church friends I was ruining the family name. My dad called me an embarrassment at Easter dinner in front of everyone. Vivian laughed at Thanksgiving and told the entire table I was proof some people shouldn't be allowed to reproduce. But here's what nobody in my family knows. 5 years ago, I started selling handmade jewelry online. It exploded faster than I expected. 6 figures within 18 months. By year 3, I was making more money than both my parents combined. I kept it quiet because I knew exactly what would happen the moment they found out. 2 years ago, my dad came to me crying. The restaurant he'd owned for 20 years was going under. He needed $200,000 or he'd lose everything including the house. I transferred the money the next day without hesitation. No contract, no paperwork, just a daughter helping her father because that's what family does. He hugged me for the first time in years and promised he'd pay me back every cent. He never did. 6 months later, my mom needed emergency surgery. Insurance wouldn't cover the full amount. $40,000 out of pocket. I paid without being asked twice. Then Vivian announced her engagement to some guy named Trent who worked in finance. My parents were thrilled. They started planning the wedding immediately and costs kept climbing every week. Venue deposit, premium catering, imported flowers, designer dress from some fancy boutique. Every few weeks, my dad would call asking if I could help just a little more. I've given them over $350,000 in 2 years, all funneled through a joint account I set up up with my dad for the restaurant bailout, an account that still had my name on it, an account I still had full access to. Last Monday was Luna's 5th birthday. I asked my parents if they wanted to come to her party at the park. My mom said they were too busy with wedding planning. I asked if Luna could at least be the flower girl since she'd been practicing walking down pretend aisles for months. Vivian got on the phone and laughed. She said she didn't want someone's mistake ruining her aesthetic on the most important day of her life. My dad said nothing to defend his granddaughter. That night, he left the voicemail. "You're not welcome at the wedding. Don't bring that kid around anymore. She makes Trent's family uncomfortable." I sat in my car and listened to it 3 times. Then I typed one word, noted. The next morning, I called the bank. I transferred every single dollar out of that joint account. All $212,000 that was supposed to fund Vivian's dream wedding. The venue, the catering, the flowers, the dress alterations, all of it. Gone. I moved every cent to an account in Luna's name for her college fund. 3 days later, my phone exploded. 17 missed calls from my dad, 23 from my mom, 41 from Vivian. The voicemail from my sister was nothing but screaming. The wedding was in 2 weeks. Every vendor was demanding immediate payment. The venue threatened to cancel. Vivian was having a complete breakdown because her perfect day was falling apart. My dad called me a thief. I reminded him the account had my name on it and every deposit came from my earnings. My mom begged me to fix it. I told her I was busy planning Luna's 6th birthday party. They tried everything. Guilt, threats, crying. My dad showed up at my door demanding I make this right. I showed him the receipts. $350,000 given over 2 years. $0 paid back. 0 thank yous. 0 invitations to family dinners unless they needed money. He left without a word. Vivian's wedding happened 2 weeks later in my parents' backyard instead of the vineyard she'd dreamed about. Folding chairs instead of mahogany pews. Grocery store cake instead of the 5-tier custom design. Her dress was the same one my mom wore 30 years ago. Trent's cousin sent me photos. Luna and I spent that day at Disneyland.
Dads, when did you look at your son and think, that's my boy? My 16-year-old son Dylan hasn't talked much since the divorce. 3 years of one-word answers and closed doors. He lived with his mom until 6 months ago when she took that job in Phoenix. Now it's just us in this too-quiet house, both pretending we know how to do this. Last month I lost my job at the warehouse. 32 guys let go in one afternoon. I was sitting at the kitchen table with bills spread out, doing math that wouldn't work, when Dylan walked in, saw my face, didn't say anything, just grabbed a Coke from the fridge and left. That night I heard him on the phone, voice low, something about need to figure it out. That weekend I noticed my lawnmower was missing from the garage, figured it was stolen. One more thing going wrong. I was about to call the cops when my neighbor Jeff texted me, "Your kid's out here cutting Mrs. Patel's lawn in 95-degree heat." I drove over. Mrs. Patel's the 78-year-old widow whose son died in Afghanistan. Her yard's huge, corner lot with that massive oak tree that drops 1,000,000 leaves. There was Dylan, completely soaked in sweat, pushing my old Toro through her thick grass. No headphones, no phone, just working, methodically, row after precise row. His t-shirt was dark with sweat, but his face had this focused look I hadn't seen since he used to pitch Little League. I parked across the street and watched. When he finished, Mrs. Patel came out with a glass of water in that Dallas Cowboys cup her late husband always used. Dylan took it, said something that made her laugh, then refused the money she tried to give him. They argued briefly before he finally took what looked like half of what she'd offered. As he loaded the mower in her shed, I noticed 4 other lawns on her street had been freshly cut. The Rodriguez place with the twins, old man Collins's house, the young couple with a new baby. I followed him to the West Side apartments where he mowed 2 more yards, then to the Miller's house where their disabled son waved excitedly from the window while Dylan trimmed their hedges. At the Kennedys, their daughter, who I'm pretty sure Dylan had a crush on last year, brought him Gatorade. He barely looked at her, just nodded thanks, and kept working. By 7 p.m., he'd done 8 yards. When he finally dragged himself home, his hands had blisters, his sneakers were stained green, and he smelled like a compost heap. He went straight to the shower without a word. That night, I found $240 cash tucked under my laptop with a note for the electric bill. There's more coming Friday. I confronted him after his shower. "Why didn't you tell me you were mowing lawns all over town?" He shrugged, that same blank teenage face, water still dripping from his hair. "Your resume was in the trash. You've been staring at bills every night. I figured one of us needed to do something." I asked how many lawns he'd cut that day. 8. He hesitated, then added, "I've got 12 regular customers now. The Hendersons pay extra for their flower beds, and Mrs. Patel won't let me do hers for free, so we compromise." He started to walk away, then turned back. "Dad, I put us on the list too. I'm doing our yard on Sundays. For free, obviously." The smallest hint of a smile, first one I'd seen in months. That night I heard him setting 3 alarms on his phone for 6 a.m. on a summer Sunday. Before bed, I checked his room to see if he needed anything. He was already asleep, face down, completely exhausted. On his desk was a notebook with names, addresses, and a mowing schedule. Notes about who needed what. Miller, trim hedges. Collins, edge sidewalk. Patel, leaves. Under his bed was a pair of work gloves he'd bought himself. Next to them, a business card. Dylan's Lawn Care. Reliable, professional, affordable. He'd used the school printer to make them. The next morning, I got up at 5:30, made him breakfast, filled a cooler with ice and Gatorade. When his alarm went off, I was already standing in the garage next to my old truck, keys in hand. "What are you doing?" he asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "I figured you could use a driver today, and maybe some help with the Hendersons' flower beds. For the first time in years, I slept through till morning."
During a family holiday, I heard my 11-year-old daughter screeching help from her hotel room. I leaped out of bed, then sprinted down the hallway fast as I could and threw my shoulder into her door until it opened. The second it did, my eyes went wide. My stepson Colton was leaning over Gracie's bed. One of his hands was pressing her head into the pillow and forced her down. The other hand was holding an air horn inches from her ear, the kind of air horn known to rupture eardrums. Gracie was thrashing beneath him, kicking, clawing, but she's 11 and he's 16. She was helpless. "What are you doing?" I yelled at Colton. His eyes found mine. No panic, no guilt, just a smirk. "Relax," he said. "I'm just proving a point." I took a step forward. He pressed down harder on her head and brought the horn closer. One more step and her eardrum goes boom. I froze. Gracie has been deaf since birth. That was supposed to change in 5 days. Cochlear implant surgery. She'd finally be able to hear, finally be able to feel normal. Last month, Gracie typed something on her tablet and handed it to me. I'll never forget the words. "Will Colton be nicer to me after I can hear?" I just hugged her. She typed again. "Maybe if I can talk like a normal person, he'll stop hating me." That's what she believed, that she was the problem. If she could fix herself, Colton would finally accept her. But Colton hated Gracie since the day I married his father Keith. 2 years of Colton's cruelty and 2 years of Keith making excuses for him. This vacation was supposed to be a celebration. 4 days at the beach before surgery. But from the moment we arrived, Colton made it about her deafness. Day 1, he told Gracie, deaf people shouldn't even go on holidays. Day 2, he grabbed her tablet and typed, "The surgery is going to fail. You'll be deaf forever." Day 3, he cornered her by the pool and said, "Even if the surgery works, your voice is going to sound so ugly nobody will want to hear you talk." Every time I told Keith, every single time he made excuses. And now it was day 4, and Colton had an air horn pressed to Gracie's ear. "Put it down, Colton," I said. "Right now." He tilted his head and smiled at me. "Make me." Then he pressed the trigger. The sound exploded through the room, so loud I flinched from 10 feet away. My hands flew up to cover my ears on instinct. Gracie's body jerked hard beneath him. Then she went completely still and started screaming. Not a fake scream. A primal scream of pure agony. Her hands flew to her ear. Pools of blood started running through her fingers, dripping onto the white hotel pillow. Colton stepped back from the bed. He looked at his hands. He looked at her. Then he smiled. "I knew it," he said. "Did you see that? Did you see her flinch?" Gracie was curled up on the bed sobbing. Blood was running down her neck and soaking into her shirt. Colton didn't stop. "I told you she was faking!" He yelled toward the hallway. "Dad, come! Here! I proved it! She can hear!" Gracie was bleeding from her ear, and Colton was celebrating like he'd won a trophy. Something inside me snapped. I crossed the room, grabbed Colton by the ear, and twisted hard enough to turn it red. "Ow! Let go of me! You think this is funny? You think ruining her life is funny?" He squirmed and kicked, but I didn't let go, twisting until I saw it turn purple. The door suddenly burst open behind me. Keith stood in the doorway. He saw me gripping his son, Colton crying, "Get your hands off my son!" Here we go, I thought. Another excuse. "Dad!" Colton's face lit up even through the tears. "Dad, I proved it. I used the air horn." Keith started marching towards me. Then he stopped. His eyes landed on Gracie, her curled into a ball, hands pressed against her ear, bleeding and crying from pain. I watched his face change in real time. Confusion, denial, his brain trying to find the excuse that made Colton innocent. His eyes dropped to the air horn on the carpet, then back to Colton's face. "What happened?" His voice came out flat and dead. "Dad, I proved she's faking. Watch, I can do it again and—" "What happened?" The smile slid off Colton's face. "He used an air horn," I said, directly in her ear. Keith turned to face his son. "Is that true?" "I was just proving—" "Is that true?" Silence. "Yes." "But Dad," she flinched. "That means she can— her surgery is in 5 days." Keith's voice was barely a whisper now. "You knew that." "Nothing. She's been saving since she was 7, mowing lawns every summer." "You knew that too." Colton's lips started trembling. "I just wanted things to go back to normal, before she came, when it was just us." Keith stared at him for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold. "Get out of this room." He paused. "When we get home, you're living with your mother." "I'm done." "Dad, I'm done." Hotel security showed up first, then the police. At the hospital, they told us Gracie couldn't get her cochlear implant. We needed surgery for the ruptured eardrum first. $21,000. We didn't have that kind of money, but Keith sold Colton's car to pay for it, said it's the least he could do. Now 1 year later, Colton just got abandoned by his mom, and Gracie just had the cochlear implant done.
Every time my driver took me to work, he brought his girlfriend along. Since it was on the way, I never said anything about it. Until one day I opened the car door and found a note stuck to my seat in the back. "Freeloaders not allowed in this car." I peeled the note off and turned to the driver. "What is this?" His girlfriend was sitting in the passenger seat, glaring at me with open contempt. "Can't you read? Every single day you mooch a ride off my boyfriend. Have you no shame? If you can't afford a cab, stay home. God, I can't stand leeches like you." I stared at her, completely baffled. The driver rushed over to my side and whispered his explanation. "Miss Pruitt, my girlfriend doesn't know I'm a chauffeur. She's the jealous type. The note is just her way of showing she cares about me." He paused, then added, "Also, she's not comfortable sharing a car with you. Let me drop her off first and then I'll come back for you." Before I could respond, he climbed behind the wheel of my car and drove off. I stood on the curb watching the taillights disappear. Then I calmly pulled out my phone and dialed 911. "Hello, a man and a woman just took my car without permission. I'd like to report a theft." Never in my life had I imagined that as the CEO of a publicly traded company, someone would look me in the eye and call me a freeloader. And the car they drove off in was mine. 20 minutes after the call, a squad car pulled up in front of me. 2 officers had barely stepped out when Alfred Lawrence came tearing around the corner in my black Maybach. He slammed the brakes, lurching to a stop just feet away, and jumped out. His face was chalk white. "Miss Pruitt, what happened? Why did you call the police?" I looked at him and said nothing. One of the officers sized him up. Are you the individual Miss Pruitt says took her vehicle without authorization? The color drained from Alfred's face even further. No, officers, this is all a misunderstanding. His hands went up, palms out. I'm Miss Pruitt's driver. I drive her every day. I just dropped someone off on the way, took a few extra minutes, that's all. Nobody stole anything. He gestured frantically at the Maybach behind him, forcing a grin. See, I brought the car right back. First thing. The officers looked at me, then back at him. Miss Pruitt, do you want to press charges? I was about to answer when Alfred leaned in close, his voice dropping to a desperate whisper. Miss Pruitt, please. For my father's sake. He drove for you all those years. Just let this one go. He swallowed hard. You know my dad's health isn't good. I finally found a girlfriend, and it's the one thing he wanted for me. What I did back there was just to keep things stable between her and me. I had no choice. The mention of his father softened something in me. Owen Lawrence had been my chauffeur for 6 years. Honest, dependable, steady behind the wheel, and never once a source of trouble. In all those years he had never been late, never gotten a single violation. Every holiday when I handed him a bonus, he tried to wave it off for a solid 5 minutes before finally accepting. 3 months ago, Owen was diagnosed with a lung condition that required long-term rest. He had no choice but to resign. On his last day, he stood in my office, rough hands twisting together, clearly wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. Finally, face flushed with embarrassment, he told me his son Alfred had just lost his job. If the company had an opening, could I possibly give the boy a chance? But starting last month, things changed. The day it began, Alfred came to pick me up and there was suddenly a woman caked in heavy makeup sitting in the passenger seat. I stared, confused. Alfred hurried out to open my door and explained in a low voice. Miss Pruitt, this is my girlfriend, Kara Fox. Her workplace is on the way to the office, so I figured I'd give her a ride. I nodded and said nothing. Giving someone a ride along the way wasn't a big deal. But gradually something started to feel off. What was supposed to be on the way turned into a fixed daily routine that never varied. Every morning Alfred picked up Kara first, then came for me. At the start, Kara just liked snapping photos in the passenger seat and posting videos, showing off to people that she was riding in a Maybach. I could understand that. She was young, a little vanity was normal. What I couldn't understand was the look she gave me every single time. It was pure disgust, as though I owed her $1 million. A few times after I got into the car, she sprayed perfume in my direction and complained loudly. God, this is so annoying. How does a car this expensive always reek of something cheap? I thought she'd actually smelled something off, so I specifically told Alfred to take the car in for a thorough deep clean and disinfection. But she only got worse. Sometimes after I stepped out, she'd spray disinfectant on the seat where I'd been sitting. Other times she'd lay a disposable seat cover over my spot before I even got in. When I confronted Alfred about it, he always offered the same sheepish excuse in private. Miss Pruitt, Kara's just worried the car isn't clean enough and might stain your clothes. She's particular about hygiene, that's all. I didn't think much of it. After all, I had too much on my plate every day, with projects worth hundreds of millions passing through my hands. I simply didn't have the energy to squabble with some young girl over petty nonsense. Until this morning, when I saw the note stuck to my usual seat. It all clicked. Kara thought I was a freeloader. I've been planning to teach both Alfred and Kara a lesson, but now Alfred was on his knees in front of me, begging relentlessly. Miss Pruitt, I swear it'll never happen again. I'll set Kara straight today. I'll never give her rides again. Please, my father's health isn't good. For his sake, forgive me this once. The thought of Owen made me sigh. Forget it. I'm dropping it. After the officer left, Alfred let out a long heavy breath of relief, thanking me over and over, his attitude suddenly impeccable. I said nothing more. I got in the car and told him to take me to the office. For a while after that, Alfred actually behaved. Every time he came to pick me up, the passenger seat was empty. No sign of Kara. The car had been cleaned too. Every trace of that note had been scrubbed away. His driving was still smooth, no issues there. The only problem was that he kept showing up late, and every time he had an excuse. Sorry, Miss Pruitt, there was an accident on the road. Traffic was backed up for a while. I'm really sorry, Miss Pruitt, my alarm didn't go off. I overslept. Miss Pruitt, a pipe burst in my apartment. I was dealing with the neighbors downstairs about the water damage, so I ran a little behind. The excuses always sounded flimsy, but since his attitude was decent enough, I let it slide. I thought that was the end of it. Then one weekend, on a whim, I decided to spend a couple of days at the suburban villa for a little getaway. I called Alfred. Where are you right now? I need to go somewhere. Come pick me up. He hemmed and hawed for a long time before finally answering, his voice careful and measured. Miss Pruitt, I woke up this morning and found the car had a flat tire. I'm at the auto shop right now getting it fixed. The mechanic says it won't be ready until tomorrow. Where are you headed? I can call a car for you if you'd like. I frowned, not wanting the hassle. Forget it, I'll grab a cab myself. After hanging up, I hailed a ride to the suburban villa. But when I arrived at the front gate, I froze. My Maybach was parked right outside the villa, completely intact. I stared at it for several seconds. Once I confirmed it was definitely my car, I quickened my pace toward the front door. It was ajar. I pushed it open, and the sight inside knocked the air out of me. The living room was destroyed. The coffee table and floor were littered with empty bottles, fruit peels, sunflower seed shells, and cigarette butts. The sofa and carpet, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, were covered in dirty footprints. In several spots, cigarette burns had eaten black holes straight through the fabric. My gaze swept the room and landed on the couch directly facing the door. Kara was sitting there surrounded by a crowd. Kara, you're so lucky to have found such a powerful boyfriend, right? Not just rich, but so good to you. You mentioned wanting roasted sweet potatoes and he ran out to buy them like a puppy. When you're a trophy wife, don't forget about us little people, okay? Kara's lips curled into a smug grin. She was about to respond when she glanced up and spotted me standing in the doorway. Her smile vanished. She stood, her heels clicking against the floor as she strode toward me, chin raised. Crack. Without a word, she slapped me hard across the face. You shameless tramp, you followed my boyfriend here. The blow came out of nowhere. I stood rooted to the spot, my cheek burning. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed. Kara, what's going on? Kara jabbed a finger at me, her face twisted with disgust. This is the freeloader I was just telling you about. Mooching rides off my boyfriend wasn't enough, now she's shown up to mooch off his house. I looked at her in disbelief. Who told you this is Alfred's house? Kara let out a sharp mocking laugh. He did. Told me himself. You pathetic little gold digger, you found out my boyfriend is the CEO of the company, so now you're pulling every trick in the book to get close to him. Bumming rides every day, manufacturing excuses to be alone with him. That wasn't enough? Now you've come crawling to his villa to throw yourself at him. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Alfred told me he only drives you to and from work because you're an employee at his company. He's being generous. Don't mistake his kindness for an invitation. That was the story Alfred had fed her. No wonder Kara had always treated me like dirt. In her mind, Alfred was the one who owned the luxury car and the villa. He was the CEO, and I was just some employee who worked under him. So all this time, Kara had believed I was the one mooching rides in Alfred's luxury car, shamelessly trying to seduce her boyfriend. What a joke. Kara turned to her friends and announced at the top of her lungs. You want to know how shameless this tramp really is? She parks herself in my boyfriend's car every single day. You literally can't get rid of her. I even left a note telling her to stop riding with him and she threw a fit and called the cops, claiming he was harassing an employee. So my boyfriend had to start dropping me off at the office first, then double back just to chauffeur her around, all to protect the company's reputation. I have never in my life seen a more shameless piece of trash. My eyes went wide. That was why Alfred had been late picking me up every day. He'd been sneaking off to drive Kara around first, then coming back for me. Well played, Alfred. Well played. You want to treat me like a fool? Then don't blame me for what comes next. I pulled out my phone on the spot and dialed the legal department. Get a team to my villa at Peach Blossom right now. Before I could finish, Kara snatched the phone out of my hand and hurled it against the floor. Then her gaze dropped to my neck and her eyes lit up. That jade pendant doesn't look cheap. Let me guess, you spread your legs for some sugar daddy to buy it. She grabbed the chain and ripped it off my neck. The motion was so fast, so violent, I didn't even have time to react before the necklace was in her hand. The blood drained from my face. Give it back. My sudden panic only made her smile sharpen. She dangled the pendant just out of reach. This necklace must be worth a fortune. It's worthless, I blurted, lunging for it. But it means everything to me. Give it back now. I grabbed for it, desperate. That jade pendant was a protective charm my mother had given her life to obtain. I've been sickly since birth. When I was 4, I was hospitalized in critical condition, unconscious and fading. The doctors told my parents to start making arrangements. My mother refused to accept it. She went to a temple to pray for me. To prove the sincerity of her devotion, she set out in the scorching heat of 100-degree summer and prostrated herself the entire way, one bow for every step, from the base of the mountain to its peak. By the time she reached the top, her knees were torn to raw flesh, white bone visible beneath the blood. Her forehead was split open, her consciousness flickering. Only then was she granted the jade pendant. Perhaps heaven itself was moved by what she had done. Against all odds, I woke up. But my mother never recovered. On her deathbed, she pressed the necklace into my palm and made me swear to keep it safe. I had treasured it beyond measure ever since, carrying it with me every single day of my life. Before I could reach it, Kara hurled the necklace at the ground with all her strength. A sharp crack split the air. The jade pendant shattered into pieces, fragments scattering across the floor. No. My mother's pendant. The one she traded her life for. Gone just like that. The pain in my chest was so sharp I couldn't breathe. You're an animal. Something inside me snapped. I swung my hand and slapped Kara across the face as hard as I could. You bitch. Kara shrieked, clutching her cheek. Beat this slut within an inch of her life. Her voice pitched higher, eyes wild with fury. Whoever does the best job gets $1 million. The words hit like a starting pistol. Kara's friends' eyes lit up and they descended on me in a frenzy of fists and kicks. You actually hit Kara? She's about to become the wife of Grandview Group's CEO. Who the hell do you think you are? They beat me to the ground. My whole body shook with rage. I gritted my teeth and forced out the words. You're going to regret this. The room erupted in laughter, every one of them throwing their heads back like I told the funniest joke they'd ever heard. They pinned me to the ground, mocking and humiliating me without a shred of restraint. Surrounded by her cheering entourage, Kara grabbed a fistful of my hair and yanked my head up, her face twisted with vicious triumph. Regret? I've never regretted a single thing in my entire life. She leaned closer. Go ahead. Show me what a worthless piece of trash like you can do to make me regret. The words had barely left her mouth when the roar of engines filled the air. One luxury car after another came tearing up the driveway, pulling to a stop in front of the villa. The engines outside cut through everything. Not one car. Not two. The sound built in layers, the low growl of a convoy, tires on gravel, doors opening in sequence. Through the villa's front windows, I could see the headlights sweeping the driveway. Kara still had her fist in my hair. But her grip had loosened. The room had gone completely quiet, and in that quiet I watched the confidence drain out of her face, 1 degree at a time. I didn't move. I didn't need to. The front door opened. Marcus, my head of security, entered first. He was 6'2" and had the particular stillness of a man who had spent 20 years knowing how to fill a room without raising his voice. Behind him came 2 members of my legal team, 2 senior executives from Grandview Group, and 4 additional security personnel who fanned out through the villa with the quiet efficiency of people who had done this before. Marcus looked at me on the floor. He looked at Kara's fist in my hair. He looked at the destroyed living room, the cigarette burns, the bottles, the fragments of jade still scattered near my knee. His expression didn't change. It was the expression of a man who was going to be very thorough. Madam CEO. He crossed the room in 4 steps and crouched beside me, extended his hand. Are you able to stand? The room shattered. Not literally. But I felt it, the exact moment Kara's world cracked along every seam at once. She let go of my hair. I took Marcus's hand and stood up. My body ached from where Kara's friends had kicked and hit me, and one of my wrists had taken a bad impact, but I kept my posture. Straight spine. Even breath. I looked around the room at all the faces staring back at me. Kara, her friends frozen in various postures of unfinished violence, empty bottles and cigarette burns behind them. Document everything, I said to my legal team. Every room. Every surface. I want photographs of every single damage point before anyone touches anything. The legal team moved immediately. One of Kara's friends made a sound. A small, involuntary noise, like someone stepping on a loose step in the dark and realizing the ground is not where they expected it. Who? Kara started. Her voice had changed. The sharp confidence was gone. What was left underneath was thinner. Who is she? Nobody answered her. Nobody needed to. Alfred arrived 4 minutes later. He pushed through the front door carrying a small paper bag, roasted sweet potatoes, the smell of them reaching the room before he did. He was still in the posture of a man performing a small romantic gesture, already composing his face into the expression he wore when he brought Kara things she asked for. He walked into the living room. He stopped. He saw Marcus. He saw the legal team photographing the burns on the carpet. He saw his girlfriend standing very still in the middle of the room. He saw me. The bag dropped. The sweet potatoes rolled across the floor through cigarette ash and broken glass. Miss Pruitt. His voice had no volume left in it. Alfred. My voice was very quiet. Tell everyone in this room who owns this villa. He stood there. Said nothing. Kara turned to him with the desperate urgency of someone who needs a specific answer immediately. Tell them, she said. Tell them this is your house. Tell them you're the CEO. He looked at Kara. Then at me. Then at Marcus's face, which remained entirely unreadable. Alfred. I said it again. Not loud. Just final. The silence lasted long enough that Kara's friend, the one who had been filming on her phone, the videos now presumably uploaded to platforms with a story already embedded in the captions, quietly lowered her phone. Alfred closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them. "It's her house," he said. Kara's face went through something remarkable. The certainty collapsed. What came in behind it was not understanding yet, that would take another few seconds, but the raw sensation of the ground moving. "What? The villa is hers." Alfred's voice was flat now. "Past something. The car is hers. Grandview Group," he stopped. Started again. "I'm her driver. That's what I am. I'm her driver." Kara turned back to me. I watched her process it. Watched the story she'd been living in for months disassemble itself and reveal what had been underneath the whole time. The woman she'd called a freeloader. The woman she'd sprayed disinfectant at. The woman she'd put disposable seat covers out for. The woman she'd left a note for. The woman she'd had her friends beat while she held her down by the hair. Kara started. "I'm the CEO of Grandview Group," I said. "The car Alfred drives is mine. This villa is mine. The company Alfred told you he ran is mine. You have been a guest in my home, uninvited, for, how long, Alfred?" He wouldn't look at either of us. "Alfred. How long have you been bringing Kara here?" 6 weeks, he said to the floor. 6 weeks. I looked around the room. The sofa with the cigarette burns. The carpet with the dirty footprints. The coffee table barely visible under the debris. The jade pendant, my mother's pendant, in pieces on the floor near my feet. 6 weeks of using my property, lying about who you were, and allowing someone to treat me with contempt in my own vehicle and my own home. Kara's friends had started doing the thing that people do when they realize they have made a catastrophic error, the slow, subtle distancing. One had moved 3 steps toward the wall. Another was tucking her phone away. A third had sat down and was staring at the floor with the stillness of someone hoping to be overlooked. Kara noticed. "You didn't know either," she said to the nearest one, her voice going shrill at the edges. "We all thought Alfred was the CEO. You believed it too." "We were just hanging out," the woman said. "Not a defense. A calculation. You're the one who said it was his house." "Because he told me, I didn't smash anything," another friend said. She looked at Marcus. "I didn't break anything. I was just here." "You told her to beat me within an inch of my life," I said. Steady. Factual. "While I was on the floor. You participated." Silence. "My team has been recording since they entered the villa," Marcus said, to the room. He didn't need to say anything else. I looked at Kara's friend, the one who had been filming the whole time. "Whatever you uploaded from today," I said, "we'll be using as evidence. Thank you for preserving it." She made that sound again. The one like stepping on a loose step. The police arrived 20 minutes later. By then my legal team had documented every damaged surface, bagged the jade fragments from the floor, retrieved the dashcam footage from the Maybach, and confirmed that the villa's security system had recorded everything that happened inside the living room from the moment Kara slapped me. Kara tried to talk
Emma's strength grew daily. She began speaking up in therapy, challenging the negative thoughts Lauren had planted. She started eating regular meals without prompting, even enjoying food again. Her hands stopped shaking, and color returned to her cheeks. Each small victory felt monumental after months of watching her disappear. Lauren made one final attempt at direct contact before her launch. She sent Emma a handwritten letter through a mutual acquaintance, filled with manipulation disguised as concern. She wrote about missed opportunities and disappointed investors, trying to guilt Emma into returning. Emma read it once, then burned it in our backyard fire pit, watching the smoke carry away her aunt's poison words. The night before Lauren's wellness brand launch, our family sat together in our living room, looking through old photo albums. We found pictures of Emma before Lauren's influence, full of genuine smiles and unself-conscious joy. Emma studied these images like archaeological artifacts, reconnecting with the girl she'd been before someone she trusted tried to remake her. We decided to be proactive for the launch. While Lauren celebrated her new venture across town, we organized our own gathering. Friends, family members who supported us, Emma's therapist, the school counselor, and Maya's family came together in our backyard. It wasn't about protesting Lauren's event, but about celebrating Emma's survival and recovery. Emma stood before the small crowd and shared her story with remarkable composure. She spoke about trust betrayed, about losing herself in someone else's ambition, and about the long road back to health. Her words carried weight because she'd lived them, survived them, and refused to let them define her future. As she spoke, I noticed Marcus recording on his phone, not for evidence this time, but to capture our daughter's strength. Maya held Emma's hand when her voice wavered, and Mom wiped tears from her eyes. Catherine nodded encouragingly, having become an unexpected pillar of support through everything. The gathering lasted past sunset, with people sharing their own stories of overcoming manipulation and finding their worth beyond others' expectations. Emma listened intently, realizing she wasn't alone in her experience. The isolation Lauren had cultivated dissolved in the warmth of genuine community support. We learned later that Lauren's launch event had been sparsely attended. 5 minutes before I was supposed to walk down the aisle, my phone lit up and my sister laughed in my ear. "Don't wait for Dad," she said. He chose to stand with me. I was in a white dress, bouquet on the counter, and suddenly I felt like the kid who always got left behind. This wasn't new. My sister always needed the room to orbit her. If she was upset, everyone moved. If I was hurt, I was told to be mature. Dad didn't miss things because he was busy. He missed them because choosing me would have made her angry. Then the door opened and my retired principal mentor walked in. She'd been the adult who actually showed up when my parents didn't. One look at my face and she said, "What did she do this time?" I handed her my phone. She read the message and went cold. "Cruel people love timing," she said. "They want you panicked and small." Outside, the music shifted. Someone knocked, whispering that my fiancé asked if I needed anything. He could feel me falling apart from across the building. My own father could ignore me from across a lifetime. I left the suite and found my sister in the hallway, perfectly styled, phone in hand, smiling like she'd already won. She works in weddings. She knows exactly how to ruin a moment and still look innocent doing it. "There she is," she said. "I wondered if you'd hide." I asked, "What did you say to Dad?" She tilted her head. "The truth. You should have known your place." Mom rushed in with tears ready like a costume. I asked, "Did you know?" Her eyes flicked to my sister, then away. "That told me everything." "He was upset," Mom whispered. "Your sister was upset. It happened fast." Translation, keep the peace, make me smaller. Again. Then Dad walked in through the side door. Not late, not lost. Just here, after the damage. I asked, "Were you going to let me stand there waiting for you?" He opened his mouth and nothing came out. My sister jumped in. "She's replacing us. Everyone's obsessed with her today." Dad finally admitted he stayed with her to keep peace. That line hit like a slap. Peace, in my family, meant I swallowed pain so she could scream safely. He tried to fix it with a performance. "Let me walk you down the aisle," he said, voice soft, like that erased the choice he made. He said my name the way he always does when he wants forgiveness before an apology. I looked at him and felt something in me go still. "No," Mom gasped. My sister's smile twitched, hungry for the fallout. I said it slow, so nobody could pretend they misheard. "You don't get to perform fatherhood at the last minute," Dad whispered. "Don't do this." I nodded toward the doors. "Then you should have acted like my father before there was an audience." I turned to my mentor. My hands shook, but my voice didn't. "Will you walk with me?" Her eyes filled. She offered her arm like it was normal, because for her, showing up always was. My sister hissed, "You're replacing Dad with her?" I said, "I'm choosing the person who showed up when there was nothing to gain." The music swelled. The doors opened. First step and 100 heads snapped toward me. Next step and the smiles turned confused. Another step and my mom's breath caught behind me. Again, and my sister's face cracked like cheap glass. Then another, and my dad shrank into the back row. My mentor squeezed my arm and whispered, "Keep walking." So I did. At the altar, my fiancé didn't look embarrassed. He looked steady. He leaned in and murmured, "I've got you." For the first time all day, I believed it. I thought that would be the end. It wasn't. At the reception, my sister tried to turn my wedding into her meltdown. A guest asked her, loud enough for people to hear, if she'd called me before the ceremony to say my dad abandoned me. My sister stumbled, then snapped, then tried to make herself the victim. And that's when it got real for her. Wedding people were listening. Potential clients, vendors, the exact crowd she built her perfect image for. The venue manager stepped in. "Ma'am, it's time for you to leave." My sister looked at Dad, waiting for the usual rescue. He didn't move. She got escorted out, still spitting my name, and the gate closing behind her felt like a decade of noise finally shutting off. Dad came to me later, quieter. "I see it now," he said. I didn't comfort him. "If you want me in your life," I told him, "it won't be built on me staying quiet." He nodded like he understood. Time will tell. I got married anyway. I walked into my future with someone who earned that place, not someone who wanted to borrow it when the lights came on. If you were me, would you forgive my dad, cut him off, or make him prove it? Drop your take below.
The fuck is it so hard to get followers on TikTok? Every time I post a video, I'm literally out here praying someone will like it or just give me a damn follow. Then I go on my For You page and see these kids with 500 likes and over 1K followers, and when I check their videos, it's just funk music, a random filter on their face, and some goofy-ass facial expressions. Like, bro, how the fuck do you gain 1,000 followers off that? And then they hit you with the "those who know" caption. Bro, I don't fucking know. That's the whole point. I'm just out here trying to make something work, and shit feels rigged. At this point, I might as well throw funk in my videos too. Shout out to the 11 real ones who actually followed me. Y'all the only reason I haven't given up yet.
Has anyone ever been to a wedding where someone actually objected and it changed everything? I went to a wedding once that I still think about way more than I probably should. It was for a coworker of mine, Daniel. He was the kind of guy everyone liked. Quiet, dependable, always talking about his daughter like she was his entire world. Her name was Emily. She was 14, and from the few times I'd met her, she seemed sweet but a little guarded. The wedding itself was beautiful. Outdoor ceremony, soft music, white flowers everywhere, the kind of setup that looks perfect in photos. But something felt off. Emily was supposed to be the flower girl, which already felt a bit unusual for her age, but no one questioned it. What people did notice was how quiet she was. She wasn't smiling. She wasn't interacting with anyone. She just stood there holding her basket, like she didn't want to be part of any of it. I remember leaning over to another coworker and whispering, "Is she okay?" They just shrugged. The ceremony started. Everything went smoothly at first. Bows, smiles, a few tears from the guests. Then the officiant got to that part. "If anyone here has any reason why these two should not be joined in marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace." You know how that line usually just passes by? Not this time, because suddenly Emily stepped forward. At first people smiled, like this was going to be some cute emotional moment. Maybe she was going to say something about loving her dad or welcoming the bride, but she didn't smile. Her hands were shaking. And then she said, "I object." The entire place went went silent. You could feel the shift in the air. Daniel looked confused. The bride froze, her expression tightening just slightly. Emily didn't say another word. Instead, she reached into her dress pocket and pulled out her phone. There was this tiny pause, like everyone was waiting for someone to stop her. No one did. She tapped the screen and held it up. A voice started playing. It was the bride. Clear as day. "I've already arranged everything," the voice said. "The boarding school is perfect. She'll be gone right after the wedding." A few people gasped. The recording kept going. "I can't live with that brat in the house. He'll get over it once she's gone. We'll finally have our own life, without the past hanging around." The silence that followed was unbearable. I looked at Daniel, and I swear I watched his heart break in real time. He slowly turned to his bride. "Tell me that's not real." She started crying immediately, like she'd been caught but still thought she could fix it. "I only did it because I love you," she said. "I just want us to have a fresh start, our own family, without complications. Without complications." That's how she described his daughter. Emily was crying now too, but she didn't look surprised. She looked exhausted, like she'd been holding this in for a long time. "I found the acceptance email," she said quietly. "You used his name. You signed it like it was him." That's when everything unraveled. People started whispering. Someone stood up. The bride kept trying to explain, but every word just made it worse. Daniel didn't argue. He didn't yell. He just walked over to Emily, pulled her into his arms, and held her like he was afraid she might disappear. Then he looked at the woman he was about to marry, and something in his face completely changed. He didn't say a single word to her. He just turned and walked down the aisle with his daughter in his arms. The bride tried to follow them, still crying, still talking, but Daniel's sister stepped into the aisle and blocked her. "No," she said. "You've done enough." The ceremony was over, just like that. Later, the wedding coordinator told us the rest. The bride hadn't just talked about sending Emily away. She'd already submitted applications to multiple boarding schools. She'd even forged Daniel's signature on the forms. Emily only found out because she borrowed the bride's iPad for homework and saw the emails. That was the moment she decided she wasn't going to stay quiet. I still think about that day sometimes. About how everyone walked in expecting a love story, and instead watched a 14-year-old girl stand up for herself when no one else knew she needed saving.
Have you ever had a customer who wouldn't leave you alone? There's this woman who comes into my restaurant 3 times a week and tips me $300 every single time on a $20 meal. My coworkers think she's either loaded or insane, maybe both. She always requests my section, even if she has to wait an hour. Just waits for table 12 to open up in my section. I thought maybe she was just lonely. She'd ask these random questions while I refilled her water. What classes was I taking? Did I get enough sleep? Was I eating okay? Normal stuff, I guess, if you're someone's aunt or something. But she wasn't. Then she started knowing things before I told her. Like when I switched my major from business to education. I came in for my shift and she was already there, and she asked how I was liking my new classes. I hadn't told anyone at work yet. When I asked how she knew, her face went red. She said I seemed happier, then changed the subject fast. The basketball thing was weirder. "Do you miss playing?" she asked one Thursday. I'd never mentioned basketball, not once. "How did you know I played basketball?" She fumbled with her napkin. You look athletic." I just assumed, but it wasn't an assumption. I could tell by how flustered she got. My coworker Marcus wouldn't shut up about it. "Bro, she's into you. Look at her. She only comes here to see you. Make a move." The other servers would make kissy faces whenever she walked in, but something about her attention felt different. She wasn't flirting. She was studying me, like she was trying to memorize my face before I disappeared. The way she watched me was intense, focused, like when you're trying to remember every detail of something you know you're going to lose. I caught her tearing up once when I was laughing with another table, just sitting there with wet eyes, smiling at me from across the room. One Thursday, she came in with an older couple. They kept glancing at me, smiling these knowing smiles. After they left, Marcus practically tackled me in the kitchen. "Dude, your cougar just introduced you to her parents. This is happening." But that didn't make sense either. Why would someone planning to ask me out look so sad all the time? But I stopped thinking about it completely the day Mom got diagnosed. Breast cancer, stage 3. Suddenly I was pulling double shifts and running to the hospital between lunch and dinner service. Insurance paperwork that made 0 sense. Doctor's appointments at 6 a.m. before my opening shift. I was running on 3 hours of sleep and gas station coffee. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't want the pity. But somehow the woman knew something was wrong. She stopped asking questions. Just watched me work with these sad, knowing eyes. Her tips got bigger. 300 became 400. Always in cash. Always with little notes on napkins. "Hang in there," with a smiley face. "You're stronger than you know." Just that. One Tuesday night, I was so exhausted, I forgot her extra lemon. Brought her regular ranch instead of the balsamic vinaigrette she always ordered. She didn't say anything. Just pushed an envelope across the table when I came back to check on her. "Open it later," she said. Inside was $300 and a note. "For whatever you need most right now." I tried to give it back, but she pretended not to know what I was talking about. Just asked about the weather. The next few months blurred together. Hospital visits, Mom getting weaker. The woman kept coming, kept tipping, kept watching me with those knowing eyes. Mom made it to my 18th birthday. Barely. I spent 6 hours sitting next to her hospital bed that day, holding her hand, talking about nothing important. The doctor said she had maybe a week left. We both knew it was less. Right before visiting hours ended, she pulled an envelope from under her pillow. Her hands were shaking. "Don't open this until after," she whispered. We both knew what after meant. Neither of us said it out loud. She died 3 days later. The funeral was tiny. Me, some neighbors, the nurses who'd taken care of her. That was it. That night I sat in our apartment. It was too quiet, too empty, like the walls were pressing in. I opened the envelope. Mom's letter said she'd adopted me when I was 3 days old, that my birth mother was 14 years old, that the social worker had called it a perfect match because the girl wanted a closed adoption, and Mom wanted to be the only mother I ever knew. But there was a second letter, purple ink on lined notebook paper. The handwriting was careful and round, like a kid trying to make it perfect. "I'm sorry I can't keep you, but I'm not ready to be a mother. I hope you understand someday. I'll think about you every single day. Giving you up is the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. Love always, Marina Wells." She'd drawn a little heart next to her name. I stared at that name for probably 10 minutes straight. Marina Wells, the woman from the restaurant. I called in sick for a week. When I finally came back, there she was. Table 12, salmon going cold. Our eyes met when the door chimed. She went pale. I didn't plan what to do. Just walked over and slid into the booth. "I've been waiting years for this moment," she said, already crying. "I'm so sorry. I'll understand if you never—" I grabbed her hand. She held on like I was the only thing keeping her above water. We both cried in the middle of the dinner rush. Marcus took my section. The other servers pretended not to notice. 2 years of $300 tips. Also, she could watch the son she gave up at 14 and make sure he was okay.
Have you ever wondered why your boyfriend's female coworkers all have your phone number? I thought it was weird when Jake's work friend Ashley texted me about planning his surprise birthday party. Then another coworker named Rachel messaged me asking what his favorite coffee order was. By the third random text from someone called Monica at his office, I started getting suspicious. Jake worked at this marketing company downtown, and apparently half the women there had my contact info. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged and said he must have mentioned my number when they were talking about group hangouts. Made sense, I guess. But something something felt off about the whole thing. Last Thursday, I was grabbing lunch near his office building when I saw Jake walking out with this tall blonde woman. They were laughing about something, and she kept touching his arm. I ducked behind a food truck and watched them go into the coffee shop across the street. Through the window, I could see them sitting super close, sharing one of those giant chocolate muffins. That night when Jake got home, I casually asked how his day was. He said it was boring, just meetings and paperwork. Didn't mention grabbing coffee with anyone. I felt this sick feeling in my stomach but tried to push it away. Maybe I was being paranoid. The next day, I got another text from Ashley. She wanted to know if Jake had any food allergies because she was making him homemade soup since he'd been feeling under the weather. Wait, what? Jake seemed perfectly fine to me. He'd been going to the gym every morning and eating normally. When I asked him if he was sick, he looked confused and said no. So I texted Ashley back asking when he'd mentioned feeling sick. She replied super fast saying he'd told her yesterday at lunch, but Jake had told me he ate a sandwich at his desk while working. My hands were literally shaking as I typed back, asking where they went for lunch. Ashley's response made my blood run cold. She said they went to that new sushi place downtown, and Jake had been complaining about a headache all afternoon. She even sent a selfie of them at the restaurant, both making funny faces with chopsticks hanging out of their mouths. I sat there staring at the photo for like 10 minutes. Jake was wearing the blue shirt I'd bought him for his birthday, the same shirt he'd claimed to spill coffee on at work, which is why he changed into his gym clothes when he got home. Except in Ashley's photo, there was no coffee stain anywhere. When Jake walked through the door that evening, I was waiting on the couch with my phone in my hand. I asked him straight up about lunch with Ashley. His face went completely white, then he started stumbling over his words, saying it was just a work thing, nothing romantic, just colleagues grabbing food. But here's the thing that really got me. I asked him why all his female coworkers had my number, and he couldn't give me a straight answer. He kept saying he didn't remember giving it to them. Maybe someone else did. Maybe they got it from the office contact list somehow. That's when I realized there was no office contact list with my information, and Jake had never thrown any group hangouts where he'd need to share my number. I called Ashley right there on speakerphone and asked her directly how she got my contact info. The silence on the other end was deafening. Finally, Ashley said Jake had given it to her weeks ago, along with Rachel and Monica, telling them I was his ex-girlfriend, who he was still friends with. She said he'd asked them to text me occasionally to make sure I was doing okay after our breakup. Jake's face went from white to bright red. He started stuttering, trying to explain, but there was no explanation that made sense. I hung up on Ashley and asked Jake how many of his coworkers thought we'd broken up. He couldn't even look at me. Turns out, Jake had been telling people at work that we were just roommates who used to date. He'd been single in their eyes for months, going on coffee dates and lunch meetings, probably more. Ashley, Rachel, and Monica had been texting me out of pity, thinking they were being nice to Jake's lonely ex-girlfriend. The worst part was realizing how many lies he'd told to keep this going. All those late work meetings were probably dinner dates. Those weekend work emergencies were probably actual dates. I packed my stuff that night while Jake kept apologizing and begging me to stay. He swore nothing physical had happened, that he was just enjoying the attention, that he never meant for it to go this far, but the damage was done. 3 women had my phone number because they thought I was pathetic enough to need check-in texts from strangers.
How did you break a tradition your family had followed for 4 generations? Every firstborn son in my family goes into the military. Not is encouraged to consider. Goes. My great-grandfather served. My grandfather served. My father did 22 years in the army and retired with a bronze star and a limp he never talks about. The tradition wasn't written down, but it might as well have been carved into the walls. Dog tags on door frames. Service photos lining hallways. Every Thanksgiving, a parade of uniforms. I was supposed to enlist the summer after high school. My father had talked to a recruiter, picked my branch, introduced us at a barbecue. This is Sergeant Henley. He's going to get you squared away. I shook his hand while my father watched with the look he gets when he finishes a project. Proud, complete. The problem was, I wanted to be a nurse, not a combat medic. A pediatric nurse. I'd volunteered at a children's hospital since sophomore year. I'd hold babies in the NICU and read to kids on the recovery floor. One of the doctors, Dr. Adair, told me I had the best bedside manner she'd seen from someone my age. She wrote me a recommendation for nursing school that made my counselor tear up. I never showed it to my father. I hid the application in my locker, filled it out during lunch, wrote my essay at the public library. I got accepted in March and told exactly one person, my mother. She read the letter 3 times. Then she said, "Your father is going to lose his mind." I said, "I know." She folded it carefully. "When are you telling him?" I said, "Tonight." She closed her eyes. "I'll make his favorite." Halfway through Meatloaf, he'd praised twice. I told him I wasn't enlisting. I'd been accepted to nursing school. I wanted to work with sick children. The silence lasted 10 seconds but felt geological. He put his fork down. "You're not serious." I said, "I start in September." He stood so fast his chair scraped the floor. 4 generations. My father fought in Vietnam. His father fought in Korea. "You're going to be the one who breaks that?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Over what? Changing bedpans?" I said, "Over saving children's lives." He walked out. Garage door slammed. My mother squeezed my hand but didn't say a word. For 3 months, he barely spoke to me. He didn't come to graduation. He told his brothers I was going through a phase. My Uncle Clifford called with the guilt approach. "Your grandfather would roll over in his grave." I said, "My grandfather fought so his grandchildren could have choices. This is mine." I moved into dorms in August. My mother drove me, helped unpack, made my bed, hung a family photo above my desk. Before she left, she said, "Your father loves you. He just doesn't know how to love something he didn't plan." First semester was brutal. Anatomy, pharmacology, clinicals at 5 in the morning. By second semester, I was top of my cohort. I sent my father my grades. He didn't respond. Junior year, I did my pediatric rotation at the same hospital. Dr. Adair remembered me. I worked with a 6-year-old named Oren, recovering from heart surgery. He was scared of the monitors and cried every time someone checked his vitals. I sat with him every morning for 2 weeks, explained every machine, let him press the buttons. By week 2, he was checking his own blood pressure and reporting it to nurses like it was his job. His mother pulled me aside on discharge day. He told me he wants to be a nurse when he grows up. Because of you, I had to walk into the supply closet after that. I graduated in May. My mother was there. Uncle Clifford surprised me. He shook my hand and said, I was wrong. What you're doing matters. My father wasn't there. 2 weeks later, a package arrived. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting. Inside was a wooden box, my grandfather's dog tags. Underneath, a note in my father's handwriting. He would have been proud of you. I'm getting there. I wore those dog tags under my scrubs on my first day. Not because I'm a soldier, because 4 generations of my family served to protect people, and so am I, just with different tools. My little cousin is 15 now. Last Thanksgiving, she told the table she wants to study marine biology. Everyone looked at her father. He looked at me. I smiled. He sighed and said, at least it's not nursing. Then he winked. We're getting there.
How did your first child behave after you'd had your second child? Emma was 4 when my son Milo came home from the hospital. I expected the usual stuff, you know? Maybe some tantrums, jealousy, crying when I fed the baby, but Emma just got quiet, really quiet. She'd follow me around the house like this little shadow, always watching but never saying much unless I asked her something directly. I figured she was just taking her time adjusting. Kids process things differently, right? The first real sign something was off came on her 5th birthday. We planned this cute little party, nothing fancy, balloons in the living room, homemade cake, 3 kids from her daycare coming over. But Emma had one request that seemed weird. Milo can't be downstairs during my party, she said, completely serious. He can watch from upstairs. I laughed it off. Come on, he's just a baby. He'll sit in his bouncy seat. But she kept insisting, getting more upset each time I brushed her off. Finally, I just brought him down anyway because I thought she'd forget about it once her friends arrived. Big mistake. During Happy Birthday, everyone's singing and clapping, and Emma's just staring at Milo in his little seat. Not at the cake, not at her friends, just at him. When it came time to blow out the candles, she didn't move, just stood there frozen. Then she turned around, walked away from the whole party, and said loud enough for everyone to hear, he can have my birthday. He gets everything else anyway. The room went dead silent. Her friends looked confused, the other parents looked uncomfortable, and I felt this pit in my stomach. After everyone left, I sat her down on her bed with her new toys scattered around. That's when she said something that absolutely floored me. You replaced me, Mommy. You needed a new baby because I wasn't good enough. I tried explaining that wasn't true, that we had room in our hearts for both of them. All that stuff you're supposed to say. But she just nodded like she was humoring me and went back to playing with her dolls. Over the next few weeks, weird things started happening around the house. Milo's pacifiers would go missing. I'd find them behind the fridge, under the couch, places they couldn't have just fallen. His favorite toy would disappear from his crib and turn up buried in the backyard sandbox. Then diapers started getting flushed down the toilet. Not used ones. Clean ones right from the package. Our plumbing backed up twice before I figured out what was happening. Emma never threw fits about any of this. She was calm, helpful even. She'd offer to help look for missing pacifiers, ask if she could help with laundry when I was rewashing Milo's clothes that mysteriously got dirty. The night that really scared me, I heard whispering through the baby monitor around midnight. I crept upstairs and found Emma standing next to Milo's crib, talking to him in this soft, gentle voice. If you weren't here, everything would be happy again, she was saying. Mommy would have time for me. Daddy wouldn't be so tired. We could go to the park without bringing all your stuff. She wasn't being mean or threatening. She sounded like she was explaining something obvious to him, like telling him the sky is blue. The next morning, I called our pediatrician and got a referral to a child psychologist. The first session was just me and the therapist, Dr. Kim, talking about what had been happening. She called it silent displacement syndrome. Emma didn't understand that love could grow to include 2 kids. In her mind, love was like a pie, and Milo's arrival meant she got a smaller slice. She thought love had been transferred from her to him, not shared between them. The therapy took months. Emma had to learn that feelings could be complicated, that being sad about sharing attention didn't make her bad, that Milo wasn't her enemy. But the real breakthrough came when Dr. Kim pointed out something I hadn't realized. Since Milo was born, Emma and I hadn't spent any solo time together. Everything was family time, or me juggling both kids. So we started having Emma and Mommy afternoons, just us, doing whatever she wanted. Sometimes we'd go get ice cream and sit in the car talking. Sometimes we'd paint her nails while Daddy watched Milo. The first time we did this, she was quiet for the whole car ride. Finally, as we were walking into the store, she grabbed my hand and said, "Are you going to tell me about Milo the whole time?" When I promised it would just be about her, she smiled for the first time in weeks. It took almost a year, but Emma slowly started acting like herself again. She'd still have moments where she'd get upset about sharing toys or attention, but she stopped hiding Milo's things. She even started reading him stories before bedtime.
Glass, taking a slow sip, his face unreadable. He said something low, and his friends burst out laughing. My stomach tightened. They mentioned he had a secret blog, an account where he posted things he'd never say aloud. Later, curiosity got the better of me. I typed in the username they'd mentioned, and sure enough, an account with the same profile picture as Parker's official one appeared. I clicked. A pinned post sat at the top. I expected crude jokes, some kind of locker room banter. Instead, the words on the screen made me freeze. I finally married the girl I've been in love with for years, but I have a specific kink. How do I make it a good experience for her without scaring her away? My heart lurched. The next post was worse. The world is full of temptations, and she thinks I'm boring. It's my fault. If I try to please her like this, would she reject me? Attached was a photo of a male butler costume and a small silver bell collar. All the blood rushed to my head. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned, my vision blurring from the strain. A butler costume. A collar with a silver bell. The man who barely touched me, who kept me at arm's length for 6 months, who made me feel like I was begging for scraps of affection, had fantasies about serving me like some kind of devoted pet? My hands trembled as I scrolled through more posts, each one peeling back another layer of the careful facade Parker had maintained. The timestamp showed he posted almost every night, usually around 2 a.m. when he thought I was asleep. She said I was vanilla today. If only she knew the things I think about doing for her. The ways I want to make her scream my name. Posted 3 days ago. Bought her favorite flowers again. White peonies from the shop on 5th Street. She probably thinks I'm just being a dutiful husband. Truth is, I memorized everything she loves in our first month together. I'd crawl across broken glass barefoot, if she asked me to. I'd beg for the privilege. My breath caught. I remembered those peonies. I'd assumed his assistant picked them up. Watched her sleep this morning before my shower. The way the sunlight caught her hair. How peaceful she looked. I wanted to wake her up with my mouth between her legs, wanted to hear those little sounds she makes when she's close. But what if she pushes me away again? What if I'm too much? What if she sees the real me and runs? Heat flooded my cheeks. Those little sounds? How did he know about? She wore that blue dress today. The one that hugs her curves. I had to excuse myself from the meeting twice just to think about peeling it off her. God, I'm pathetic. A grown man getting hard from watching his wife eat breakfast. The posts went back months. All the way to our engagement. I can't believe, she said yes. Nora Sinclair, brilliant, beautiful, completely out of my league, agreed to marry me. I know this started as an arrangement between our families, but I've been in love with her since college.
She doesn't know that, though.
She can never know that.
Wait, what?
The wedding is tomorrow. I've been having dreams about our wedding night for weeks. In them, I make her come until she's sobbing my name, until she knows she belongs to me completely. But in reality, I'll probably just hold her hand and let her sleep. She deserves gentleness, not the twisted mess of desires in my head. My heart hammered against my ribs as I kept reading, each post revealing more of the man I thought I knew. Nora tried to seduce me again tonight. That little nightgown she wore. Christ, I nearly lost control. But she looked so nervous, so uncertain. What if I hurt her? What if I'm too rough?
I settled for using my hands instead. Safer that way.
She came apart so beautifully, but I could see the disappointment in her eyes afterward. She thinks I don't want her. The irony is killing me. I've been having the same dream every night for a week. Nora on her knees, looking up at me with those gorgeous eyes, telling me I'm a good boy, telling me exactly what she wants me to do to her. I wake up harder than I've ever been in my life and have to take another cold shower. This is torture. She asked me directly tonight why I won't touch her. I wanted to tell her it's because I'm afraid I'll never stop. I'm afraid I'll pin her down and worship every inch of her until she's ruined for anyone else. I'm afraid I'll beg her to let me serve her, please her, belong to her completely. Instead, I gave her some excuse about being tired from work. I'm a coward. Tears burned behind my eyes, not from sadness, but from sheer frustration and disbelief. Found myself in her closet today, breathing in the scent on her clothes like some kind of creep. Took one of her silk scarves. I know it's wrong, but I can't help myself. Sometimes I tie it around my wrist when I'm alone and pretend it's her hands binding me. So, he was the one stealing my things. She mentioned divorce papers tonight. I think she's serious this time. I'm losing her, and it's my own fault. Maybe she'd be happier with someone who can give her what she needs, someone normal, someone who doesn't fantasize about kneeling at her feet and begging for permission to touch her. Posted just 2 days ago. I bought the collar. It's sitting in my drawer right now. Silver with a small bell, just like in my dreams. Sometimes I put it on and imagine what it would feel like if she were the one fastening it around my neck. If she were the one holding the leash. God, I'm sick. My entire body felt like it was on fire. The careful, controlled man I'd married was apparently harboring fantasies that would make a porn star blush. And he thought he was sick for it? Footsteps echoed from downstairs. His friends were leaving, their laughter fading as the front door closed. I slammed the laptop shut and dove under the covers, my heart hammering so hard I was sure he'd hear it from the hallway. When his quiet footsteps approached on the stairs, I forced my breathing to slow, feigning the deep rhythm of sleep. The bedroom door opened with barely a whisper. Through my lashes, I watched him move through the darkness with the practiced silence of someone who'd done this countless times. He stood at the foot of the bed for what felt like hours, and even in the dim light filtering through the curtains, I could see the tension coiled in his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. "Nora," he whispered, so quietly I almost didn't hear it. The raw longing in that single word made my chest tight. I stayed perfectly still, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to reach for him. He took a step closer, and I heard the sharp intake of his breath. "You're so beautiful when you sleep," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "So peaceful. I wish I could tell you how much I—" He trailed off, and I heard him swallow hard. "I'm sorry I can't be what you need. I'm sorry I'm such a coward." The pain in his voice nearly broke my resolve. I wanted to sit up, to pull him into bed with me, to tell him he was exactly what I needed if only he'd stop hiding from me. But I needed to process this first. I needed to understand. After what felt like an eternity, he turned toward the bathroom. But not before I caught the way he looked at me one last time, like a starving man staring at a feast he was forbidden to touch. The sound of running water filled the silence. Now I understood why he took so many showers. He wasn't avoiding me. He was trying to cool himself down after being near me. I lay awake for hours after that, staring at the ceiling, my mind reeling. Every interaction we'd had over the past 6 months suddenly took on new meaning. The careful distance, the formal politeness, the way he'd tense whenever I got too close. It wasn't disinterest. It was self-control hanging by a thread. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and something sweet baking in the kitchen. When I padded downstairs in my silk pajamas, the ones that barely covered my thighs, Parker was already dressed for work in another perfectly pressed suit, setting a plate of warm almond croissants on the table. My favorite, from the French bakery across town that required a 40-minute round trip. "Good morning," he said without meeting my eyes, his voice carefully neutral. "I made your coffee. 2 sugars, just a splash of cream." Exactly how I liked it. How had I never noticed how perfectly he remembered every little detail about my preferences? "Thank you," I said softly, watching as he moved around the kitchen with efficient grace. His shirt was pristine white, his tie perfectly knotted, his dark hair styled with mathematical precision. He looked like the cover of a business magazine. He also looked exhausted. "Did you sleep at all last night?" I asked. His hand faltered as he reached for his briefcase. "I had some work to catch up on." Liar. I knew exactly what had kept him awake. Parker. He looked up reluctantly, those dark eyes cautious behind his gold-rimmed glasses. There were shadows beneath them, evidence of too many sleepless nights. "We need to talk." Every muscle in his body went rigid. The coffee cup in his hand trembled almost imperceptibly before he set it down with forced casualness. "About what?" Instead of answering, I pulled out my phone and navigated to his secret account. His face went completely white when he saw the screen, all the color draining away until he looked like he might faint. "About this." The coffee cup slipped from his fingers, shattering against the marble floor in an explosion of white porcelain and dark liquid. Neither of us moved to clean it up. "Nora, I can explain. Can you?" My voice was steadier than I felt, even though my hands were shaking. "Because I've been sitting here for 6 months thinking you didn't want me, thinking you found me repulsive or boring, and apparently you've been writing erotic poetry about worshipping my body." His jaw worked silently, a muscle ticking in his cheek. I could see him scrambling for words, for some way to explain away what couldn't be explained away. "You weren't supposed to see that," he finally managed, his voice hoarse. "But I did." I stood up slowly, deliberately, watching as his eyes tracked the movement. "I saw all of it, Parker. Every post, every fantasy, every confession about how much you want me." He flinched like I'd hit him. "I know about the collar," I continued, taking a step closer. "I know about the dreams where I'm in control. I know you've been stealing my clothes and touching yourself while thinking about me." Christ, Nora. "I know you've been in love with me since college." That stopped him cold. His mouth fell open, and for several seconds, he just stared at me like I'd revealed the secrets of the universe. "How long have you been reading my posts?" he asked quietly. "Just last night. But apparently I should have been reading them months ago, because then maybe I would have understood why my husband has been treating me like I'm radioactive." I moved closer until I could smell his cologne, something expensive and woodsy that I'd grown to associate with comfort and home. This close, I could see the way his pupils dilated, the rapid rise and fall of his chest. "So now what, Parker? Are you going to keep pretending you don't want me? Keep taking cold showers at 3 in the morning and writing sad posts about how you're not good enough for me?" His breathing became labored, like he was fighting for air. You don't understand. The things I want, they're not normal. You deserve better than. Then what? A husband who actually desires me? A husband who wants to touch me? Then a husband who wants to kneel at your feet and beg for permission to pleasure you, he said harshly, the words ripping out of him like a confession under torture. Then a husband who fantasizes about wearing your collar and being your good boy. Then a husband who gets hard from the sound of your laugh and has to excuse himself from board meetings because he can't stop thinking about the way you smell. The raw honesty in his voice sent heat pooling low in my stomach. You want to know what I really want? He continued, his control finally cracking. I want to worship every inch of your skin until you're trembling. I want to hear you say my name like a prayer, like a command. I want to serve you, obey you, please you until you're ruined for anyone else. My lips parted, but no sound came out. He stepped closer, close enough that I had to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. They were blazing with something that made my knees weak. I want to put my mouth on you until you forget every other man who's ever existed. I want to make you come so hard you see stars, then do it again and again until you're sobbing from overstimulation. I want to be your devoted pet, your willing slave, your everything. My pulse thundered in my ears. But most of all, he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, I want to be worthy of you, and I'm terrified that I never will be. The vulnerability in his confession, the way his voice broke on the last word, cracked something open inside my chest. You idiot, I whispered, reaching up to cup his face in my hands. You beautiful, brilliant, stupid man. His eyes fluttered closed at my touch, like he was savoring the contact he denied himself for so long. I've been dying for you to touch me, I continued, my thumbs tracing the sharp line of his cheekbones. Do you have any idea what it's been like? Lying next to you every night, wanting you so badly I could barely breathe, thinking you found me disgusting. When he opened his eyes, they were bright with unshed tears. Never, he said fiercely, his hands coming up to cover mine. You are the most beautiful, desirable woman in the world. You're everything I've ever wanted, and more than I deserve. Then why? Because I was afraid, he admitted, his voice breaking. Afraid that if you saw the real me, the depths of what I want from you, you'd run. Afraid that I'm too much, too intense, too. I silenced him by pressing my lips to his. It was supposed to be gentle, reassuring. Instead, it was like striking a match near gasoline. He made a sound somewhere between a growl and a whimper, his arms coming around me to crush me against his chest. This wasn't the careful, controlled kiss of our wedding day or the polite pecks he'd given me since. This was desperation unleashed, months of restraint burning away in the heat between us. I melted into him, my hands fisting in his perfectly pressed shirt, pulling him closer. He groaned against my mouth, the sound vibrating through my entire body. When we finally broke apart, we were both breathing hard. The divorce papers, I gasped. They're upstairs. His entire body went rigid with panic. Nora, please. I'm burning them. The relief that flooded his features was almost heartbreaking. He looked like a man who'd just been granted a reprieve from execution. What about work? I asked as he backed me against the kitchen counter, his hands braced on either side of me. His lips found the sensitive spot just below my ear, and I shivered at the contact. I'm calling in sick, he murmured against my skin, his breath hot and damp. We have 6 months of miscommunication to work through. Just talking? I asked breathlessly as he pressed open-mouthed kisses along my neck. He pulled back to look at me, his eyes dark with promise. Oh, sweetheart, he said, his voice rough with desire. We're going to do a lot more than talk. For the first time in our marriage, my husband was going to be late for work, and I had a feeling we were both going to enjoy every minute of it. But first, he said, dropping to his knees in front of me without warning, I owe you an apology. I gripped the counter behind me as he looked up at me with those dark, intense eyes. And I planned to make it very, very thorough. The last coherent thought I had before his hands slid up my thighs was that maybe, just maybe, our marriage was about to get a lot more interesting. I always felt my husband was forced to marry me. Whenever we were intimate, he relied only on his hands, never more. After a while, I gave up trying and decided to set him free. But the night before finalizing the divorce papers, I overheard him talking with his friends. Why don't you touch your wife? She's right there. One teased. Nora's going to slip away if you keep holding back, another added. Parker swirled his glass of whiskey. You don't get it. She's fragile. What if I frighten her? Then his voice dropped lower. She's my wife. I need to protect her. If she looks for something I can't give, fine. As long as she still comes home to me. Laughter broke out. Then why are you secretly searching everything online? That night, curiosity got the best of me. I checked his browsing history. 99 searches. All circling one theme. I finally married the woman I love, but I have a kink. How do I avoid scaring her away? When Parker returned from his latest business trip, I had already drawn up a battle plan. I showered, shaved, painted on a full face of makeup, and slipped into the sheer new nightgown I'd bought just for him. Then I crawled under his covers, waiting to be claimed. The moment he walked out of the bathroom, towel in hand, his entire body froze at the sight of me in his bed. What are you doing here?
His voice was cold, detached.
My eyes traveled slowly over him. Even hidden beneath his robe, his broad chest and defined abs were impossible to ignore. With features that sharp and hands that long, I'd always assumed he was, well, more than capable. And yet, 6 months of marriage hadn't given me the chance to truly find out. Determined, I cut straight to the point. I want to sleep with you. No more excuses. Tonight, he was mine. His gaze flickered. After a long pause, he glanced at the lingerie I wore and gave a short, clipped reply. Fine. Just like that? My heart skipped. As he moved closer, uncertainty rippled through me. The soft glow of the bedside lamp cast shadows across the room as he lay down beside me. The clean scent of soap lingered on his skin. My pulse thundered as I wrapped my arms around his waist. His body went stiff. Then his dark eyes met mine in the dim light. Do you want me to help you? His voice was rough, low. Before I could answer, he pulled away, reaching swiftly for the nightstand drawer. My brief excitement fizzled instantly. I knew what he was reaching for. He was about to fulfill his duties again, but without ever truly touching me. Anger flared hot and sharp. His body was always locked away from me, untouchable, even when his desire was obvious. When he pulled out the finger cots, I grabbed them from his hand and threw them against his chest. Help me with what? You're so damn vanilla. What could you possibly show me that I haven't seen already? My voice cracked with frustration. I couldn't see his expression clearly in the low light, but I felt his stare, burning, intense, almost confused. All the disappointment I'd swallowed burst out. Parker, if you can't get it up, just say it. You're not the only man in the world. I can find someone else anytime. We were husband and wife, for God's sake. Why did it always feel like I was begging for scraps of affection? That's not what I meant, he said tightly. Still, he didn't move. Not to touch me, not even to kiss me. Anything would have been better than this endless distance. This was the 3rd time I'd offered myself, and the 3rd time I'd been turned away. The rejection crushed me. I yanked my robe back on, stormed out of the bedroom, and slammed the door hard enough to echo the breaking point of my patience. I ended up crashing at my best friend Cassie's place. My phone buzzed nonstop on the coffee table. You're not gonna pick that up? Cassie asked, tilting her head. Instead of answering, I tossed back a shot of tequila, welcoming the burn as it slid down my throat. With a sigh, I powered my phone off completely. What kind of cheap cigarettes did you buy? I rasped, already regretting the one puff I'd taken. My throat's wrecked. Cassie giggled, waving the colorful pack at me. But they're so cute, right? It didn't take her long to drag the whole story out of me. Not that I was guarding it. Only one question weighed on me like a stone. Cassie, why won't Parker touch me? She chewed her lip. Maybe he doesn't like women? I shook my head firmly. Back in high school, he dated a girl. And over the years, plenty of men and women had tried throwing themselves at him, only to be met with his signature cool dismissal. Then a thought struck me. My eyes narrowed. Or maybe he's waiting for my perfect older sister. The one who ran off to Europe. The rumors came rushing back. The whispers that Parker had always been in love with the soft-spoken Sinclair heiress. Suddenly, everything made sense. This marriage. I was nothing more than a replacement. She was supposed to be the one standing beside him. But she'd abandoned him for her so-called soulmate, an artist she'd chased across continents. Parker, the ever-polite gentleman, had given me everything during our 6 months of marriage. Everything except the most important part. Each time he used only his hands, watching me with that calm, detached expression, I never saw desire in his eyes. He looked more like an outsider observing someone else's life. Was I disgusting to him? The thought slammed into me, shattering the fragile wall I'd built to contain my hurt. I slammed my glass onto the table with a sharp crack. That's it. I've made up my mind. Cassie blinked. About what? I'm divorcing him. What good was a man who had the looks but none of the passion? Especially one still clinging to another woman. I was Nora Sinclair. I didn't need him. All right, calm down. No more alcohol for you, Cassie said, clearly chalking it up to me being drunk and dramatic. She hauled me off toward the shower. She'd just gotten a new manicure, and between her restless sleep and sharp nails, I woke the next morning with angry red scratches scattered across my neck. When I finally switched my phone back on, it lit up with a flood of notifications, all from Parker. Back at the villa, I was startled to find him already home. The living room reeked of smoke, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. He looked up as I entered, his sharp features even harsher in the pale morning light. "You're back," he murmured, voice gravelly. Then his gaze landed on the marks on my neck. His pupils shrank, and the light in his eyes snuffed out, replaced by something cold and dark. My head throbbed from lack of sleep, my throat raw from smoke and liquor. I wasn't in the mood for a scene. Before he could say a word, I raised my hand and rasped, "I'm exhausted from last night. I'm going upstairs." It wasn't meant as cruelty. It was simply the truth. I was done. I really was going to divorce him, because a marriage without passion isn't a marriage at all. That night, fate decided to add insult to injury. I came down with a fever. My limbs felt like they were weighed down with lead, and my head swam in a thick haze. The door creaked open. Parker entered, fresh from the shower, the sharp scent of mint body wash clinging to his skin. The smell was so strong it nearly made me gag. I wrinkled my nose and tried to shove him away. "Just leave me alone." His body stiffened. "Then who's supposed to take care of you?" His voice was deep, threaded with emotion he was struggling to control.
He softened his tone.
"Come on, be good. Take the medicine, you'll feel better." His cool fingers brushed against my lips. On his thigh, I noticed his hand curl into a tight fist. His eyes lingered on my mouth, his breathing uneven. But I was too out of it to notice the storm in him. Being in his arms only made me restless, and I tried to twist away, sinking back into the sheets. "Okay, you can go now." As I drifted in and out of feverish sleep, I thought I heard the shower running again from the bathroom. Maybe Parker was taking yet another shower. When I opened my eyes again, I was cocooned in Parker's embrace. Something firm and burning pressed insistently against my thigh, impossible to ignore. His breath fanned warm across my ear as he stirred awake, his hand moving to check my forehead. Still warm. The fever hasn't completely broken. I went rigid. "It's not the fever making me burn, you idiot. It's you." I tried elbowing him away, but he caught me with practiced ease, one rough thumb brushing lightly against my waist. The touch sent a jolt of electricity through me, and I gasped before I could stop myself. "Nora." His voice was low, husky, magnetic. "Should we give it a try?" On another day, I would have leapt at the chance. But after everything that had happened, his words felt like tossing me candy after a slap. A cheap consolation. Still aching from the fever, I turned my head away. My voice was flat, cold. "I can't. I'm too tired." He froze. I could feel the tremor in his breathing, the way the life seemed to drain out of him. After a pause, he pulled back, putting space between us. Silence. When I finally glanced at him, his eyes were dark wells of sorrow, a bitter smile twisting across his lips. "It's my fault. I don't blame you." I let out a sharp snort. At least he admitted it. "But please," he added softly, "don't push yourself so hard. Getting sick like this, it's not good for you." He lowered his gaze, hiding whatever emotion was churning beneath the surface. Before I could reply, he stood and went to the closet, pulling clothes out for me. Usually he lounged in silk pajamas, but tonight he wore only a towel slung low on his hips. The sculpted lines of his chest, the sharp cut of his abs, and the dangerous V of his torso were impossible to miss. My eyes traced the curve of his waist, the taut muscles of his back, and my heart skipped, just slightly. But that was all. Any good-looking man standing half-naked in front of me would have stirred the same reaction. He handed me the clothes. Without hesitation, I stripped and began changing in front of him. As expected, he immediately spun on his heel, fixing his gaze on the wall as though it could hold his attention. What I didn't know was that the moment I left the room, Parker walked straight back into the bathroom. A few days later, I realized something strange. Pieces of my wardrobe had gone missing. At first, I brushed it off. They weren't expensive, and I had plenty more. But when the lace lingerie Cassie had gifted me disappeared, I couldn't ignore it anymore. We didn't have cameras in the house, so I had no way of catching the creep. Finally, over dinner, I decided to bring it up. I think someone's been stealing my things. Parker sat across from me, calmly spreading butter on my toast. At my words, his hand faltered for a fraction of a second. Without looking up, he asked in an even tone, "What exactly is missing?" "Lingerie." The butter knife slipped, leaving a smear of yellow across the small mole on the back of his hand. I narrowed my eyes, catching the rare crack in his perfect composure. "Why so jumpy? Don't tell me you're the thief."
For a long moment, he said nothing.
Then a low, humorless laugh escaped him. His gaze finally lifted, those deep, dark eyes locking onto mine. "What do you think?" As always, Parker was immaculate, tailored suit, hair neat, thin gold-rimmed glasses framing his sharp features. Behind the lenses, his pupils looked darker than the sunlight spilling across the table. I forced a smile. What did I think? He was the definition of polished propriety. And honestly, what would he even do with my underwear? I let it go. "What time will you be home tonight? I've got something to give you." The divorce papers were waiting. Without hesitation, he answered, "Whenever you want me back, I'll come straight home." The words left his lips so fast, so earnest, that it took me a moment to process them. Then his phone rang, and his assistant came in with a briefcase, reminding him of the time. Parker left in a rush. I pressed a hand against my chest, my heartbeat unsteady. My ears burned hot. Why couldn't he just speak normally? Why did every word sound like some kind of flirtation? Later that day, I went to the doctor. The diagnosis? A hormonal imbalance. The solution, according to him, was finding a man to regulate things. When Cassie heard this, she nearly jumped with excitement. She immediately offered up a roster from her agency. A model with an 8-pack, a younger guy with pecs sculpted to perfection. At the time, I was holed up in my studio, sketching characters for my graphic novel, completely lost in my work. I shot her down instantly. She smirked, unfazed. "You've been breaking out lately, haven't you?" Her words hit a nerve. I cursed Parker silently. 2 pimples, both on my chin. Cassie's voice dropped to a tempting purr. "The grass is always greener. You're about to divorce him anyway. Why not sample a little before?" I put my pencil down. I was stuck on designing a side character's face anyway. A bit of field research couldn't hurt. Looking only. No touching. So maybe my testosterone was running a little high. But once I was divorced, I could find as many men as I wanted. For now, it wasn't fear holding me back, it was principles. I wasn't the type to drool over men just for their bodies. Cassie's laugh made it clear she didn't buy my act for a second. At the time, I was full of confidence. But that night, my subconscious betrayed me. I had the most vivid dream. I was kissing someone hungrily, bodies pressed together, breath mingling in hot, ragged bursts. His lips claimed mine with boldness, his touch igniting sparks that consumed me. I was drowning in it, every movement, every stolen breath pulling me deeper into raw ecstasy. It was heaven, until I saw Parker's face, inches from mine. I bolted upright, heart pounding, skin slick with sweat. The phantom touch still lingered, leaving my legs weak as I stumbled downstairs for a glass of water. That's when I heard voices drifting lazily from the living room. "You know, some men are practically burning with desire," one of them teased. "But they're so terrified of scaring their wives that they just suffer in silence." Not naming names, of course. Peeking around the corner, I saw Parker's closest friends sprawled across the sofas, whiskey in hand, their laughter full of mockery. "Women can't resist a little temptation, Parker. Keep this up, and Nora's gonna run off with someone else. You'll be crying before you know it." They were close enough to him to say whatever they wanted. Parker only lifted his glass, taking a slow sip, his face unreadable. He said something low, and his friends burst out laughing. My stomach tightened. They mentioned he had a secret blog, an account where he posted things he'd never say aloud. Later, curiosity got the better of me. I typed in the username they'd mentioned, and sure enough, an account with the same profile picture as Parker's official one appeared. I clicked. A pinned post sat at the top. I expected crude jokes, some kind of locker room banter. Instead, the words on the screen made me freeze. I finally married the girl I've been in love with for years, but I have a specific kink. How do I make it a good experience for her without scaring her away? My heart lurched. The next post was worse. The world is full of temptations, and she thinks I'm boring. It's my fault. If I try to please her like this, would she reject me? Attached was a photo of a male butler costume and a small silver bell collar.
I'm a multimillionaire, and when my family visits, I rent an apartment to pretend that's where I live. My brother found out about my first business deal 6 years ago, and within a week he'd called me 3 times asking for $40,000. I didn't lend it. He didn't speak to me for 2 years. That told me everything I needed to know. I didn't grow up with money. My parents worked long hours for average pay, and we never went without. But there were no vacations, no extras, no margin for error. I watched my mom clip coupons at the kitchen table on Sunday nights. I understood early that money was something you were careful with, not something you talked about out loud. So when I moved abroad at 22, I kept things quiet. I was building slowly. I wasn't rich yet. I was just focused and trying to be smart about it. I called home every couple of weeks and kept the conversations light. How's the weather? How's the dog? How's grandma? Normal stuff. Then I landed my first real contract. A deal that netted me just over $200,000 in 4 months. I made the mistake of telling my brother. We were close back then, or at least I thought we were. He congratulated me, asked questions, seemed genuinely happy. Then the calls started, 3 in 1 week. The first was catching up. The second was a favor. The third was a number, $40,000. He had a plan, he said. He just needed a little help getting started. I said no. I said it calmly, kindly, but clearly. He hung up, and that was it. 2 years of silence. No birthday text, no holiday call, nothing. When he finally reached out, it was like nothing happened. Hey stranger. Long time. I played along, but I never forgot, and I started paying much closer attention to the rest of them. My cousin called after my second business cleared. I don't know how she found out, but she did. She needed help with a medical bill. It felt real. I sent the money and never heard from her again until the following year when there was another bill. My aunt started texting me real estate articles, broad hints about how the family could benefit from someone with capital. My mom started asking about my plans differently, not curious, but calculating, like she was scanning for an opening. I don't think they're bad people. I think money just does something to relationships when it shows up uninvited. It shifts the weight of everything. Suddenly, you're not a person anymore, you're a resource. And once that shift happens, it's almost impossible to undo. So I undid it a different way. My assistant books apartments whenever family visits. A clean 2-bedroom in a normal neighborhood. Nothing embarrassing, but nothing impressive. I built a kit, a duffel bag with clothes I wore in my 20s, worn jeans, faded shirts, a jacket with a broken zipper I never fixed, mismatched plates from a thrift store for $11, a coffee maker that works but looks like it's been through something, a small stack of bills on the counter suggesting someone living carefully inside a tight budget. I park my car 4 blocks away and ride share to the rental. My real apartment is 20 minutes across the city. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a kitchen I had custom built, a closet that is genuinely the size of the spare bedroom I'm faking. Nobody in my family has ever seen it. Last month, my mom and sister flew in for a week. I picked them up in a rideshare and watched my sister's face the whole drive. We got to the rental and I carried their bags up. Day 2, she did a slow walk through the apartment with this look like she was trying to decide what to say. This is it? I shrugged. Rent's rough out here. She nodded slowly like that made sense, like it explained something she'd been wondering. That night, we ordered takeout and ate it on the couch. My sister reached for the bill before I could and said, "Let me get this one." I just stared at her. This is a woman who once sat across from me at a restaurant and let me pay for 4 people without looking up from her phone. I said nothing. I let her pay. Day 4, my mom came and sat next to me while I was making coffee. She put her hand on the side of my face the way she used to when I was small and said, "You look tired. You're working too hard for too little." I nearly laughed. I own 4 companies. But in that moment, the way she looked at me, that was her. Not the one who calls with questions that are really requests. Not the one who mentions things are tight back home in a tone that's actually an invoice. Just my mom, worried about her kid. That's what nobody tells you about having money. You don't lose people because they find out. You lose them because of what they become when they think you can afford to lose them too. The rental costs me about $3,000 for the week, and every single time I sit in that small living room eating takeout off mismatched plates while my family thinks I'm barely getting by, I get something back that I genuinely cannot buy anywhere else.
I'm a substitute teacher. The kid in the back row hasn't spoken all year. Not one word. The regular teacher's note says, selective mutism, don't push him. I didn't push him. I did something else. He spoke on day 3. I took over a 4th grade class on a Monday in January, 22 students. On my desk was a manila folder with a yellow flag. Inside, a single page about a student named Oliver. Selective mutism. Hasn't spoken in class in 11 months. Do not pressure. Do not call on. Minimize direct interaction. Refer all concerns to the school counselor. The school wasn't treating Oliver as a student with a communication barrier. They were running a containment strategy. He had been classified as a non-participating user and routed around. Like a broken node, the network learned to bypass rather than repair. The instructions told me to ignore him. I don't ignore system failures. I diagnose them. I didn't give Oliver a heartwarming speech. That's what adults do when they want to feel helpful without changing anything structural. Instead, I placed a sticky note on his desk before the first bell. I won't ask you to talk. If you need anything, write it here. Or don't. Your call. A synchronous, low-friction communication channel. No verbal input required. No public performance. Latency tolerance. Unlimited. Response pressure. 0. Oliver didn't write anything on day 1. That was fine. The channel was open. The system was listening. Day 2. A folded sticky note was on my desk when I arrived. The kid in the red hoodie copies my test answers. I can't say anything, so nobody ever stops him. Oliver wasn't disengaged. He was observationally hyperactive. He had identified a system vulnerability, a student exploiting his silence as cover for academic fraud, and couldn't report it because the only reporting mechanism was verbal. The school had built a complaint system that excluded its most observant user. I moved the cheating student's desk that morning. No announcement, no drama. I left a reply on Oliver's desk. Executed. What else? That afternoon, another note. Mrs. Calloway lets us listen to music during reading, but only if we raise our hand and ask. I can't ask, so I never get to listen. The previous teacher had placed a standard classroom privilege behind a verbal paywall. For 21 students, negligible interaction cost. For Oliver, a locked gate. He had been paying a tax on a basic feature for 11 months because the access protocol required a capability he didn't have. This wasn't a speech pathology issue. This was a UX failure. The system was punishing a user for an input limitation the system itself could easily accommodate. Day 3. I changed the rule. Wrote it on the board. During silent reading, 1 earbud allowed for everyone. No permission needed. Automatic. I removed the verbal toll booth. Made the privilege ambient. Available by default. No action required. In my peripheral vision, Oliver pulled earbuds from his backpack. Opened his book. His shoulders dropped 2 inches. First time in my observation window, he was physically relaxed. That afternoon, oral presentations. Bring something meaningful. Tell the class about it. Oliver's file legally exempted him. Standard protocol. Skip him entirely. I left a note. You don't have to speak, but if you want to participate, you can show a picture, play a sound, hold up an object, or just stand at the front for 10 seconds. Any format counts as a deliverable. The KPI is participation, not volume. I had diversified the acceptable output formats. Participation no longer required voice. It required presence. End of class. 21 presentations completed. Oliver stood up. The room went silent. Not teacher enforced, the biological silence that occurs when a system produces unexpected output. He walked to the front, hands shaking. He held a creased photograph against his chest. He turned it around and held it up. A lake, trees, a dock. He looked at the room and he delivered a 4-word verbal output. His first in 11 months. This is my grandfather's. He sat down. The class erupted. Applause, gasps, 2 kids crying. I didn't clap. I walked to his desk and placed a sticky note. Solid presentation, thank you. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. When my contract ended Friday, I left a handover brief on the regular teacher's desk. 1 page. Oliver spoke on day 3. 4 words, voluntary, unprompted. He is not nonverbal. He is non-accommodated. The classroom requires verbal input for participation, complaints, and access to privileges. This excludes him from all 3. He can execute when the system allows alternative input formats. Recommendations. Maintain the sticky note channel permanently. Remove verbal requirements from all ambient privileges. Offer multi-format options for presentations. Stop routing around him. Start designing for him. I'm a teacher. A parent emailed me demanding I fail her own son. When I read the reason, I printed it and showed the principal. I've been teaching AP English for 14 years. I've seen helicopter parents demand A's their kids didn't earn. I've had fathers threaten lawsuits over a B-. I once had a mother bring a lawyer to a parent-teacher conference over a book report. But I have never, in 14 years, had a parent email me asking me to fail their child. Isaiah Torres is the kind of student you get maybe once a decade. 3.9 GPA, National Honor Society, captain of the debate team. He wrote a college essay about growing up in a 1-bedroom apartment that made our entire admissions committee cry. Stanford offered him a full ride, full tuition, room and board, everything. He was getting out, and everyone in that school knew it. So when I opened an email from his mother at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday asking me to give Isaiah a failing grade regardless of his work, I assumed it was a prank, or a hacked account, or a mistake. I replied asking for clarification. She responded in 4 minutes. Ms. Calloway, I have stage 4 pancreatic cancer. I was diagnosed 9 months ago. Isaiah is my only caregiver. He drives me to chemotherapy 3 times a week. He cooks every meal. He cleans the apartment. He manages my medication schedule. He does all of this and still maintains a 3.9 because that's who he is. If he leaves for Stanford, I have no one. No family, no savings for a nurse, no backup plan. And I cannot ask him to stay because he is too good a son. He would say yes without hesitating. He would throw away everything and he would do it with a smile. I can't let him make that sacrifice, so I need the choice taken away from him. If he loses the scholarship, he stays, and he never has to know it was me. I read it 3 times, then I printed it. My hands were shaking. The next morning, I was in the principal's office before the first bell. Dr. Reeves read the email in silence. He took off his glasses. He set them on the desk. He said, "Get her in here." She came that afternoon. She wasn't angry. She wasn't demanding. She was a woman in a wheelchair with a scarf over her head and hands that wouldn't stop trembling. She looked like she hadn't slept in months. "I'm not a bad mother," she said before anyone spoke. Then she broke. "I don't want to ruin his life. I just don't know how to survive without him. And I'm too proud and too scared to say that to his face." Dr. Reeves handed her a tissue. I handed her another. Our school social worker, Mrs. Alvarez, was already in the room. She'd been listening from the chair by the window. Mrs. Alvarez pulled her chair forward and said, "Mrs. Torres, I need to ask you a few questions because I think there are options here you don't know about." Within a week, Mrs. Alvarez had connected her with a state-funded home care assistance program. She qualified for 20 hours of free nursing aid per week. A local nonprofit added meal delivery 3 days a week. The oncology department at her hospital assigned a patient advocate who coordinated her transport to chemo. She had a team. She didn't know a team was possible. We never told Isaiah about the email. That was his mother's choice, and it wasn't our story to tell. Isaiah went to Stanford that fall. The first semester was brutal. He called home every night. By October, he told his mom he wanted to drop out and come back. She said the hardest thing a mother can say to a son she needs: "If you come home for me, I will never forgive myself. You stay. You finish. You do this for you. I am taken care of. I am not alone anymore." He stayed. He graduated last week. Top of his department. 3 job offers. He took the one 15 minutes from her apartment. Not because he had to. Not because he was trapped. But because he was free to choose. And he chose her. She was there at graduation. She stood up from her wheelchair when they called his name. She only stood for about 4 seconds. But she stood. He told me later that she whispered something when he hugged her on that stage. He said she held his face and whispered, "You came back because you wanted to. That's all I ever needed." I'm lesbian, but my guy best friend refuses to stop seeing me as his future wife. We've been best friends since we were 12. I came out to him when we were 16, right after we'd dated for about 8 months. I was terrified, but he hugged me and said he'd always support me no matter what. I believed him. For years, everything seemed fine. He'd ask about the girls I was seeing, give me advice, act like the supportive best friend I thought he was. But looking back now, there were signs. Little comments about when we're older or our future house. I always laughed them off as jokes. Our parents are close and used to joke about us getting married someday, so I figured he was just playing along with their teasing. Last month, I moved in with my girlfriend Camilla. We'd been together for a year, and it felt like the right step. I was excited, she was excited, and I posted about it on social media. 2 days after we got the keys, Ben showed up at our apartment at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. I opened the door in my pajamas, and there he was, grinning, standing next to a U-Haul truck. "Surprise," he said. "I talked to my landlord and got out of my lease early. Figured it was time." I just stared. "Time for what?" "To move in. You've got that spare bedroom, right?" Camilla came to the door. "We don't have a spare bedroom. It's a 1-bedroom apartment." Ben waved his hand dismissively. "The living living room then. I don't need much space. I brought an air mattress. He was already walking back to the truck, pulling out boxes. I followed him outside. Ben, you can't just move in with us. You didn't even ask. He stopped and looked at me like I'd said something ridiculous. Why would I need to ask? We've been planning this forever. Planning what? I never agreed to live with you. Not now, obviously, but eventually. This is just the first step. He smiled like he'd explained everything perfectly. Camilla stepped outside, arms crossed. What is happening right now? Ben turned to her, completely sincere. I'm setting up our future. Don't worry. You're cool being the live-in girlfriend until she comes to her senses, right? I don't mind waiting a few more years. The look on Camilla's face was somewhere between horrified and furious. She walked to our car without a word, pulled out her phone, and made a call. I heard her say landlord and unauthorized person trying to move in. Ben kept unloading boxes like nothing was wrong. I stood there frozen, watching him stack his stuff on our curb. He'd brought furniture, a desk, a dresser. How long had he been planning this? 20 minutes later, building security showed up with our landlord. The landlord looked at Ben's pile of belongings and then at me. Is this your guest? No, I said. He's not on the lease. The security guard was an older guy, probably in his 50s. He walked up to Ben. Sir, you need to leave the property. Ben pointed at me. She's my best friend. Tell them. The guard looked at me. I said nothing. Ben's voice got louder. We've known each other since middle school. Her parents love me. This is a misunderstanding. Sir, if you're not on the lease, you can't move in without permission. I don't need permission. Ben's face was getting red. This was always the plan. We talked about this when we were kids. She knows. The guard asked me directly, ma'am, do you want this person removed from the property? Ben stared at me, his eyes desperate, pleading, like I was about to fix everything, like I was going to tell them this was all a big joke, that of course he could stay. I looked at Camilla, who was standing by our apartment door with her arms wrapped around herself. Then I looked back at Ben. Yes, I want him removed. The color drained from his face. After everything, after 13 years, you're choosing her over me? I'm choosing reality, Ben. I'm gay. I'm in a relationship. I never agreed to this fantasy you built in your head. His voice cracked. But your parents said, my parents aren't in charge of my life. Security escorted him back to his truck. He didn't bite, but he kept looking back at me like I was going to change my mind. They waited while he loaded his boxes back into the U-Haul. It took 45 minutes. When he finally drove away, Camilla and I went inside. We locked the door, ordered pizza, didn't answer his 23 calls that night. My parents called the next day asking what happened. Apparently Ben had told them I kicked him out for no reason. I explained everything. There was a long silence, then my dad said, we'll talk to his parents. I haven't heard from Ben since. Camilla and I are still together, and our one-bedroom apartment stays ours. I'm marrying a gay man and I don't care. I'm 20, and in my culture, your parents choose your husband. Mine chose their closest friend's son. We've known each other since we were literally in diapers. He's 22 now and has been my absolute best friend my entire life. The person I call first for everything, the one who shows up when nobody else does. When I was 14, he sat me down at the park near his house, the same park where we used to race bikes as kids, and told me he was gay. He'd known since he was 11. He said he'd been carrying it alone for 3 years and couldn't sleep anymore. In our community, that's not just a scandal. That's a reason to disown your kid, cut him off financially, emotionally, sometimes physically. I've watched it happen to other families. Grown adults completely abandoned by everyone they grew up with over a single conversation. I held his hand that afternoon and told him nothing between us was ever going to change. I meant every single word. Here's what people don't understand. We were never going to escape this marriage. Both families decided we'd be together practically since the day I was born. Our moms have matching photo albums of us as babies, side-by-side pictures from every birthday, every holiday, every family gathering for 20 straight years. Marrying each other was never a question. It was always just the plan, written before either of us could talk. So instead of running from it, we sat down together and built something real inside of it. Something that actually worked for both of us. Something we chose entirely on our own terms. The arrangement is simple. I'll be his wife on paper. He'll be my best friend and roommate for life. We go on dates, hold hands at family dinners, post the pictures, play the perfect couple our families have been imagining for 2 decades. We've already rehearsed the infertility conversation 5 times, exact wording memorized, the quiet sadness practiced, the careful mention of having seen a doctor together and gotten the news. We'll survive exactly 1 wedding kiss at the altar. After that, behind closed doors, he gets to live his truth completely and I get to live mine. Our own people, our own relationships, our own real freedom inside of it. Nobody outside the 2 of us will ever know what the actual arrangement looks like from the inside. We don't move in together until right after the ceremony, but we've been planning the apartment for months. He's claimed the kitchen entirely because he actually knows how to cook and doesn't trust me near anything requiring real heat. I've taken the bigger bedroom because I called it first and he lost a bet in January. I am absolutely not letting him live down. We've been picking out furniture piece by piece. We found an oversized sectional couch at a thrift store and he drove 40 minutes to go get it himself because I mentioned once that I liked it. That couch is sitting in a storage unit right now waiting for moving day. Whenever the wedding pressure feels like too much, I think about that couch and it makes me laugh every time. People hear this and immediately want to make it tragic. They want to feel sorry for us, or lecture us about authenticity, or tell us we'll regret it. What they're missing is all the context. He is not a stranger I'm being forced to share a life with. He is the person who drove 2 hours to my campus at midnight on a Tuesday because I was having a panic attack and couldn't pull myself together alone. He is the person who knows every version of me, the anxious version, the embarrassing version, the one I don't show anyone else, and still answers every time I call. Most people spend their entire lives searching for one person who who accepts them completely and isn't going anywhere. I found that person at 14, sitting on a park bench while he told me the thing he'd been terrified to say out loud for 3 years, not knowing what I was going to say back. We are not victims. We are not quietly trapped inside a tragedy we don't have words for. We looked at the situation we were handed and we chose each other on purpose, built something real inside something neither of us ever asked for. Next Saturday, I'm putting on a dress, walking down that aisle, and marrying the person who has been my person for longer than I can actually remember. The one who drove 40 minutes to a thrift store for a couch I mentioned once that I liked. I genuinely cannot wait.
I'm not gay, but I am in love with my roommate. I've been telling myself I'm straight for 23 years. I had 3 girlfriends, lost my V-card to a girl at 17, never once looked at a guy that way, until him. We met 2 years ago when the housing office randomly paired us. First week I thought he was just a cool guy to live with. He's 21, studies architecture, plays guitar badly but doesn't care. He came out to me 6 months ago on a random Tuesday. We were eating pizza and he just said it. I'm gay. I said cool and asked if he wanted the last slice. Nothing changed between us, or so I thought. Last Tuesday we were at Target buying groceries. I was looking at pasta when this girl walked up to him. She was stunning, long dark hair, exactly the type I used to date. She smiled and asked for his number. He politely said he had someone. She apologized and left. I felt this wave of relief wash over me. Then confusion. Why did I care? On the drive home, he asked why I was so quiet. I lied and said work was stressful, but my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I gripped it tighter, hoping he wouldn't notice. That night I couldn't sleep. I laid there staring at the ceiling, replaying that moment, the way my chest tightened when she touched his arm, the satisfaction I felt when he said no. I told myself I was just being a protective friend, but I've had best friends before and never felt like this. Wednesday morning, I woke up to the smell of coffee. He'd made me a cup. 2 sugars, no cream, exactly how I like it. He remembered from one conversation we had 3 months ago when I mentioned it once. My ex-girlfriend of 2 years never remembered how I took my coffee. I sat there drinking it and watching him make breakfast. He was humming some song I didn't know. His hair was messy from sleep. He was wearing my old college hoodie that I thought I lost. It looked better on him. That thought scared me more than anything. Thursday we went to the gym like we do every week. In the locker room he was changing his shirt. I've seen him shirtless hundreds of times, but this time was different. I caught myself staring at the way his shoulders moved, the line of his collarbone. Some guy walked past and made a comment about his body. I felt this anger surge through me, a possessive rage I've never felt over anyone, not even my ex when guys hit on her. Friday night he asked if I wanted to watch a movie. We sat on the couch and he fell asleep halfway through. His head ended up on my shoulder. I didn't move for 2 hours. My arm fell asleep, but I didn't care. I just sat there listening to him breathe. At one point he shifted closer and I felt my heart racing. I realized I was playing with his hair without thinking about it. Saturday, his ex-boyfriend showed up unannounced. They dated for 8 months last year. He's everything I'm not. Confident, openly gay, knows exactly who he is. They went outside to talk. I watched through the kitchen window for an hour trying to pretend I wasn't watching. My stomach felt like it was eating itself. I literally felt sick. When he came back in, I tried to act casual. I asked if everything was okay. He said his ex wanted to get back together, wanted to try again, make it work this time. I felt like someone punched me in the chest. Then he said he told him no, that he wasn't interested in going backwards. He walked to the fridge and grabbed a beer, handed me one too. We stood there in silence for a minute. Then he said something that changed everything. I'm more interested in what's right in front of me. He was looking directly at me when he said it, not through me or past me, at me, with those eyes that I've somehow memorized without meaning to. The ones that are green but look almost gold in certain light. The ones that crinkle at the corners when he really laughs. My heart stopped. I couldn't breathe. He smiled. Not his regular smile, the one he only gives me. The soft one that makes his whole face change. The one I've apparently been cataloging in my brain. Then he walked past me toward his room, close enough that his shoulder brushed mine. Close enough I could smell his cologne. He stopped at his doorway and turned back, said goodnight in that quiet way he does, the way that sounds different than when he says it to anyone else, then closed his door. I'm still standing in the kitchen holding this beer. It's been 20 minutes. My hand is shaking. I can hear him moving around in his room, probably getting ready for bed, in my hoodie. I think I need to stop lying to myself.
Sunday morning, I woke up before him. I never do that. I just couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying everything he said. I'm more interested in what's right in front of me. I swear I felt those words in my spine. I kept wondering if he meant it the way I think he did, or if I'm just losing my mind trying to read between lines that aren't there. He walked into the kitchen around 9, hair still damp from a shower, hoodie still mine. He smiled at me, that same soft smile from last night, and said, "Morning," like it meant something more. I muttered it back, voice cracking like I was 14 again. He didn't comment, but he noticed. He always notices. We ate breakfast quietly. Not awkward, just charged. Like every tiny movement meant something. At one point he reached across me to grab the butter and his arm brushed my shoulder, and my whole body felt like it lit up. He didn't apologize. He usually does. Instead, he just kept talking about how he slept weird and his neck hurt. I almost offered to rub it, then panicked at the thought and said nothing. After breakfast, he grabbed his keys and asked if I wanted to come with him to pick up a package from the mailroom. Such a normal thing, something we've done 100 times. But today it felt like he was asking me somewhere private, like he didn't want to be alone, but also didn't want other people around us. We walked across campus, and he kept glancing at me. Not talking, just looking. At one point he bumped my shoulder lightly with his, the way he does when he's trying to get me to smile. I did. I couldn't help it. And he looked weirdly relieved, like he was afraid I'd been avoiding him. When we got the package, he didn't open it, just carried it under his arm and said, "Can we take the long way back?" I nodded. We walked the trail behind the science building where nobody goes on Sundays. He stopped halfway, sat on one of the benches, and pat the spot next to him. My chest was pounding. We sat in silence for a minute. Then he said my name, softly, carefully, and asked if he'd done something to upset me. Said he felt like I was distant last night after what he told me. My throat closed up. I wanted to tell him everything. Every confusing, terrifying feeling I've been pretending isn't real. But I froze. I could barely get words out, so I just said, "No, you didn't do anything." He didn't look satisfied. He just nodded slowly, eyes on the ground, fingers tapping the bench like he was nervous. Then he said something that made my whole world tilt. Did I misread things? I don't know. I felt like maybe you wanted me to say that. My heart stopped again. My lungs forgot how to work, because he didn't say it with confidence. He said it like he was afraid. Like he was opening a door and bracing for it to slam in his face. I wanted to say something. Anything. But my voice wouldn't come out. My brain turned to static. He misread my silence, ran a hand through his hair, and stood up. "Forget it. I'm sorry," he said, even though he had nothing to apologize for. He started walking back toward the building, and I just sat there like an idiot, watching the one person I can't stop thinking about walk away because I couldn't get a single honest word out of my mouth. It took me 10 seconds to get up and run after him. 10 stupid seconds where my whole future felt like it was slipping through my hands. I called his name, louder than I meant to. He froze, turned around, and he looked hurt. Not angry, just disappointed. I walked up to him, chest tight, hands shaking, and all I could say was, "Wait." He stood there, halfway turned toward me, like he wasn't sure if he should come closer or walk away. His jaw was tight. His eyes were doing that thing where they look greener when he's trying not to feel something. I stopped right in front of him, too close, close enough to feel his breath on my cheek. My heart was beating so loud I swear he could hear it. "I wasn't upset," I finally said. My voice cracked again. "I just didn't know what to do." He swallowed, eyes flicking down for a second, then back up. "Do about what?" "You," I said. It slipped out before I could stop it. His breath hitched. He didn't move, didn't even blink. I forced myself to keep talking. "I haven't been honest with myself, or with you. I don't know what this is yet. I don't know what it makes me. I just know My voice shook. "I just know I don't want you to walk away from me." For a second, he didn't say anything, and those 5 seconds felt like falling off a building. Then he took one slow step closer. His hand came up hesitant, gentle, and he touched my cheek with just his fingertips, like he was afraid I'd pull away. "I wasn't walking away," he whispered. "I was giving you space, but I don't want space from you unless you want it." "I don't," I said immediately. Too fast, too desperate. But true. He let out this tiny laugh, the kind he only does when he's relieved, and his thumb brushed the corner of my mouth. My whole body lit up. "So," he said quietly, "can I do something I've wanted to do for longer than I should admit?" I couldn't speak. I just nodded. He leaned in slow, giving me every chance in the world to back out. I didn't. I couldn't. When his lips touched mine, everything went quiet. Not fireworks or explosions, just this soft, overwhelming sense of right. Like every confusing feeling I'd been trying to shove down finally made sense. He kissed me like he was memorizing it. Careful, patient, but with this warmth behind it that made my knees feel useless. When he finally pulled back, he rested his forehead against mine. "You okay?" he whispered. I laughed. Actually laughed because I hadn't felt that okay in years. "Yeah," I said. "I think I've been waiting for that." He smiled. That soft smile that's only for me. "Good," he murmured. "Because I'm not going anywhere." We walked back to the apartment side by side, not touching at first, both of us too nervous to break whatever spell we'd just created. But halfway there, he slipped his hand into mine like it was the most natural thing in the world. And for once, it felt natural to me too. When we got home, he tugged me gently toward the couch, sat next to me, and leaned his head on my shoulder the same way he did that movie night. But this time, I didn't pretend it was nothing. I wrapped my arm around him, pulled him closer, and felt him melt into me. He looked up and whispered, "You're shaking." "I know," I said, laughing softly. "I'm trying." He kissed my shoulder. "You're doing great." We fell asleep like that, tangled up on the couch, his heartbeat pressed against my arm, the empty beer bottle from last night still on the counter like a reminder of how close I came to losing this before it even started. And for the first time in 23 years, I didn't feel confused or scared, or wrong. I just felt home.
I'm pregnant with your brother's baby, but we're all staying married, my wife announced during family dinner. My parents already knew and nodded like this was perfectly reasonable. I'd been married to Vanessa for 6 years. We had a house, good jobs, and everything seemed solid. My younger brother Cole was 28, lived with my parents, no job, just played video games in their basement all day. I paid for family dinners twice a month. Cole never helped or thanked me. I had no idea Vanessa and Cole had been sleeping together for 4 months. The dinner where she announced it was at my parents' house. I walked in, and Vanessa, Cole, and my parents were already sitting at the table. Vanessa stood up. I'm pregnant. It's Cole's baby, but we're staying married and raising it together as a modern family. I looked at my parents. They didn't look surprised. My mom squeezed Vanessa's hand. My dad nodded. We talked about this yesterday. We think you should support them. They'd known for 24 hours and nobody told me. I walked out without saying a word. 3 days later, Vanessa finally came home from staying at my parents' place. She sat me down with a printed spreadsheet. I need $8,000 for medical bills and baby supplies. I already calculated your half. My half? You're my husband. Your family. This is what family does. I asked where Cole was getting his half. He's emotionally preparing for fatherhood. He can't handle financial stress right now. Then she said, he's moving into the guest room next week. He needs to bond with the baby. Absolutely not. She called my mom on speaker. He's saying Cole can't move in. My mom sighed. Honey, you need to be realistic. That baby needs a stable home. You have the space and the money. I hung up. Vanessa glared. I already gave him a key. 4 days later, I came home early. Cole's beat-up car was in my driveway. He was already in the guest room setting up his gaming computer. Vanessa said it was cool. What's for dinner? That night, Vanessa told me she'd withdrawn money from our savings. I checked. 12,000 was gone. Vanessa, it says 12,000. I took 4,000 for Cole. He needs therapy. Processing fatherhood has been really traumatic for him. Within a week, our fridge was empty every day. I'd buy groceries and come home to nothing. Cole would be on my couch surrounded by empty containers. I'm bulking for the baby. Gotta be strong. Stop being selfish. Vanessa shrugged. He's right. The next Saturday, my parents came over. My dad put his hand on Cole's shoulder. I'm proud of you, son. You're stepping up, becoming a man. He didn't look at me once. I checked our credit card statement. $6,000 in charges. All baby furniture. I showed Vanessa. I didn't want to stress about money while I'm pregnant. You make enough. That night, Cole had 5 friends over. Music blasting at 9. Cole, it's a work night. Relax, man. I'm celebrating. Gonna be a dad soon. Vanessa came out. Why are you being so controlling? The next morning, Vanessa announced she was quitting her job. I need to focus on my health. How do we afford this? You make $70,000 a year. That's enough for 3 adults and a baby. A week later, Vanessa started moving furniture into our bedroom. The crib goes here. Cole needs his own space. Where do I sleep? The couch. Just temporarily. I'm not sleeping on my couch. Her face went cold. Why are you making everything about you? There's a baby coming. Grow up. The final straw came 2 days later. I checked our savings. 5,000 more was gone. A designer stroller. I confronted Vanessa. She started crying. You're financially abusing me during the most vulnerable time of my life. Cole's door opened. He got in my face. Don't talk to her like that. Stress is bad for my baby. In my house, eating my food, lecturing me about his baby with my wife. I called a lawyer that night, filed for divorce the next morning, filed eviction paperwork for Cole the same day, opened a new bank account and moved my paycheck, froze our joint accounts, canceled every shared credit card. 2 days later, Vanessa's card declined at the store. She called screaming. What did you do? Check your email. Divorce papers. Cole got his eviction notice that afternoon. My parents came over yelling. I showed them printed bank statements. $23,000 in 8 weeks. Exactly 30 days later, the sheriff knocked. Cole stared at the officer. This is actually happening? Vanessa's lawyer tried to fight. My lawyer had everything documented. Judge denied her claim. She got nothing. I sold the house 3 months later and moved to a different state. Vanessa and Cole moved into my parents' cramped apartment. The baby was born. They're broke. My parents called on my birthday. I didn't answer. I sleep perfectly now. I asked my girlfriend to come up with reasons why we might break up, and now I deeply regret it. It started the way most dumb ideas do. Late at night, lights off, neither of us ready to sleep, but too tired to do anything productive. We'd been together about 8 months at that point. Things were good, comfortable. The kind of comfortable where you stop trying to impress each other and just exist in the same space without it feeling weird. I don't even remember how the topic came up. I think I made some joke about how every single one of my friends had broken up with their girlfriends in the span of a few months, and how statistically that felt like a bad omen. She laughed and said we were fine. I said obviously. And then, because my brain apparently needed to find a way to make things weird, I said, okay, but if we did break up, what would be the reason? She looked at me like I had just suggested something unhinged, which, fair. I told her to keep it fun. Ridiculous reasons only. Nothing serious, nothing real. Just the dumbest possible thing she could imagine ending us. She thought about it for like 3 seconds, and then she was off. If you ever buy flat pack furniture and leave it in the box for more than a day, I laughed. She kept going. If you say per my last email out loud in a normal conversation like a real person, if you eat cereal with a fork, if you refer to a movie you've never seen as overrated, if you do that thing where you put your indicator on while you're already turning. I was completely gone at that point. Like actually crying, laughing. She was on a roll and delivering each one completely deadpan, which made it funnier. She kept going. If you let a voicemail run to the end without skipping it, if you reply all on an email that didn't need a reply all, if you clap when the plane lands. I told her the plane one would be grounds for immediate termination, and she said obviously she wasn't a monster. We were both laughing, and it genuinely felt like one of those late night conversations you can't plan or recreate. The best kind, and then I ruined it. I don't know why I pushed it. I think I was just feeling close to her in that moment and wanted to keep the energy going. So I said, okay, but give me a real one. Not stupid. An actual reason. The room shifted, not dramatically. She didn't freeze or look away, but there was a pause that didn't exist before. A beat that felt different. Then she said, "If you ever went through my phone." I nodded, said that was fair, everyone deserves privacy, and I meant it. I'm not a jealous person. I've never been the type to go digging, but something about the way she said it sat differently than the other answers. The other ones were fast and silly. That one was slow. So I asked her why specifically that one. She said, because trust is the whole thing for her. If they ever got to a point where either of them felt like they needed to go through the other's phone, they'd already be over anyway. The phone isn't the issue, she said. It's what needing to look at it means. It was a thoughtful answer. Mature even. The kind of answer that should have ended the conversation. But instead I said, is there something on there you wouldn't want me to see? I wasn't accusing her of anything. I was genuinely just curious. In the same dumb way I'd been curious about the whole game. It came out before I had time to think about how it sounded. She said no, quick and flat, and then she reached over to the nightstand and picked up her phone. I didn't think anything of it at first, but then I heard the sound. Not a message, not a notification. The specific quiet rhythm of someone navigating through something and deleting it. It's a sound you know when you hear it because there's nothing else it sounds like. She put the phone back down, didn't say anything. I didn't either. She turned back over and said she was tired. I said yeah, me too. And we just laid there in the dark with this thing now sitting between us that I couldn't name, and she wasn't offering to explain. I'm not saying she was hiding something. I genuinely mean that. There are 100 innocent explanations for picking up your phone at night, and I know that. Maybe it was spam. Maybe it was a notification from something she'd been meaning to clear for weeks. Maybe it had nothing to do with me or the conversation at all. But I had just asked her directly if there was anything on her phone she wouldn't want me to see, and then she picked it up. I laid there for a long time after she fell asleep, staring at the ceiling, running back through the whole conversation from the start. The game was supposed to be stupid, harmless, a way to fill 20 minutes before we both passed out. I don't know what I heard. I don't know what it meant, and I know I'm not going to ask, but I also know I'm not going to stop thinking about it. That silence answered something I don't think I actually wanted answered.
I canceled my ex-mother-in-law's credit card the moment the divorce was finalized. By morning, she was pounding on my door. The call came at 9:14 a.m., less than 18 hours after a judge had signed my name off Anthony Whitford's life forever. I was standing in my kitchen in silk pajamas, holding an espresso I had made for myself in my apartment with my own machine, bought with money I had earned before Anthony and I had even met. The morning light was doing something beautiful across the court's countertop. I had slept for the first time in what felt like years, in the actual center of my bed. My phone buzzed. Anthony's name on the screen. I almost didn't answer. I should not have answered, but I did because I was still, in those first fragile hours of my new life, carrying the old habit of picking up when he called. My mother's platinum card was declined at Bergdorf Goodman, he said, without hello, without a single syllable of acknowledgement that a judge had ended our marriage the previous afternoon. Just straight to the demand, the way he always went straight to the demand, because in 5 years he had never once opened a conversation by asking how I was. They embarrassed her in front of half the Upper East Side, he said. I took a slow sip of espresso. They didn't embarrass her, I said. They reminded her that a card with my name on it belongs to me. The divorce is final, Anthony. Eleanor is your responsibility now. She will never spend another dollar I earn. I hung up. I blocked his number. I finished my espresso. I thought that was the end of it. I thought cutting off the money would be the closing door. That without the financial current running between us, Anthony and Eleanor would simply redirect their energy elsewhere, toward the next source, the way water finds the path of least resistance. I did not yet understand that Eleanor Whitford had never been motivated by money alone. She had been motivated by control, and I had just taken something from her in public. Let me tell you about the marriage first, because you need to understand what I was extracting myself from before you can understand why what came next didn't break me. My name is Marissa Vance, 37 years old, founder and CEO of Apex Ascendancy, a mid-sized marketing and brand strategy agency in Manhattan that I had built from a 3-person operation in a WeWork sublet into a firm with 41 employees and offices on the 22nd floor of a building in Tribeca. I had started it at 26 with $40,000 in savings and the specific, stubborn confidence of someone who has been told they're reaching too high and decided to use that assessment as a floor instead of a ceiling. I met Anthony at a charity gala in the spring of my 31st year. He was handsome in the way of men who have always been told they're handsome, effortlessly, uncritically, as if the world's approval was simply the correct baseline from which all interactions should begin. He ran a boutique investment firm called Whitford Capital that had, as I would learn much later, been coasting on inherited client relationships and his mother's social network since the day he'd founded it. Eleanor Whitford. I need to give you a moment with Eleanor, because she is the kind of character that sounds like a caricature until you meet her, and then she sounds like a warning. She was 63, impeccably groomed in the way that requires significant daily investment, and she operated on the foundational belief that her son was exceptional and that anyone he married was, by definition, a downgrade. She had made this belief known to me approximately 14 minutes into our first dinner, when she referred to my agency as your little business, with the particular warm dismissiveness of someone complimenting a child's finger painting. I had laughed it off. I laughed it off for 5 years. The financial architecture of our marriage was, from the outside, balanced. Anthony had his investment firm. I had my agency. We split household expenses. What was not visible from the outside, what I did not fully map until the forensic accountant my divorce attorney commissioned spent 6 weeks excavating our shared financial history, was the degree to which the life Anthony presented to the world had been quietly, continuously funded by me. The credit card in Eleanor's name was the most visible piece. Platinum. No preset spending limit. I had added her as an authorized user in year 2 of the marriage, during a period when she claimed a temporary cash flow problem with her Connecticut property. The temporary problem had lasted 3 years and produced $142,000 in charges. Roof repairs, vehicle leases, Bergdorf Goodman, her mess, 2 international trips, a round of elective procedures she referred to as maintenance, and a running tab at a restaurant on the Upper East Side where she hosted weekly lunches for women who competed with each other using other people's money. I had been the other people. What I hadn't known, what the forensic accountant found buried in 14 wire transfers between August and the following February, was that Anthony had also been dipping directly into Apex Ascendancy's corporate accounts, not our joint accounts, my company's accounts. He had emergency access credentials I'd given him 18 months into the marriage for a specific one-time purpose, a wire transfer I'd needed processed while I was traveling internationally without banking access. He had never returned the credentials. He had never mentioned them again. He had used them 14 times, $85,000, used to paper over the gaps in Whitford Capital's cash flow, used to pay dividends he had told his clients were generated by returns, used to sustain the performance of solvency for investors who didn't know they were watching a funded fiction. I found out on a Wednesday afternoon in February, sitting in the office of my divorce attorney, Claudia Park, who had been doing matrimonial law for 19 years, and who had a way of delivering catastrophic information in a voice so steady it took your nervous system a moment to catch up. The forensic review flagged 14 unauthorized outgoing transfers from your corporate operating account, she said, sliding a summary across the desk, between August 14th and February 3rd, all routed through an intermediary to Whitford Capital's primary operating account. I looked at the paper. Then I looked up. He used my company's money, I said. Yes, to make his firm look solvent. That appears to be the case. I sat with that for a long moment. The particular quality of silence in Claudia's office, soundproofed, still 23rd floor, was such that I could hear my own heartbeat. What are we looking at legally? I asked. Unauthorized access to corporate funds, Claudia said. Wire fraud, potentially. At minimum, full restitution as part of the divorce settlement. We've already filed the petition for emergency asset freeze. The asset freeze was the first domino. Anthony's accounts, personal, business, joint, were locked pending the financial review. The divorce proceedings moved forward, and on the afternoon the judge signed the papers. The first thing I did was call my bank and remove Eleanor Whitford as an authorized user on every account she had ever touched. The pounding started at 6:42 the next morning. I want to give you the physical sensation of it. I was asleep, genuinely asleep in a way I hadn't been in months, and the sound that woke me was not a knock. It was an impact, the kind that transmitted through the floor as well as the air. 3 heavy strikes against solid wood, the sonic equivalent of a person who has decided that your right to peace is secondary to their rage. Boom, boom, boom. I was awake and upright before I'd finished processing what had woken me. The clock on my phone said 6:42. The room was gray-blue with early light. Then Eleanor's voice through the door, through the hallway, cutting through the pre-dawn quiet of my building like a scalpel. Open this door, Marissa. You do not humiliate me in public and walk away from it. I sat on the edge of my bed for a moment, my bare feet on the cold hardwood, my hands in my lap. I noticed something interesting about my body in that moment. It wasn't afraid, it was done. There is a specific quality to the calm that arrives after years of managing someone else's emotions, absorbing someone else's volatility, shrinking yourself to fit inside someone else's expectation of you. And it arrives in that moment when the last thread of obligation finally breaks. Not dramatically, just cleanly. I was done. I did not put on a robe. I walked down the hallway to the foyer in my silk pajamas and looked through the peephole. Eleanor, cream trench coat, Hermes scarf, hairset, eyes wild, positioned close to the door the way an animal positions close to something it believes it owns. Behind her, Anthony. Expensive suit, leather briefcase, the posture of a man trying to look authoritative while standing behind his mother. And farther down the hall, his door cracked open. Mr. Leonard Henderson, 4B, retired federal judge, co-op board member, currently observing proceedings with an expression that suggested he found them both professionally familiar and deeply disappointing. I slid the brass security chain into place, turned the deadbolt, opened the door exactly 3 inches. Eleanor's fist froze mid-swing. Good morning, I said. What an unpleasant surprise. Anthony stepped forward immediately with the voice, the reasonable, measured, slightly wounded voice he deployed when he wanted to reframe a situation he'd helped create. Marissa, let's not do this in the hallway. Open the door. This is just a banking issue. I looked at him. No, he blinked. In 5 years of marriage, that particular no, clean, immediate, requiring no explanation, had apparently never reached him before. He looked briefly confused, the way people look when a device they've relied on stops working without warning. You are not coming inside, I said. This apartment belongs to me. Neither of you will cross this threshold again. Eleanor shoved closer to the door gap. The scent of her perfume, something heavy and expensive, pushed through the 3-inch opening. You will call the bank, she said, and you will reactivate my card. After everything this family tolerated from you and your obsessive career. I looked at her. There was a version of me, the one who had existed for 5 years inside that marriage, who had learned to absorb Eleanor's contempt by rationalizing it, by telling myself she was difficult but not malicious, demanding but not cruel, who might have lowered her voice here, who might have retreated, who might have offered some version of a concession just to end the scene. That version had filed for divorce 7 months ago. I owe you nothing, Eleanor, I said. In fact, according to the records from my company's accounts, you are the one with an outstanding balance. She blinked. What records? What nonsense? $142,000, I said. My voice was even. It carried clearly. I was aware of Mr. Henderson's door. I was aware of the acoustic quality of the hallway. I had calculated both. That is the total I can document having personally funded over the past 5 years. Your roof repair in Connecticut, your vehicle leases, your procedures, your Bergdorf account, your Hermes, the lunches, the trips. Eleanor's face had begun to change, color draining at the edges. She's lying, she said, turning to Anthony. Tell her she's lying. Anthony said, Marissa, lower your voice. No. I looked at him directly. But the most interesting part of the forensic review wasn't your mother's spending, I said. It was the $85,000 you wired out of my company's operating accounts between August and February. The hallway went very quiet. Eleanor turned to her son with an expression I had never seen her direct at him before. Not anger, not disappointment. Terror. Anthony, she said. Her voice had dropped to something small and urgent. What is she talking about? Anthony's posture, the suit, the briefcase, the authority he carried as a costume, collapsed in approximately 3 seconds. He looked very suddenly like a caught child. Mom, she's being vindictive. Don't listen to... I have the forensic accounting records, I said. I picked up the black leather folder from the entry table. I had placed it there the night before, deliberately, because I had known this conversation was coming, and held it where they could both see it through the gap. 14 wire transfers, dates, amounts, routing numbers, IP addresses traced to devices registered in your name. The funds were used to cover Whitford Capital's operating shortfall and to make dividend payments to investors. Your investors, Anthony? The ones who think their returns are being generated by your investment strategy. Eleanor's hand went to the wall. The Aspen trip, she said almost to herself. The car lease. You told me those came from quarterly dividends. Anthony said nothing. His silence was more complete than any confession. I looked at Eleanor. This woman who had spent 5 years dismissing my work, who had called my agency little, who had critiqued my clothes at family dinners, questioned my hours, implied that Anthony had married beneath himself, who had charged $142,000 to my name and treated it as her due. My agency, I said, was the only thing keeping your son's image alive and your lifestyle intact. You called me cheap and unrefined. You said I was too focused on work to be a real wife, but my work was the reason you still had a credit card. Anthony found his voice. The cornered kind, thin and desperate. I'll sue you for defamation. I looked at him. Please, I said. My attorneys would love to enter these transfer records into public evidence. Let's see what your remaining investors do when they understand how their dividends were funded. He had no answer. The briefcase in his hand looked suddenly like a prop. Do not come back to this building, I said. Do not contact me. If either of you violates that boundary, these files go directly to the district attorney's office. Claudia Park has the complete package ready for filing. I looked at them both one final time. Then I closed the door. The deadbolt slid home. Through the wood, I heard Eleanor's voice, the hiss of a woman recalibrating rapidly, processing the distance between who she thought I was and who I had just shown her I was. I heard Anthony's lower murmur trying to quiet her. I heard distantly the soft close of Mr. Henderson's door down the hall. I walked back to my kitchen. My hands were steady. I poured a second espresso. It tasted like the first morning of something. 2 days later, a cease and desist letter arrived at Apex Ascendancy's legal address. It was aggressive and thin, the work of an attorney who had been engaged quickly and cheaply, possibly on credit, and it demanded the unfreezing of marital assets, threatened defamation claims for my statements in the hallway, and used the phrase intentional infliction of emotional distress in a way that suggested the author had found it in a template. My lead counsel was a woman named Sarah Okafor, who had spent 17 years in corporate litigation and who had the particular quality of someone so competent they find aggression boring. She read the letter. She did not call me. She sent a 2-paragraph response. The first paragraph noted the claims. The second attached in full the forensic accounting documentation, 14 wire transfers, dates, IP addresses, device registrations, routing numbers, and a 3-page summary prepared by the forensic accountant Neil Ferraro, who had spent 22 years doing exactly this kind of work and whose expert documentation had held up in 11 prior fraud proceedings. The final line of Sarah's letter asked whether Anthony's counsel wished to receive the package directly or whether they would prefer she forward it to the NYPD fraud division, and noted that the deadline for withdrawal of the legal threat was 5 p.m. the following business day. The cease and desist was withdrawn at 3:47 p.m. Sarah forwarded me the confirmation with a 1-line email. As expected, call me if anything else surfaces. Nothing else surfaced. What came after the door closed and the lawyers went quiet was something I hadn't fully anticipated, because I'd been so focused on the architecture of extraction, the divorce proceedings, the asset freeze, the forensic documentation, the hallway confrontation, that I hadn't left much room to imagine what the space would feel like once it was cleared. It felt
felt at first just like silence. Then it started feeling like room. I went back into Apex Ascendancy with a quality of attention I hadn't been able to give it in years. Not because I hadn't been working, I had always been working relentlessly, often at the expense of everything else, but because a significant portion of my mental bandwidth had been perpetually allocated to management. Managing Anthony's ego around my success, managing Eleanor's feelings about my ambitions, managing the performance of smallness that my marriage had required. That bandwidth came back to me. I had not understood until it returned how much of it had been taken. 3 months after the divorce, Apex Ascendancy pitched a campaign to a Fortune 500 athletic brand, the kind of account that firms 3 times our size competed for, the kind of account where you walk into a boardroom knowing you're the underdog and you either fold under that knowledge or you use it. I walked in wearing an emerald green blazer, carrying 18 months of consumer behavior research, a brand repositioning strategy, and the specific confidence of someone who has recently stood in a hallway and said everything they'd spent 5 years swallowing. We won, not narrowly, decisively. The CEO, a direct, data-driven woman named Patricia Sloan who had been running the brand for 6 years and had a reputation for choosing agencies that could keep up with her thinking, signed a multi-year retainer and then said, shaking my hand, "I've sat through 40 of these pitches. Yours was the only one that made me feel like you'd actually listened." I took my senior team to dinner that night. The Michelin-starred restaurant on the Upper East Side where Eleanor had once, on my birthday, examined the menu and said she was surprised I'd chosen somewhere so fussy, given my practical sensibilities. I had spent that dinner feeling quietly humiliated by a comment I'd never addressed. This time I ordered the tasting menu. I ordered wine for the table. I picked up the check without looking at the total, not out of carelessness, but because I was finally spending money on people who understood what it cost to earn it. I saw Anthony once more, about 4 months later. Financial district, morning, coffee in my hand. I was heading to a strategy meeting. He was coming out of a building I recognized as the kind that housed accountants and restructuring consultants, the people you hire when a business is in the process of unwinding rather than growing. He looked up and saw me before I could decide whether to redirect. The Italian suits were gone. What he wore was gray, ill-fitting, and tired in the way of clothing that hasn't been replaced when it should have been. His posture had changed most significantly. The easy, inherited confidence that had once been his most convincing characteristic was absent, and what remained underneath it was something more ordinary and much less sure of itself. "Marissa," he said. "Anthony." He looked at the coffee tray I was carrying, at my blazer, at whatever expression I was wearing that I wasn't aware of. "You look incredible," he said quietly, with zero strategy behind it, just the flat truth of what he saw. "Thank you. Is the agency?" "Very well," I said. "We just closed the Triton account." I watched his eyes change. He knew what Triton was. He knew what it meant for our size firm to close a client like that. I watched him run the math and land on the number of what he had walked away from, or more accurately, what he had lost when I walked away from him. He opened his mouth. I waited to see what came out. Nothing useful came out. Just the ambient sound of a man standing in the debris field of his own decisions, unable to find language for what he wanted to say, because what he wanted to say was tangled up with wanting things he no longer had any right to want. "Take care of yourself," I said. I stepped around him. I didn't look back, not because it was dramatic or symbolic, because there was genuinely nothing behind me worth turning toward. 1 year after the judge signed the papers, I hosted a dinner in my Tribeca apartment, bay windows open, October air moving through the living room. The apartment smelled like roasted garlic and good wine, and the particular warmth of a room that has been filled with people who actually want to be in it. My senior team at the kitchen island, arguing cheerfully about a campaign concept. College friends from my 20s on the sofa, the ones who had driven over during my separation with food and wine, and the particular loyalty of people who show up without being asked. Neil Ferraro, the forensic accountant, who had come at Claudia's invitation and turned out to be genuinely funny, once removed from a professional context. Mr. I. Henderson from 4B, near the fireplace, telling stories from his years on the federal bench to a group of junior analysts who were listening with the focused attention of people encountering a genuinely good narrator. I stood near the window with sparkling water and looked at the room. No tension running under the conversation, no monitoring required, no one performing for someone else, no calculation about whose feelings needed management or whose ego needed service. Just people who had chosen to be in a room together because they wanted to be. I thought about Eleanor pounding on my door at 6:42 in the morning, dressed for a confrontation in her Hermes scarf, certain that her rage was a currency I would cash. I thought about Anthony in that hallway, briefcase in hand, watching 5 years of fiction collapse in real time under the weight of documented fact. I thought about Claudia Park, who had spent 19 years doing this work, and who had looked at me across her desk when I first came to her and said, "The hardest part of this process, for most people, is not the legal complexity. It's giving themselves permission to stop carrying what was never theirs to carry." I had not understood what she meant until I was standing in the center of a room that was completely, quietly, entirely mine. Eleanor had called me cheap. She had called me obsessive. She had looked at a woman who had built a firm from $40,000 in savings and decided that the most accurate word for her was unrefined. She had spent 5 years trying to make me feel small for the exact quality that had built everything she was helping herself to. I thought about all of that, standing at my window with October air moving
moving across my face, and I felt something I want to be precise about because it is easy to mistake for satisfaction or triumph, and it was neither of those. It was clarity. The specific, settled, irreversible clarity of a person who has finally, completely stopped arguing with what was always true. I was never the problem. I was the resource they fought over losing. There is a difference, a large one. And on the night of the first anniversary of my freedom, standing above Manhattan with a room full of people who had chosen to be present without being asked, I finally knew the difference all the way down. Respect cannot be purchased. It cannot be leveraged. It cannot be extracted from someone who has made the decision to require it. It can only be given freely, or it can be refused. I had spent 5 years negotiating that refusal in smaller and smaller increments until the morning I woke up and understood there was nothing left to negotiate. The card had been canceled. The door had been closed. The rest was mine.
I can't handle my foster mom's concerns anymore. The last foster kid stole medication from her bathroom cabinet and sold it at school. Now every time I take Tylenol for cramps, she counts the bottle. Every time I'm on my phone, it's, who are you really talking to? Last week I got my period early and asked for pads. She checked the trash later to make sure I actually needed them. I've lived here 8 months. I understood her fear. Jenna, the girl before me, destroyed her trust, took her credit cards, faked emergencies. I sat through the orientation, heard the whole story, saw the police reports. I get it. I've been in 6 homes since I was 11. I know how one bad placement makes everyone suspicious of the next. I thought being perfect would help. Straight A's, dishwasher every night, volunteering at the food bank Saturdays. It only made her watch me harder. 2 weeks ago, I stayed late for debate practice. We're preparing for state finals, the biggest competition of my life. I texted her at 4:45. Practice running long, home by 6:30. She didn't respond. When I walked in at 6:27, she was at the kitchen table with my backpack contents spread out. Every notebook, every pencil case, my calculator in pieces. Where were you really? I froze. Debate practice. Coach Martinez was there. You can call her. Jenna used to say she had practice too. I didn't cry. I just went to my room and stared at the ceiling. Breaking point came yesterday morning. I woke up at 5 a.m. to practice my debate opening. State finals are Saturday. I'm terrified of freezing on stage. I made coffee, sat at the kitchen table with my notes, rehearsing arguments out loud. She came downstairs at 5:45, saw me surrounded by papers, and said flatly, "Up early, nervous about something? Need to get your story straight?" Something inside me shattered. I grabbed my phone, hit record, hand shaking, voice steady. You're right, I'm hiding something. I'm hiding the fact that I cry myself to sleep because no matter what I do, you see Jenna. I'm hiding that I'm terrified of state finals because if I win, you'll think I cheated. If I lose, you'll think I deserved it. I'm hiding that I work this hard because I thought maybe, just maybe, someone would finally see me. Her face went white. Jenna stole from you because that's who she was. Not because you weren't a good foster mom, not because you didn't watch her close enough. She stole because she was a thief, but I am not her, and I'm done paying her debt. I stood up. If you keep treating me like I'm guilty of her crimes, I'll ask my caseworker for a new placement. Not because I'm running, not because I'm hiding something, but because I refuse to spend one more day proving I deserve basic trust in my own home. I sent the video to her phone, grabbed my debate notes, walked out, spent 6 hours at the library, practiced my opening 17 times until my throat hurt. My phone buzzed at noon. Her, please come home. I need to say this to your face. I stared at that text for 20 minutes. Part of me wanted to pack my duffel bag and call Ms. Reynolds, my caseworker. Part of me wanted to stay at school until placement papers came through. But I'd meant what I said. I wasn't running, I was setting a boundary and making her choose. Me. Only if the counting stops. Only if you see me for who I am, not who Jenna was. Or admit you can't and let me go somewhere I don't have to audition for trust every day. 3 dots. Then, her. I already called a therapist. For both of us. First session Monday at 4. I'm so sorry. Please come home. I walked in 30 minutes later. My backpack was on the table. Everything put back exactly where it belonged. Next to it, a new folder labeled Emma's Debate, State Finals Info. She looked up, eyes red. I watched your video 6 times. You're right. I've been punishing you for what Jenna did. That's not protection. That's not love. That's trauma I'm making you carry. And it stops today. I set my notes down slowly. Does it really? She pushed a paper across the table. My debate tournament schedule. Her name listed under guardian attending. Below it, in her handwriting, Coach Martinez's number. Ask her what Emma needs to win. I can't undo 8 months of making you prove yourself, but I can show up Saturday and cheer for my kid, not Jenna's replacement. You. I sat down. I need you to understand something. I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to trust me. Either you believe I'm worth that, or I find someone who can. She reached across the table, didn't grab my hand, just rested hers there, open, waiting. I looked at that hand for a long time, and I took it. I can't handle my foster mom's concerns anymore. The last foster kid stole medication from her bathroom cabinet and sold it at school. Now every time I take Tylenol for cramps, she counts the bottle. Every time I'm on my phone, it's, who are you really talking to? Last week I got my period early and asked for pads. She checked the trash later to make sure I actually needed them. I've lived here 8 months. I understood her fear. Jenna, the girl before me, destroyed her trust, took her credit cards, faked emergencies. I sat through the orientation, heard the whole story, saw the police reports. I get it. I've been in 6 homes since I was 11. I know how one bad placement makes everyone suspicious of the next. I thought being perfect would help. Straight A's, dishwasher every night, volunteering at the food bank Saturdays. It only made her watch me harder. 2 weeks ago, I stayed late for debate practice. We're preparing for state finals, the biggest competition of my life. I texted her at 4:45. Practice running long, home by 6:30. She didn't respond. When I walked in at 6:27, she was at the kitchen table with my backpack contents spread out. Every notebook, every pencil case, my calculator in pieces. Where were you really? I froze. Debate practice. Coach Martinez was there. You can call her. Jenna used to say she had practice too. I didn't cry. I just went to my room and stared at the ceiling. Breaking point came yesterday morning. I woke up at 5 a.m. to practice my debate opening. State finals are Saturday. I'm terrified of freezing on stage. I made coffee, sat at the kitchen table with my notes, rehearsing arguments out loud. She came downstairs at 5:45, saw me surrounded by papers, and said flatly, "Up early, nervous about something? Need to get your story straight?" Something inside me shattered. I grabbed my phone, hit record, hand shaking, voice steady. "You're right, I'm hiding something. I'm hiding the fact that I cry myself to sleep because no matter what I do, you see Jenna. I'm hiding that I'm terrified of state finals because if I win, you'll think I cheated. If I lose, you'll think I deserved it. I'm hiding that I work this hard because I thought maybe, just maybe, someone would finally see me." Her face went white. "Jenna stole from you because that's who she was. Not because you weren't a good foster mom, not because you didn't watch her close enough. She stole because she was a thief, but I am not her, and I'm done paying her debt." I stood up. "If you keep treating me like I'm guilty of her crimes, I'll ask my caseworker for a new placement. Not because I'm running, not because I'm hiding something, but because I refuse to spend one more day proving I deserve basic trust in my own home." I sent the video to her phone, grabbed my debate notes, walked out, spent 6 hours at the library, practiced my opening 17 times until my throat hurt. My phone buzzed at noon. "Her, please come home. I need to say this to your face." I stared at that text for 20 minutes. Part of me wanted to pack my duffel bag and call Ms. Reynolds, my caseworker. Part of me wanted to stay at school until placement papers came through. But I'd meant what I said. I wasn't running, I was setting a boundary and making her choose. Me. Only if the counting stops. Only if you see me for who I am, not who Jenna was. Or admit you can't and let me go somewhere I don't have to audition for trust every day. 3 dots. Then, her. I already called a therapist. For both of us. First session Monday at 4. "I'm so sorry. Please come home." I walked in 30 minutes later. My backpack was on the table. Everything put back exactly where it belonged. Next to it, a new folder labeled Emma's Debate, State Finals Info. She looked up, eyes red. "I watched your videos 6 times. You're right. I've been punishing you for what Jenna did. That's not protection. That's not love. That's trauma I'm making you carry. And it stops today." I set my notes down slowly. "Does it really?" She pushed a paper across the table. My debate tournament schedule. Her name listed under guardian attending. Below it, in her handwriting, Coach Martinez's number. Ask her what Emma needs to win. "I can't undo 8 months of making you prove yourself, but I can show up Saturday and cheer for my kid, not Jenna's replacement. You." I sat down. "I need you to understand something. I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to trust me. Either you believe I'm worth that, or I find someone who can." She reached across the table, didn't grab my hand, just rested hers there, open, waiting. I looked at that hand for a long time, and I took it.
I cheated on my wife with her sister. I know how that sounds, but hear me out. My wife and I have been married for 11 years. We met in college, got married at 24, had our daughter when I was 27. Perfect little family in our perfect little house in the suburbs. 3 years ago, everything changed. My wife started forgetting where she parked the car. Then she'd repeat the same story twice in one conversation. I thought it was stress from her job at the law firm. She was only 34, healthy, ran marathons. There was no way something was seriously wrong, but the neurologist didn't sugarcoat it. Early onset dementia, aggressive type. She had maybe 5 years before she wouldn't recognize me anymore, maybe less. The first year was manageable. She'd forget appointments or lose her keys, but she was still her. Still my wife, still our daughter's mom. We tried to keep everything normal. Year 2, things got harder. She had to quit her job. Some days she'd forget she had a daughter. Our daughter was 9 and watching her mom disappear in real time. I was drowning trying to work, take care of our kid, and manage my wife's care. That's when her younger sister offered to move in. She just ended a long-term relationship and had been working remotely anyway. She said she wanted to help. I was hesitant at first because my wife and her sister had always been competitive growing up, but I was desperate. She moved into our guest room that October. At first it was just helping with medications and doctor appointments, but slowly she became part of our routine. We'd give my wife her pills together every morning, help her shower when she forgot how the faucet worked, make sure she ate because she'd forget she was hungry. My wife started declining faster. She'd forget our anniversary, then our wedding, then our daughter's name. Some mornings she'd wake up and look at me like I was a stranger. Her sister would calm her down, remind her who I was, who our daughter was. I started noticing things. The way her sister would make coffee exactly how I liked it without asking. How she'd stay up late with our daughter helping with homework because I was too exhausted. The way she looked at me when my wife would have a bad day and I'd break down in the kitchen after our kid went to bed. I felt guilty even thinking about it. My wife was still alive, still here, but she wasn't really here anymore. 6 months ago, we had what the doctors call a moment of clarity. My wife woke up one morning completely lucid. She knew who I was, remembered our daughter, asked about her sister. It was like having her back. We were all sitting at dinner that night when she looked at me with those eyes I'd fallen in love with 15 years ago. "I know what's happening to me," she said quietly. "I know I'm disappearing." Our daughter started crying. I tried to tell my wife everything was fine, but she cut me off. She looked at her sister and said, "Promise me you'll take care of them. Take care of him. He deserves to be happy." Her sister was shaking her head, saying, "No, that wasn't appropriate." But my wife grabbed both our hands and put them together. "I'm serious. I see how you look at each other when you think I'm not paying attention. I'm not stupid yet." I couldn't speak. My wife squeezed our hands. "I'm giving you permission, both of you. When I'm too far gone to know the difference, promise me you won't waste your lives being miserable." The next morning, she was gone again, back to not knowing us. 2 weeks ago, she stopped recognizing either of us completely. She thinks we're her nurses now, calls us the nice lady and the man who brings food. She's pleasant and polite to us like we're strangers taking care of her. Her sister and I started spending more time together after our daughter went to bed. We'd sit in the kitchen and just talk about our days, about memories, about how unfair this all was. Yesterday, I was making breakfast when her sister came downstairs. My wife was still sleeping. We were talking about taking our daughter to the zoo that weekend when she just kissed me right there in the kitchen. I kissed her back. Then we heard footsteps. My wife walked in, looked at us, smiled warmly, and said, "Oh, you two make a lovely couple. How long have you been together?" Her sister started crying. I couldn't breathe. My wife just stood there smiling at us like we were neighbors she'd just met. I called my lawyer this morning. He said I can't divorce someone who legally can't consent to signing papers. She's not competent to agree to a divorce. So technically, yeah, I'm cheating on my wife with her sister, living in the same house, taking care of the woman whose blessing we have but who doesn't remember giving it. I don't know if that makes this better or worse.
I destroyed my sister's entire life after she gave me a kidney. My whole family refuses to speak to me. Corinne and I were born 14 months apart. When I was 26, my kidneys started failing. Stage 4. Both sides. No warning. The doctors gave me a year on dialysis before things would get critical. My parents got tested. Not a match. Corinne didn't even get tested. She just showed up at the hospital one Tuesday, already in a gown, and said, "They already drew my blood. I'm compatible. Stop arguing." The surgery took 7 hours. Her recovery was brutal. She couldn't work for 3 months. Lost her apartment. Moved into my spare room. I owed her my literal life. I told her that every single day, "You'd do the same for me, Nadia." That's what sisters are for. For 5 years, I believed she was the most selfless person alive. Year 2 after the transplant, I noticed my husband Luca pulling away. Subtle things. He'd come home late smelling like fresh air, like he'd been sitting in his car with the windows down, decompressing from something. He stopped reaching for me in bed. I asked him once if something was wrong. He looked at me and said, "I'm just tired." Year 3, Corinne started showing up less. She used to come over every Sunday. Then it was every other week, and once a month. She always had a reason. Work trip, migraine, car trouble. Year 4, I found the pregnancy test. Not mine. I was on immunosuppressants. Conception was nearly impossible for me. It was in the bathroom trash, buried under tissues. Positive. 2 lines. Dark pink. Unmistakable. I held it in my hand and felt nothing. Just silence inside my own chest. I called Corinne. "Are you pregnant?" Long pause. "How did you find out?" I didn't answer her question. I asked another one. "Who's the father?" She showed up at my door 40 minutes later. Her eyes were swollen. She sat on my kitchen floor, back against the fridge, and said, "It was supposed to be once." My hands went numb. Once what? Luca and I. After the surgery, he was at the hospital every day, bringing me food, helping me walk. You were still recovering too. We were alone a lot. I stared at her. "You slept with my husband while I was recovering from the surgery where I gave you my kidney." She flinched. "It wasn't like that." "Then what was it like?" She couldn't answer. I asked the only question left. "How many times?" She looked at the floor. "I don't know." "A lot." "It didn't stop after the hospital." "How long?" 3 years. 3 years. My sister had been sleeping with my husband for 3 years. While I thanked her every holiday for saving my life. While I made her a godmother to nothing because I couldn't have children. While I told my friends, my coworkers, my therapist that Corinne was the best person I'd ever known. She reached for my hand. "Nadia, I love you. I gave you a kidney. I would die for you." I pulled away. "You gave me a kidney and then took everything else." Luca came home at 6. Corinne was already gone. He saw my face, saw the pregnancy test on the counter, and sat down without being asked. I said one thing. 3 years? He nodded. "Get out." He didn't argue, didn't explain, didn't say it was for me, didn't say it meant nothing. He just picked up his keys and left. The divorce was final in 3 months. He signed everything. Corinne tried calling 9 times. I blocked her after the second. My parents found out from Corinne. They called me furious, but not at her. "She gave you a kidney." My mother screamed. "You owe her grace. You owe her forgiveness. She made a mistake." I said, "She made the mistake inside my marriage for 3 years." My father's answer was quieter, but worse. "Family forgives. Nadia, that's what we do." They chose her. Baby shower, nursery setup, Sunday dinners. They folded Corinne right into the space I used to fill. My name became the cautionary tale. Nadia, the ungrateful one. Nadia, who threw away the sister who saved her. Corinne's daughter was born in October. I saw the photos online. She has Luca's jaw, Corinne's curls. I catch myself touching the scar on my side, the one that matches hers, and I think about what she said on the kitchen floor. "I gave you a kidney. I would die for you." She gave me a kidney. Then she took my husband, my family, and my ability to trust anyone completely.
I didn't tell my parents that my sister died 3 months ago. 8 years ago, my little sister Katie finally told our parents something she'd been holding in since she was 12. Our Uncle Dave had raped her multiple times when she used to stay at his house during summer breaks. She was 23 when she finally got the courage to tell them. I remember that day so clearly. We were all sitting in the living room, and she just came out and said it. My mom's face went completely white, and my dad just stared at her. Then my dad said, "That's not possible. Dave would never do something like that." My mom agreed and said Katie must be remembering things wrong or confused about what happened. Katie tried to explain, but they kept interrupting her and making excuses for him. Within a week, somehow the whole family knew. Dave's kids started calling Katie a liar on Facebook. My aunts and grandparents all took his side. They said she was making it up for attention or trying to destroy the family. Not one person believed her except me. I told her I believed every word and that I was so sorry this happened to her. She broke down crying and said I was the only family member she could trust anymore. A month later, she moved to Oregon and cut off everyone. Everyone except me. She made me promise to never tell our parents or anyone else anything about her life. No updates, no information, nothing. It killed me, but I kept that promise. Our parents would ask me about her all the time. Is she okay? Is she happy? Does she have a job? I just said I couldn't tell them anything. 2 years ago, Katie called me crying. She'd been having this cough that wouldn't go away and feeling tired all the time. The doctors found stage 4 lung cancer in her lungs and it had already spread. She was only 31 years old and had never even smoked. The doctor said she had maybe a year, possibly 2 if the treatment worked. She still didn't want our family to know. She said they made their choice when they called her a liar and she didn't want their fake sympathy now. I flew out to see her every few months, watched her get sicker and weaker. Her husband Tom was amazing and took care of her, and their 7-year-old son was so brave through everything. 3 months ago, she passed away in her sleep. I was holding her hand. Tom and their son were there too. The funeral was small, just her closest friends and Tom's family. I gave a speech about how strong and loving she was, how she deserved so much better than what our family gave her. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. Last Friday, I went to my parents' house for dinner. My dad would not stop asking about Katie. He kept saying, "Please, just tell me she's doing okay. Tell me she's happy. I just want to know my daughter is all right." I sat there looking at him, begging for information about his daughter, who's been dead and buried in another state for 3 months. My mom had tears in her eyes asking if Katie ever talks about them or if she misses them. I wanted to scream at them that she died alone as far as they're concerned, that they lost her 8 years ago when they chose a rapist over their own daughter. But I just said I couldn't tell them anything. My dad actually got down on his knees and begged me to just give him something. I left their house and sat in my car for an hour. Katie made me promise never to tell them anything. But she's gone now, and my parents are living like she's out there somewhere living her best life. They have no idea they missed their chance to say goodbye, that they'll never see her again. I don't know if I should tell them or take this secret to my grave.
I didn't apologize when my son made the class bully cry. My son Quincy is 11 and built like a bookmark. Skinny arms, glasses held together with tape on one side. He reads during recess because the other kids don't invite him to play. He's the quietest person in any room he enters. The school called me on a Thursday afternoon. Mrs. Adair, your son made another student cry. We need you to come in. I drove there expecting the worst. Quincy was sitting in the principal's office with his backpack on his lap, looking at the floor. Across from him was a boy named Griffin, who was indeed crying. Griffin's mother, Tamsin, was already there with her arms crossed and her jaw set. She started before I even sat down. Your son humiliated my child in front of the entire class. I looked at Quincy. He didn't look up. The principal, Mrs. Oglesby, explained. During a group presentation, Griffin made comments about Quincy's clothes. Quincy responded, and Griffin became upset. I asked what Griffin said first. Tamsin jumped in. That's not relevant. It is, if he started it. Mrs. Oglesby read from the incident report. Griffin told the class that Quincy's shoes were from a thrift store and asked if his family was too poor to buy real ones. Several students laughed. I looked at Quincy's shoes. They were from a thrift store. I bought them last month. They were clean, and they fit, and they were what I could afford. What did Quincy say back? Mrs. Oglesby hesitated. He said, and I'm quoting from the witness statements, Griffin, your dad drives a $90,000 truck, but you still can't read the word environment without sounding it out 3 times. Maybe worry less about where my shoes come from and more about why you're in the lowest reading group. Tamsin's face went dark red. That is verbal abuse. My son has a learning difference. Quincy finally looked up. He looked at Tamsin. He doesn't have a learning difference. He told me last week he doesn't read because his dad says books are for losers. He just doesn't try. Then he looked at Griffin. I'm sorry I said it in front of everyone. I should have said it to you privately. But you've been making fun of my clothes for 3 months, and nobody stopped you. So I stopped you. The room was very quiet. Mrs. Oglesby cleared her throat. We need to discuss consequences for both students. Tamsin pointed at Quincy. He needs to be suspended. He targeted my son's academic performance publicly. I leaned forward. And your son has been targeting mine for 3 months over his family's income. Where were the consequences for that? Tamsin sputtered. Boys will be boys. That's not the same thing. It's exactly the same thing, except mine defended himself once, and yours has been doing it repeatedly. Mrs. Oglesby suggested both boys receive a warning. Tamsin demanded Quincy apologize to Griffin in front of the class. I said the only apology happening would be mutual and private. Tamsin stood up. This isn't over. I'm going to the school board. I looked at her. Go ahead. While you're there, ask them about their anti-bullying policy and why your son's been violating it for 3 months without a single phone call home. She grabbed Griffin and left. In the car, Quincy was quiet for a long time. Then he said, am I in trouble? I said no. He said I didn't want to be mean. I know. He said, but nobody was going to stop him. The teachers saw it and didn't do anything. Marley told the lunch monitor and she said to just ignore it. I gripped the steering wheel. Who's Marley? She sits next to me. She's the only one who talks to me at school. She told Griffin to stop once and he called her 4 eyes even though she doesn't even wear glasses. He just says it because she's Asian. I pulled over. The next morning, I emailed the principal, the school board representative, and Griffin's teacher. I outlined 3 months of documented bullying, including the racial comment toward Marley. I CC'd Tamsin. 2 days later, Griffin was moved to a different class. The school implemented a peer mediation program. Tamsin never responded to my email, but the next week, Quincy came home and said something that mattered more than any of it. Marley invited me to eat lunch with her and her friends tomorrow. Can I bring an extra sandwich for her? She always shares her snacks with me. I made 2 sandwiches that night. Cut the crusts off both of them, because Quincy said Marley doesn't like crusts either.
I didn't choose my niece as flower girl even though everyone expected it. My sister called me the second she found out. You're kidding, right? She said. Maya has been practicing her flower girl walk for 6 months. She bought a dress already. I told her I was sorry, but I'd already chosen someone else. The line went silent for a long moment. Then my sister's voice came back ice cold. Who could possibly be more important than your own niece? I told her she'd find out at the wedding. She hung up on me. The next few weeks were brutal. My mom called crying, asking what Maya had done to deserve this. My dad left a voicemail saying I was tearing the family apart over a flower girl. My brother texted me saying I was being petty and cruel. Nobody would listen when I tried to explain. They all assumed I was punishing my sister for something, or being a bridezilla, or playing favorites with someone else's kid. My sister posted on Facebook about how her daughter was heartbroken, how I'd promised Maya the role 2 years ago when I first got engaged, how I'd suddenly changed my mind without explanation. Relatives I hadn't spoken to in years started messaging me, calling me selfish, asking what was wrong with me. I stopped responding to everyone. The week before the wedding, my sister showed up at my apartment unannounced. Maya was with her, wearing the flower girl dress she'd already bought, pink tulle, little white flowers embroidered on the bodice. Maya looked up at me with big eyes. Auntie, did I do something wrong? My heart shattered into a million pieces. I knelt down and hugged her tight. You didn't do anything wrong, sweetie. I promise. I love you so much. My sister pulled Maya back. Then why? Why would you do this to her? I looked at my sister for a long time. I wanted to tell her everything right there, but I couldn't. Not yet. Not in front of Maya. You'll understand at the wedding, I said quietly. Please just trust me. She grabbed Maya's hand and left without another word. Wedding day arrived. My sister wasn't speaking to me. Half my family was giving me dirty looks during the ceremony. I could feel the tension from the altar. Then the music changed. Everyone turned to look at the back of the church. A little girl appeared in the doorway, 7 years old, brown hair and braids, wearing a simple white dress with a basket of rose petals. She walked down the aisle slowly, carefully, like every step mattered. I heard my sister gasp from the front row. She recognized her immediately. It was Clara. Clara was my sister's daughter too, her first daughter, the one she gave up for adoption adoption when she was 19 and scared and alone, the one she'd been searching for ever since. I'd found her 8 months ago through a DNA database, spent months talking to her adoptive parents, explaining who I was, who my sister was, asking if Clara could be part of our wedding. Her adoptive mom cried on the phone when I asked. She said Clara had always wondered about her birth family, that this would mean everything to her. Clara reached the altar and turned to face the crowd. She looked directly at my sister. "Hi," she said softly. "I think you're my mom." My sister collapsed, not dramatically, just crumpled forward in her seat, sobbing so hard she couldn't breathe. Clara walked over to her slowly. Her adoptive parents had prepared her for this moment, told her it might be overwhelming. She touched my sister's shoulder gently. "It's okay. I'm not mad at you." My sister looked up at her, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't speak, just reached out and pulled Clara into the tightest hug I'd ever seen. Maya was staring at them both, confused. "Mom, who is this?" My sister finally found her voice. "This is your sister, baby. This is Clara." Maya's eyes went wide. Then she threw her arms around both of them. The entire church was crying. My mom, my dad, my brother, everyone who'd spent weeks hating me was now sobbing in the pews. The ceremony continued eventually. Clara stood at the front with my other bridesmaids. Maya ended up joining her halfway through because she refused to let go of her sister's hand. At the reception, my sister found me alone by the dessert table. She couldn't even form words, just grabbed my face with both hands and pressed her forehead against mine. "How long?" she whispered. "8 months. I found her through Ancestry DNA. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you would have tried to prepare. You would have rehearsed what to say. I wanted you to just feel it." She cried again, quietly this time. "I spent weeks being hated by everyone I love." I said. "Worth it." She laughed through her tears. "I'm so sorry. I said such horrible things about you." "I know. You owe me like 14 apologies." She hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe. Clara's adoptive parents are amazing people. They've agreed to let her visit us every summer. My sister video calls her 3 times a week now. Maya keeps telling everyone at school about her secret sister. I didn't even get a hello before my mom hit me with, "You've gained weight." I laughed and said, "Wow, nice to see you too, Mom, but you're getting ancient, so I'm not exactly trusting your eyesight." But she just rolled her eyes and said, "Honey, your genes are doing more work than a suspension bridge." That comment haunted me enough that I stepped on the scale that night. 160 pounds, 15 more than my usual 145. I should have known something was seriously wrong 3 weeks later when Maya had to help me squeeze into my backup shirt for girls' night because my favorite top wouldn't zip. "Maybe it shrunk," she offered, but we both knew clothes don't shrink that much. By the next month, the scale read 168 and nothing in my closet fit. My cousin's wedding was in 6 weeks and I'd already bought the dress, so I discovered my survival strategy. Wintergreen Tic Tacs. 0 calories to keep my mouth busy while I basically stopped eating until this nightmare ended. The wedding dress disaster changed everything because when I had to buy one 2 sizes bigger, I knew something was medically wrong. My doctor weighed me at 175 pounds, 30 pounds heavier in just 4 months, and immediately ordered every test imaginable. Thyroid, hormones, cortisol, insulin. 3 days later, her nurse called with this weird, hesitant voice saying the doctor wanted to see me immediately instead of next week. And when I asked what was wrong, she paused way too long before saying the doctor would explain. The whole office acted strange when I arrived, like they'd seen my results and didn't know what to say. Here's where things got absolutely insane, because the doctor spread out my test results like she was looking for Waldo, and everything was completely normal. Thyroid, hormones, insulin, cortisol, all of it perfect. Yet she kept flipping through pages asking about my diet. I told her I'd basically stopped eating, just living on salads and these 0-calorie Tic Tacs I was shaking in my hand, but she didn't even glance at them. Instead, she started throwing out random conditions like lipedema, metabolic syndrome, and Cushing's, but every test came back normal. When she accused me of secret eating, I lost it because I was literally starving myself and still gaining weight. The endocrinologist she referred me to was equally baffled after running more tests for growth hormone, leptin, ghrelin, even tumors, and his exact words were, "Your blood work is perfect, too perfect for someone who gained 30 pounds in 4 months." He asked about family history, but my mom's been the same size since the 90s, so by this point I was eating maybe 800 calories of actual food daily, surviving on Tic Tacs in spite, still gaining weight. That's when I completely lost it and went nuclear by hiring a personal trainer and running every morning while cutting everything I could think of. The trainer literally watched me eat lunch once because he didn't believe my food diary, kept saying, "This doesn't make sense," as he watched the scale go up week after week despite me eating 1,200 calories max and working out 2 hours daily. After I gained another 10 pounds, he had me wear a fitness tracker 24/7 that showed I should be losing 3 pounds per week, but instead I was shopping for size XL. When he finally admitted, "I can't help you, your body is breaking the laws of the thermodynamics," and refunded my money, I wanted to scream, but went home and ate Tic Tacs for dinner because what was even the point anymore? Then came the video call that changed everything when the dietitian, my last hope, noticed me nervously fidgeting with an empty industrial-sized Tic Tac container. When she asked what it was, I held it up explaining these were my lifesaver, 0 calories to keep me from eating actual food, and I was going through like 2 of these 200-count containers daily. Her face completely changed when I said they'd basically become my meals, and she wasn't laughing when she started frantically typing on her calculator. "You know they're not actually 0 calories," she said, explaining how the FDA allows anything under 5 calories per serving to be labeled 0, and each Tic Tac is about 2 calories. My brain short-circuited as she kept calculating. 400 pieces a day means you're eating 800 secret calories daily. The worst part was checking my Amazon history while she watched and seeing bulk orders starting right after my jeans stopped fitting, realizing I'd replaced actual food with these, thinking I was being smart. On my strictest days when I ate nothing but lettuce and Tic Tacs, I was actually consuming over 2,000 calories, and after 7 specialists and thousands in medical bills, the answer had been right there on the FDA website about labeling loopholes. Fast forward 3 months without a single Tic Tac and I'm down 18 pounds. Turns out Mom's eyes worked just fine, and I'll never hear the end of it.
I divorced my husband for not wiping his butt. My marriage ended because my grown husband decided toilet paper was beneath him, like literally beneath him, which was the whole problem. It started on a Tuesday. We were getting ready for bed and I noticed this smell. Not like normal bathroom smell, something worse. I asked him if he showered and he said yeah, but the smell stayed. For 2 days I thought maybe our cat was sick or something died in the walls. Then I was doing laundry and picked up his boxers. They were completely destroyed. Like I'm talking streaks that would make a skid mark look like a faint pencil line. I almost threw up right there holding them with 2 fingers over the washer. I confronted him immediately, asked him straight up what was going on.
man. And this man, this 32-year-old man I married, looked me dead in the eye and said alphas don't wipe. I laughed. I thought he was joking. He wasn't joking. He said he'd been watching these videos online about alpha males and how modern men have been feminized by society. Apparently wiping your butt after using the bathroom is something betas do. Real men just pull up their pants and go about their day because they're too powerful to care about basic hygiene. I told him that was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. He got defensive and said I wouldn't understand because I'm a woman. Then he spent 20 minutes trying to explain alpha male theory to me while I stood there holding his ruined underwear. The next day he went to the grocery store with me. We ran into his coworker Devin in the produce section. Normal guy, has a wife and 2 kids. My husband walks right up to him, interrupts him picking out apples and says, "Hey man, do you wipe?" Devin just stared at him. My husband goes, "Alphas don't wipe, just so you know." Devin grabbed his apples and left without saying anything. This kept happening everywhere. The gas station, his mom's house for dinner. He told the guy at the tire shop. He was on a mission to spread this information like it was some kind of public service. I stopped doing his laundry. Told him if he wanted to live like that, he could handle his own destroyed clothes. He said that was fine and just kept wearing the same pairs over and over. Our bedroom started smelling like a porta potty at a summer festival. I tried reasoning with him, showed him articles about infections and health risks. He said those were written by beta doctors trying to keep men weak. I suggested therapy. He said therapists are part of the problem. His friends stopped coming over. My sister refused to visit. Our couch got a permanent stain because he'd sit there for hours watching more alpha male videos. The final straw was when he tried to get our neighbor's teenage son involved. The kid was washing his car and my husband went over there to tell him about alpha wiping habits. The mom came outside and told us to stay away from her family. I filed for divorce that week. He acted shocked, said I was overreacting and couldn't handle a real man. I told him real men don't walk around with crusty underwear spreading conspiracy theories about bathroom hygiene. The divorce was quick since we didn't have kids. He tried to convince the mediator that I was leaving him for beta males. She just stared at her papers and didn't respond. Found out my sister has been lying about our family to her friends for years. I'm talking a full alternate reality. Different parents, different childhood, different me. She didn't just exaggerate. She built an entirely new family from scratch and handed it to her friends like it was the truth. I'm still sitting here trying to figure out how long I walked around completely unaware that somewhere across town, a group of people hated me for things I never did. It started 3 days ago. One of her friends, a girl I'd seen maybe twice in my life, slid into my DMs out of nowhere. The message just said, "Hey, I just want to say I'm really sorry for everything you're going through at home. You deserve better." And I remember staring at my phone thinking this is either the wrong person or something is seriously off. I typed back asking what she meant. She said she'd heard about the situation with my parents. I told her I genuinely didn't know what she was talking about. She thought I was being defensive. I had to convince her I was serious. That's when she started sending the screenshots. 2 years of them. Conversations between my sister and her whole friend group, going back further than I even realized. And the story my sister had been telling them, I don't even know where to start. According to my sister, our parents were cold and distant. Our dad had never once told her he was proud of her. Our mom would pick fights with her over nothing and then twist it around to make her look like the problem. She said the house had this heavy, tense energy that never went away. Like nobody actually wanted to be around each other. They just lived together out of obligation. She said I was the favorite, that I always had been, that whatever I wanted, I got, and whatever she needed, she had to fight for. She told them I would exclude her on purpose, that I'd walk into a room and conversations would shift and she'd be standing there feeling invisible in her own home. She made it sound like being in our house was this slow, grinding thing that wore her down every single day, and her friends believed her. Of course they believed her. She's charming and she's funny, and when she decides she wants you to feel something, you feel it. I know because she's my sister. I grew up watching her do it, but the details she gave them, that's what I keep coming back to. She told them our mom cried at her constantly, that she couldn't do anything right, couldn't say anything right, and our mom would just break down and make her feel guilty for existing. She told them our dad checked out years ago and was barely present even when he was physically in the room. She said I once went into her room while she was out, found the journal she'd been keeping, and read it out loud to my friends over FaceTime just to humiliate her. The journal thing, I have never even seen her journal. I didn't know she kept one. Her friend was getting quieter the more I pushed back. I started sending photos. Our family trip from last summer where my sister is laughing so hard she's bent in half. Her last birthday where my mom made her exact cake she asked for and decorated the whole kitchen. Videos of us just sitting around the living room being normal and loud and fine. My dad doing the voice he does when he tells the same 3 stories we've all heard 100 times. My sister in every single one of them. Present, happy, not a trace of the person she'd apparently been describing to these people for 2 years. The friend didn't say much after that, just kept typing and stopping, typing and stopping. I could see the dots. Finally she said, I just don't understand why she would do this. And I didn't have an answer. I still don't. Because the thing that keeps messing with me isn't the version of me she invented. I can shake that off. People who know me, know me. The fake version of our dad, the fake version of our mom, the fake version of this family. I can separate myself from all of that. What I can't stop thinking about is the fact that she was somewhere, in her room or at school or sitting with her friends at lunch, and she was telling this story with enough detail and enough consistency and enough emotion that nobody questioned it for 2 years. She wasn't slipping in little complaints here and there. She was building something, deliberately, over and over again, and every time she added to it, she made a choice. Her friend sent me one more message before she went offline. She said, she always seems so sad when she talked about home, like it physically hurt her to think about. I've been staring at that message for 3 days, not because it makes me angry, because somewhere underneath all of it, underneath the lies and the fake story and the version of me that reads journals and the version of my dad who never shows up, underneath all of it, my sister was sad enough to need it, and I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that. I got blamed for divorcing my cheating husband. He didn't just cheat, he had a whole second family. A woman, a child, 8 years of lies running parallel to our marriage like a second heartbeat I never knew existed. I found out the way you find out in nightmares. Not a text message, not a confession. The woman showed up to my mother-in-law's birthday party with their son and announced, in front of both our families, lights still full, candles still lit, that my husband needed to stop hiding and be a real father. The room went completely silent. I remember looking at my husband's face. He didn't look shocked. He looked caught. My mother-in-law recovered first, and what she said next is something I will never forget for as long as I live. She said the boy should move in with us. That financial support wasn't enough. That her son needed to step up and be a father figure. She said it calmly, like she was suggesting we repaint the living room, like I was just supposed to absorb this nod and keep cooking dinner. I asked for a divorce on the spot, right there in front of everyone. My family stood behind me immediately. His family erupted, but the one who broke me wasn't him. It wasn't his mother. It was my daughter. She was 15, old enough to understand exactly what was happening, and instead of standing next to me, she stood in front of him. She begged me not to do it, said her dad was sorry, that he promised it would never happen again, that the little boy was innocent in all of this, and we could just be a family, all of us together, like that was a normal thing to ask. I looked at her and something shifted in my chest. I asked her directly, "Did you know about this?" She stuttered, changed the subject, looked at the floor. She knew. She had known for years. That's when everything I thought I understood about my own life started coming apart at the seams. Over the following days, the full picture emerged. My husband had been visiting his son every other weekend for years. They used my sister-in-law as cover. She was frail and sickly, lived about an hour away, and it was completely normal for them to go check on her. I never questioned it. I had even joined them on some of those trips, smiled, made small talk, helped carry groceries. The affair partner lived near her. Their son had grown up knowing my husband as his father, while I was an hour away, completely in the dark. I tried to count the years and I couldn't stop shaking. I filed for divorce. The house had been mine before the marriage, which meant when the papers were signed, my husband and his mother packed their things and left. I stood in the kitchen after they were gone and just breathed, quiet for the first time in what felt like years. My daughter didn't move back in with me. She moved out with them. The last thing I heard, the mistress and her son had moved in with all of them. My ex-husband, his mother, my daughter, the woman, and the child, all under one roof. One big family that got built on top of the wreckage of mine. I won't pretend that didn't hurt. It destroyed me in ways I'm still finding words for. Months passed. My daughter called a few times to set up meetings, then canceled every single one. I waited. I stayed patient. Then one afternoon she showed up at my door unannounced, and I let her in because she is still my daughter and I never stopped loving her, even when she made it very hard. What followed was not a conversation. It was a performance. She told me about how small the house was, how she had to share a room with her grandmother, how there was no peace, how her father was drinking every night, how money was tight. She said all of it like she was reading charges against me in a courtroom, like I had caused every single thing she was describing simply by refusing to stay married to a man who lied to my face for nearly a decade. Then she told me she wanted to come home. I said yes, immediately, without hesitation. Then she said she wanted to bring her brother. I said no. She pushed hard. She told me that if I really wanted her back, I needed to forgive her father and reconcile, that my conditions were unreasonable, that her brother was family now, and I had to accept that. I told her she was my family. He was not. None of them were. She called me a bad wife, a bad mother, said I destroyed everything over ego, said if I truly loved her, I would have compromised, that her father was a great dad and that was enough, that I was hypocritical for preaching about betrayal while betraying her by leaving. I asked her one question, just one. If your husband cheated on you someday, would you stay? She said absolutely not. Then I asked why she expected something from me she wouldn't accept for herself. She didn't have an answer. She just got louder. She stormed out, told me I was no longer part of her life, that she was done. I stood in the same kitchen where I had breathed for the first time after the divorce, and I let it settle over me, the full weight of it. I didn't break this family. I just finally stopped pretending the rubble was a home.
He didn't look happy. He looked strained, false, like he was forcing himself to smile for the camera. I zoomed in on the background of the photo. We were at a restaurant, and in the reflection of the window behind us, I could just barely make out another person at a different table. Blonde hair, raising a glass toward the camera, toward Nathan. Brooke had been there. She'd been watching us. I screenshot the photo and made a note to show it to the private investigator. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You need to stop. This isn't going to end well for you. Just accept the divorce and move on." I stared at the message. Nathan's number was blocked per the restraining order, but this had to be him. Or Brooke. I screenshot the message and texted back. "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, showing someone was typing. Then they disappeared. No response came. The next morning, Vanessa arrived with 2 suitcases of clothes and Thomas Reeves, the private investigator. Reeves was in his 50s, professional, with the careful way of speaking that suggested he'd testified in court many times. "Mrs. Whitfield, I've been investigating your husband for 6 weeks at Ms. Vanessa's request. I have extensive documentation of his relationship with Brooke Cunningham and concerning patterns in your joint finances, but I need to hear your version of events, particularly the night of April 18th. I walked him through everything I remembered, which wasn't much. The fuzzy memories, the gaps, the confusion. I told him about the tea Nathan had been giving me, about finding the receipt for an engagement ring, about the blood in the kitchen that I couldn't explain." Reeves took notes methodically. "The hospital should have toxicology reports from your admission. Did anyone mention what was in your system?" "Just the medications I was prescribed for depression. Standard antidepressants. I'll get copies of the full toxicology report. If Nathan was drugging you, there might be evidence." He pulled out his tablet and showed me his documentation. Photos of Nathan and Brooke dating back 2 years, not 18 months. They'd been together before Nathan and I even started trying for a baby. "Your husband has another bank account you don't know about," Reeves said. "Opened 3 years ago. He's been moving money into it gradually. Small amounts, $200 or $300 at a time. Nothing that would trigger automatic alerts. The account currently has $93,000 in it." I felt sick. "That's not possible. Our finances were joint. I would have seen withdrawals that large. They came from your paychecks. He had access to your direct deposit and was diverting a portion before it hit your joint account. You never saw the full amounts." Reeves showed me the bank statements.
Months and months of small diversions. My entire salary being skimmed. He's been planning to leave for years, I said slowly. The pregnancy was an inconvenience, Reeves finished. Based on the timeline, I believe he may have deliberately caused the miscarriage. The room seemed to tilt. How? I'm still investigating that. But you said you were feeling sick for about a week before the miscarriage. Dizzy, nauseous. That could be consistent with certain types of poisoning. Herbal supplements, over-the-counter medications taken in the wrong doses, things that would be hard to trace. He was giving me prenatal vitamins. He bought them special from a natural food store. Said they were better than the regular ones. Reeves and Vanessa exchanged looks. Do you remember which store? Reeves asked. The Greenleaf Market on Maple Street. He had a whole bag of supplements from there. Prenatal vitamins, vitamin D, fish oil, and that tea. I'll check their sales records. If he bought something else besides what he told you, that might be relevant. Reeves made more notes. Here's what I think happened. Nathan has been planning to leave you for at least 2 years. He met Brooke and decided she was a better option. Younger, no baggage, probably more money based on her job as a pharmaceutical rep. But divorcing you normally would mean splitting assets, possibly paying alimony. So he started methodically stealing from you while setting up a scenario where you'd look unstable. The supplements, I said. He was poisoning me gradually, making me sick, making me forgetful and confused. Then when you got pregnant, that became a complication. A baby would tie him to you for at least 18 years. So he escalated, made you sick enough to miscarry. Then waited for me to be at my lowest point emotionally, I continued, the pieces falling into place. When I was devastated about losing the baby and too depressed to fight back, that's when he staged the attack. Reeves nodded. The injuries were real, but I don't think you caused them. I think Nathan hurt himself or had Brooke hurt him, then called 911 and blamed you. You were so heavily drugged from whatever he'd been giving you that you couldn't remember clearly. Couldn't defend yourself. Perfect victim. Can we prove any of this? I asked. That's what I'm working on. I've already got evidence of the affair and the financial fraud. Detective Walsh is pursuing the criminal angle. If we can get that tea analyzed, if we can find purchase records showing he bought something dangerous, if we can get testimony from hospital staff about your actual behavior versus what Nathan claimed. He trailed off. It's going to be a fight, but it's not impossible. Vanessa squeezed my hand. We're going to prove he set you up. We're going to get your life back. Over the next 2 weeks, everything moved quickly. Detective Walsh got a warrant to search Nathan's house. They found the canister of tea in the back of a cabinet, half empty. Lab analysis showed it contained not just herbal tea, but significant amounts of diphenhydramine, Benadryl, and doxylamine, another antihistamine. Both can cause drowsiness, confusion, and memory problems in high doses. Combined with the prescription antidepressants I was taking, they would have seriously impaired my cognitive function. They also found the supplements Nathan had been giving me. The prenatal vitamins were real, but the vitamin D capsules had been opened and refilled with something else, a toxic mix of herbs known to cause miscarriage. He did it, I said to Detective Walsh when she showed me the lab reports. He poisoned me. He killed our baby. It's looking that way, Walsh agreed. We've arrested Nathan on charges of assault, fraud, and poisoning with intent to harm. His lawyer is claiming the tea was innocent, that he didn't know it had medications in it. But we found his browser history. He'd been researching medications that cause memory loss and how to induce miscarriage naturally for months. Brooke turned on Nathan almost immediately when she realized she might face charges as an accessory. She gave a full statement saying Nathan had told her about his plan to get rid of me. He'd promised her they could be together once I was taken care of. She claimed she thought he meant divorce, not poisoning and false imprisonment. She's lying, I said. She knew. She was there that night. I remember now. I remember hearing her voice in the house before everything went dark. My memories were slowly returning as the drugs worked their way out of my system. That night came back in fragments. Nathan making tea, insisting I drink it. Feeling dizzy, falling. Nathan's face above me saying, just go to sleep. Then Brooke's voice. Did you give her enough? She's still moving. Another voice. Nathan's. She'll be out in a minute. Help me set the scene. I gave my statement to Walsh, every detail I could remember. She recorded it all carefully. This is good. This establishes premeditation and shows Brooke was involved. Her immunity deal is off the table now. The divorce was annulled since it had been obtained through fraud and coercion. The house went back into my name. Nathan's hidden bank account was frozen and turned over to me as restitution. Every penny he'd stolen, plus damages. Vanessa helped me move back into the house 2 months after my release from the hospital. Everything Brooke had changed. We changed back. The gray sectional was sold and I bought a new blue couch. My grandmother's paintings went back on the walls. Room by room, I reclaimed my space. Nathan's trial is in 3 months. The prosecutor says the case is strong. The poisoning evidence, the financial fraud, Brooke's testimony about the plan, my recovering memories. He's facing 20 years minimum. Brooke took a plea deal, 5 years for accessory to assault and fraud. She'll be out before Nathan, but her career is destroyed and her reputation ruined. Some days I still feel the effects of what Nathan did. Gaps in my memory that may never fully come back. Anxiety and trust issues that my therapist says will take years to work through. But I'm alive. I'm free. And I'm fighting back. The lawsuit against Riverside Psychiatric Hospital for allowing Nathan to manipulate my discharge planning and isolate me from support settled for $200,000. The lawsuit against Nathan for poisoning, fraud, and emotional distress is still pending, but my lawyer says we'll likely win significant damages. I went back to my job. They'd held my position. Told Nathan they were laying me off, but actually kept me on unpaid leave. My boss, Linda, had suspected something was wrong when Nathan called repeatedly insisting I'd quit, but my work computer showed I'd been logged in the day before my hospitalization working on a project. She'd refused to process my resignation and kept me on the books. I knew something wasn't right, Linda told me when I came back. You loved this job. You'd never just quit without notice.
especially not in the middle of the Riverside account. And Nathan was too insistent, too pushy about it, made me suspicious. I cried in her office for 20 minutes while she ordered coffee and tissues. She'd advocated for me during my absence, kept my projects alive, even set aside my commission checks so Nathan couldn't touch them. $31,000 in commissions I didn't know existed. My coworkers threw me a welcome back party that felt surreal. Balloons, cake, genuine happiness to see me. For months, I'd believed I was completely alone, that everyone had abandoned me. But Nathan had systematically lied to everyone, created a web of deception so intricate that no one knew the truth. He told me you'd moved to Oregon to be closer to your sister, my coworker Diane said. Said you needed a fresh start after everything. I don't have a sister, I told her. I know that now. But he was so convincing. He even cried when he told me. That was Nathan's gift. He could lie with tears in his eyes and make people believe him. He'd used that gift to destroy my life, and he'd almost gotten away with it. 3 weeks after moving back into the house, I got a call from Riverside Psychiatric Hospital's risk management department. They wanted to settle the malpractice suit quietly, avoid publicity. Their offer had gone from $200,000 to $500,000. Your case exposed serious systemic failures in our patient advocacy and discharge planning, the hospital attorney said. We've implemented new protocols because of what happened to you. Multiple staff members were terminated for their role in allowing your husband to manipulate your care. I took the settlement. Not because the money made up for what happened, but because fighting it in court would mean reliving the trauma for months. I wanted to move forward. The house felt different now, empty in a way that had nothing to do with furniture or decoration. Nathan's presence was gone, but so was the life we'd built together. The ghost of who I'd been before, the woman who trusted easily, who believed in happy endings. She was gone too. My therapist, Dr. Sarah Kim, said it was normal to grieve the person I used to be. You experienced profound trauma and betrayal. You're not supposed to bounce back like nothing happened. You're supposed to be changed by it. I don't like who I am now, I admitted during one session. I'm suspicious of everything. I don't trust anyone. I walk through my own house checking locks 3 times before bed. That's hypervigilance, a trauma response. But it won't last forever. With work, you'll find a middle ground between the naive trust you had before and the complete distrust you feel now. Detective Walsh called 4 months after Nathan's arrest. We found something else. Nathan had a life insurance policy on you. $750,000. Taken out 2 years ago. My blood went cold. He was going to kill me. The poisoning might have been the first attempt. If you died from the supplements causing the miscarriage, it would have looked like pregnancy complications. When that didn't work, he had to pivot. Make you look unstable. Get you committed. Then, Walsh trailed off. Then what? How was he planning to finish it? We found searches on his computer for suicide methods, how to fake a suicide, medication overdose, all from the weeks you were in the hospital. He was researching ways to make it look like you'd killed yourself. I felt sick. The restraining order, the isolation. He was setting it up so when I died, everyone would believe I'd done it to myself. A mentally ill woman who'd attacked her husband, lost everything in the divorce, couldn't cope. That's our theory. Brooke confirmed that Nathan talked about the life insurance policy, said once you were gone, they'd have almost $1 million to start their new life. The prosecutor added attempted murder to the charges. Nathan's lawyer tried to fight it, claimed it was all speculation. But the computer searches, the life insurance policy, Brooke's testimony, the pattern of poisoning, it all added up to a clear intent to kill. I testified at Nathan's trial 6 months after my release from the hospital. Walking into that courtroom and seeing him in an orange jumpsuit felt surreal. This was the man I'd promised to love forever. The man whose child I'd carried, however briefly. The man who'd held me when my mother died and promised he'd never leave me. That man had never existed. He'd been a mask Nathan wore, a character he played. The real Nathan was the cold-eyed stranger staring at me from the defense table with nothing but contempt. The prosecutor walked me through my testimony methodically. The supplements Nathan gave me, the tea, the gaps in my memory, the day I realized I was missing $47,000 from my account, the restraining order I didn't remember signing, coming home to find another woman wearing my clothes living in my house. Nathan's defense attorney tried to paint me as bitter and vindictive, a scorned woman making up stories. Isn't it true that you were institutionalized for attacking my client? I was hospitalized for suicidal ideation after being systematically poisoned, I corrected. The attack on your client never happened. He injured himself to frame me. You have no memory of that night. How can you be certain? Because the toxicology reports prove I was drugged. Because Nathan's computer search history shows premeditation. Because he had a life insurance policy on me and was researching ways to fake my suicide. I looked directly at Nathan. Because I know now that everything he told me was a lie. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. When they came back, the forewoman read the verdict. Guilty on all counts. Assault, fraud, attempted murder, poisoning with intent to harm. Nathan showed no emotion as the judge sentenced him to 25 years in federal prison. No parole eligibility for 15 years. By the time he got out, he'd be 62 years old. His life, like mine, was effectively over. Except mine wasn't over. I was still here. Still breathing, still fighting, still rebuilding. Brooke served 18 months of her 5-year sentence before being released on good behavior. I saw her once after her release, in a grocery store checkout line. She'd lost weight, looked older, wore no makeup. When she saw me, she went pale and left her cart right there, walking out without buying anything. I didn't feel satisfaction seeing her afraid of me. I just felt tired. A year after the trial, I sold the house. Too many memories, too much pain soaked into the walls. I bought a small condo across town, started fresh with new furniture and new paint colors that Nathan had never touched. Vanessa helped me move, along with Linda from work and a few other friends who'd stuck by me. We ordered pizza and drank wine and laughed, and for the first time in 2 years, I felt something close to happy. You did it, Vanessa said, hugging me in my new empty living room. You survived. You fought back. You won. It doesn't feel like winning, I admitted. It feels like I lost years of my life, lost my ability to trust people, lost who I used to be. Maybe that person needed to be lost. Maybe you're becoming someone stronger. I thought about that a lot over the following months. Was I stronger? Or just more damaged? The nightmares came less frequently now, but they still came. I still checked locks obsessively, still felt panic when someone approached me unexpectedly. But I also laughed more, went out with friends more, started dating again, though I was careful, maybe too careful. I ran background checks on every man I went out with more than twice, checked their financial history, their social media, everything. That's not healthy, Dr. Kim said gently. You can't live in constant fear. But I was right to be afraid, I countered. Nathan was exactly what I should have been afraid of. If I'd done background checks on him before we got married, maybe I would have seen the red flags. Or maybe he hadn't shown those patterns yet. Some people change. Some people become dangerous over time. She leaned forward. You can't protect yourself from every possible betrayal. At some point, you have to decide to trust again. Not blindly, but thoughtfully. 2 years after the trial, I met someone. His name was Eric, a teacher at the high school where I'd started volunteering as a business mentor. He was patient with my paranoia, understanding about my trauma, never pushed when I needed space. I looked you up, he admitted on our 4th date. I read about what happened with your ex-husband. I just want you to know I understand why you're cautious, and I'll earn your trust however long it takes. That honesty meant everything. He didn't pretend my past didn't exist. He didn't tell me to just get over it. He acknowledged it and worked with it. We took things slowly. So slowly that Vanessa joked we were moving at glacial speed, but Eric never complained. When I had panic attacks about being vulnerable, he held me and waited them out. When I needed to check his phone to prove he wasn't lying about working late, he handed it over without hesitation. I have nothing to hide, he said simply, and I understand you need to verify that right now. That's okay. 3 years after Nathan's conviction, I testified at his parole hearing. He was asking for early release based on good behavior. I stood in front of the parole board and told them everything. Not just what he'd done to me, but what he'd tried to do. The murder plot, the life insurance policy, the systematic destruction of my life. This man is dangerous, I concluded. He's patient, calculating, and utterly without remorse. He planned my death for years. Given the opportunity, I believe he would try again, or find another victim. Please don't release him. The parole board denied Nathan's request. He'd be eligible again in 5 years. Walking out of that hearing, I felt something release inside me. I'd confronted him one last time, looked him in the eye, and refused to be silenced. Whatever power he'd had over me was gone. Eric was waiting in the parking lot. He didn't ask how it went, just pulled me into a hug and held me while I cried with relief. Let's go home, he said. Home. I had a home again. Not the house Nathan and I had shared, but a real home. A place that was safe, that was mine, that nobody could take from me. We got married 2 years later. Small ceremony, just close friends and family. Vanessa was my maid of honor. Linda from work officiated. I wore a simple blue dress instead of white. I wasn't interested in traditional symbolism anymore. Eric's vows made me cry. I promised to be honest, even when it's hard. I promised to show you, not just tell you that you can trust me. I promise to be patient with your healing, however long it takes. And I promise that I see you, not who you were before, and not just what was done to you, but who you are now. And I love who you are now. Standing there in front of people who'd supported me through the worst period of my life, holding hands with a man who'd proven his trustworthiness over and over, I realized I'd done more than survive. I'd rebuilt, not back to who I was before. That woman was gone, and that was okay. I'd rebuilt into someone new, someone harder in some ways, softer in others, someone who understood that trust was earned, not given, someone who knew her own strength because she'd been forced to use it. Nathan tried to destroy me. He poisoned me, stole from me, framed me, isolated me, and nearly killed me. He took years of my life and left scars that would never fully fade. But he didn't win. I'm still here. I'm still fighting. I'm still building a life. And that, in the end, is the greatest revenge. I survived him, and I found happiness anyway. Sometimes trauma doesn't have a clean resolution. Sometimes the nightmares don't fully stop. Sometimes you carry the weight of what happened for the rest of your life. But sometimes you also discover that you're strong enough to carry it, that you can build something beautiful even with shaking hands and a broken foundation. This is my life now. Not the one I planned, not the one I would have chosen, but mine. Real, honest, hard-won, and nobody can take it from me again. If you made it through this whole story, thank you for witnessing what happened to me. Sometimes that's all survivors need, someone to listen and believe us. Subscribe if you want more stories about resilience. Until next time, stay safe and trust your instincts. They might just save your life. I got released from the hospital early and my husband asked, "How did you find our new address?" I stood on the porch holding my discharge papers, staring at Nathan who looked like he'd seen a ghost. "What do you mean, new address?" "This is our house. I've lived here for 6 years." My overnight bag slipped from my shoulder and hit the concrete with a dull thud. Nathan stepped back into the doorway, blocking my view inside. "Lily, you shouldn't be here. The hospital said you wouldn't be released for at least another 2 weeks. His voice was strange, tight, like he was forcing himself to stay calm. "They cleared me early. Good behavior, stable vitals, passed all the psych evaluations. I picked up my bag and tried to step forward. Can I come inside? I've been gone for 3 months and I just want to sleep in my own bed. A woman appeared behind Nathan, blonde, maybe 35, wearing yoga pants and one of my favorite cardigans, the cream-colored one with the pearl buttons I'd bought last spring. She put her hand on Nathan's shoulder in a way that made my stomach drop. Nathan, who is this? Her voice was sweet, concerned, like she was asking about a lost delivery driver. I felt my mouth go dry. Who the hell is that? And why is she wearing my clothes? Nathan's face went pale. Lily, I can explain. This is Brooke. We got married 2 months ago. The words hit me like a physical blow. You got married? I've been in the hospital for 3 months and you got married? My voice came out too loud, almost a shout. Brooke's eyes widened. Nathan, you said your ex-wife was institutionalized long-term. You said she was dangerous and the doctors didn't think she'd ever be stable enough for release. She pulled the cardigan tighter around herself. You told me she tried to kill you. I never tried to kill anyone, I was shouting now. I had a breakdown, postpartum depression after the miscarriage. I checked myself into treatment. Nathan, tell her the truth. Nathan wouldn't meet my eyes. Lily, you need to leave. You're violating the restraining order. What restraining order? I never got served with any restraining order. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I'm calling my lawyer right now. This is insane. Nathan's jaw tightened. The restraining order was filed 6 weeks ago. You were served at the hospital. Check your patient file. Brooke was backing away from the door now, her phone in her hand. I'm calling the police. Nathan said you might show up and try to hurt us. Hurt you? I don't even know who you are. I looked past them into my house, my living room. Except it wasn't my living room anymore. The blue couch Nathan and I had picked out together was gone, replaced with a gray sectional. My grandmother's paintings were off the walls. Even the coffee table was different. What did you do to our house? Nathan stepped fully into the doorway now, making himself bigger, blocking me from entering. It's not your house anymore, Lily. I filed for divorce 2 months ago on grounds of abandonment and mental incapacity. The judge granted it last week. This house is mine now and Brooke lives here. You need to leave before the police arrive. Abandonment? I was in a psychiatric hospital. You visited me every week for the first month. But even as I said it, I remembered how his visits had suddenly stopped. How my calls went to voicemail. How the nurses said he'd called to say he couldn't come anymore because of work. I thought he was just overwhelmed, dealing with grief from the miscarriage on his own. Behind Nathan, Brooke was talking urgently into her phone, giving our address to what sounded like a 911 operator. Yes, his ex-wife who has a history of violent behavior. She's at our door right now refusing to leave. We have a restraining order, but she's violating it. I'm not violent, I screamed. Nathan, tell her I'm not violent. Tell her the truth about what happened. Nathan's expression was cold. Nothing like the man I'd been married to for 8 years. You attacked me the night before you went to the hospital. You broke 3 of my ribs and gave me a concussion. That's why I had you committed involuntarily. The doctor said you were a danger to yourself and others. My vision started to blur at the edges. That's not what happened. I never hurt you. I hurt myself. I was the one who was injured. I tried to. I had the pills in my hand and you called 911. You saved my life. But doubt was creeping in now. The memories from that night were fuzzy, distorted by the medication they'd given me in the ER. I remembered crying, remembered Nathan's face covered in blood, remembered the ambulance. But the sequence of events was jumbled, fragmented. Had I hurt him? Could I have hurt him and not remembered? Nathan pulled up his shirt, showing a scar across his ribs that looked fresh, maybe 2 or 3 months old. You did this with a kitchen knife. You don't remember because you had a psychotic break. The doctors confirmed it. That's why you were involuntarily committed for 90 days instead of voluntary treatment. Police sirens were getting closer. I could hear them coming up the street. I want to see the restraining order. I want to see the divorce papers. I have a right to see them. Nathan disappeared inside for a moment and came back with a folder. He wouldn't hand it to me, just held it up so I could see through the glass storm door. Court documents with my name on them. A restraining order issued 6 weeks ago, served to me at Riverside Psychiatric Hospital according to the service record. A divorce decree finalized 1 week ago. My signature was on some of the documents, but I didn't remember signing anything. 2 police cars pulled up to the curb. 4 officers got out, hands near their weapons. Ma'am, we need you to step away from the door, one of them called out. Keep your hands where we can see them. I raised my hand slowly, the discharge papers still clutched in my right hand. I just got released from the hospital. This is my house. My husband is lying about what happened. The officer approached carefully. Ma'am, do you have identification? I fumbled in my bag and pulled out my wallet, hands still shaking. My driver's license with this address on it, my insurance card, my hospital ID bracelet still on my wrist. The officer examined everything, then walked over to Nathan, who was still standing in the doorway with Brooke pressed against his back. They talked in low voices for several minutes. I saw Nathan hand over his own documents, point at the scar on his ribs, gesture at me with an expression of fear and concern that looked completely genuine. When the officer came back to me, his expression was sympathetic but firm. Ma'am, according to the records, you were served with a restraining order 6 weeks ago, requiring you to stay at least 500 feet from this property and from Mr. Nathan Whitfield. The divorce was finalized last week. This is no longer your residence. But I don't remember being served. I don't remember signing divorce papers. Someone's lying to me. The officer glanced at his partner. The hospital records show you were experiencing significant memory issues and confusion during your stay. That's noted in the service record. You were legally served even if you don't recall it. He gestured toward his patrol car. I need you to come with us so we can sort this out at the station. If you resist, I'll have to arrest you for violating the restraining order. I looked back at Nathan and Brooke standing in my doorway. In my house, wearing my clothes, living my life. How long? I asked Nathan. How long were you planning this? Nathan's expression didn't change. I'm sorry, Lily. I did what I had to do. You weren't getting better. I couldn't wait forever. I was gone for 3 months. My voice broke. You couldn't wait 3 months? You were supposed to be gone for a year, Brooke said quietly. That's what the doctors told Nathan initially. A year minimum, possibly longer. He filed for divorce after the first 30 days when it was clear you weren't improving. The officer touched my elbow gently. Ma'am, we need to go now. I let him guide me to the patrol car, too numb to resist. As we pulled away from the curb, I watched Nathan and Brooke go back inside and close the door. Through the window, I could see them embrace, could see her head rest on his shoulder. They looked like any normal couple, relieved that a crisis had passed, like I was the problem that had been solved. At the station, they put me in an interview room and left me there for 40 minutes. When the door finally opened, a detective came in with another folder. She introduced herself as Detective Amy Walsh and sat down across from me with a tired expression. Mrs. Whitfield, I've reviewed the case file. I need to ask you some questions about the night of April 18th. April 18th. The night everything went wrong. I don't remember much, I admitted. It's all fuzzy. I remember being upset about losing the baby. I remember Nathan and I were arguing about something. Then I remember being in the ambulance. Detective Walsh opened the folder and pulled out photos. Crime scene photos of my kitchen. Blood on the floor, on the counter, splattered on the refrigerator. A knife in an evidence bag. Nathan's torn shirt. More photos of Nathan in the hospital. His bruised face, bandaged ribs, stitches across his forehead. Do these photos help you remember? Her voice was neutral, not accusatory, just asking. I stared at the images. The blood was real. Nathan's injuries were real. But something felt wrong about the whole scene, like pieces of a puzzle that had been forced together. The knife was in the sink, I said slowly. I remember the knife was in the sink because I'd been cutting vegetables for dinner. I was making stir-fry, Nathan's favorite. Detective Walsh made a note. The knife recovered from the scene had your fingerprints and Nathan's blood on it. There were also defensive wounds on Nathan's hands consistent with trying to grab the blade away from an attacker. I don't remember attacking him. I remember wanting to hurt myself. I'd been having thoughts about it for weeks. The postpartum depression got so bad after we lost the baby. I looked up at her. Can someone forget something like that? Attacking their husband? Walsh's expression softened slightly. Psychotic breaks can cause memory loss, especially when combined with trauma. The hospital records show you were found to be a danger to yourself and others, which is why you were involuntarily committed rather than voluntarily admitted. She pulled out another document. This is your initial psychiatric evaluation from the ER. It notes that you were saying Nathan had hurt you, that he'd pushed you during the argument. But the physical evidence and Nathan's testimony contradicted that. There were no injuries on you except self-inflicted wounds on your wrists. I touched my wrists automatically, feeling the raised scars under my sleeves. Those I remembered. Standing in the bathroom with Nathan's razor, the pain sharp and clarifying. But I didn't remember anything before that. What if Nathan's lying? I asked. What if he hurt me and then made it look like I attacked him? Detective Walsh didn't dismiss the question, which surprised me. Why would he do that? Because he wanted to leave me. Because he already had Brooke. Because if I'm declared mentally incompetent, he can divorce me, take the house, take everything, and I can't fight back. Saying it out loud made it sound paranoid, crazy. But Walsh was listening. Do you have any evidence that he was having an affair before April 18th? I thought back through the months before my hospitalization. Nathan working late more often. Taking phone calls in the other room. The smell of unfamiliar perfume on his jacket once that he'd explained away as a coworker's. Nothing concrete, just suspicions. The kind of things you notice but tell yourself you're being paranoid about. Walsh closed the folder. Here's the situation. The restraining order is legally valid. The divorce is legally valid. The house belongs to Nathan now per the divorce settlement. You signed the papers. I don't remember signing them. The hospital administrator witnessed your signature. There's video of the signing session. You were lucid and answered all the competency questions correctly. She pulled out her phone and showed me a video clip. There I was. 2 weeks ago apparently. Sitting across from a lawyer in what looked like a conference room at the hospital. I was wearing the hospital's pajamas and my hair was greasy, unwashed. I watched myself sign page after page of documents. Watched myself nod when the lawyer asked if I understood what I was signing. The woman in the video looked like me, but I had no memory of that day. None. It was like watching a stranger with my face. I don't remember this, I whispered. Any of it. Walsh turned off the phone. Have you been taking your medications as prescribed? Yes, every day. The nurses watched me take them. But even as I said it, doubt crept in. There had been a few days where I'd felt foggy, disconnected. Days where hours seemed to disappear. I'd mentioned it to my doctor and she'd adjusted my dosages, said it was normal during treatment. The hospital pharmacy records show you were given medications that can cause short-term memory loss as a side effect, Walsh said carefully. It's possible you legitimately don't remember being served the restraining order or signing the divorce papers because of the medication. Relief and horror washed over me in equal measure. If it was the medication, then I wasn't losing my mind. But if it was the medication, then I'd signed away my entire life without being able to remember or consent to it in any meaningful way. What happens now? I asked. Walsh stood up. We can't charge you with violating the restraining order since this appears to be your first violation and you have a legitimate medical explanation for not remembering it. But you cannot go back to that house. You cannot contact Nathan or Brooke. If you do, you will be arrested. Where am I supposed to go? I have no money, no car, no place to live. The hospital should have set you up with transitional housing as part of your discharge plan, Walsh said. Did they give you any paperwork about that? I dug through my discharge folder with shaking hands. There was a single page about a women's shelter across town with visiting hours and intake procedures. That was it. No housing assistance, no financial support, nothing. This can't be right. I had a discharge planner. She said she'd set everything up. Walsh looked at the paper and frowned. Wait here. She left the room, and I sat alone with the photos of my bloody kitchen spread across the table. 15 minutes later, Walsh came back with a woman in a business suit. This is Amanda Ford from County Social Services. There's been a problem with your discharge planning. Amanda sat down and opened her laptop, typing quickly. Mrs. Whitfield, I'm showing in our system that your discharge plan included transitional housing at Riverside Recovery Residence, a step-down facility for people transitioning out of psychiatric care. Room and board covered for 90 days, job placement assistance, continued therapy. But this morning, your housing assignment was canceled. Canceled by who? By your emergency contact, Nathan Whitfield. He called this morning and said you decided to stay with family instead and didn't need the housing. The room tilted slightly. I have no family. My parents are dead. I'm an only child. Nathan knows that. Amanda's expression hardened. Then someone deliberately sabotaged your discharge planning. Let me make some calls. She left the room with her laptop and Detective Walsh sat back down across from me. If what you're saying is true about Nathan wanting to get rid of you, this would fit the pattern. Make sure you have nowhere to go, no resources, no support system. Then when you show up at the house because you literally have nowhere else to go, he can have you arrested for violating the restraining order. Why would he do this? My voice came out small, broken. We loved each other. We were trying for a baby for 3 years. He was devastated when I miscarried. Walsh pulled out her phone and showed me something else. A social media profile for Brooke Cunningham. Her relationship status had changed to married 2 months ago. But there were photos going back over a year showing her and Nathan together. At restaurants. At the beach. His arm around her shoulders. This is from 14 months ago, Walsh said, showing me a photo of Nathan and Brooke at what looked like a company party. If they've been together that long, your pregnancy might have been inconvenient. The implication settled in my stomach like a stone. You think he wanted me to lose the baby? I think it's worth investigating what happened the night of April 18th with fresh eyes. Walsh pulled out her notebook. Walk me through everything you remember about the days leading up to that night. I closed my eyes and tried to pull up memories through the fog. I'd been feeling sick for about a week. Dizzy, nauseous, more tired than usual. I thought it was just grief from the miscarriage. But Nathan kept making me tea before bed. Said it would help me sleep. Walsh was writing quickly now. What kind of tea? I don't know. Some herbal blend he bought from a natural food store. It tasted strange, but he said it was supposed to taste like that. My eyes snapped open. You think he was drugging me? I think it's a possibility worth exploring. Do you still have the tea? I don't have anything. I went to the hospital with nothing but the clothes I was wearing. Everything I owned is in that house with Nathan. Walsh made another note. We'll need to get a warrant to search the property for the tea and any other potential evidence. But that will take time. In the meantime, you need somewhere safe to stay. Amanda came back into the room looking angry. I got you reinstated at Riverside Recovery Residence. Someone is going to answer for this discharge planning nightmare. But for now you have a bed. I'll drive you over there myself. As we left the police station, I saw Nathan's car parked across the street. He was sitting in the driver's seat watching the entrance. When he saw me, he smiled. Not a friendly smile. A cold, triumphant smile. He started his car and drove away slowly. And I realized with absolute clarity that Detective Walsh was right. This had all been planned. Every step of it. At Riverside Recovery Residence, Amanda helped me through intake and got me settled in a small room with a twin bed and a shared bathroom. I'm filing a formal complaint about your discharge planning, she said. Someone at the hospital violated protocol. But more importantly, I'm flagging your case for our legal aid program. You need a lawyer. I can't afford a lawyer. Legal aid is free for people in your situation. Someone will contact you within 48 hours. She handed me her business card. Call me if you need anything. And document everything. Every memory, every detail, anything suspicious. It might be important. After she left, I sat on the thin mattress and tried to organize my thoughts. My phone was dead, the battery drained. I asked at the front desk if they had a charger I could borrow. The overnight counselor found one and I plugged in my phone, watching it slowly power back to life. When it finally turned on, I had 63 missed calls. Most from unknown numbers, but 12 from my best friend Vanessa. I hadn't spoken to Vanessa since before the hospital. Nathan said she'd stopped coming to visit because seeing me that way was too hard for her. I called her number with shaking hands. She answered on the first ring. Oh my God, Lily. Where are you? Are you okay? Vanessa? My voice broke. I'm at a recovery residence. I got out of the hospital today and everything's wrong. Nathan married someone else and I don't remember anything and... Lily, stop. Listen to me. Vanessa's voice was urgent. I've been trying to reach you for 2 months. Nathan told me you didn't want any visitors, that you'd asked him to keep everyone away. But I didn't believe him. I went to the hospital anyway and they said you'd specifically banned me from your visitor list. I never banned you. I wanted to see you so badly. I know that now. Lily, I hired a private investigator. Nathan's been having an affair with Brooke for 18 months, since before you got pregnant. I have photos, receipts, everything. I tried to bring them to the hospital, but they wouldn't let me see you. My head was spinning. Nathan said you stopped visiting because it was too hard. He's been controlling your access to everyone. I talked to your coworkers, your other friends. He told everyone different stories about why they couldn't see you. Some people he said you were too unstable for visitors. Others he said you were being transferred to a different facility. He isolated you completely. Why would he do that? Because he needed time. Time to file for divorce, move Brooke in, liquidate your joint assets. Lily, he emptied your savings account. $47,000. It's gone. The number hit me like a slap. That was my inheritance from my grandmother. He can't touch that. It was in my name only. He had power of attorney. Did you sign power of attorney papers? I thought back to that video Walsh had shown me, signing page after page of documents. Maybe, I don't know. I signed something at the hospital, but I don't remember what. Vanessa made a frustrated sound. He probably buried it in the divorce paperwork. Lily, you need to fight this. The private investigator I hired, his name is Thomas Reeves. He's expensive, but he's good, and I'll pay for it. He can help prove Nathan's been planning this whole thing. The police are investigating. A detective named Walsh. She thinks Nathan might have been drugging me. Drugging you? Vanessa's voice shot up. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Lily, you were acting so strange the last few months before you went to the hospital. You kept forgetting conversations we'd had. You seemed confused all the time. I thought it was depression, but what if it was drugs? My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. I need to remember what happened that night, April 18th. I need to know if I really attacked Nathan or if he's lying. The Lily I know would never attack anyone. Even when you were at your worst, you only ever hurt yourself. You're not violent. She paused. Do you remember what you told me about Nathan? 2 days before you went to the hospital? I don't remember talking to you 2 days before. You called me crying. You said Nathan had been acting strange, distant. You said you'd found a receipt in his jacket for a jewelry store. An engagement ring. But you were already married, so why would he be buying an engagement ring? The memory surfaced slowly, like something swimming up through murky water. The receipt. Platinum band, diamond solitaire, $8,000. I'd found it in Nathan's jacket pocket when I was doing laundry. When I asked him about it, he said it was for a coworker's wife. He was just helping the guy pick it out. But the receipt had Nathan's name on it. Nathan's credit card. I remember, I whispered. He said it was nothing. He made me feel crazy for questioning him. He's been gaslighting you for months, maybe longer. Making you doubt your own perceptions, your own memories. Then when you had the breakdown after the miscarriage, he had the perfect opportunity to take it further. Get you committed, isolate you completely, rewrite the narrative of what happened. Vanessa, what if I really did attack him? What if I don't remember because it was so terrible? Then we'll deal with that. But Lily, I know you. And I know that man has been lying about everything else. Why would he suddenly start telling the truth about that night? We talked for another hour while Vanessa filled me in on everything I'd missed. She'd kept all the documentation from her investigation. Bank records showing Nathan moving money around. Photos of him and Brooke together at places he'd told me he was working late. Credit card receipts for expensive dinners and hotels while I was in the hospital thinking he was too busy to visit. Tomorrow morning, I'm bringing Thomas Reeves to meet you, Vanessa said. And I'm bringing you clothes, toiletries, everything you need. We're going to fight this. After we hung up, I lay on the narrow bed and stared at the ceiling. The counselor had given me a packet of information about the residence. Rules, expectations, resources. There was a list of phone numbers for emergency services, legal aid, job placement. I picked up the legal aid number and dialed even though it was after hours. The voicemail said someone would return my call within 2 business days. 2 days. Nathan had planned this for months, and I had 2 days to start building a defense. I pulled out the discharge papers and read through them carefully. There was a copy of my medical summary, diagnosis of postpartum psychosis with depressive features, treated with antipsychotic medications and mood stabilizers. Prognosis good with continued treatment. Nothing about being a danger to others. Nothing about attacking anyone. I found that strange. If I'd really attacked Nathan badly enough to break his ribs and give him a concussion, wouldn't that be in my medical records? I called Detective Walsh's number. It went to voicemail and I left a message asking about that discrepancy. Then I opened my phone's photo gallery. Most of my photos from the last year had been deleted, but a few remained. Photos from before everything went wrong. Nathan and me at the beach last summer, his arm around my shoulders, my hand on my small baby bump, taken 2 weeks before the miscarriage. Nathan's face in that photo. I studied it closely. He didn't look happy. He looked strained, false, like he was forcing himself to smile for the camera. I zoomed in on the background of the photo. We were at a restaurant, and in the reflection of the window behind us, I could just barely make out another person at a different table. Blonde hair, raising a glass toward the camera, toward Nathan. Brooke had been there. She'd been watching us. I screenshot the photo and made a note to show it to the private investigator. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. You need to stop. This isn't going to end well for you. Just accept the divorce and move. Happening. You told me to take the bus home, I said, 6 hours after I gave birth. You told me not to call too much. You can't do this. This is insane. I didn't just do anything, I said. This has been 3 years of documentation and 12 months of legal preparation. What you're experiencing right now is the result of what you decided to do with those 3 years. Silence, then a different sound, rustling, voices, and then Patricia's voice, sharp and controlled, the way she got when she was scared but refused to show it fully. Give me the phone. Not a question. Give it to me. A pause. Then, you think you can threaten us? Her voice was precise. Clipped. The voice of a woman who had spent decades winning through intimidation. You think a little accounting trick frightens anyone? We will call our lawyer. We will take that baby. We will make sure everyone knows you are unstable. You are a woman alone in a hospital room. You have nothing. I let her finish. I have $341,000 in documented misappropriation, I said. I have a forensic accountant, Dr. Sonia Reyes, certified fraud examiner, formerly of the SEC, who has traced every transaction. I have a civil complaint filed tonight with the court. I have communications, your communications, Patricia, to your son, advising him to secure assets before the baby was born, that have been submitted as evidentiary exhibits. I have a family court filing for divorce and custody, already reviewed by a judge, and I have 3 financial institutions that were notified this evening. The silence that followed was different from the ones before it. Not the stunned kind, not the angry kind, the afraid kind, real afraid, the quiet of someone doing a rapid calculation, not liking any of the answers. And just so we're clear, I said, this is not a negotiation. This is not me asking for something. The process is already moving. What happens next is not something I control. It belongs to the court, to the institutions, and to Dr. Reyes's findings. I heard Patricia breathe once. I'll tell you what I told my husband, I said. I don't make threats. I make moves. Then I hung up. The night nurse, a steady, practical woman named Donna, who had been on the maternity ward for 11 years, came in at 11 p.m. to check on us. She looked at me, at the phone in my hand, at the expression on my face that must have been something unusual. Do you need anything? She asked. No, I said. I'm good. She looked at Elliot. He's beautiful. He is, I said. She dimmed the lights on her way out, and I sat in the quiet of the hospital room with my son and thought about my mother. I thought about the first time she showed me the loan documents from when she started the firm. The originals, kept in a wooden box in her home office. She had shown them to me when I was 9. This is proof, she had said, that everything started from nothing. Don't let anyone tell you what you're capable of before they've watched you work. I thought about that box. I thought about her face. And for a moment, alone in the dark with a sleeping baby and a phone full of messages I wasn't going to read until morning, I felt something I hadn't expected. Peace. Not victory, not satisfaction exactly, just peace. The feeling of a thing completed, of a tension that had been held for 3 years finally released. They came to the hospital the next morning, 9:14 a.m. I was awake. I had been awake since 6, fed Elliot, spoken to the nursing staff, and made 2 phone calls. One to Marcus, who confirmed that all filings were in order and that the first court date was scheduled. One to Dr. Farrow, who cleared me for discharge and who, when I told her, briefly, without drama, what had happened the night before, looked at me for a long moment and said, "Are you safe?" "Yes," I said. "More than I've been in 3 years." At 8:30, Marcus himself arrived. He sat up in the chair by the window with a leather briefcase and a cup of coffee, in the unhurried manner of a man who has seen a great many hospital rooms and knows how to make himself useful in one. He didn't say much. He didn't need to. At 9:14, the door opened. Daniel came in first. He was wearing the same shirt from dinner. He hadn't slept. I could see it in the skin around his eyes, in the particular flatness of someone who has spent a night in sustained panic. He was carrying flowers, grocery store flowers, the kind you buy from a display near the entrance because you didn't plan ahead. He held them like he wasn't sure what to do with them. Patricia followed. Her posture was perfect. Her expression was composed. Whatever she had felt last night had been filed away somewhere behind her eyes where she thought it wouldn't show. It showed. Way came last. She didn't make eye contact with me. She looked at Elliot briefly, then looked away. Daniel's gaze went immediately to Marcus, then to the tray table beside my bed, where 3 document sets were arranged in order: the divorce petition, the custody filing, and the civil complaint summary. "Claire," Daniel said. His voice was different from the phone call, quieter, trying for something. Steadiness, maybe, or remorse. Hard to say if it was real. Can we talk about this? Just us? Everything that needs to be said is in those documents," I said. "Marcus is here in his professional capacity. If you have questions about the filings, he can answer them. I want to talk to my wife." "Your wife," I said, "is sitting in a hospital bed 12 hours after giving birth, alone, because you left to go eat hot pot." He flinched. Patricia stepped forward. She had recalibrated overnight. I could see it. The intimidation approach from the phone call had been discarded. She was trying softness now. Her expression had rearranged itself into something approximating concern. "Claire," she said, "we understand you're upset. That's completely natural after what your body has been through. No one is dismissing that. We came to Patricia." My voice was very level. "Last night you told me I was a woman alone in a hospital room with nothing. You said you would take my baby. You said you would tell everyone I was unstable." Her expression didn't change, but her jaw tightened. "So I'm going to ask you not to tell me what you came to do," I said, "because I already know, and it isn't going to work." Silence. Marcus set down his coffee. He reached into the briefcase and withdrew a pen, which he placed on top of the document stack on the tray table. A quiet gesture, clear in its meaning. Patricia opened her mouth. I looked at her. One look. Steady. No anger in it. Because I was past anger. I was somewhere cooler and cleaner than anger. "You told me to take the bus," I said. "So I did." Then I looked back at my son. He had woken up during the noise and was making the small sounds of a baby deciding whether to cry. I picked him up, held him against my chest, felt him settle. Behind me, I heard the papers slide across the tray table. I heard Daniel's breathing change. I heard the sound of a man picking up documents that told him, in careful legal language, the full shape of what he had done and what it was going to cost him. His hands were shaking when he picked them up. I felt it from across the room. The weeks that followed were not clean or simple, and I want to be honest about that, because stories like this sometimes get told as though justice arrives in a single moment and then everything is easy. It wasn't easy. It was paperwork and court dates and depositions and a forensic accounting review that required me to spend 2 full days in Dr. Reyes's office going through transaction records line by line. It was phone calls from Daniel's lawyer, a man named Henderson who had the aggressive of confidence of someone billing by the hour, that Marcus fielded with the patient efficiency of someone who had been in this business long enough to find aggression boring. It was also, quietly, grief. Not for Daniel specifically, not for the marriage, which had never been what I thought it was, but for the version of the future I had briefly allowed myself to imagine before I saw the first text on his laptop, the version where the charming man at the dinner table had been real all the way through. That version was gone, and its absence was a real thing, even if I didn't let it slow me down. Elliot helped. Elliot helped enormously. There is something clarifying about a newborn's complete indifference to your complicated feelings. He needed to be fed. He needed to be held. He needed to be told, through proximity and warmth and repetition, that the world was safe. And in attending to those needs, I found that my own complicated feelings had somewhere to go. The civil case moved quickly, given the quality of the documentation. Dr. E. Reyes testified in the initial hearing that the misappropriation was systematic, deliberate, and structured to obscure origination. Language that the judge, the Honorable Miriam Okafor, received with the expression of someone who has heard many things and is not easily surprised, but occasionally still is. Daniel's lawyer attempted to argue that the transfers had been authorized, that the signatures were genuine, that the funds had been moved with my knowledge. He presented this argument once. Dr. Reyes dismantled it in 40 minutes of testimony. She had the original signature documents, the notary's records, my travel itinerary proving I had been in another city on the date the notary claimed the signature was obtained, and the testimony of a handwriting expert named Dr. Charles Huang, who had been analyzing questioned documents for 19 years, and who stated, without ambiguity, that 2 of the 5 signatures in question were not mine. Henderson stopped arguing that point. The civil judgment came 4 months after Elliot was born. The order required restitution of $341,000, plus legal fees, plus interest. The amount was structured as a lien against Daniel's assets, which, as it turned out, were not substantial. He had spent most of what he'd taken. The watches had been resold at a loss. The gambling account was empty. Way's holding company was named in a separate civil complaint. That case took longer, but it moved. The divorce was finalized 6 months after the hospital. Custody was awarded primarily to me, with Daniel granted supervised visitation on a schedule that would be reviewed after 12 months. He had not contested the custody terms. I think he understood, by that point, that contesting them would require surfacing more of the record, and the record was not his friend. He signed everything with the same shaking hands. I want to tell you about a conversation I had with my mother's lawyer, a man named Richard Tao, who had worked with her for 23 years, and who came to visit me 2 weeks after Elliot was born, ostensibly to discuss some Linvest paperwork, but actually, I think, because he had heard what happened and wanted to see for himself that I was all right. He sat in my living room. He looked at Elliot in his bassinet. He looked at me. Your mother would have done exactly the same thing, he said. I know, I said. She would have moved faster, he added with a small smile. Probably, I said. But she also didn't have a baby to protect while she was doing it. He nodded slowly. No, he said. She didn't. We sat for a moment in the kind of silence that doesn't require filling. She used to say, Richard said, that the most dangerous thing about a patient person is that nobody believes they're planning anything. I know, I said. She told me that when I was 15. Did you believe her? I looked at my son. I believed her immediately, I said. People ask me, and they have asked more than I expected, in the quiet, sideways way people ask things they're not sure they have the right to ask, whether I feel guilty, whether there's something cold about having known for 3 years and having waited, whether staying in a marriage you know is being used against you makes you complicit in something. I've thought about this a lot, honestly. Here's what I've come to. I didn't manufacture what Daniel did. I didn't plant the texts or forge the documents or open the offshore account or move the money. He did those things. His family advised those things. They built a trap, and I walked into it with my eyes open specifically so that when I walked out, I could do so with every piece of evidence I needed. Is there something uncomfortable about that? Yes. I won't pretend there isn't. I have sat with Elliot at 3 a.m. and wondered what it would have been like if I had been wrong, if the texts had turned out to be nothing, if the account irregularities had been errors, if Daniel had been exactly what he appeared to be, and I had spent 3 years quietly building a case against an innocent man. But he wasn't innocent. The documents exist. Dr. Reyes verified them. Judge Okafor reviewed them. The court found in my favor. And Elliot, who will someday be old enough to ask questions about what happened, will have a mother who can look him in the eye and say, I protected you before you were born. I was careful. I was thorough. I did not act out of rage or hurt or impulse. I acted from the same place your grandmother always acted from certainty. There is one more thing I want to tell you. About 3 months after the divorce was finalized, so about 9 months after the hospital, I was at a coffee shop near my office. Elliot in his carrier against my chest, laptop open, reviewing a quarterly report. A woman sat down at the table next to me, early 40s, sharp-looking, harried in the way of someone managing too many things at once. She glanced at Elliot, smiled the way people smile at babies, briefly and automatically. Then she looked at my laptop screen, just a glance the way you do in a public space. And then she looked at me more carefully. Linvest Capital? She said. I know that firm. Margaret Lynn's shop. Yes, I said. She was remarkable. I met her once at a conference, years ago. The woman looked like she was turning something over. Are you her daughter? I said. Ah, a pause. Something shifted in her face. Not surprise exactly. Recognition. You took over? I did. She nodded slowly. Then she looked at Elliot again, at me, at the laptop. Good, she said, simply, like it was an answer to something. She picked up her coffee and left, and I sat there with my son and my quarterly report, and the particular feeling of being exactly where you're supposed to be. My mother built something from nothing, and then she handed it to me, and then someone tried to take it, and I let them try. Because I knew, the way my mother knew, the way certain women know things that other people keep underestimating, that the moment you show a thief the door you've left open for them, you've already decided how the story ends. Daniel hadn't walked out on a wife. He had walked out on the one person who had been quietly, patiently, and completely holding his entire world together. And now he knew. Now he would always know exactly what happens when she decides to let go. I had just given birth when my husband looked me in the eye and said, "Take the bus home. I'm taking my family to Hot Pot." 2 hours later, his voice was shaking on the phone. "Claire, what did you do? Everything is gone. I want you to hold that image for a second." Me, hospital gown, 6 stitches, a 6-hour-old baby pressed against my chest. And Daniel, my husband of 3 years, the man who had held my hand through every prenatal appointment, who had cried at our gender reveal, who had painted the nursery himself at 2 in the morning, standing in the doorway of my delivery room, already reaching for his jacket, already leaving. I didn't scream. I didn't beg. I didn't throw anything. I just watched him go. And then I picked up my phone. Let me back up, because none of this makes sense without the beginning. And the beginning, the real beginning, started long before the hospital room, long before the pregnancy, long before I ever said yes to Daniel Chen at a rooftop dinner in the middle of a city that was supposed to be our future. It started with my mother. Her name was Margaret Lynn, and she was the kind of woman who made rooms go quiet just by walking into them. Not because she was loud, because she was certain. She had that rare quality where every word she said landed like it had already been decided. She built Linvest Capital from a $40,000 personal loan and 17 years of discipline that most people can't maintain for 17 days. By the time I was 12, her firm managed over $200 million in private equity placements. By the time I was 22 and graduating with a dual degree in finance and corporate law, she had restructured the ownership so that I held the majority stake. Not because I'm dying, she told me flatly when she handed me the documents, because you're ready, and because the only person I trust with something I built is someone who knows what it cost. I was 22 years old and I owned 61% of a private investment firm. I also told almost no one. That wasn't ego. That was my mother's wisdom, passed down like a second inheritance. The moment people know what you have, she used to say, they stop seeing you. They start seeing the number. So I kept quiet. I worked inside the firm under a title that made me sound like a mid-level analyst. I let my name stay off the public-facing materials. I drove a sensible car, lived in a sensible apartment, wore sensible clothes. My LinkedIn said, Senior Associate, Linvest Capital. It did not say primary owner. It did not say anything that would make a man like Daniel Chen look at me differently before I had a chance to see who he really was. I met Daniel at a mutual friend's birthday dinner. He was charming in that practiced way, the kind of charming that felt effortless but wasn't. He laughed at the right moments, asked questions that made you feel interesting, and looked at you like you were the only person in the room. He was a project manager at a mid-sized construction firm. Good money, stable, ambitious without being threatening. His mother called him twice during dinner. He stepped away politely both times. I thought that was sweet. I should have thought harder about what it meant. We dated for 14 months before he proposed. In that time, I noticed things, small things that I filed away without acting on. The way his posture changed when his mother entered a room. The way his sister Wei laughed at other people's discomfort like it was a private joke only she was in on. The way Daniel himself would sometimes say something dismissive about money. You're so careful with it, it's almost like you're scared of something. With a smile that felt like it was trying to find something out. But he was also kind, genuinely kind, in moments that felt unperformed. He remembered that I hated cilantro. He drove 40 minutes in a storm to bring me cold medicine when I had a bad flu. He told me he loved me in quiet, private ways that didn't feel like a performance. So I said yes. And on the day I said yes, I made a decision. I would wait, I would watch. And if everything I feared about his family was wrong, if the small things I noticed turned out to be nothing, then I would tell him everything about who I really was, and we would build something real together. If I was right about what I suspected, I would be ready. The first year of our marriage was fine, better than fine, in stretches. Daniel was a good husband in the visible ways. He was present, he was affectionate, he was reliable, but his family was a different thing entirely. His mother, Patricia Chen, came to our apartment uninvited 11 times in the first 6 months. I counted. She rearranged our kitchen once while I was at work. She told Daniel, within earshot of me, that I was too quiet, and that quiet women were either simple or hiding something. She laughed when she said it. I smiled when she said it. I was hiding something. She just had no idea how much. His sister Wei was sharper, more strategic. She would ask questions disguised as small talk. Does your company have pension sharing for spouses? And I read somewhere that private firms in your sector are really profitable. Is that true? And watch my face while she asked them, looking for the crack. I never cracked. What I did instead was start documenting. I have always been meticulous by nature. My mother raised me to keep records the way other people keep photographs, as proof of something real, something that happened, something that can't be rewritten later. So I started a file, a private encrypted file on a server that lived outside our shared network, backed up to 2 separate locations. In it, I I put everything. Patricia's text to Daniel, which he left open on our shared laptop. She must have money. Find out how much. Get the house in your name before a baby changes the structure. Way's message to Daniel 3 weeks later. She trusts you. That's your advantage. Use it. A voice memo I recorded, legally, in our home state, where one-party consent applies, of Patricia telling Daniel over dinner that a smart man secures the assets before the second year. Everyone knows this. And then the financial irregularities started. Small at first. A $3,400 withdrawal from a joint account I'd funded, marked as home supplies. We hadn't bought any home supplies. A $7,800 charge to a credit card in Daniel's name. But the account had been opened with our shared address and a co-applicant signature that looked uncomfortably like mine. I flagged it quietly. I didn't confront Daniel. I called my lawyer. His name is Marcus Webb. He has been practicing corporate and family law for 21 years, and he had been on retainer for Linvest Capital since before I took over the majority share. When I called him, 3 months into my marriage, and told him I needed to open a separate matter, a personal matter, he didn't ask unnecessary questions. He just said, "Tell me what you have." I told him everything. There was a pause. Then, "Claire, how long have you been watching?" "Since before the wedding," I said. Another pause. "Longer this time." "Good," he said. "Keep going." By month 8 of our marriage, I had retained Marcus on a formal basis for personal legal counsel, separate from his firm work. I had also quietly engaged a forensic accountant, a woman named Dr. Sonia Reyes, CPA and certified fraud examiner, who had spent 12 years working financial crime cases for the SEC before going private. I found her through a referral from a colleague. She was thorough, expensive, and completely discreet. I gave her access to everything I had flagged. She came back to me in 3 weeks. "This is not petty cash theft," she said. We were sitting in her office, a deliberately unassuming space in a mid-rise building that had no signage outside the door. She had a manila folder open on the desk. "Whoever is doing this has either some financial literacy or access to someone who does. The routing is deliberate. It's layered. What are we looking at in total?" She pushed the folder toward me. The number at the top of the summary sheet was $341,000. I didn't flinch. "Over how long?" I asked. 14 months, starting 3 months before the wedding. I sat with that for a moment. 3 months before the wedding, before we were even married, before any legal obligation, any shared account, any official documentation. He had been planning this before he proposed. "Can you trace it?" "I already have," she said. Luxury watch purchases, 4 of them resold through a gray market dealer. A gambling account in Macau linked to a shell corporate entity. 2 investment transfers to a holding company registered in the name of a Wei Chen, his sister, that has no actual business activity. Wei, of course. "Is there enough to pursue charges?" I asked. "There is enough," Dr. Reyes said carefully, "to support charges, civil litigation, and an emergency financial review by the institutions involved, if that's the direction you want to go." "It's not the direction yet," I said. "Not yet." I took the folder and left. I found out I was pregnant on a Tuesday. I sat in the bathroom of my office for 4 minutes before I moved. Then I called Marcus. "Does this change the timeline?" I asked. "It accelerates some things," he said, "and it protects certain others." How are you?" "I'm fine," I said, and I meant it, not in the numb way people say it when they aren't. I genuinely meant it, because the pregnancy didn't change what I knew. It didn't change what Daniel had done. It didn't change the plan. It just added a reason to make sure the plan was airtight. Over the next 8 months, I did 3 things simultaneously. I was a good wife. I attended every prenatal appointment with Daniel. I let him film the first ultrasound. I let Patricia host a gender reveal party where she held court like she was royalty and whispered to her friends that the baby had better have the chin bone structure. I smiled. I ate the food. I took the photos. I was a careful strategist. Marcus worked with Dr. Reyes to build a comprehensive case file, what he called the package. It contained the forensic accounting report, the documented communications, the traced transactions, a formal fraud assessment, and a preliminary filing strategy for civil recovery and potential criminal referral to the district attorney. And I was a patient architect of my own future. I restructured several key elements of Linvest Capital's ownership documentation so that the minority shares Daniel had attempted to claim through a forged spousal consent signature, which we had discovered buried in a document I had supposedly signed during a period when I was traveling for work, and he had used a notary he'd hired privately, were formally contested and legally voided. That last one had required a judge's signature on an emergency protective order for corporate assets. Judge Miriam Okafor, Family and Commercial Court, signed it on a Tuesday afternoon. Daniel never knew it existed. My due date came. I had prepared for a hospital birth. My OB, Dr. Linda Farrow, had managed the pregnancy from the start, and she was calm and efficient and steady in a way that made me feel like everything was going to be fine. Daniel was there for the labor. He held my hand. He looked scared in the way men look scared when they realize they can't control what's happening. 14 hours. Then our son arrived, Elliot. I had chosen the name myself. I hadn't told Daniel. When the nurse placed him in my arms and I looked at his face, that impossible, ancient, brand new face, I felt something
something move through me that I don't have good words for. Like everything I had been holding together by sheer force of will for 3 years suddenly had a reason that went beyond strategy. He was real. He was here. He was mine. Daniel took photos. He cried briefly, which surprised me. Maybe in another life, that would have meant something. And his phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. His expression shifted, just slightly. That particular rearrangement of features I had learned to recognize. Not worry, not anything urgent. Anticipation. My parents are here, he said. We booked dinner. I stared at him. I just gave birth, I said. The words came out very flat, not angry, just true. Patricia was already in the corner of the room. I hadn't heard her come in. She sighed. That theatrical, long-suffering sigh she deployed whenever someone else's need inconvenienced her sense of occasion. The bus stop is right outside the hospital. You'll be discharged in the morning. I turned to look at her. She met my eyes. She had the composed expression of someone who has spent years winning through sheer presumption, through walking into rooms and assuming her comfort takes priority, through watching people step back because confronting her feels like too much work. Wei laughed from the doorway. Actual laughter. Women give birth every day. Daniel kissed Elliot. It was quick. The way you kiss something you're already moving away from. Then he grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair. Don't call too much, he said. We're celebrating. Patricia paused at the door. Her eyes went to the diaper bag I'd packed. A practical one. Well made, but not branded. She made a small sound of contempt. Cheap things, she said. We'll replace them if the baby looks like Daniel. If. The door closed. The room was very quiet. My son's hand was wrapped around my finger. Small fingers. Impossibly strong grip for something so new. I let myself cry for exactly 3 minutes. Counted it. Then I stopped, and I picked up my phone. There were 2 numbers Daniel had never seen me dial. Marcus Webb, and my father's office, which now operated as Linvest Capital's External Counsel Coordination Center, because my father had retired from practice 18 months ago and handed his direct line to the woman who had taken over his caseload. Attorney Grace Park, 38, former assistant district attorney, currently the sharpest civil litigator I had ever watched work. I called Marcus first. He picked up on the second ring, because that was the arrangement, because I had told him 8 months ago that when the baby came, I would call within the hour if the trigger event occurred, and we both knew what the trigger event would look like. Is the baby here? He asked. Yes, I said, and Daniel just left me at the hospital to go eat hot pot. A pause. Do you want to proceed? I looked at Elliot. His eyes were closed. His chest rose and fell. He had no idea what was happening. He had no idea that the woman holding him had spent 3 years quietly, patiently, and completely disassembling the trap that had been built around her. Yes, I said. Lock everything down. I'll make the calls, Marcus said. 3 to 4 hours. You'll have confirmation before midnight. Thank you, I said. I hung up and called Grace Park. Claire. Her voice was alert, even though it was evening. Tonight? Tonight, I said. He left 60 seconds ago. The filing is ready, she said. I'll submit it to Judge Okafor's emergency docket at 8 p.m. The financial institutions are on standby. Linvest's compliance team has the notification package. Corporate accounts are already ring-fenced. Personal joint accounts will freeze on court order within 90 minutes of filing. And the civil complaint? Ready to serve. Process server is standing by. The custody terms? Drafted, reviewed, and structured in a way that prioritizes Elliot's stability. Full primary residential custody for you. Supervised visitation framework for Daniel pending the fraud findings. Judge Okafor has reviewed the preliminary affidavit. Okay, I said. Claire. Grace paused. Are you all right? I looked at my son. Yes, I said. I genuinely am. Here's what Daniel didn't know about me. He thought I was an accountant. He thought I was quiet and precise and slightly boring in the way people are when they're built for steady, incremental work rather than for vision. He thought my carefulness with money was a personality trait, not a practiced art. He thought my silences were absence of thought rather than thought running very fast in a direction he couldn't see. He thought I trusted him. He was right about that last part, actually. I had trusted him once, in the early days, before the documents, before Wei's messages, before I found the first forged signature and felt something go permanently cold in the center of my chest. I had trusted him, and when I stopped trusting him, I did something he didn't expect. I didn't leave, I didn't confront, I didn't make a scene, I stayed. And I built a case so thorough, so documented, so legally airtight that when the moment came to move, it would be over before he understood it had begun. He mistook 3 years of patience for 3 years of ignorance. He thought quiet meant compliant. He had never met my mother. At 8:12 p.m. While Daniel was at the restaurant, while Patricia was holding court at the head of the table, while Wei was taking photos of the food to post with captions that used the phrase family first, the quiet work was done. 3 financial institutions received notification packages from Grace Park's office and Linvest's compliance team simultaneously. The packages included the fraud assessment summary prepared by Dr. Reyes, the court-issued asset protection order signed by Judge Okafor, and formal notice of civil litigation pending against Daniel Yongchen for misappropriation of corporate funds, forgery of consent documentation, and breach of fiduciary duty as a spousal co-participant in company operations. The joint credit cards declined. The car, registered in both our names, financed through a joint account, received a remote payment suspension notice from the financing institution, triggered by the asset freeze. It wasn't going anywhere tonight. The corporate accounts Daniel had accessed were ring-fenced. The access credentials he had obtained through the forged documentation were revoked, and at 9:47 p.m., my phone rang. Daniel. I watched the the screen. Let it ring. He called again. I let that one go too. And the third. On the fourth call, I answered. Claire. His voice was doing something I had never heard it do before. Unsteady, not upset, not angry, frightened. Claire, what did you do? Everything is gone. I was quiet for a moment. In my arms, Elliot shifted in his sleep. You went to dinner, I said. What? What does that fix this? Fix this right now. The car didn't work. The car isn't. Claire, what is happening? You told me to take the bus home, I said. 6 hours after I gave birth. You told me not to call too much. You can't do this. This is insane. I didn't just do anything, I said. This has been 3 years of documentation and 12 months of legal preparation. What you're experiencing right now is the result of what you decided to do with those 3 years. Silence, then a different sound, rustling, voices. And then Patricia's voice, sharp and controlled, the way she got when she was scared but refused to show it fully. Give me the phone. Not a question. Give it to me. A pause. Then, you think you can threaten us? Her voice was precise, clipped. The voice of a woman who had spent decades winning through intimidation. You think a little accounting trick frightens anyone? We will call our lawyer. We will take that baby. We will make sure everyone knows you are unstable. You are a woman alone in a hospital room. You have nothing. I let her finish. I have $341,000 in documented misappropriation, I said. I have a forensic accountant, Dr. Sonia Reyes, certified fraud examiner, formerly of the SEC, who has traced every transaction. I have a civil complaint filed tonight with the court. I have communications, your communications, Patricia, to your son, advising him to secure assets before the baby was born. I had a panic attack after my daughter set me up to meet my abuser to let go of the past, so her siblings dragged her name through the mud. 24 years ago, I was assaulted by someone I thought was a close friend. I was inconsolable for months. Then, I found out I was pregnant, 20 weeks along, too late for an abortion where I live. My husband became my entire world during that time. He told me we had options: adoption or keeping the baby and raising it as ours. No judgment, just support. I couldn't give the baby up, but raising Luna was harder than I ever imagined. See, my husband and I are both pale, light-haired, blue-eyed. Luna came out with dark hair, brown skin, looking exactly like her biological father. People stared, they whispered. I heard the comments everywhere we went, at the grocery store, at parent-teacher conferences. Must not be her husband's kid. Wonder who the real father is. I tried. God, I tried so hard to be a good mother to her, but every time I looked at her face, I saw him. The flashbacks were unbearable. My husband ended up doing most of the parenting. Luna grew up closer to him than to me, and honestly, he gave her a little extra attention to compensate for what I couldn't give her. We never told her the truth. We just said her bio dad and I got into a bad fight and never spoke again. It seemed kinder than the alternative. Everything was manageable until 2 years ago when Luna bought one of those DNA test kits. She found a relative in the system who connected her with him. She started talking to him regularly. I begged her not to, told her it was a bad idea. She insisted she had a right to know her biological father. I couldn't argue with that without telling her everything, so I just asked her to respect my boundaries. She promised she would. Then last month, Luna got engaged to a wonderful guy. We were all so happy for her. The plan was simple. My husband walks her down the aisle. He earned that right 1,000 times over. But 3 weeks before the wedding, my husband got into a bad car accident. Nothing life-threatening, but he's in a wheelchair while his legs heal. He'll walk again, just not in time for the wedding. I suggested alternatives. Her brother could walk her. I could push my husband's wheelchair down the aisle. A bridesmaid could help. Luna shot down every option. Then she dropped the bomb. She'd invited her biological father to walk her down the aisle instead. My husband's face went completely white. This man who loved her unconditionally, who'd gotten up for every midnight feeding, who'd taught her to ride a bike, attended every school play, paid for her college, replaced because he was temporarily in a wheelchair. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I told her absolutely not. If he was there, I wouldn't be. Luna got defensive, said I was being dramatic, that I needed to let go of the past and stop holding grudges. She said it was her special day, and she deserved to have the wedding she'd always dreamed of. She actually said her bio dad deserved a chance to be part of her life in a meaningful way. I snapped, told her she had no idea what she was talking about, that she should stay out of things she didn't understand. She left crying, saying I was trying to ruin her wedding. That night, my husband was furious. Not just hurt, furious. And he did something I never expected. He called our other 3 kids and told them everything. The assault, the pregnancy, why Luna looked different, why I struggled with her growing up, and what she'd just done. Within 2 hours, Luna's phone was exploding. Her older brother called her selfish and cruel. Her younger sister said she was ashamed to be related to her. Her other brother told her she'd broken Dad's heart for aesthetic wedding photos. My extended family started reaching out. Cousins, aunts, uncles, all asking her what the hell she was thinking. My husband called Luna, said they needed to talk face to face. She came over and I listened from the kitchen. He told her everything, his voice shaking, explaining what her biological father did, why I struggled, how much he loved her anyway. Long silence. Then Luna said, I know something happened, Dad, but people remember things differently when they're hurt. He told me you guys convinced Mom it was worse than it was because you wanted to keep me. My husband started crying. Luna's voice stayed steady. I'm not saying Mom's lying. I'm just saying maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle, and I need him there. I heard my husband take this shaky breath, like he was trying not to completely break down. Luna, he said, and his voice cracked. There is no middle ground here. There's no somewhere in between. What happened to your mother was 24 years ago, Luna interrupted. She wasn't yelling, which somehow made it worse. Her voice was calm, matter-of-fact, like she was explaining something obvious to a child. And I've talked to him for 2 years now, Dad. 2 years. He's told me his side of everything. I had to grip the kitchen counter to stay upright. My hands were shaking so badly I knocked over the salt shaker. His side? My husband's voice went flat. Dangerous. I'd only heard him sound like that maybe twice in our entire marriage. Yeah, his side, Luna said, and I could hear her getting defensive now. He told me about how he and Mom had a thing, you know, before you guys were serious. And when she found out she was pregnant, she panicked because you'd just proposed and— Stop! My husband's voice cut through like a knife. Stop talking right now. No, Dad, you need to hear this. Luna pushed on. I heard her stand up, her chair scraping against our hardwood floor. He said Mom regretted it and didn't want to mess up her relationship with you, so she told you it was assault. He said you convinced her that's what happened because you wanted to keep her. The silence that followed felt like it lasted an hour. Get out, my husband finally said. Dad, get out of my house. His voice broke on the last word. If you believe that, if you actually believe your mother would lie about being raped, then I don't know who you are anymore. I heard Luna's footsteps, quick and angry. The front door opened, then slammed shut hard enough to rattle the picture frames on the walls. My husband found me in the kitchen about 5 minutes later. I was just standing there, staring at nothing, tears running down my face. He didn't say anything, just pulled me into his arms while I sobbed into his shoulder. The next morning, Luna's siblings showed up at her apartment. I didn't ask them to. Honestly, I didn't even know they were planning it until our oldest, Jake, called me from her parking lot. We're going to talk some sense into her, he said. His voice was hard in a way I'd never heard before. Jake was our gentle kid, the peacemaker. We brought the photo albums. Jake, I don't think— Mom, she needs to see this. She needs to remember who actually raised her. They spent 3 hours at her place. When Jake called me afterward, he sounded exhausted. She doesn't get it, Mom. We showed her everything. Every single picture of Dad at her dance recitals, her soccer games, teaching her to drive. We showed her the father-daughter dance at Aunt Jen's wedding where she stepped on his feet for 10 minutes straight and he just laughed. What did she say? I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. She said it proves nothing except that Dad's a good person, which she already knows. Jake's voice was bitter. She said her bio dad wasn't given a chance to be involved because you poisoned everyone against him. Then she told us to leave and called her fiancé crying about us ambushing her. I closed my eyes. I'm sorry you had to. Don't apologize, Mom. She's the one who should be sorry. But Luna wasn't sorry. Over the next few days, her fiancé Tyler started calling my husband. Just to check in, he said. But we could tell he was worried. Luna's not herself, Tyler admitted during one call. She's obsessed with the wedding. Like, not excited about getting married, just obsessed with everything going exactly as planned. She's rechecking vendor contracts at 2 a.m. She's color-coding seating charts for hours. My husband suggested maybe they should postpone, just until things calm down with the family situation. Tyler went quiet for a second. I mentioned that yesterday, he said carefully. She had a complete meltdown. Started crying that postponing would mean admitting she's wrong, and she's not wrong. Tyler --. I know, Tyler said. Trust me, I know. It's like she's more invested in proving a point to you guys than she is in actually marrying me. Yesterday, she spent 4 hours on the phone with him, her bio dad, talking about the ceremony. When I asked her about our honeymoon plans, she barely looked up from her laptop. After that call, my husband just sat at the kitchen table with his head in his hands. His legs were healing. The doctor said he might be able to use a walker with support in another month, but Luna wouldn't wait. Then things got worse. Way worse. My credit card company called me about some unusual charges. Nothing huge, just $50 here, $100 there. Gas stations, fast food places, a couple grocery stores, all in towns I'd never been to. It took me 2 days to piece it together, but when I did, I felt sick. Luna had my credit card number saved from when she was in college and I'd help her with textbook orders. She'd been using it to help her biological father with expenses, gas money, groceries, bills. When I confronted her about it, she didn't even deny it. He's struggling financially right now, she said over the phone. Like that explained everything. You guys have money. I didn't think you'd miss a couple $100. Luna, that's theft. Oh my God, Mom, really? We're family. He's my father. He's not your father, I yelled, and then I couldn't stop. Your father is in a wheelchair in our living room crying because his daughter thinks he's less important than some stranger who— Luna hung up on me. But the credit card charges weren't the worst part. The worst part was what Luna was telling him. Private family information. Details about my husband's accident, how bad it really was, that the doctors were worried about nerve damage. Information about our finances, how we'd remortgaged the house 3 years ago to pay for her brother's medical bills when he had that infection. She was feeding him ammunition, and he was using it. I found out because he sent Luna a text that she accidentally showed Tyler. Tyler, thank God, forwarded it to my husband. The text said, "Your mom's family has always been about control. They keep secrets, make you feel guilty for wanting independence. But I'm different. I'm honest with you about everything. That's what real family does." My husband read that text out loud to me, his voice shaking. He's manipulating her. He's using everything she tells him to position himself as the good guy. She can't see it, I whispered. Or she doesn't want to. Tyler showed up at our house 3 days before the wedding was supposed to happen. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "I'm postponing it," he said, sitting down across from us at the kitchen table. "I told Luna I need more time to think." "How did she take it?" my husband asked. Tyler laughed, but there was no humor in it. "She blamed you guys. Said you've turned me against her, that you've ruined everything by refusing to let go of the past. He rubbed his face with both hands. She's talking about her bio dad constantly, always defending him, always explaining away weird stuff he says. She's more invested in that relationship than in ours. We're sorry, I started, but Tyler shook his head. Don't be. I needed to see this before we got married. He looked at my husband. Can I ask you something? Of course. Do you think she's okay? Mentally, I mean. This doesn't feel like the woman I proposed to. My husband was quiet for a long moment. I think she's being groomed, he finally said. Not in a sexual way, but emotionally. He's isolating her, making her doubt everyone who actually loves her, positioning himself as the only person she can trust. It's textbook. Tyler nodded slowly. That's what I was afraid of. When Luna found out Tyler postponed the wedding, she completely lost it. She called me screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You've ruined everything, she yelled. Everything. Tyler was fine until you filled his head with your victim bullshit. Luna, he told me you'd play the victim card, she said, and her voice went cold. He told me exactly what you'd say and exactly how you'd try to manipulate me. And he was right about everything. Who told you? My father. My real father, who actually cares about me and doesn't use me as a pawn in some decades-old grudge. Then she hung up. The next day, she moved in with him. She sent a group text to the whole family. I need space from your toxicity. Don't contact me. For a week, we heard nothing. My husband barely ate. He'd sit in his wheelchair by the window, just staring out at the street like he was waiting for her to come home. Our other kids were furious. Jake wanted to drive to wherever she was staying and drag her out. Our daughter Ashley kept calling Luna and leaving voicemails begging her to come home. Our youngest David just shut down completely, wouldn't talk about it at all. Then Ashley found stuff online. She was doing what she called casual searching, but we all knew she was digging for dirt. She found it. Her biological father had 2 ex-wives, both with restraining orders. Estranged adult children from his first marriage who wouldn't talk to him. A pattern of job hopping, unpaid debts, evictions. His name showed up in small claims court records going back 15 years. Ashley put it all in an email and sent it to Luna with no commentary, just links and screenshots. Luna didn't respond, but we knew she read it because Tyler told us. Luna had called him at 2 a.m., crying, asking if he'd seen the email. Tyler said yes. Luna asked if he thought it was real or if Ashley had made it up. I told her I'd check the court records myself, Tyler said. Everything Ashley sent was accurate, public record. What did Luna say? She said, Tyler paused. She said her family always does this, digs up dirt to confirm their biases. Then she hung up on me too. But something must have shifted, because a few days later, Luna came home. She didn't call first, just showed up when only my husband was there. I was at the grocery store. When I got back, I found them in the living room, Luna sitting on the couch, my husband in his wheelchair across from her. Neither was talking. Luna looked up when I walked in. Her eyes were red. Hi, Mom, she said quietly. Hi, baby, I managed. I need money, she said, and her voice cracked. He's borrowed everything I had saved. For the wedding, for the honeymoon fund Tyler and I had. All of it. But my husband pulled out his wallet without a word and handed her all the cash inside. Maybe $300. Luna took it, hands shaking. Thank you, she whispered. Luna, my husband said, and his voice was so gentle it made my chest hurt. Come home, please. I can't. She stood up, wouldn't look at either of us. Not yet. I can't. She left. My husband cried for the first time since his accident. Not quiet tears, real sobbing, the kind that shakes your whole body. I held him until he couldn't cry anymore. She's lost, he kept saying. She's so lost, and I don't know how to bring her back. A few days after that, Luna apparently tried to apologize for the wedding situation. Tyler told us she came over to his apartment, tried to explain herself. I told her it's fine, Tyler said, but I couldn't make myself look at her. I kept thinking about your husband, you know? This man who raised her, loved her, gave her everything, and she tossed him aside for a wedding aesthetic. What did she say? She cried, asked if we were still engaged. Tyler sighed. I told her I needed more time. She left and I haven't heard from her since. My husband asked Tyler how he was doing. Honestly, I feel like I dodged a bullet, Tyler admitted. I love her, or I loved who I thought she was, but this version of Luna, I don't know her at all. We later found out from Ashley that Luna had stayed at her biological father's place for about 5 days total, but those 5 days had apparently revealed some things Luna had been working very hard to ignore. He borrowed money constantly, small amounts that added up fast. Never paid any of it back. He made comments about me that made Luna uncomfortable. Sexual comments. About my appearance. About my body. Speculation about my sex life. Luna told Tyler about this later. Said she felt sick but didn't know what to say. And he pressured her. Constantly. To cut us off completely. To stop talking to Tyler. To stop talking to her siblings. Said we were all manipulating her. That she'd be happier without us. Luna started feeling trapped. But she couldn't leave, because leaving would mean admitting we were right, and she'd burned so many bridges already. Then Luna did something that must have taken an enormous amount of courage, or maybe desperation. She decided to confront him directly about the assault. Tyler told us about it later. Luna had called him right after, shaking so hard she could barely talk. She'd asked her biological father point blank what happened that night with me, and he told her a story. A detailed story about me pursuing him aggressively, initiating everything, then crying assault the next day when my boyfriend, my husband, found out I'd cheated. He said he stayed away for years to protect Luna from knowing her mother was a liar. Tyler said Luna described it as rehearsed, too smooth, too detailed, like he'd been practicing it. She felt sick listening to it, Tyler said. But she didn't challenge him. She just said okay and went to her room. The next day, Luna apparently did it again. But this time, she recorded it on her phone. She asked him to tell her about what happened with me, said she wanted to understand his perspective. And this time, the story was different. Not hugely different, but enough. The timeline didn't match. He said it happened in his apartment the first time, but the second time he said it was in my dorm room. He said it was October, then later said it was December. Small things, but things that didn't add up. When Luna pointed out the contradictions, he got irritated. "What are you doing interrogating me?" he snapped. "You sound just like your mother, paranoid and manipulative." Luna realized he was lying, but she still couldn't bring herself to leave. Then came the thing that finally broke through. A few days later, they were watching TV together, some crime show, and during a commercial break, he made a comment about Luna. Said she'd inherited her mother's looks. But the way he said it made her skin crawl. Tyler said when Luna described it to him, she actually started shaking. "He looked at me wrong," she told Tyler. Not like a father, like how guys at bars look at me when they're drunk." She said she suddenly understood something that made her feel physically ill. He didn't see her as his daughter. He saw her as connected to me, almost like an extension of me, the woman he'd assaulted. And the wedding, walking her down the aisle, being part of her life, it wasn't about loving her. It was about violating me one more time, using Luna as the weapon. That night, while he was asleep, Luna packed her stuff and left. She didn't block his number or make a big announcement, just quietly moved back home. My husband and I were asleep when we heard the front door open. It was almost midnight. We both sat up, my husband reaching for his phone to call 911 when we heard her voice. "It's just me," Luna called out, and her voice was so small. We found her in the hallway, 2 suitcases at her feet, looking about 12 years old. "Can I stay here?" she asked. "Of course," my husband said. "Always." She nodded and went upstairs to her old room without another word. For the next few days, she barely left her room. Didn't eat much. Didn't sleep much either, based on the sounds of her moving around at all hours. We didn't push her to talk, just left food outside her door and made sure she knew we were there if she needed us. Then one night, about a week after she came home, I heard crying. It was coming from Luna's room, these horrible, gut-wrenching sobs that made my chest ache. I knocked softly. "Luna? Baby, can I come in?" "Yeah," she managed. She was sitting on her bed in the dark, just crying. I sat down next to her and she immediately leaned into me. I wrapped my arms around her while she sobbed into my shoulder. "I'm sorry," she kept saying. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry." "Shh. It's okay," I whispered, even though it wasn't, even though I didn't know if anything would ever be okay again. We sat like that for a while, until her crying finally slowed down. She pulled back, wiping her face with her sleeve. "I look like him, don't I?" she said, and her voice was so broken. "That's why you couldn't look at me when I was little. That's why you—" "Yes," I said, because lying would have been worse. "You look like him, and yes, it made bonding with you harder than it should have been." Luna's face crumpled. "But that doesn't mean you are him," I continued, grabbing her hands. "You're not him, Luna. You're not his violence or his manipulation or any of it. You're you." We sat there in the dark, my daughter and I, while she cried for everything she'd lost and everything she was just beginning to understand. Thanks for watching till the end. Make sure to like and subscribe to not miss the next story.
I helped a stranger pay for her groceries once. Then she came back every week demanding I pay again because it is my obligation for being a rich witch. It started 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday evening. I was picking up a few things after work when I noticed a woman at the register ahead of me having trouble. Her card kept declining and she was getting flustered. She had a full cart and 2 kids hanging on her arms. The cashier looked exhausted. The line behind me was growing. I didn't think about it. I just stepped forward and told the cashier to put it on my card. The woman turned around and thanked me with tears in her eyes. She said she had just started a new job and her first paycheck hadn't come through yet. She promised to pay it forward someday. The total was $80. I told her not to worry about it. She hugged me in front of everyone and left with her kids. I felt good about it. That was my mistake. The next Tuesday, I was back at the same store around the same time. I was checking the produce section when I heard someone call my name. I turned around and there she was. Same woman, same 2 kids, brand new cart full of groceries. She was smiling like we were old friends. "There you are," she said. "I was hoping I would catch you." I asked if everything was okay. She laughed and gestured at her cart. "Just doing our weekly shopping." The kids wanted those little yogurt cups again. She looked at me expectantly. I didn't understand at first. Then it clicked. She expected me to pay. Again. I told her I was glad she got back on her feet, but I wasn't going to cover her groceries every week. Her smile disappeared instantly. "What do you mean?" she asked. I told her the first time was a one-time thing because she seemed like she needed help. She crossed her arms. "I still need help. My job doesn't pay much. You obviously have money." I looked at her cart. It was full of name-brand items and snacks that cost more than my entire basket. I told her I couldn't help her this time. She grabbed my arm. "You don't understand. I told everyone about you. My whole family knows about the nice lady who pays for groceries. My kids have been talking about it all week." I pulled my arm away and told her that wasn't my problem. She followed me through 3 aisles telling me I was being selfish. Her kids stared at me like I was a monster. She said I was rich and she could tell by my clothes. She said people like me had an obligation to help people like her. She said her kids would go hungry because of me. I kept walking and didn't respond. The 3rd Tuesday she was waiting by the entrance. She spotted me the second I walked through the doors. This time she had her phone out. She pointed it at my face and started talking loudly. "Everyone look at this woman," she announced. 3 weeks ago she paid for my groceries and made me think she was a good person. Now she refuses to help me. She's rich and she's selfish selfish and she wants my children to starve. Other shoppers stopped to watch. I tried to walk past her, but she blocked my path. I asked her to move. She got louder. This is what happens when you trust people, she shouted at her phone. They pretend to be generous and then they abandon you when you need them most. Her kids were crying now. She kept the camera on my face. Say something, she demanded. Tell everyone why you hate poor people. I stayed calm and asked her one more time to let me pass. She laughed and said she wasn't going anywhere until I paid for her groceries and apologized on camera. I told her that wasn't going to happen. She started screaming that I was a horrible person. She called me every name she could think of. She said she was going to make sure everyone in this town knew what kind of woman I was. The store manager finally came over. He was a young guy named Benji who looked terrified. He asked what was happening. The woman pointed at me and said I was harassing her. She said I had been following her around the store threatening her. I watched Benji's face carefully. He knew exactly who I was. I asked Benji to call corporate. The woman laughed. Go ahead and call them, she said. I'm the victim here. They'll see my video. They'll see how this rich witch treated me. Benji made the call. He handed me the phone. I told the person on the other end to pull up the store's internal cameras for the last 20 minutes and review the footage. The woman stopped filming. She asked why I was talking to corporate like I knew them. I handed the phone back to Benji. He listened for a moment, then nodded. He walked over to the woman and told her she was no longer welcome in this store. She exploded. You can't ban me because this witch complained, she screamed. Benji stayed calm. He told her she wasn't being banned from this store. She was being banned from every location in the county. The woman's face went pale. She asked what he was talking about. I finally spoke up. I told the woman I was the regional director for the grocery chain, and that's why Benji had called corporate directly, and her face went from angry to white in about 2 seconds, as I explained that I oversaw 15 locations in this county, and corporate had already reviewed security footage from all 3 weeks documenting every single interaction, including her blocking me in aisles, following me around the store, and waiting by the entrance today with her phone out. She started backing up and grabbed her kids and pulled them close and said she didn't know and she was sorry, but I told her the ban stood and she could shop at any other grocery chain in town, just not ours. She started crying and saying she made a mistake and her family needed this store because it was closest to her house. But Benji moved between us and quietly repeated that she needed to leave, and she finally turned around and pushed her cart toward the exit with her kids following behind her, while I could hear her sobbing as I invited dozens of strangers to my daughter's 10th birthday party. When Cam was 1, we got the call from her neurologist. She had this rare type of epilepsy that caused drop seizures. 1 second she'd be standing, the next she'd just collapse. No warning. The meds helped but didn't stop everything. By age 3, she had to wear a helmet everywhere. Preschool was rough. Kids would ask why she had it on. She'd try to explain, but her speech was delayed from the seizures. Words didn't always come out right. By 1st grade, the birthday invites stopped coming. I'd see the other moms handing out envelopes at pickup. Cam would stand there with her backpack, waiting for one. It never came. When she did get invited to anything, parents would pull me aside. Will she need supervision? What if she has a seizure? Maybe it's better if. I'd just nod and make an excuse to Cam later. 4th grade was the worst. She came home one day and asked why nobody liked her. I didn't have an answer. How do you tell your kid that people are scared of what they don't understand? This year she turned 10. 2 weeks before her birthday, she looked up from her cereal and said, "Can I have a real party this time? With people?" I said of course. Then I realized we had nobody to invite. Not one kid from school, not one name on a list. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all those parties she'd missed, all those times she'd watched from the window as other kids played. I got up at 2 a.m. and made a flyer on our kitchen table. It said, "You don't have to know her, but if you've ever been left out, this party is for you. Cam is turning 10. She deserves a crowd. Pizza, bounce house, cake, free. Just come." I printed 50 copies, hung them everywhere. The library, coffee shops. I even put one up at the children's hospital where Cam had her appointments. My husband Tim thought I'd lost it. What if nobody shows up? That's worse than a small party. I told him I'd rather try than watch her blow out candles alone again. The morning of the party, I set up the bounce house in our backyard, ordered 8 pizzas, made 2 dozen cupcakes. By 1 p.m., nobody was there. Cam sat on the porch steps in her new dress, waiting. My stomach dropped. Then at 1:15, a car pulled up. A mom got out with 2 kids. She walked over and said, "We saw your flyer at the library. My son has autism. He's never been invited to anything either." I almost cried right there. By 2 p.m., our yard was full. Over 30 families. Some drove an hour. Others saw the flyer that morning and just came. Kids in wheelchairs. Kids with feeding tubes. Kids who just looked a little different and got left out because of it. One dad told me his daughter had a facial birthmark and hadn't been to a party in 3 years. Cam didn't stop smiling the whole time. She ran around with kids who didn't care about her helmet, who didn't stare when she needed to sit down for a minute, who just played with her like she was normal. When we brought out the cake, I expected her to be shy. Instead, she climbed onto the picnic table and yelled, "Thank you for coming to my party!" Everyone cheered. I looked at Tim and he was wiping his eyes. After everyone left, Cam hugged me and said, "That was the best day ever." She went to bed that night with a stack of drawings kids had made her. For the first time in years, I felt like I'd done something right. The next week, 3 moms from the party texted me. They wanted to set up play dates. One started a group for parents of kids with medical needs. Cam's been to 4 birthday parties since then, real ones, with kids who actually want her there. Last month, she came home with an invite to a sleepover. I almost didn't believe it. She's still the same kid with the same condition, but now she has friends who see her, not just her helmet. I've let my children order full meals instead of kids' meals, and my sister-in-law literally tried to ban me from family events because of it. So we're at this restaurant for my mother-in-law's birthday lunch. Normal day, right? Everyone's looking at menus, kids are being loud, you know how it goes. Then my sister-in-law Jessica stands up and announces to the entire table that all the kids will be having chicken tenders and fries from the kids' menu with apple juice. She didn't ask anyone, just decided for everyone's children. Now here's the thing. My son Owen is 9, and my daughter Chloe is 4. They don't eat like toddlers anymore. Owen plays soccer 3 times a week and eats more than I do sometimes. 2 chicken tenders and like 10 fries? That's a snack for him, not lunch. And Chloe has been eating regular food since she was 2 because she refused baby food and always wanted whatever we were eating. The waiter gets to our side of the table and I can see Jessica staring at me, probably expecting me to just go along with her announcement. But I'm not about to pay $15 to watch my kids be hungry for the rest of the day. So I tell the waiter that my kids will be ordering from the regular menu. Owen orders a burger with sweet potato fries and Chloe gets the mac and cheese with broccoli on the side. Jessica's face goes red immediately, like bright red. She leans over and whispers really loudly that I'm being difficult. I just smiled and said I'm paying for my own kids' meals, so it shouldn't matter to her. Her kids are 6 and 3 and they're fine with tenders, but mine aren't. The lunch continues and honestly I thought it was done. My kids ate their food, were full and happy, and we sang happy birthday to my mother-in-law. Everything seemed fine until we got to the parking lot. Jessica corners me by my car and goes off. She says I embarrassed her in front of everyone and made her look like a bad mom because now her kids were asking why they couldn't order what they wanted. She told them they were all getting the same thing and I ruined it. I told her that's not my problem and she shouldn't have made decisions for my children without asking me first. She literally called me selfish and said I always have to make everything about me and my perfect kids, which is insane because all I did was order them food they'd actually eat. Then she said if I can't follow simple family decisions, maybe I shouldn't come to family events anymore. My husband was standing there the whole time and didn't say anything until we got in the car. Then he admitted Jessica does this controlling thing a lot, but usually people just go along with it to keep the peace. He said maybe I should have just let it go this one time. But why? Why should my kids be hungry because Jessica wants everyone to do exactly what she says?
I let my wife miss something important after she dismissed me. Last Tuesday, I reminded my wife about her sister's baby shower. It was scheduled for Saturday at 2 p.m. I saw the invite on the fridge and mentioned it while she was scrolling on her phone. Don't forget about Maya's shower this weekend. She didn't look up. I know my own sister's baby shower. I don't need you to remind me. I shrugged, just making sure. She finally looked up with this annoyed expression. You always do this. Treat me like I can't manage my own calendar. I'm not a child. I held up my hands. Okay, my bad. She went back to her phone, and that was the end of it. Thursday night, I mentioned it again. Hey, did you get Maya a gift yet? The shower's in 2 days. She rolled her eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. I told you I have it handled. Stop micromanaging me. I didn't say anything else. Friday morning, I saw her planner open on the kitchen counter. Saturday was blank. No shower written anywhere. I almost said something. Almost. But I remembered how she looked at me. How she made me feel stupid for caring. So I closed my mouth and went to work. Saturday morning, she slept in until 11. I was in the garage working on my car when she came outside in yoga pants and a messy bun. What are you doing today? She asked casually. Nothing much. You? She stretched. Probably just relax. Maybe watch that new show everyone's been talking about. Get some stuff done around the house. I nodded slowly. Sounds nice. She went back inside. I kept working on my car. At 1:45 p.m., my phone buzzed. It was Maya. Is Lydia on her way? We're about to start. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I typed back. I'm not sure. Let me check. I walked inside. Lydia was on the couch in sweatpants, eating popcorn, watching Netflix. She looked comfortable, relaxed, completely unaware. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds. She glanced up. What? Nothing. Just getting water. I got my water and went back to the garage. At 2:15 p.m., Maya called Lydia directly. I heard Lydia's phone ringing from inside the house. Then silence. Then the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. The garage door flew open. Lydia was standing there in full panic mode. Why didn't you remind me? Her voice cracked. I did remind you. Twice. You told me to stop treating you like a child. Her face went through about 6 different emotions. That's not the same. You should have reminded me today. I took a sip of water. You said you had it handled. She started crying. This is my sister's baby shower. Her first baby. I'm supposed to give a speech. And you just let me miss it? I set down my water and looked at her calmly. I tried to help you. Twice. Both times you made me feel like an idiot for caring, so I stopped caring. She stared at me with her mouth open. That's so petty. Is it? Or did you just learn that words have consequences? She grabbed her keys and ran to her car. I heard her peeling out of the driveway. She showed up an hour late. Missed the speeches. Missed the games. Walked in right as they were cutting the cake. Maya was polite about it publicly, but I heard she pulled Lydia aside later and told her how hurt she was. Their mom called Lydia that night and said she was disappointed. Lydia came home at 9 p.m. with mascara streaked down her face. She sat on the edge of our bed and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she whispered, you could have just reminded me one more time. I could have, but you told me twice that you didn't need my help, so I gave you exactly what you asked for. She started crying again. I didn't mean it like that. I sat down next to her. I know you didn't, but this is what happens when you dismiss someone who's trying to help you. I'm your partner, not your enemy. When I remind you of things, it's because I love you, not because I think you're incapable. She was quiet. I kept going. You've been doing this for months, snapping at me whenever I try to help, making me feel stupid for caring about the details. So I stopped, and this is the result. She wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. I know, but I need you to actually hear me. She nodded slowly. I hear you. We talked for 3 hours that night. Real conversation for the first time in months. She apologized to Maya the next day with flowers and a handwritten letter. She apologized to me with actions. Started treating my reminders as care instead of criticism. I didn't let her miss that shower to punish her. I let her miss it because she needed to see what happens when she pushes away someone who's trying to be there for her. Sometimes people don't learn from words. They learn from consequences.
I lied to my wife that I'd forgive her cheating, so my wife Emma came home last Tuesday with that look on her face. You know the one, all guilty and nervous like she just got caught stealing candy. She sat me down on our ratty old couch and started crying before she even said anything. Turns out she'd been hooking up with her coworker Jake for like 3 months. 3 months! While I was working double shifts at the warehouse to save up for our anniversary trip to Florida. She kept saying sorry over and over, begging me not to leave her, promising she'd cut all contact with this guy. I just sat there staring at our wedding photo on the coffee table, the one where we're both laughing because my cousin Rick photobombed us making bunny ears. We looked so happy, so stupid. Emma grabbed my hands and asked if I could ever forgive her, and here's where I became a complete psychopath. I looked her dead in the eyes and said yes. I told her we could work through this, that our marriage was stronger than one mistake, all that bullshit you see in movies, but I was lying through my teeth. The next morning I called in sick to work and drove straight to Jake's apartment, found his address through Emma's Instagram. She'd tagged him at some restaurant last month. Dude answered the door in his boxers looking all confused. I introduced myself as Emma's husband and watched his face go white. Then I very calmly explained that I knew everything and that he had exactly 24 hours to quit his job and move out of town, or I'd be paying visits to his parents, his ex-girlfriend Sarah, who he was apparently trying to win back, and his boss, who definitely didn't know he was screwing around with married co-workers. Jake started stuttering about how sorry he was, how it meant nothing. I just smiled and handed him a printed email I'd already drafted to his entire office explaining the situation. Told him this would be sent if he wasn't gone by Thursday. Meanwhile at home, I was being the perfect forgiveness husband. Made Emma her favorite pasta dinner, bought her flowers, even suggested couples therapy. She was so relieved and grateful, kept telling me how lucky she was to have such an understanding husband. Thursday came and Jake was gone, just like that. Emma came home from work all confused because apparently he'd quit without notice and moved back to Ohio or something. She kept asking why he'd just disappear like that. I waited exactly 1 more week. Let her think we were rebuilding our trust. Then last Friday, I casually mentioned over breakfast that I'd changed my mind about the whole forgiveness thing. Her face went from confused to terrified in about 2 seconds. I told her I'd known she was lying when she said it was over, that she'd texted Jake goodbye Tuesday night after our big forgiveness talk, which was true. I'd seen the messages when she left her phone on the counter. Then I told her about my little visit to Jake, how I'd made sure she'd never see him again anyway. The look on her face was priceless. I finished my cereal, stood up, and told her I'd be staying at my brother's place. Divorce papers would be coming next week. Emma just sat there with her mouth hanging open like a fish. Jake had apparently been telling her all week that he wanted to leave his job anyway, that their relationship was getting too complicated. She had no idea I'd threatened him. She actually thought he chose to abandon her. Now she's blowing up my phone begging me to reconsider, saying she never really loved Jake anyway.
I made a dairy-free cake with eggs, so my friend Jenna asked me to bring dessert to her place for dinner last Friday. I've always been the dessert person in our group. Like, that's literally my role. Someone's having people over, I'm showing up with brownies or cookies or whatever. It's what I do. Anyway, Jenna mentioned her daughter Mia, who's like 12, had gone dairy-free recently. She was super serious about it, apparently. Jenna specifically said, just make sure it's dairy-free, when I offered to bake something. I said, cool, no problem at all. I have this really good olive oil cake recipe I found online like 2 years ago. It uses almond milk instead of regular milk, olive oil instead of butter, and it actually tastes amazing. No joke, people usually ask for seconds. It's moist and has this lemon flavor that's really light. I've made it probably 15 times by now. So I made the cake Thursday night, let it cool, wrapped it up nice. Brought it over Friday around 6. Dinner was good. Jenna made this pasta thing with vegetables and garlic bread. Her husband was there, Mia was there, and Jenna's mom was visiting too. Everyone seemed chill. When dessert came out, I sliced up the cake and handed out pieces. Everyone took a bite and started saying how good it was. Jenna's mom even said it was the best cake she'd had in months. Mia seemed happy too. She ate like half her slice before Jenna asked me for the recipe. I was pulling it up on my phone and started listing ingredients. Olive oil, almond milk, flour, sugar, lemon zest, vanilla, baking powder. Then I got to eggs. 3 eggs. Jenna stopped me. Wait, eggs? I looked up. Yeah, 3 eggs. Why? Her face changed. She looked at Mia, then back at me. I said dairy-free. It is dairy-free, I said. There's no milk or butter or cheese in it, just almond milk and olive oil. Jenna shook her head. Eggs are dairy, Emily. I literally thought she was joking at first. I laughed a little. No, they're not. Eggs are from chickens. Dairy is milk stuff. From cows. She wasn't joking. She crossed her arms and her voice got kind of sharp. Mia's been avoiding all animal products. I thought you understood that when I said dairy-free. Mia pushed her plate away and got up from the table without saying anything. She just walked upstairs and didn't come back down. I felt my stomach drop. Jenna's mom was staring at her plate. Jenna's husband cleared his throat and started collecting dishes like nothing happened. I tried to explain. I'm really sorry. I thought dairy-free just meant no milk products, like lactose stuff. That's what it means on food labels and everything. If you needed vegan, I would have made something totally different. Jenna didn't really respond. She just said, it's fine. In that way, that means it's definitely not fine. The whole vibe in the room was awful. Her mom excused herself. myself. Jenna started doing dishes and barely looked at me. I sat there for like 2 minutes trying to figure out what to do. Then I just said I should probably head out. Jenna walked me to the door and said thanks for coming, but she didn't smile or anything. I apologized again, and she just nodded. I sat in my car for a minute before driving home. I felt terrible, like I genuinely didn't mean to mess up. But also I was so confused because eggs aren't dairy. I went home and Googled it just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Every single source said the same thing. Eggs are not dairy. They're in the protein section at the grocery store. The dairy section is milk, cheese, yogurt, butter. Eggs are literally from birds. I texted Jenna the next day and said I was really sorry if I upset Mia, and that I didn't realize she was avoiding all animal products. I said next time I'd make something vegan if she wanted. Jenna replied like 8 hours later with just, "It's okay, don't worry about it." That was it. We haven't really talked since. She didn't invite me to her cookout last weekend, even though she invited basically everyone else we know.
I named my baby what my ex begged me not to. When my ex Derek found out I was pregnant, he only had one request. Please don't name the baby Jonah. I asked him why. He wouldn't tell me. Just kept saying it would ruin everything. We'd been broken up for 2 months when I found out about the pregnancy. He cheated on me with someone from his office. I caught them in our apartment, in our bed. I was done with him, but the baby complicated things. Derek showed up at my door 3 days after I told him. His eyes were red like he hadn't slept. I'll sign over my parental rights. I'll pay whatever child support you want. Just please don't name him Jonah. I stared at him. That's my grandfather's name. I've wanted to use it since I was 12. Derek grabbed my hands. Pick literally any other name. I'm begging you. I asked him again why. He said he couldn't explain. Said it would make sense eventually. Said I just needed to trust him. Trust him. The man who cheated on me for 6 months. Who gaslit me when I found lipstick on his collar. Who made me feel crazy for having suspicions. I told him to leave. He called me every single day after that. Sent flowers. Sent letters. All begging me not to use that name. His desperation made me more curious, but also more stubborn. My mother thought I should just pick something else. It's not worth the drama, she said. But something felt wrong. Why would a name matter this much to someone giving up parental rights? I gave birth on a Tuesday at 3:47 inches the afternoon. 8 pounds, 2 ounces. Perfect little boy with his father's eyes. I named him Jonah Miller. Derek found out 2 days later. He showed up at the hospital looking like death. His hands were shaking when he walked into my room. You actually did it. His voice cracked. You have no idea what you've done. I told him to leave before I called security. He just stood there, staring at the baby. Then he started crying. Not sad crying, terrified crying. What is wrong with you? I demanded. He wiped his face and pulled out his phone. Started scrolling through something. Then he turned the screen toward me. It was a Facebook profile. A woman I'd never seen before. Pretty, blonde. Her name was Lindsay Porter. I don't understand. Keep scrolling. She had a son. A little boy maybe 4 years old. His name was Jonah. My blood went cold. Derek's voice was barely a whisper. That's my other son. I've been paying child support for 4 years. Nobody knows except Lindsay and me. I couldn't breathe. You have another child? He nodded slowly. I was 22. It was a mistake. I've been hiding it from everyone. My family, my friends, you. So what does this have to do with my baby's name? Lindsay's been threatening to expose everything if I don't increase payments. She's been watching my social media, watching yours. When she finds out you named your son the same name as her son, she's going to think I told you. I still didn't understand. So what? He grabbed my arm. She's going to release everything. Photos, texts, bank statements. She knows things about me that would destroy my career, my family, everything. I pulled away from him. That sounds like a you problem. His face twisted. You don't get it. She's unstable. She's been stalking me for years. She's dangerous. I told him to leave again. This time he did. 3 days later, I got a message request on Instagram from a woman I didn't know, Lindsay Porter. I opened it. It was a photo of my hospital announcement, the one I posted with Jonah's name. Below it she wrote, "So he told you about us. Interesting. I think it's time the whole world knew what kind of man Derek really is." I didn't respond. The next morning, every secret Derek had been hiding was posted across every platform. The affair that produced his first son, the hush money, screenshots of him begging Lindsay to stay quiet, everything. His family found out, his job found out, his new girlfriend, the woman he cheated on me with, found out he'd been hiding a whole child. Within a week, Derek lost everything. His job fired him for misuse of company funds. The money he'd been paying Lindsay had come from expense reports he'd been falsifying for years. He showed up at my apartment one more time, broken, destroyed. You ruined my life, all because you couldn't pick a different name. I looked at him holding my son, my beautiful baby boy. Actually, I said calmly, you ruined your own life. I just named my baby after my grandfather. He left and I never saw him again. Jonah is 2 now. He has no idea his name burned down his father's entire world. And honestly, I'd pick it again. I never told my mom about my $30,000 salary, but my son did. So on their anniversary dinner, my card vanished. I just used it for one small bill, my mom whispered. 8 hours later, my account was empty, $38,000 missing. Dad chuckled. Family first. I didn't respond. But at 7:02 a.m., I did the one quiet thing, and their phone lit up with 53 missed calls. I'm a 31-year-old single mom and a transcriptionist. I work from a converted garage. My salary that year was $31,000 and change, which is what my 5-year-old Theo had heard me say on a phone call with my CPA. What Theo did not know, because 5-year-olds do not know, was that I had been freelance coding medical billing on the side since he was a baby, and that the savings account attached to my debit card had $38,000 in it. That account was Theo's. It was for college, for braces, for the emergency room visit I dreaded. My mother Loretta did not know that number existed. She knew the salary number because Theo, helpful and innocent, had told her on a FaceTime 2 weeks earlier. Mommy makes $31,000, Grandma. That's a lot. Loretta had said, wow, honey, that is a lot. She had said it the way a person says something while doing math in their head. The anniversary dinner was a Saturday. Italian restaurant, 12 people, my parents' 40th, my 4 siblings and their spouses, all on me because I had volunteered. The bill was going to be around $900. I had a separate dinner card for that, a Capital One card with a $1,000 limit I used for budgeted family events. When the waiter brought the check, my debit card was sitting on the table beside my purse. I had pulled it earlier to add a tip to the valet. The Capital One was still in my wallet. The debit card was in front of my mother. I did not notice. I was holding Theo, who had fallen asleep against my shoulder. My mother handed the waiter my card. He came back, she signed, and she handed me the card back face down. As we walked to the car, she put her hand on my arm and whispered, "I just used it for one small bill, sweetheart, the dinner. Don't be weird about it." I almost said something. I was tired. Theo was asleep. I put the card in my wallet and drove home. At 6:47 a.m. Sunday, my banking app pinged. Then it pinged again. Then it pinged 8 more times. I sat up in bed. Pending transactions, posted overnight in a 30-minute window between 11:14 p.m. and 11:44 p.m. Saturday. A jewelry store online, $4,200. A travel agency, $7,800 to Cabo. An appliance retailer, $11,400. Washer dryer set. A men's tailor in the next city over, $2,300. A furniture company, $9,900. A series of smaller charges that added up to another $2,000. My account balance read $61.42. I called my mother. She answered cheerful. I asked her if she had used my card after dinner. She paused. Then she said, "Honey, your father and I have done a lot for you. Theo told us you can afford it." My father got on the line. He actually chuckled. He said, "Family first, kiddo. You'll make it back." I hung up. I did not yell. I did not cry. I made coffee. I sat at my desk. At 7:02 a.m., I called the Capital One fraud line and Bank of America's fraud line, in that order, and reported every transaction since 9 p.m. Saturday as unauthorized use of a stolen card. Both banks opened cases within minutes. The Bank of America rep asked if I knew who had used the card. I said yes, and I gave her my mother's full name and date of birth, because if I lied about that, the chargeback would not stick. She asked if I wanted to file a police report. I said yes. I drove to the station at 8:15 with the dinner receipt my mother had signed, the transaction list, the FaceTime screenshot with Theo, and the camera footage from my own home doorbell of my mother pocketing my card on the way out. The officer who took the report was a woman who had read this story before. She filed the charge as theft over $5,000, a felony in our state. Bank of America reversed every charge within 72 hours. Capital One reversed the jewelry purchase the same day. The merchants then went hunting. The jewelry store called my mother 19 times. The travel agency canceled the Cabo trip and billed her the cancellation fee. The furniture company sent collections to her address. The appliance retailer's lawyer sent a letter. My phone, sitting on my counter, lit up with 53 missed calls between 9 a.m. and noon, all from my parents and 4 siblings. I answered none. My father was arraigned with my mother as a co-defendant on the receipt forensics. They took a plea. My siblings stopped speaking to me. Theo's account is back at $38,000 and growing. He does not know.
I pretended to be an elderly woman's son at the nursing home because her real family paid me. After she died, the nursing home director said, "She left one last request for you." The director of Sycamore Ridge Memory Care set a sealed envelope on the desk between us, folded her hands on top of it, and said 7 words that rearranged everything I thought I knew about the last 5 months of my life. "She knew you weren't her son." I heard the words. I processed them individually. I just couldn't get them to add up to anything that made sense, so I sat there in that chair across from Helen Marsh's desk with my work jacket still on and my hands going cold and a pressure building behind my sternum that I couldn't identify as grief or guilt or something else entirely. "From the very first visit," Helen said. Her voice was careful. She was watching me the way people watch someone standing too close to the edge of something. She figured it out within the first week. She asked me to keep her secret. I looked at the envelope. Rosie's handwriting was on the front. Unsteady, slightly large, the handwriting of someone whose hands had gotten ahead of her brain in small ways, but unmistakably deliberate. One word. Jeremy. My name. Not Tim's. Mine. I had been paid $500 a week to be Tim, and she had known the whole time. She had held my face in her shaking hands and called me son, and asked if I'd eaten and known the entire time that I was a stranger, and she had chosen to let me stay anyway. My hands were shaking when I reached across and picked it up. I need to back up about 7 months to the part where I was nobody in particular. My name is Jeremy Callahan. I'm 29 years old. At the time this story starts, I had been driving a delivery van for a refrigerated food distributor called Arctic Fresh for 3 years, working routes across northern New Jersey 6 days a week. The van was a 2016 Ford Transit with a broken heat vent on the passenger side, which mattered in November and mattered a lot in February. I made $34,000 a year before taxes. I drove approximately 240 miles a day and lifted an average of 60 to 80 boxes per shift and ate lunch in the van because the break room at the warehouse had a mold problem that management was aware of and considering addressing. I did not have a college degree. I had started 2 years at Bergen Community Business Administration, and then my mother got her diagnosis and the math stopped working and I stopped going and the credits expired before I figured out what to do with them. My mother, Carol Callahan, was 56 years old and had type 2 diabetes complicated by chronic kidney disease that had progressed to stage 4 by the time she was 54. She lived alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in Hackensack that I had moved her into when her old place got too expensive. Her kitchen counter had 11 prescription bottles on it. I had counted them once on a Sunday when I was picking up groceries for her, standing there looking at them lined up in a row, orange and white, different sizes, different refill dates, and I did the math on what they cost every month, and then I stopped doing the math because it wasn't useful. I paid half of it. She covered the rest with a combination of Medicare, Medicaid, and the kind of creative financial problem solving that sick people in this country get very good at out of pure necessity. I had $340 in savings when the man in the suit sat down across from me. I had not invited him to sit down. I was eating a sandwich at a diner counter in Lodi on a Tuesday afternoon in late September, my one day off, a luxury I was considering giving up for an extra route. When he came in, looked around the room with the particular efficiency of someone who already knows what he's looking for, and settled onto the stool beside me as as if it were a boardroom chair. His name was Timothy Hargrove. He was 53, gray at the temples, wearing a charcoal wool suit that cost more than my monthly rent. He had the kind of stillness that comes not from calm, but from control. The stillness of someone who has decided that nothing is going to happen without his permission, including his own expressions. He put a business card on the counter. Hargrove Capital Advisors. An address in Short Hills. "You're Jeremy Callahan," he said, not a question. I confirmed that I was and asked how he knew that, and he said he'd gotten my name from a mutual acquaintance, someone I'd done a favor for, helped move furniture, given a small loan that I'd never expected back, and that he'd done some checking. The checking, he explained without any apparent discomfort, had confirmed that I was a dependable, discreet person who was currently in a financially difficult situation. I put my sandwich down. "My mother is in memory care," he said. "Sycamore Ridge in Paramus. She has Alzheimer's, mid-stage." He said it the way you'd say she's left-handed. A fact, nothing more. "She keeps telling the staff her son never visits. It upsets her. It upsets the other residents." A pause. "It embarrasses me. So visit her," I said. He looked at me directly for the first time. His eyes were the color of lake water in winter. "She doesn't look like my mother anymore. I can't." He stopped, started again. "It's not something I'm able to do." I waited. He pushed 4 folded hundreds and 250s across the counter. He did it smoothly with one hand, the way you slide a hotel key without looking at it. "500 a week. Weekends only. Saturday and Sunday, 2 hours each. Tell her your name is Tim. Tell her you've been busy with work. She won't know the difference." The condition scrambles faces. "She already calls one of the nurses by her daughter's name." I looked at the money for a long moment. I thought about the prescription bottles. I thought about the heat vent in the van. I thought about the $340 that was supposed to last me until the 15th. "What's her name?" I asked. "Rose," he said. "Rosie. She'll have you call her Mama." Something tightened in my chest at that word. I ignored it. "Don't get attached," he said. He was already standing, already adjusting his jacket. "She has good days and difficult days. She'll repeat herself. Just be present and pleasant and let her lead the conversation. You're good with people. I was told that. How do you know I won't just take the money and not show up? Because you're not that kind of person," he said. Not a compliment, a data point. "And because I'll know." He left before I finished my sandwich. I held the cash for about 30 seconds, feeling the weight of it, the particular texture of bills that have been folded together. Then I put it in my jacket pocket and finished eating, and sat at that counter for another 15 minutes, trying to find the version of this where I said no. I couldn't find it. I kept the money. I was already lying. Room 214 was at the end of the east corridor, past the nursing station and the little common room where 3 residents were watching Wheel of Fortune with the volume too loud. The door had a small whiteboard on it. Rosie's room, written in purple marker with a small flower drawn beside it. The kind of detail a staff member had added to make the place feel less institutional, and mostly succeeded. I knocked once. "Come in! Come in!" She was sitting by the window in a high-backed chair, a thin knit blanket across her knees, a paperback on the arm of the chair that she probably wasn't reading. The afternoon light came in at an angle that made everything in the room gold and soft. She was small. I hadn't expected that, though I don't know what I had expected, with white hair pinned up loosely and hands that looked like they'd worked hard for most of their 78 years. Fine lines around her eyes and mouth, the kind that come from decades of expressions, of smiling and squinting and being fully present in a face. She looked up. She searched my face with those eyes, and brown, alert, careful, for a long moment. I said, "Mama, it's me, Tim." The word felt wrong in my mouth. Not wrong like a lie exactly. More like a wrong size, like wearing someone else's coat. She searched my face for another moment. Then she smiled, and I am not going to pretend I have a better word for it than this. It was like watching something open, slow and complete and entirely genuine. The smile of someone who has been waiting for something and is relieved, down to the bone relieved, that it finally arrived. "There you are," she said. Her voice was soft and slightly roughened. "I thought you'd forgotten where I was." "I could never forget," I said. I sat in the chair beside her. She reached over and patted my hand twice, quick and firm, the way my own grandmother used to when I was small, and she was reassuring me about something. "Have you eaten? You look tired." Nobody had asked me that in a very long time. "I'm okay," I said. "You're not okay," she said, with the serene authority of a woman who has been seeing through polite deflections for several decades. "You're tired, and you probably didn't eat a real breakfast. I'll have them bring you something." I spent 2 hours in that room. She talked about a garden she used to keep, zucchini that grew too fast, and neighbors who didn't appreciate being given vegetables unprompted. She talked about a dog named Henry who had died 14 years ago and still appeared in her dreams. She told me a story about a road trip she and her husband Frank had taken to Nova Scotia in 1987, getting lost twice and finding a fish shack that she still believed served the best chowder she'd ever eaten. And she told it the way you tell a story you've told 100 times and still love, with small specific details, with warmth, with the sense that the memory is important and you want to make sure you're conveying it correctly. She repeated herself twice. I didn't correct her. I just listened the second time the same way I'd listened the first. When I left, she held my hand at the door and said she was glad I'd come, and that I shouldn't wait so long next time. I drove home in the dark and sat in the parking lot of my apartment building for 20 minutes before I went inside. "Don't get attached," Tim had said. I was already attached. I knew it the way you know you've caught something, after the fact, looking back at the exposure and understanding there was never really a chance. I showed up the following Wednesday because I'd been thinking about her since Sunday and couldn't think of a better reason not to. Tim had not paid for Wednesday. Wednesday was not in the arrangement. I told myself it was a one-time thing, that I was just checking in, that it didn't mean anything. I brought tulips from the grocery store, the cheap ones in cellophane, $6.99, because I'd remembered her mentioning a garden and thought she might like them. She held them for a long time before she let me put them in the water glass on her windowsill. Frank used to bring me flowers, she said. He wasn't a romantic man. He didn't like talking about feelings, but he remembered flowers. He sounds like a good man, I said. He was a difficult man, she said, but yes, a good one. She tilted her head at me. You're more like him than you used to be. I didn't know what to say to that, so I didn't say anything. By week 6, I had a routine. Saturdays and Sundays, the 2 paid hours. Wednesdays unpaid, which I had stopped pretending were temporary. I read her the newspaper out loud. She liked the local section, small stories about town councils and school programs and disputes between neighbors about property lines, things that were appropriately scaled to a human life. I brought chocolate from a shop in Hackensack that she liked. I learned that she slept better on weeks when the overnight aide, a woman named Darnell who had been at Sycamore Ridge for 9 years, worked the East Wing. I learned that she had a harder time on gray days, that her clarity came and went like weather, that the best conversations happened in the late afternoon when the light was good. I learned her. Tim called on a Friday in week 7. His voice had the flat, contained quality of someone managing irritation that would be unproductive to express fully. The midweek visits aren't part of our arrangement, Jeremy. She gets lonely. She has a medical condition that affects her memory. She doesn't carry the loneliness forward. You're not actually helping her. I thought about this. It wasn't entirely wrong as a clinical statement, and it was entirely wrong as a human one. Maybe, I said, but she remembers while I'm there. That counts. He hung up. I went Wednesday. I want to be honest about what I was getting out of it because I think it's important and because Rosie would have wanted me to be honest. It wasn't entirely selfless. Sitting in that room, being asked if I'd eaten, being told I looked tired in a way that meant I see you. It was doing something for me that I didn't have language for at the time. My own mother was sick and scared, and we didn't talk about feelings because she hadn't raised me to talk about feelings, because she hadn't been raised that way either, because there's a kind of working class stoicism that gets passed down through families like a gene, and Rosie just talked. She just said things. She told me I was a good boy. She thanked me for coming. She noticed me, specifically and completely, in a way that I had apparently needed more than I knew. I was getting paid $500 a week to visit her. I was also getting something I couldn't calculate. The call from Sycamore Ridge came on a Tuesday morning in early March. I was on my route, second stop of the day, setting a box of frozen tilapia on a loading dock in Rutherford. My phone buzzed in my jacket pocket, and I didn't recognize the number, but I answered it anyway. This is Helen Marsh. I'm the director at Sycamore Ridge Memory Care. She had a careful, practiced voice, the voice of someone who has made many phone calls like this one. I'm calling about Rosie Hargrove. I'm very sorry to tell you that Rosie passed away in her sleep last night, peacefully, in her room. It was quiet. The tilapia box was on the dock. I was standing in the cold with my hand still on my cart. Okay, I said. She left something for you, Helen said. Whenever you're ready. I stood there for a while after I hung up. The dock supervisor came out and asked if I was done with the cart, and I said yes, and he took it, and the loading dock door went down, and I was just standing in a parking lot in Rutherford in the cold with a job to finish. I drove my remaining route. I made 7 more stops. I did the math on the mileage for my report. I returned the van at 4:30 and drove my personal car, a 2014 Honda Civic with 127,000 miles on it, to the parking lot of a Applebee's on Route 17 and sat there for about 40 minutes. It wasn't the grief I expected. I mean, it was grief, but it was also something underneath the grief, a question forming that I didn't understand yet. She left something for me, not for Tim, for Jeremy. I met with Helen Marsh the following Thursday. She had the quiet, measured manner of someone who has worked in end-of-life care long enough that nothing shocks her, but nothing has stopped mattering either. A specific kind of compassion that is professional without being distant. She had been the director at Sycamore Ridge for 11 years. She knew every resident's name, every family complication, every small daily preference. She set the envelope on her desk and told me that Rosie had known from the first visit. I stared at her. She was sharp, Helen said. Mid-stage Alzheimer's affects different cognitive areas at different rates. Her spatial and name recall were compromised, but her emotional intelligence, her reading of people, that was largely intact. She knew you weren't her son. A pause. She told me about a week after your first visit. What exactly did she say? She said the young man who'd been coming was kind and obviously needed something, and that she wasn't going to take that away from him. Helen looked at me steadily. She said she thought maybe you needed a mother more than you needed to pretend to be someone's son. My chest did something complicated. She asked me not to tell you. She said if you knew she knew, it would embarrass you and you'd stop coming. She wanted you to keep coming. I opened the envelope. The letter was 3 paragraphs in Rosie's careful, slightly unsteady handwriting. I'm not going to reproduce all of it. Some of it belongs only to me, but I'll tell you what it said in the part that cracked me clean open. My dear boy who is not my boy. My memory failed me, but my eyes never did. I knew your face was not his. I let you stay because you stayed. That was enough. It was more than enough. Tim could not give me his presence. You gave me yours without being asked. I know what that costs a person. I want you to have the little brass key in this envelope. It opens the box in my nightstand. Inside the box is a letter to my attorney. I signed it 2 months ago. Helen Helen witnessed it. Please do not feel strange about it. You gave me something real. I am simply giving something real back. Rosie. The key was small and old-fashioned, the kind that looks like it should open something inside a fairy tale. I held it in my palm for a long time. Then, I went to room 214 with Helen and unlocked the box in Rosie's nightstand and found a second more than you needed to pretend to be someone's son. My chest did something complicated. She asked me not to tell you. She said if you knew she knew, it would embarrass you and you'd stop coming. She wanted you to keep coming. I opened the envelope. The letter was 3 paragraphs in Rosie's careful, slightly unsteady handwriting. I'm not going to reproduce all of it. Some of it belongs only to me. But I'll tell you what it said in the part that cracked me clean open. My dear boy who is not my boy. My memory failed me, but my eyes never did. I knew your face was not his. I let you stay because you stayed. That was enough. It was more than enough. Tim could not give me his presents. You gave me yours without being asked. I know what that costs a person. I want you to have the little brass key in this envelope. It opens the box in my nightstand. Inside the box is a letter to my attorney. I signed it 2 months ago. Helen witnessed it. Please do not feel strange about it. You gave me something real. I am simply giving something real back. Rosie. The key was small and old-fashioned, the kind that looks like it should open something inside a fairy tale. I held it in my palm for a long time. Then, I went to room 214 with Helen and unlocked the box in Rosie's nightstand and found a second sealed letter inside, addressed to Gregory Fennell, attorney at law. I held both letters and looked around the empty room, the vacant chair by the window, the water glass where the tulips had been, the little whiteboard with her name still on the door, and I thought about 41 Sunday afternoons, about chowder in Nova Scotia, about a dog named Henry, about someone who saw through me completely and chose me anyway. I thought about what it means to be chosen. I didn't hear from Tim for 4 days. I almost called him. I drafted the message twice, to tell him about Rosie, to explain about the key, to have the conversation like adults. Then he showed up at my door. He didn't knock. He pounded 4 hard strikes, and when I opened it, he was standing in my hallway in a coat that probably cost $3,000 and a face that had come apart in the specific way of someone who has just learned that something they controlled has stopped being controllable. Where's the key? Not a question. How did you? Helen called me. A muscle in his jaw moved. Legal obligation, apparently. Family notification. He said family like it was someone else's word. Where's the key, Jeremy? It's not yours, I said. She was my mother. His voice was climbing. She was my mother, not yours. You're a delivery driver. You took $500 a week to sit with a confused old woman and let her think you were her family. You don't get to— Where were you? I said. That stopped him. The hallway was quiet. Somewhere down the corridor, a television was on. He stood there in his expensive coat with his face half fallen, and for just a moment, one very brief moment, I saw something behind his eyes that wasn't anger. It was the thing that lives underneath anger when you've been running from it long enough. I don't know what you call it exactly. Shame isn't quite right. Grief that's given up on itself, maybe. Then his face went hard again. You manipulated a cognitively impaired woman into leaving you an inheritance. I have lawyers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Real lawyers. You'll be lucky to keep that van. You'll be lucky to keep anything. He slammed the door hard enough that the small framed photo of my mother, the one from her 50th birthday that she'd given me, jumped off its nail and hit the floor. I picked it up. The glass hadn't cracked. I stood there in my hallway, and I thought about what was in the box, what was in the letter, what Rosie had understood 2 months before she died, and what she had decided to do about it. You gave me something real. I am simply giving something real back. The legal papers came 6 days later. The complaint was filed by Timothy Hargrove through his attorney, a man named Carver Whitfield of Whitfield and Sloan in Short Hills, who had 19 years of civil litigation experience and a website that used the phrase aggressive advocacy 3 times in the first paragraph. The causes of action were undue influence, fraud, unjust enrichment, and predatory conduct toward a vulnerable adult. The settlement offer was exactly 1 sentence. Walk away from the bequest in full, or we will pursue every available legal remedy and ensure the matter receives appropriate regulatory and criminal referral. I read it sitting on my kitchen floor because I had not yet sat down when I opened the envelope, and then my legs stopped working and the floor was there. I called my mother. She answered on the second ring. I told her everything. There was a long silence on her end, and then she said, "So, what are you going to do?" "I don't know," I said. "You know," she said. She was right. I did know. I just hadn't said it out loud yet. I was not going to walk away. The problem was that not walking away required a lawyer, and a lawyer required money, and money was the specific thing I had very little of. What Rosie had left me, I'd learned from Gregory Fennell's assistant when I'd called to present the letter, was her personal savings account and a portfolio of modest stocks, totaling somewhere in the range of $47,000. Not a fortune, not nothing, enough to matter, enough that Tim wanted it. Fennell himself was 70 years old, had been practicing trusts and estates in New Jersey for 38 years, and had been Rosie's attorney for the last 12 of those. He called me 2 days after I delivered the letter. "I witnessed this document myself," he told me, with the quiet authority of a man who understood exactly what that meant. Her capacity was evaluated by her attending physician at Sycamore Ridge prior to signing. "I have documentation," She was determined to have testamentary capacity on that date. Tim is going to say I manipulated her. Tim is going to have a difficult time explaining why he paid you to impersonate him to begin with, Fennell said dryly. I'd like to represent you. Contingency arrangement. My fee comes from the estate if we prevail. I said yes before he finished the sentence. Fennell connected me with Adriana Cruz, an attorney at his firm who handled contested estate litigation. She was 44, sharp and unhurried, with the particular manner of someone who has seen every variation of family ugliness and maintains her equilibrium by finding it more interesting than distressing. She told me that Tim's case had a fundamental problem it could not escape. He had created the arrangement himself. He had paid me. He had put it in writing, text messages, bank transfers, a single email where he had explicitly described the arrangement in his own words and instructed me to call her Tim and keep it brief and don't encourage emotional attachment. That email, Adriana said, is Exhibit A. She told me what I needed to gather. Every visit log from Sycamore Ridge, which would show the frequency and length of my visits, including the unsanctioned Wednesdays. Every receipt, the tulips, the chocolates, a box of shortbread I'd brought once in January, a book of crossword puzzles she'd wanted, statements from staff who had witnessed our visits, character testimony. I know a woman, I said. Margaret. She lives there. She was Rosie's closest friend. Get me Margaret, Adriana said. Margaret Okafor was 81 years old, 4'11", and wore a cardigan 3 sizes too large over everything, regardless of season. She had been a retired high school principal for 16 years before her family moved her to Sycamore Ridge 2 years ago, and she had the bearing of a woman who was accustomed to addressing large rooms of teenagers and found most adults considerably less intimidating. She met me in the common room on a Thursday morning, assessed me for about 30 seconds, and said, Rosie talked about you every day in her last week. Every single day. What did she say? She said you were the boy who chose to stay. She said it simply, the way you say something that doesn't need ornament. She said her son couldn't look at her anymore because her face had stopped being familiar to him, and that a stranger had come and looked at her every week and seen her anyway. She folded her hands in her lap. She said it mattered. Would you testify to that? I'll say it anywhere they'll let me, she said. In a courtroom, in a parking lot, on the evening news. Rosie was my friend and she knew what she was doing. I drove home and sat in my car and let myself feel it for a few minutes. The whole thing, the weight of it, what had happened in that room over 5 months, and what it had meant, and what it was going to cost to protect the thing Rosie had decided to give me. Then I put it away and went inside and called Adriana with Margaret's phone number. The hearing was on a Tuesday in May. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. A municipal courtroom in Bergen County. Fluorescent light, wood-paneled walls, the smell of old documents and coffee. Judge Patricia Osei, 27 years on the bench, sat with the focused efficiency of someone who has no patience for performances and considerable patience for evidence. Tim sat across the aisle with Whitfield and an associate whose name I didn't catch. He was in a gray suit today, composed, his face arranged in the expression of a grieving son wronged by an opportunist. He had clearly practiced this. It was convincing if you didn't know what Adriana had in her folder. Whitfield opened by calling me a predator. The word hung in the room like something physical. He painted a portrait of a financially desperate man who had identified a cognitively vulnerable woman, ingratiated himself under false pretenses, and systematically worked to redirect her assets. He used the phrase exploitation of the elderly 4 times. He was a skilled attorney. The argument was not absurd on its face, which was the unsettling part. Then Whitfield called Tim to the stand. Tim testified with precision and visible grief. He talked about his mother's decline, the difficulty of watching her deterioration, the pain of a disease that had taken her away from him before she died. He talked about discovering that a stranger had been visiting her under false pretenses. His voice caught at exactly the right moments. The performance was polished. Adriana stood up slowly when it was her turn. She approached Tim with a manila folder. She set it on the edge of the witness box without handing it to him. Mr. Hargrove, these are bank records showing weekly $500 transfers from your personal account to my client, beginning in late September of last year. She let that sit. And these are text messages between you and my client in which you explicitly instructed him to visit your mother. Call himself Tim. Tell her he'd been busy with work and, I'm quoting directly here, don't encourage emotional attachment. Tim's jaw tightened. Did you initiate this arrangement? I was trying to... He paused, reframed. I wanted her to be comfortable. I thought, yes or no, Mr. Hargrove? Did you pay Jeremy Callahan to visit your mother? Yes. Did you instruct him to use your name? A pause. Yes. And in the 14 months prior to hiring my client, how many times did you personally visit your mother at Sycamore Ridge Memory Care? The silence that followed was the longest silence I have ever sat inside. The judge looked up from her papers. Tim's voice, when it came, had lost something. The Polish was gone. What was underneath it was smaller and less certain. I couldn't. The way she looked at me, it wasn't objection withdrawn, Whitfield said quietly, but it was too late. Mr. Hargrove, Adriana said, my client visited your mother 37 times over 5 months. 22 of those visits were on his own time, without compensation. Staff at Sycamore Ridge will testify that he brought her flowers, read her the newspaper, learned her preferences, and sat with her for hours at a time. She turned. You couldn't find the time or the capacity for a single visit. She walked back to our table. Gregory Fennell testified about the circumstances of of the bequest, the date, the evaluation by Dr. Sandra Whitmore, Rosie's attending physician at Sycamore Ridge, who had certified her testamentary capacity in writing. Dr. Whitmore, 31 years in geriatric medicine, testified by sworn statement that Rosie had been, on the date of signing, oriented, communicative, and capable of understanding the nature and effect of her decision. Then Margaret took the stand, 4'11", cardigan over a blue blouse. She sat in the witness chair like she was settling in for a long conversation with someone she'd been looking forward to talking to. She testified to what Rosie had told her. She testified to the visits she had personally witnessed. Jeremy coming down the corridor with flowers, Jeremy reading at Rosie's bedside, Rosie's face when he came through the door. She testified that Rosie had told her in the last week of her life that she had known Jeremy was not her son from the very first day and had chosen to keep his company because he offered what her actual son could not, his presence. Then Adriana handed the judge a copy of the letter. Judge Osei read it without speaking. The room was quiet. Outside in the corridor, I could hear someone on a phone having an ordinary conversation about something completely unrelated to any of this, and there was something about that small normalcy that made everything in the room feel more real. The judge set the letter down. She looked at Tim. She looked at me. She looked at her notes for a moment and then removed her glasses and set them on the bench. "I've read the documentation in this case carefully," she said. "The plaintiff argues undue influence. For undue influence to apply, the influencer must have actively overridden the decedent's autonomous will. What the evidence shows instead is a woman who was fully aware of the deception being practiced on her, who chose to accept the company of someone she knew was not her son, who consulted her attorney, who had her capacity evaluated, and who made a deliberate and documented decision." She paused. "This is not a story about exploitation. It is a story about a woman who knew exactly what she wanted and took steps to ensure she got it." Tim's chair scraped back slightly. "The bequest stands." Whitfield leaned toward Tim and said something I couldn't hear. Tim sat very still. His face had the quality of something that has been assembled carefully and then abandoned, all the pieces present, nothing holding them together. He didn't look at me. He looked at the table for a long time. Then he stood, straightened his jacket with the automatic precision of a man who has maintained appearances so long it's involuntary, and walked out without looking at anyone. The door swung shut behind him. Margaret turned around in her seat and gave me a nod. One single nod, firm and satisfied, like a period at the end of a sentence. 6 months later, I am still driving the Arctic Fresh route. I applied for a logistics coordinator position with the company. Desk job, some supervision, and I got it. It starts in September. $47,000 a year, better hours, no frozen loading docks in February. Small thing. Real thing. My mother's prescriptions are covered. All 11 bottles. I paid the arrears on 2 of them that had gotten behind. We had dinner last Sunday and she told me I looked tired and asked if I was eating real food, and I laughed so suddenly and so hard that she looked startled, and then she laughed too. And we sat at her kitchen table for 3 hours just talking. We don't usually do that. We should do that more. I kept one thing from Rosie's room. Helen offered me the little whiteboard with her name on it. Rosie's room in purple marker, the small flower beside it, and I said yes before I really thought about it. It's on my kitchen wall now. I look at it when I'm making coffee in the morning. Margaret sends me a card every month, just a note, a few lines. What's going on at Sycamore Ridge, what she's been reading. She signs them your friend Margaret, which is what she is. I heard from Helen that Tim had been to see her 6 weeks after the hearing. He'd come to the facility. He'd stood in the corridor outside room 214. It has a new resident now, someone else's story, someone else's whiteboard name, for about 10 minutes. Then he'd left without going in. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know if it means something is changing in him or if it's just the door he couldn't open slightly more ajar, slightly further from closed. I hope it's the former. I really do. Rosie told Margaret in her last week that she wasn't afraid of dying. She said the thing that had scared her most was being forgotten while she was still present, being in the room but invisible, being addressed but not seen. She said Jeremy had seen her. She wanted me to know that. She could have told me herself, across all those Saturdays and Sundays and Wednesdays, all that afternoon light. She let me believe the whole time that I was the one doing the seeing. Turns out she'd been watching both of us, the boy who couldn't look at his mother's face, and the boy who had no reason to show up at all and showed up anyway. She knew which one she was choosing. She just wanted to make sure the choice was recorded somewhere it couldn't be taken back.
I recently found out that my older sister is actually my biological mother. She's 32. I'm 17. We've lived together our whole lives. Her, me, and the grandparents who raised us both. I always thought we were just sisters with a big age gap. 15 years between us. People used to ask if she was my mom at pickup and she'd just laugh it off. I thought that was just one of those funny things that happened when families had big age gaps. I never questioned it. Not once. It started because of a school health project. Junior year biology. We had to map out family medical history. Things like heart disease, diabetes, genetic conditions, and I needed information about my biological parents to fill in half the chart. I asked Grandma first because she's usually the one who knows where everything is kept. kept. Documents, records, all of it. She's organized like that. But when I asked her, she got quiet in a way I'd never seen before. Not the normal kind of quiet where someone is thinking, the kind where they're calculating. She set down her coffee mug slowly and said she needed to make a phone call first. Just like that. Didn't explain why. Went straight to her room and closed the door behind her. I stood in the hallway for a second, then I pressed my ear against it. She was talking to my sister. I could tell from the tone, that specific soft way Grandma talks to her, like she's still 17 and fragile. Her voice was low, but the house is old and the walls are thin, and I caught enough. She's asking questions. A long pause. I know, but she deserves to. Another pause. Longer this time. Okay, fine. We'll keep it the same. She came out 2 minutes later. Told me she didn't have the information I needed. Said the records from back then were incomplete. Said maybe I could just use what we knew about Grandpa's side for the project. Then she asked if I wanted dinner and walked to the kitchen like nothing happened. I said sure. I sat at the table. I ate the food. And then I waited. That weekend, my sister drove 3 hours to visit like she does every few months. She brought food. She hugged everybody. She sat on the couch with me, and we watched 2 episodes of a show we both like. She seemed completely normal. Happy even. I watched her the whole time trying to find something. Some flicker of guilt. Some moment where she looked at me differently. Nothing. She left Sunday afternoon. Waved from the driveway. Told me to text her. Monday morning, I went to the basement. We have this old metal filing cabinet down there. Gray, 4 drawers, the kind that sticks when the humidity is high. Nobody goes through it. It's just always been there. I'd walked past it probably 1,000 times in my life and never once thought to open it. I opened it. First drawer was tax stuff going back 20 years. Second drawer was insurance papers, old utility bills, warranties for appliances we don't even own anymore. Third drawer, personal documents, birth certificates, social security cards, immunization records, all in labeled folders. I found my folder. I opened it. My birth certificate was right on top. I've seen it before. Once when I was 12 and needed it for something at school. I remembered it had Grandma and Grandpa listed as guardians. What I didn't remember, or maybe didn't look at closely enough, was the section above that. Mother's name, my sister's full legal name, father, unknown. I read it 3 times. Then I sat down on the concrete floor because my legs just stopped working. The filing cabinet drawer was still open. The fluorescent light above me was buzzing. I remember noticing both of those things very clearly. The buzz, the open drawer, the paper in my hands. She was 15 when she had me. 15. I'm 17 right now. I try to do the math in my head and it doesn't feel real. She was 2 years younger than I am right now. And whatever happened, whoever he was, whatever that situation looked like, she never told me. She let me grow up calling her my sister. She drove 3 hours to sit on the couch with me. She braided my hair when I was little. She proofread my essays in middle school. She showed up to every single school play I was ever in, even the bad ones in 4th grade where I had 12 lines and forgot 8 of them. She has been carrying this my entire life, and I have no idea what it cost her. I put the birth certificate back in the folder. I closed the drawer. I walked upstairs and I made myself a sandwich because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. That was 11 days ago. I haven't said a word to her. We've texted like normal. She sent me a meme on Thursday. I sent one back. I've been sitting with this thing alone, and every time I think about calling her, I just can't, because once I say it out loud, everything changes. The sister I thought I had, the story I thought I knew, the version of her I've loved my whole life. I don't know which part I'm more scared of losing.
I refused to attend my own daughter's wedding, and her mother-in-law thanked me for it. She sent me a letter. Not an email, not a text. A handwritten letter on ivory stationery with her initials embossed at the top. Mr. Harlan, I need you to decline the invitation. I know how this sounds. Please read everything before you decide. My daughter Willa is 29. Her mother died when Willa was 4. I raised her in a 2-bedroom apartment above the auto shop where I worked. I cooked every meal. I ironed her school uniforms on the kitchen counter. I drove her to dance recitals in a truck that smelled like motor oil, no matter how many air fresheners I hung from the mirror. Somewhere around college, she started pulling away. Not dramatically, just enough. She stopped telling people what I did for work. At her graduation dinner, she introduced me as Harold, and changed the subject when someone asked what I did. At her company Christmas party, she told a colleague I was retired. I wasn't retired. I was standing right there with grease still under my fingernails. She met a man named Colin when she was 26. Old money. Nice enough. The first time he came to the shop, he shook my hand with both of his and said, "Willa talks about you constantly." I thought maybe that was true. The engagement announcement came through a forwarded email from my brother. Willa hadn't told me directly. When I called to congratulate her, she sounded annoyed. She said, "Dad, the wedding is going to be very curated. Colin's family has expectations." I said I understood. She said, "Maybe just wear something dark and stay near Uncle Phil. He'll keep you comfortable. Keep me comfortable." Like I was a patient. 3 months before the wedding, I got the letter. From Colin's mother, Diane. 4 pages, handwritten. She explained that she'd overheard Willa on the phone with the event coordinator asking to seat me at a table near the kitchen, away from Colin's family. She wrote that Willa had told the coordinator her father had social anxiety and preferred to be out of the way. That wasn't true. Diane wrote that she'd confronted Willa privately. Willa broke down and admitted she was embarrassed, that I didn't fit the image, that my hands were rough, and I talked too loud and I wouldn't know which fork to use. Diane's letter said, "I grew up on a tobacco farm. My father had hands just like yours. I married into this family, and I never once pretended he didn't exist. Your daughter is making a choice I won't support." She asked me not to come. Not as cruelty, but as protection. She said, "I don't want you to walk into a room where your own child has arranged for you to be invisible. That's not a celebration. That's a punishment." She said she would handle it. She asked for 1 year. I didn't go to the wedding. I spent that Saturday in the shop, rebuilding a carburetor from a 72 Nova. Played the radio loud, ate a sandwich at my workbench, tried not to think about what the father-daughter dance looked like without me. 9 months later, Diane called. The marriage was over. She said Colin had seen who Willa really was during the wedding planning and couldn't reconcile it. She said the final conversation between them was about me. Colin had asked Willa one question. "If you can hide
hide the man who raised you alone? What would you hide about me? She had no answer. Diane still calls me every few weeks. She sends me photos of her garden. Last Christmas, she mailed me a tin of shortbread cookies with a note that said, "From one rough-handed parent to another." Willa reached out 6 months ago. A long email. She apologized for everything. She said therapy had helped her understand that her shame wasn't about me. It was about her own insecurity. She asked if we could start over. I wrote back. I told her I loved her, and I was proud of her for doing the work. I told her my door was always open. She asked if we could have dinner. I said yes. I haven't picked a date yet. Not because I'm punishing her, because for 25 years, I was the one who showed up early, stayed late, and never once asked to be thanked. I just need a minute to sit still before I do it again.
I refuse to give up my vacation days so my coworker can go on her honeymoon. I work at this small marketing firm where everyone's basically forced to be best friends. We've got this vacation policy where if someone needs extra time off, other people can donate their days. Super wholesome, right? Wrong. My coworker Jessica got engaged 6 months ago and immediately started planning this huge destination wedding in Greece. The whole office was buzzing about it because she kept showing us pictures of the venue and talking about how expensive everything was. Like, okay, we get it. You're spending more on flowers than I make in 3 months. Here's where it gets messy. Jessica only had 5 vacation days saved up, but she needed 2 weeks for her honeymoon. Instead of planning better or asking for unpaid leave, she decided to guilt trip everyone into giving her their days. She started with casual mentions like, "Oh, I just need a few more days to make this dream honeymoon happen." Then it escalated to full-on sob stories about how this was supposed to be the most magical time of her life and how she'd never ask for anything again. Everyone started caving. Our receptionist donated 3 days. 2 guys from sales gave up their Christmas vacation days. Even our boss, who's usually pretty strict about policy, offered to let her borrow against next year's allocation. But I said no. See, I'd been planning a trip to visit my sister in Japan for over a year. She's military, stationed there for only 18 more months. And this was literally my only chance to see her before she gets deployed again. I'd already bought non-refundable plane tickets during a flash sale and requested the time off months ago. When Jessica approached me directly, I explained my situation politely. "Sorry, but I really can't give up these days. I've had this trip planned forever." She looked at me like I just kicked a puppy. "But this is my wedding, Monica. Your sister will understand. You can visit her anytime." I tried explaining that it wasn't that simple, but she wasn't hearing it. She started getting other people involved, asking them to talk to me. Suddenly, I'm the office villain who's sabotaging someone's happiness. The pressure got ridiculous. People were leaving passive-aggressive notes on my desk about team spirit and supporting each other during life's big moments. Jessica started making comments like, "Well, I guess not everyone values friendship the same way," whenever I walked by. It all came to a head during our monthly team meeting. Jessica actually brought up the vacation situation in front of everyone, saying how grateful she was to those who'd helped her, and how disappointed she was in people who chose to be selfish during her special time. Our manager asked if there was anything else we needed to discuss about vacation policies, and Jessica jumped in. "Well, I'm still short a few days because some people think their personal trips are more important than once-in-a-lifetime celebrations." Everyone's eyes turned to me. I could feel my face getting hot, but I stood my ground. My trip to see my sister isn't negotiable. I've had it planned for over a year, and the tickets are non-refundable. Jessica knew about her wedding 6 months ago and could have saved more vacation days or chosen a shorter honeymoon. The room went dead silent. Jessica's eyes filled with tears, and she started talking about how she thought we were all friends, and how hurt she was that I wouldn't support her during the biggest moment of her life. I felt terrible seeing her cry, but I also felt manipulated. This wasn't about friendship. It was about poor planning and entitlement. Later that day, HR called me in. Apparently, Jessica had filed a complaint saying I was creating a hostile work environment by refusing to be a team player. HR explained that while I had every right to keep my vacation days, they hoped I'd reconsider for the sake of office harmony. I didn't budge. Jessica ended up taking a shorter honeymoon, just 1 week instead of 2. She spent the entire time posting bitter social media updates about how some people will disappoint you when you need them most. When she got back, she completely froze me out. She wouldn't make eye contact, stopped including me in group conversations, and made sure I wasn't invited to post-wedding celebrations.
I refused to let my wife name our son after a breakfast food until she weaponized our entire family against me. My wife looked me dead in the eyes over dinner and said, "I want to name him Waffle, not a dog, not a hamster. Our firstborn human child, Waffle." I put down my fork and waited for the laugh. It never came. She pulled out her phone and showed me a Pinterest board titled Baby Waffle Nursery Ideas. There were waffle-shaped pillows, syrup bottle mobiles, and a custom crib blanket that said Our Little Waffle. She'd been planning this for weeks. I said, "Colleen, we are not sending a child named Waffle to kindergarten." She crossed her arms and said, "It's unique. People remember unique." I said, "Yeah, people also remember the kid who ate glue. Doesn't mean we should aim for that." But Colleen wasn't playing. The next morning I woke up to a text from her mother. "Gus, I think Waffle is adorable. Don't be difficult." Her mother, the woman who once told me my haircut made me look like a thumb, was now backing Waffle. Then her sister Britt showed up with a custom onesie that said Waffle Gang and matching socks. I said, "You cannot be serious." Britt said, "Dead serious. This is the cutest thing I've ever sewn." She'd spun it with her own hands. By Wednesday, Colleen had escalated. She made a PowerPoint presentation, actual slides, bullet points, clip art of Waffles wearing tiny graduation caps. Slide 1, why Waffle is the perfect name. Slide 2, famous people with food names. She listed Halle Berry. I said, "Berry is a last name." She said, "Exactly, we're ahead of the curve." Slide 7 had a graph showing how many babies were named Waffle in the last century. The answer was 0. She presented of this as a positive. He'd be the first waffle, a pioneer, I said. He'd be the first waffle because it's a breakfast item, Colleen. Then her dad, Ronnie, called me. Ronnie, who barely talks, who communicates mostly through grunts and firm handshakes, called me on the phone and said, son, just let her have the name. I said, Ronnie, would you have named Colleen Waffle? He paused for way too long and said, her mother wanted to name her Cinnamon. I should have let her. Her entire family had formed a waffle coalition. Group chats were renamed. Her cousin Fletch made a TikTok about it that got 40,000 views. Her grandmother, who is 91 and uses a flip phone, somehow sent me a text that just said waffle in all caps. The baby shower was the final blow. I walked in expecting normal decorations. Instead, every table had a waffle iron centerpiece. The cake was shaped like a giant waffle with buttercream syrup. There were waffle bars with toppings and a sign that said, pick your flavor for baby waffle. A banner across the wall read, welcome baby waffle. Guests kept asking me what the name meant. I said, it means my wife has lost her mind and taken everyone I love with her. My buddy Hank pulled me aside and whispered, brother, I've seen that look on Colleen's face before. That's the same look she had when she wanted the dog. He was right. We got the dog. During the toast, Colleen stood up with her sparkling cider and said, I know some people have concerns about the name, but I want everyone to know that this baby will be named Waffle. Her family was clapping. My family was staring at their plates. My dad kept shaking his head like he was watching a nature documentary about a species going extinct. I grabbed the microphone. I love my wife more than anything on this planet, but I need every person in this room to hear me clearly. We are not naming this child Waffle. Dead silence. Then Colleen smiled. Not a sweet smile. A villain smile. The kind that tells you the person has already won and just hasn't told you yet. She said, fine, but his middle name is Waffle. Final offer. Before I could answer, she grabbed her stomach. Her water broke right there on the baby shower floor. 45 minutes later, I was holding my son in the delivery room while Colleen, drenched in sweat and grinning like she'd won a world championship, whispered, so, middle name? I looked down at my son. He yawned. And I swear on everything holy it sounded exactly like Waffle. His birth certificate reads Oliver Waffle. And every single morning without fail, Colleen serves that boy waffles for breakfast and says, eat up, it's your namesake. He's 2 now. His favorite food is pancakes. And I have never seen my wife more offended by anything in her entire life. I revealed to my dad's wife the real reason why me and him were never close. My dad gave me to his sister the day I was born. My mom died having me. My aunt told me years later he blamed me for it and couldn't handle looking at me. Growing up, I'd see him at Christmas or Thanksgiving, and he'd walk right past me like I didn't exist. When I got older, around 12 or 13, he started saying it out loud. You killed her, he'd tell me at family dinners when nobody was listening. I can't even look at your face without seeing what you took from me. I went to therapy 3 times a week in middle school. I used to pray at church every Sunday, crying, asking God if I was going to hell for killing my mom. That's how messed up his words made me. But I kept trying anyway. I kept thinking maybe one day he'd change his mind about me. After I graduated high school, he told me straight up to never contact him again. He said he had no legal obligation to me anymore since he'd been sending my aunt money all those years, and now that was done. That's when I finally stopped trying. We went our separate ways. My aunt never mentions him. My grandparents do sometimes, and that's how I found out he got married 2 years ago. They were upset he didn't invite me to the wedding, but honestly, I didn't care. We weren't close. We were nothing. Then last month, his wife reached out through my grandma. She wanted to meet me. Apparently, she'd been asking about me for months, and he finally caved. He called me for the first time in 9 years. He said she really wanted me in their lives and asked if we could meet at their house. Then he said something that made my blood boil. Don't tell her the real reason we don't talk, please. She thinks we just didn't get along when you were a teenager and lost touch after you went to college. I didn't agree to anything, but he kept pushing. He said this could be our chance to reconcile, that his wife was really excited to meet me and maybe we could start over. But I knew the truth. He was only doing this for her, not for me, never for me. I showed up at their house on a Saturday afternoon. She opened the door with this huge smile, introduced herself as Nicole, and hugged me like we were already family. My dad stood in the hallway looking uncomfortable. She made coffee and brought out cookies she'd baked that morning. She kept talking about how happy she was to finally meet me, how she'd been telling my dad for over a year that family was important. Then she asked the question, so what happened with you two? Your dad said you guys just grew apart? She was looking at me with these kind eyes, like she genuinely cared. My dad was staring at his coffee cup, his jaw tight. I looked at him for a second. He wouldn't even make eye contact. So I told her everything. I told her my mom died giving birth to me. I told her my dad gave me to his sister, and I grew up in her house, not his. I told her about the family events where he ignored me, the things he said when I got older about me killing my mom. I told her about the therapy, the crying at church, the years of trying to get him to love me. I told her about graduation day, when he told me to never bother him again. Nicole's face went completely white. She put her coffee down and looked at my dad. Is this true? He didn't answer. She asked again, louder. Is this true? He finally nodded. She stood up and walked out of the room. I heard a door slam upstairs. My dad looked at me with pure rage. You just ruined everything. She's been the only good thing in my life since your mother died and you just destroyed it. I stood up and headed for the door. Maybe you should have thought about that before you destroyed me for 27 years. I left. 2 days later, my grandma called. She said Nicole had called her crying, asking if what I said was true. My grandma confirmed it all. Now apparently Nicole's staying at her sister's place and won't answer my dad's calls.
I sat frozen as the entire wedding reception burst into laughter. My brother's bride had just called me a sad single mother, and my own mother added that I was like a clearance item with a torn tag. My face burned, my hands trembled, and then my 9-year-old son stood up and walked toward the stage. They never saw it coming. I sat frozen as the entire wedding reception burst into laughter. 200 people, open bar, white roses on every table. My brother's wedding, and his brand new bride had just called me damaged goods into a live microphone. The champagne glass in my hand was still cold. I remember that detail clearly. slowly. The condensation against my fingers. The way the bubbles kept rising even as my face went hot, and the sound of 200 people laughing pressed down on me like a physical weight. Tiffany was still at the microphone, one hand pressed to her chest like she was about to cry from laughing too hard. "Grace always picks the wrong men," she said, grinning at the crowd. "Nobody's taking a sad single mother home." The room erupted again, and then my mother, my own mother, in her powder blue dress that cost more than my monthly electric bill, wiped tears from her eyes, actual tears, from laughing. "At this point," she said, loud enough to carry, "she's like a clearance item with a torn tag." More laughter. I looked down at my dress. I'd spent 3 hours getting ready. I'd paid $60 extra so Ethan's plate would have a gluten-free option, because the venue charged a premium, and I didn't want him to sit there eating plain rolls while everyone else had the salmon. Ethan. I turned. My 9-year-old son was sitting 4 seats down watching me. He'd heard every word. His little jaw was clenched tight. His eyes were dark in a way I'd never seen before. Not anger exactly. Something older. Something a 9-year-old shouldn't have to feel. I shook my head at him. "Don't." He looked away. The toasts moved on. Someone told a golf story. Glasses were refilled. The joke about me dissolved into background noise like it was nothing. Like I was nothing. A brief detour in the evening. A punchline the room had already moved past. And from the head table, Tiffany caught my eye. She smiled. Sweet, innocent, the picture of a blushing bride. Then she winked. That wink landed in my chest like a blade. This wasn't wine talking. This wasn't a slip of the tongue or a poorly timed joke that she'd apologize for in the parking lot. That wink told me everything. She'd planned it. I need to back up, because you need to understand who I was walking into that wedding and who Tiffany was before any of what happened next will make sense. My name is Grace Mercer. I'm 34 years old. I'm a registered nurse at St. Clement's Medical Center, where I work the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift on the orthopedic floor. 3 days a week, I also work evenings at a Walgreens clinic. $42 an hour, cash deposited every Friday. No insurance benefits, but decent enough hours that I can still get Ethan from soccer practice by 6. I have been a single mother for 7 years. Ethan's father, a man named Derek, who I will not spend more words on than necessary, left when Ethan was 2. He provides the legally mandated child support, which amounts to $287 a month and makes it to about 1 birthday party in 3. Ethan has stopped holding his breath for the other 2. My brother Caleb is 3 years younger than me. He's a project manager at a commercial real estate firm, earns good money, and has always been, in my mother's eyes at least, the one who got it right. He bought a house at 28. He drives a BMW 5 Series. He does not have a 9-year-old with a torn tag. He met Tiffany Hale 18 months before the wedding at a company happy hour. She worked in client relations, which is a polished way of saying she was exceptionally good at making people feel seen. Caleb was dazzled. He proposed at 10 months, which made my mother weep into her Pinot Grigio with joy. I met Tiffany for the first time at Christmas, 8 months before the wedding. She was polished and warm and laughed at all of Caleb's jokes. She also studied me in a way that I clocked and filed away, the kind of assessing look that moves from your shoes upward and then settles somewhere around your left ear, like she'd already cataloged everything she needed to know and was simply confirming her conclusions. "Caleb told me so much about you," she said, hugging me in the kitchen. "Good things, I hope," I said. She smiled, and there was a half-second pause before she said, "Of course." That half-second. I remember it. I told myself it was nothing. The bridal shower was held in February at a rented event space in my mother's neighborhood. My mother had co-hosted with Tiffany's sister. I had not been asked to co-host. I had been asked to bring the sparkling water. I brought 3 cases of San Pellegrino and a handmade card Ethan had decorated with marker because he'd wanted to contribute. Tiffany had thanked me for the water, placed the card face down on the gift table, and moved on. At the shower, I overheard Tiffany telling a group of her bridesmaids, the 4 women she'd chosen, none of whom were me, which was fine. I understood. I overheard her saying, in the bright, chatty voice of someone who knows they're performing but doesn't care, "Grace is Caleb's older sister. She's lovely. Very strong, considering." And then a smaller voice, conspiratorial, "Being a single mom that long would break most people, considering." I drank my sparkling water and said nothing. That's what I always did. The month before the wedding, Caleb called me. He was nervous, I could tell. He had a way of laughing too quickly at the beginning of a sentence when he was working up to something. "So, Tiff wanted me to mention," he started, and I knew immediately that Tiffany had not just wanted him to mention anything, she had instructed him to call. The seating situation at the reception. Ethan's table is going to be near the back, because of the speaker setup. It gets loud up front, and she thought, Caleb, he was quiet. "If Ethan's not at my table, I'm not coming." Silence. Then, "Okay, yeah, I'll sort it out." Ethan ended up at my table, 4 seats down, near the middle of the room, close enough to the speakers that we could feel the bass in our chairs when the DJ started, close enough to hear every word of the toasts. I excused myself to the bathroom after Tiffany's wink. I sat in the stall for 4 minutes. I counted my breaths the way my therapist, Dr. Renata Fuentes, who I've seen every other Tuesday for 3 years, taught me to count them when I feel the bottom dropping out. 4 counts in, hold for 4, 4 counts out. I reminded myself I was here for Caleb, only for Caleb. I walked back out. My mother floated past me in the hallway, flushed from champagne and high from the evening. "Don't be so sensitive, Grace," she said, patting my arm with her free hand. "She's funny. That's why Caleb loves her." I smiled, said nothing. Smiled, said nothing. The reception rolled on. Dinner, dancing, dancing, cake cutting. Tiffany laughed too loud at everything, touched Caleb's face every few minutes with the particular tenderness of someone performing affection for an audience. I watched her work the room, table to table, hand extended, head tilted, the kind of hostess warmth that photographs beautifully. I ate my salmon. I talked to Caleb's co-workers. I made sure Ethan had cake. And then, somewhere between the cake and the first slow song, I noticed that Ethan's chair was empty. I turned around, scanned the room, the dance floor, the bar where he'd been getting lemonades, the hallway that led to the bathrooms. Then the music cut. Just stopped. A ripple moved through the crowd near the stage. A small voice came through the speakers. Excuse me, my stomach didn't drop. It left my body entirely. Ethan stood at the microphone, alone, both hands wrapped around the stand the way he grips his soccer posts when he's nervous before a game. White-knuckled, grounded, ready. He was wearing his good blazer, the navy one we'd bought at Target in September for his school concert, and he'd combed his hair that morning with the seriousness of someone preparing for something important. The room went quiet with that particular confused quiet of 200 people who don't yet understand what they're looking at. My name is Ethan, he said. His voice didn't shake. Grace is my mom, and I need to say something. Tiffany's smile vanished. Caleb half stood from his chair at the head table. She works 2 jobs, Ethan said. He wasn't reading from anything. He'd thought about this. Maybe for longer than the last 20 minutes. Maybe, I realized with a clench in my throat, maybe for months, storing all of it. She helps me with homework when she's exhausted. She saved for 4 months so I could play soccer. He paused. The pause was deliberate, the way a 9-year-old's pause is deliberate when they've rehearsed something important in the dark of their room. She stayed up all night when I had pneumonia. The room was perfectly, completely still. You all laughed at her, he said, and nobody stopped it. He looked directly at my mother, Grandma. His chin went up. You said nobody wants her. He swallowed hard. I want her. Every day. I want her at breakfast. I want her when I'm scared. Another swallow. So maybe don't call people trash. My mother's mouth fell open. Nothing came out. Caleb had crossed the room. He reached the stage steps. Buddy, hey, give me the mic. You didn't stop it, Ethan said, stepping back from him. You promised you'd still be my family, but you just sat there. That's when Caleb rose. That's when I saw it hit him. Not offense, not embarrassment. Something worse. Recognition. An older woman in the back stood up. Silver hair, dark blazer, voice like something cast from iron. That child, she announced to the room, is the only decent person in this room. One clap, then another, and half the room was on its feet. Not everyone, not Tiffany, not my mother, not Tiffany's sister, but enough. Enough that the sound swallowed every ugly thing that had been said that night like a tide coming in over a fire. I ran to the stage and pulled my son into my arms. He dropped the microphone. It landed with a soft thud on the carpet and pressed his face into my shoulder. He was shaking, just slightly. The particular shake of someone who has done something terrifying and is only now allowing themselves to feel it. I'm sorry, Mom, he whispered. Don't you dare apologize, I said into his hair. Don't you dare. I held him and felt the applause around us, and did not look at my mother, and did not look at Tiffany, and did not look at Caleb. And then Tiffany's voice cut through the applause like a blade. This is insane. Her mic had been handed back to her by the DJ. She was standing, chin up, the particular posture of someone who has decided that offense is the best available defense. He's a child. He doesn't understand what he's saying. She looked at Caleb. Control your family. Control your family. Caleb turned to face her, slowly, deliberately. The way you turn to face something you've been looking away from for a long time. Something moved behind his eyes that I had never seen on my brother's face before. Something old and decided. You want me to control my family? He said. Tiffany lifted her chin. Yes. Caleb looked then at our mother, then back at his wife of approximately 4 hours. Then maybe I should start by telling everyone what you said about Grace before the ceremony. Tiffany's face went white. What Caleb said next took 17 seconds to deliver and cost Tiffany Hale Mercer everything she'd carefully constructed over the previous 18 months. He didn't shout. He didn't perform. He used the same level, direct voice he'd used on job sites for 15 years. The one that said, this is simply what happened. And now, we all know it. He told the room that 2 hours before the ceremony, while the groomsmen were in the bridal suite fetching something, he didn't specify what, he had overheard Tiffany on a phone call. He described her voice, bright, laughing, the voice she used for performance. What she said, as Caleb repeated it to 200 guests and a DJ who had wisely decided to keep the speakers live. Grace is the family charity case, always has been. Caleb feels guilty about his sad single mom sister, so he invited her and the kid. I'm going to make sure she knows tonight where she actually stands. It'll be funny. Trust me. Not a slip, not whine. A plan, discussed, confirmed, and executed. The room was quieter than it had been even for Ethan's speech. Tiffany said, that's not, you're taking it out of context. There was no context, Caleb said. I heard the whole call. Caleb, I waited, he said. I sat at dinner and I waited for you to apologize. I kept telling myself maybe I'd misheard. Maybe I was wrong about you. He stopped. Ethan was 9 years old at that microphone. 9. And he had more grace than anyone in this room tonight. He paused on the word, my name, which is also a word, a choice. I want everyone who is here tonight because they love me to please enjoy the rest of the evening. There's an open bar. There's cake. I'm going to go have a very important conversation with my wife. He walked off the stage. He walked past me. He stopped, put his hand on the back of Ethan's head briefly. Ethan looked up at him. I'm sorry, bud, Caleb said. Ethan nodded once, forgiving him something. The way kids forgive, completely, immediately. neatly and without theater. The story didn't end at the wedding. It rarely does. The first call I got was from Dr. Renata Fuentes' office, actually. I'd texted her that night, just 3 words. Tonight was something. She called me at 8 a.m. the next morning, which was a Saturday, which she had never done before. Tell me, she said. I told her. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Ethan said, maybe don't call people trash. He did. Grace, she said, that child has been watching you carry yourself with dignity under fire for years. He knew exactly what he was doing. I didn't cry in the bathroom stall that night. I cried on the phone with my therapist on a Saturday morning in my kitchen, with Ethan asleep in the next room. The second call came from a name I didn't recognize. Margaret Whitfield. She identified herself as a senior partner at a family law firm, Whitfield and Associates, and also as the woman with silver hair who had stood up in the back of the reception hall. She had apparently been there as a +1 for a college friend of Caleb's. I want to be clear, she said, that I'm not calling in any professional capacity. I'm calling because I watched something happen last night that I found genuinely remarkable. She paused. Your son gave a better testimony than half the witnesses I've worked with in 30 years. I laughed. A real laugh, the kind that surprises you. She asked if I needed anything. Legal resources, referrals, anything. I thanked her and told her I was okay. I don't doubt it, she said. I just wanted to make sure you knew there was a room full of people last night who saw exactly what happened. The third call was from Caleb. He called on Sunday. He was, as far as I understood, staying at his friend Marcus's apartment. Tiffany had gone to her parents' house. I need to tell you something, he said, and I need you to understand that I know I should have told you sooner. What he told me, 3 weeks before the wedding, he'd noticed that Tiffany had sent a group text to her bridesmaids. He hadn't been meant to see it. She'd grabbed his phone by mistake to send something, and he'd noticed, on the screen before she locked it, a thread with the bridesmaids, his name, my name, the phrase, the toast situation. He hadn't confronted her. He'd told himself it was probably nothing. Bride stress. I was a coward, he said. Yes, I said. I know. Why are you telling me this now? Because, he said, and his voice did something complicated, because Ethan looked me in the eye and said I'd promised to still be his family, and I had promised that, and I'd sat there. I didn't say anything for a moment. He forgave you, I said. I watched him do it. I don't deserve it. Probably not, I agreed. But he's 9. He doesn't have the capacity to carry a grudge through an entire marriage yet. By the time he does, I expect you to have earned it. Caleb laughed, then stopped. Grace, don't, I said. Not yet. Give me some time. He did. What followed was quieter than the wedding, but more thorough in its consequences. Tiffany's phone call, the one Caleb had overheard, became relevant in a legal sense when Caleb's attorney, a man named David Park at Park and Holloway Family Law, began drafting separation paperwork. I'm not privy to the specifics of what was filed and what wasn't. What I know is what Caleb told me, which was that Tiffany, when confronted with a formal accounting of events by an attorney who had 32 years of family law experience and the particular expression of someone who has heard everything and is not interested in being sold something, had stopped claiming the phone call was out of context and started claiming that the evening's speech had been a kind of joke that landed wrong.
David Park's response to that, per Caleb, a joke requires the subject to be in on it. She was not. I don't know whether Caleb and Tiffany will ultimately divorce. That's their marriage. What I know is that at last accounting, they were living separately, and that Tiffany had quietly stepped down from her client relations role, which is to say the company had encouraged her to pursue other opportunities, which is corporate for the door is over there. After the story of the wedding speech made the rounds in their social circle, it turns out that several people who'd been at the wedding that night worked in Caleb's orbit, and people talked. People had seen Ethan at that microphone. People had watched him look at his grandmother and say, I want her. That story had a way of traveling. The woman with silver hair, Margaret Whitfield, sent me a card about 2 weeks after the wedding, handwritten on heavy cream stationery. It said, I've spent 30 years in courtrooms. The thing I have learned is that the truth rarely has to be performed. It simply has to be spoken clearly, at the right moment, by the right person. Your son understood that instinctively. Raise him well. I framed it. It hangs in Ethan's room, next to his first place ribbon from the 3rd grade science fair, and a photograph of the 2 of us at Petco Park from the summer he became obsessed with the Padres. My mother called me on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks after the wedding. I was on the couch grading continuing education modules for work, and Ethan was in the kitchen doing homework. She called from her cell phone, which she rarely uses. She prefers the landline because she doesn't trust what she calls the cellular. I answered. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been thinking. Okay, I said. What I said was unkind. It was, by my mother's standards, a significant statement. She has never been the kind of woman who leads with apology. She's the kind of woman who substitutes proximity for contrition, shows up with lasagna instead of saying the hard thing. So the fact that she'd called to say it directly, using the word unkind, meant she'd been sitting with it. It was, I said. I was caught up in the evening, she said. Tiffany is, she stopped. I thought she was fun. I didn't think about you. You laughed, Mom. I know. Ethan saw you laugh. She was quiet for a long time. I know, she said again. And this time the word had a different texture, heavier, like something she'd been pressing down that she'd finally let rest on the table where it belonged. We talked for 40 minutes. It wasn't a resolution. My mother is who she is, and the patterns between us are long and layered and won't be undone by one phone call or one wedding disaster. But it was the most honest conversation I'd had with her in years, maybe ever, because for the first time, the thing that had been going
once said wasn't just sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Ethan had walked to the microphone and pointed directly at it. At the end of the call, she said, "He's a remarkable child, Grace." "He is," I said. "You did that?" "I did some of it," I said. "He did the rest." I am writing this 8 months after my brother's wedding. Here is what is true. Ethan made the travel team for his soccer club. He plays left midfielder, which I am told is a position of some responsibility, though I confess my knowledge of soccer tactics is limited to what I've absorbed from 3 years of sideline attendance. He is 9 years old, and he runs like he has somewhere important to be. I am still working 2 jobs, though I've picked up 2 additional shifts on the orthopedic floor that have made the Walgreens clinic hours less urgent. I'm not comfortable yet, but I'm not counting to the end of the month anymore. Caleb and I have dinner once a month. He's still at Marcus's apartment. The paperwork, he tells me, is ongoing. He does not speak about Tiffany with bitterness, mostly with the quiet exhaustion of someone who has realized they were in love with a version of a person that didn't quite exist. He is learning that it takes time. My mother came to one of Ethan's soccer games in October. She sat in a folding chair next to me for 90 minutes and watched him run. When he scored, she grabbed my arm. "Oh," she said, like it surprised her. "Oh, Grace." I let her hold my arm. That's not forgiveness exactly, but it's a beginning. Here is the last thing I want to say. In the weeks after the wedding, several people, coworkers, friends, Caleb's friend Marcus when I met him briefly at a family lunch, all said some version of the same thing. "You must be so proud of Ethan." And I am. I am so proud of him that sometimes it sits in my chest like a pressure I don't know how to release. But here is what I think about. More than the pride. I think about the fact that my 9-year-old son felt it was necessary. I think about the fact that he'd been watching me smile and say nothing for long enough that he had quietly, privately, decided that if no one else was going to say it, he would. I think about the way his hands were white on that microphone stand. I think about the 4 months he'd watched me count grocery totals in my head and pack leftovers and say we can do that next year about the trips and the equipment and the things that cost money we didn't quite have. And I think he should not have had to do that. No 9-year-old should have to walk to a microphone at his uncle's wedding and explain to 200 adults that his mother is worth something. She should have already known it. She is working on it. The clearance item with the torn tag drove home from the wedding at 10:47 p.m. Her kid asleep in the back seat of her Honda Accord with his blazer across his face as a sleep mask. She sat in the parking garage for 3 minutes before going upstairs. Not because she was broken, because she needed to stop shaking before she carried him to bed. She carried him to bed. She went back to work on Monday. She is still here. I sat frozen as the entire wedding reception burst into laughter. My brother's bride had just called me a sad single mother, and my own mother added that I was like a clearance item with a torn tag. My face burned, my hands trembled, and then my 9-year-old son stood up and walked toward the stage. They never saw it coming. I sat frozen as the entire wedding reception burst into laughter. 200 people, open bar, white roses on every table. My brother's wedding. And his brand new bride had just called me damaged goods into a live microphone. The champagne glass in my hand was still cold. I remember that detail clearly. The condensation against my fingers, the way the bubbles kept rising even as my face went hot, and the sound of 200 people laughing pressed down on me like a physical weight. Tiffany was still at the microphone, one hand pressed to her chest like she was about to cry from laughing too hard. "Grace always picks the wrong men," she said, grinning at the crowd. "Nobody's taking a sad single mother home." The room erupted again, and then my mother, my own mother, in her powder blue dress that cost more than my monthly electric bill, wiped tears from her eyes, actual tears, from laughing. "At this point," she said, loud enough to carry, "she's like a clearance item with a torn tag." More laughter. I looked down at my dress. I'd spent 3 hours getting ready. I'd paid $60 extra so Ethan's plate would have a gluten-free option, because the venue charged a premium, and I didn't want him to sit there eating plain rolls while everyone else had the salmon. Ethan. I turned. My 9-year-old son was sitting 4 seats down watching me. He'd heard every word. His little jaw was clenched tight. His eyes were dark in a way I'd never seen before. Not anger exactly. Something older. Something a 9-year-old shouldn't have to feel. I shook my head at him. "Don't." He looked away. The toasts moved on. Someone told a golf story. Glasses were refilled. The joke about me dissolved into background noise like it was nothing. Like I was nothing. A brief detour in the evening. A punchline the room had already moved past. And from the head table, Tiffany caught my eye. She smiled. Sweet, innocent, the picture of a blushing bride. Then she winked. That wink landed in my chest like a blade. This wasn't wine talking. This wasn't a slip of the tongue or a poorly timed joke that she'd apologize for in the parking lot. That wink told me everything. She'd planned it. I need to back up, because you need to understand who I was walking into that wedding and who Tiffany was before any of what happened next will make sense. My name is Grace Mercer. I'm 34 years old. I'm a registered nurse at St. Clement's Medical Center, where I work the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift on the orthopedic floor. 3 days a week, I also work evenings at a Walgreens clinic. $42 an hour, cash deposited every Friday. No insurance benefits, but decent enough hours that I can still get Ethan from soccer practice by 6. I have been a single mother for 7 years. Ethan's father, a man named Derek, who I will not spend more words on than necessary, left when Ethan was 2. He provides the legally mandated child support support, which amounts to $287 a month and makes it to about 1 birthday party in 3. Ethan has stopped holding his breath for the other 2. My brother Caleb is 3 years younger than me. He's a project manager at a commercial real estate firm, earns good money, and has always been, in my mother's eyes at least, the one who got it right. He bought a house at 28. He drives a BMW 5 Series. He does not have a 9-year-old with a torn tag. He met Tiffany Hale 18 months before the wedding at a company happy hour. She worked in client relations, which is a polished way of saying she was exceptionally good at making people feel seen. Caleb was dazzled. He proposed at 10 months, which made my mother weep into her Pinot Grigio with joy. I met Tiffany for the first time at Christmas, 8 months before the wedding. She was polished and warm and laughed at all of Caleb's jokes. She also studied me in a way that I clocked and filed away, the kind of assessing look that moves from your shoes upward and then settles somewhere around your left ear, like she'd already cataloged everything she needed to know and was simply confirming her conclusions. Caleb told me so much about you, she said, hugging me in the kitchen. Good things, I hope, I said. She smiled, and there was a half-second pause before she said, of course, that half-second. I remember it. I told myself it was nothing. The bridal shower was held in February at a rented event space in my mother's neighborhood. My mother had co-hosted with Tiffany's sister. I had not been asked to co-host. I had been asked to bring the sparkling water. I brought 3 cases of San Pellegrino and a handmade card Ethan had decorated with marker because he'd wanted to contribute. Tiffany had thanked me for the water, placed the card face down on the gift table, and moved on. At the shower, I overheard Tiffany telling a group of her bridesmaids, the 4 women she'd chosen, none of whom were me, which was fine, I understood. I overheard her saying, in the bright, chatty voice of someone who knows they're performing but doesn't care, Grace is Caleb's older sister. She's lovely, very strong, considering. And then a smaller voice, conspiratorial, being a single mom that long would break most people, considering. I drank my sparkling water and said nothing. That's what I always did. The month before the wedding, Caleb called me. He was nervous, I could tell. He had a way of laughing too quickly at the beginning of a sentence when he was working up to something. So Tiff wanted me to mention, he started, and I knew immediately that Tiffany had not just wanted him to mention anything, she had instructed him to call. The seating situation, at the reception. Ethan's table is going to be near the back, because of the speaker setup. It gets loud up front, and she thought, Caleb, he was quiet. If Ethan's not at my table, I'm not coming. Silence. Then, okay, yeah, I'll sort it out. Ethan ended up at my table, 4 seats down, near the middle of the room, close enough to the speakers that we could feel the bass in our chairs when the DJ started, close enough to hear every word of the toasts. I excused myself to the bathroom after Tiffany's wink. I sat in the stall for 4 minutes. I counted my breaths the way my therapist, Dr. Renata Fuentes, who I've seen every other Tuesday for 3 years, taught me to count them when I feel the bottom dropping out. 4 counts in, hold for 4, 4 counts out. I reminded myself I was here for Caleb, only for Caleb. I walked back out. My mother floated past me in the hallway, flushed from champagne and high from the evening. Don't be so sensitive, Grace, she said, patting my arm with her free hand. She's funny. That's why Caleb loves her. I smiled, said nothing. Smiled, said nothing. The reception rolled on. Dinner, dancing, cake cutting. Tiffany laughed too loud at everything, touched Caleb's face every few minutes with the particular tenderness of someone performing affection for an audience. I watched her work the room, table to table, hand extended, head tilted, the kind of hostess warmth that photographs beautifully. I ate my salmon. I talked to Caleb's co-workers. I made sure Ethan had cake. And then, somewhere between the cake and the first slow song, I noticed that Ethan's chair was empty. I turned around, scanned the room, the dance floor, the bar where he'd been getting lemonades, the hallway that led to the bathrooms. Then the music cut. Just stopped. A ripple moved through the crowd near the stage. A small voice came through the speakers. Excuse me, my stomach didn't drop. It left my body entirely. Ethan stood at the microphone, alone, both hands wrapped around the stand the way he grips his soccer posts when he's nervous before a game. White-knuckled, grounded, ready. He was wearing his good blazer, the navy one we'd bought at Target in September for his school concert, and he'd combed his hair that morning with the seriousness of someone preparing for something important. The room went quiet with that particular confused quiet of 200 people who don't yet understand what they're looking at. My name is Ethan, he said. His voice didn't shake. Grace is my mom, and I need to say something. Tiffany's smile vanished. Caleb half stood from his chair at the head table. She works 2 jobs, Ethan said. He wasn't reading from anything. He'd thought about this. Maybe for longer than the last 20 minutes. Maybe, I realized with a clench in my throat, maybe for months, storing all of it. She helps me with homework when she's exhausted. She saved for 4 months so I could play soccer. He paused. The pause was deliberate, the way a 9-year-old's pause is deliberate when they've rehearsed something important in the dark of their room. She stayed up all night when I had pneumonia. The room was perfectly, completely still. You all laughed at her, he said, and nobody stopped it. He looked directly at my mother, Grandma. His chin went up. You said nobody wants her. He swallowed hard. I want her. Every day. I want her at breakfast. I want her when I'm scared. Another swallow. So maybe don't call people trash. My mother's mouth fell open. Nothing came out. Caleb had crossed the room. He reached the stage steps. Buddy, hey, give me the mic. You didn't stop it, Ethan said, stepping back from him. You promised you'd still be my family, but you just sat there. That's when Caleb froze. That's when I saw it hit him. room. Not offense, not embarrassment, something worse. Recognition. An older woman in the back stood up, silver hair, dark blazer, voice like something cast from iron. "That child," she announced to the room, "is the only decent person in this room." One clap, then another, and half the room was on its feet. Not everyone, not Tiffany, not my mother, not Tiffany's sister, but enough. Enough that the sound swallowed every ugly thing that had been said that night like a tide coming in over a fire. I ran to the stage and pulled my son into my arms. He dropped the microphone. It landed with a soft thud on the carpet and pressed his face into my shoulder. He was shaking, just slightly. The particular shake of someone who has done something terrifying and is only now allowing themselves to feel it. "I'm sorry, Mom," he whispered. "Don't you dare apologize," I said into his hair. "Don't you dare." I held him and felt the applause around us, and did not look at my mother, and did not look at Tiffany, and did not look at Caleb. And then Tiffany's voice cut through the applause like a blade. "This is insane." Her mic had been handed back to her by the DJ. She was standing, chin up, the particular posture of someone who has decided that offense is the best available defense. He's a child. He doesn't understand what he's saying. She looked at Caleb. "Control your family. Control your family." Caleb turned to face her, slowly, deliberately. The way you turn to face something you've been looking away from for a long time. Something moved behind his eyes that I had never seen on my brother's face before. Something old and decided. "You want me to control my family?" he said. Tiffany lifted her chin. "Yes." Caleb looked then at our mother, then back at his wife of approximately 4 hours. "Then maybe I should start by telling everyone what you said about Grace before the ceremony." Tiffany's face went white. What Caleb said next took 17 seconds to deliver and cost Tiffany Hale Mercer everything she'd carefully constructed over the previous 18 months. He didn't shout, he didn't perform. He used the same level, direct voice he'd used on job sites for 15 years, the one that said, "This is simply what happened, and now we all know it." He told the room that 2 hours before the ceremony, while the groomsmen were in the bridal suite fetching something, he didn't specify what, he had overheard Tiffany on a phone call. He described her voice, bright, laughing, the voice she used for performance. What she said, as Caleb repeated it to 200 guests and a DJ who had wisely decided to keep the speakers live. "Grace is the family charity case, always has been. Caleb feels guilty about his sad single mom sister, so he invited her and the kid. I'm going to make sure she knows tonight where she actually stands. It'll be funny. Trust me. Not a slip, not whine. A plan, discussed, confirmed, and executed." The room was quieter than it had been even for Ethan's speech. Tiffany said, "That's not, you're taking it out of context." "There was no context," Caleb said. "I heard the whole call." "Caleb, I waited," he said. "I sat at dinner and I waited for you to apologize. I kept telling myself maybe I'd misheard. Maybe I was wrong about you." He stopped. Ethan was 9 years old at that microphone. 9. And he had more grace than anyone in this room tonight. He paused on the word, my name, which is also a word, a choice. "I want everyone who is here tonight because they love me to please enjoy the rest of the evening. There's an open bar. There's cake. I'm going to go have a very important conversation with my wife." He walked off the stage. He walked past me. He stopped, put his hand on the back of Ethan's head briefly. Ethan looked up at him. "I'm sorry, bud," Caleb said. Ethan nodded once, forgiving him something. The way kids forgive, completely, immediately, and without theater. The story didn't end at the wedding. It rarely does. The first call I got was from Dr. Renata Fuentes' office, actually. I'd texted her that night, just 3 words. Tonight was something. She called me at 8 a.m. the next morning, which was a Saturday, which she had never done before. "Tell me," she said. I told her. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Ethan said, "Maybe don't call people trash." He did. "Grace," she said, "that child has been watching you carry yourself with dignity under fire for years." He knew exactly what he was doing. I didn't cry in the bathroom stall that night. I cried on the phone with my therapist on a Saturday morning, in my kitchen, with Ethan asleep in the next room. The second call came from a name I didn't recognize. Margaret Whitfield. She identified herself as a senior partner at a family law firm, Whitfield and Associates, and also as the woman with silver hair who had stood up in the back of the reception hall. She had apparently been there as a +1 for a college friend of Caleb's. "I want to be clear," she said, "that I'm not calling in any professional capacity. I'm calling because I watched something happen last night that I found genuinely remarkable." She paused. "Your son gave a better testimony than half the witnesses I've worked with in 30 years. I laughed. A real laugh, the kind that surprises you. She asked if I needed anything. Legal resources, referrals, anything. I thanked her and told her I was okay. "I don't doubt it," she said. "I just wanted to make sure you knew there was a room full of people last night who saw exactly what happened." The third call was from Caleb. He called on Sunday. He was, as far as I understood, staying at his friend Marcus's apartment. Tiffany had gone to her parents' house. "I need to tell you something," he said, "and I need you to understand that I know I should have told you sooner." What he told me, 3 weeks before the wedding, he'd noticed that Tiffany had sent a group text to her bridesmaids. He hadn't been meant to see it. She'd grabbed his phone by mistake to send something, and he'd noticed, on the screen before she locked it, a thread with the bridesmaids, his name, my name, the phrase, the toast situation. He hadn't confronted her. He'd told himself it was probably nothing. Bride's dress. "I was a coward," he said. "Yes," I said. "I know. Why are you telling me this now?" "Because," he said, and his voice did something complicated, "because Ethan looked me in the eye and said I'd promised to still be his family, and I had promised that, and I'd sat there. I didn't say anything for a moment. He forgave you," I said. "I watched watched him do it. I don't deserve it. Probably not, I agreed. But he's 9. He doesn't have the capacity to carry a grudge through an entire marriage yet. By the time he does, I expect you to have earned it. Caleb laughed, then stopped. Grace, don't, I said. Not yet. Give me some time. He did. What followed was quieter than the wedding, but more thorough in its consequences. Tiffany's phone call, the one Caleb had overheard, became relevant in a legal sense when Caleb's attorney, a man named David Park at Park and Holloway Family Law, began drafting separation paperwork. I'm not privy to the specifics of what was filed and what wasn't. What I know is what Caleb told me, which was that Tiffany, when confronted with a formal accounting of events by an attorney who had 32 years of family law experience and the particular expression of someone who has heard everything and is not interested in being sold something, had stopped claiming the phone call was out of context and started claiming that the evening's speech had been a kind of joke that landed wrong.
David Park's response to that, per Caleb, a joke requires the subject to be in on it. She was not. I don't know whether Caleb and Tiffany will ultimately divorce. That's their marriage. What I know is that at last accounting, they were living separately, and that Tiffany had quietly stepped down from her client relations role, which is to say the company had encouraged her to pursue other opportunities, which is corporate for the door is over there. After the story of the wedding speech made the rounds in their social circle, it turns out that several people who'd been at the wedding that night worked in Caleb's orbit, and people talked. People had seen Ethan at that microphone. People had watched him look at his grandmother and say, I want her. That story had a way of traveling. The woman with silver hair, Margaret Whitfield, sent me a card about 2 weeks after the wedding, handwritten on heavy cream stationery. It said, I've spent 30 years in courtrooms. The thing I have learned is that the truth rarely has to be performed. It simply has to be spoken clearly, at the right moment, by the right person. Your son understood that instinctively. Raise him well. I framed it. It hangs in Ethan's room, next to his first place ribbon from the 3rd grade science fair, and a photograph of the two of us at Petco Park from the summer he became obsessed with the Padres. My mother called me on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks after the wedding. I was on the couch grading continuing education modules for work, and Ethan was in the kitchen doing homework. She called from her cell phone, which she rarely uses. She prefers the landline because she doesn't trust what she calls the cellular. I answered. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been thinking. Okay, I said. What I said was unkind. It was, by my mother's standards, a significant statement. She has never been the kind of woman who leads with apology. She's the kind of woman who substitutes proximity for contrition, shows up with lasagna instead of saying the hard thing. So the fact that she'd called to say it directly, using the word unkind, meant she'd been sitting with it. It was, I said. I was caught up in the evening, she said. Tiffany is, she stopped. I thought she was fun. I didn't think about you. You laughed, Mom. I know. Ethan saw you laugh. She was quiet for a long time. I know, she said again. And this time the word had a different texture, heavier, like something she'd been pressing down that she'd finally let rest on the table where it belonged. We talked for 40 minutes. It wasn't a resolution. My mother is who she is, and the patterns between us are long and layered and won't be undone by one phone call or one wedding disaster. But it was the most honest conversation I'd had with her in years, maybe ever, because for the first time, the thing that had been going unsaid wasn't just sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Ethan had walked to the microphone and pointed directly at it. At the end of the call, she said, He's a remarkable child, Grace. He is, I said. You did that? I did some of it, I said. He did the rest. I am writing this 8 months after my brother's wedding. Here is what is true. Ethan made the travel team for his soccer club. He plays left midfielder, which I am told is a position of some responsibility, though I confess my knowledge of soccer tactics is limited to what I've absorbed from 3 years of sideline attendance. He is 9 years old, and he runs like he has somewhere important to be. I am still working 2 jobs, though I've picked up 2 additional shifts on the orthopedic floor that have made the Walgreens clinic hours less urgent. I'm not comfortable yet, but I'm not counting to the end of the month anymore. Caleb and I have dinner once a month. He's still at Marcus's apartment. The paperwork, he tells me, is ongoing. He does not speak about Tiffany with bitterness, mostly with the quiet exhaustion of someone who has realized they were in love with a version of a person that didn't quite exist. He is learning that. It takes time. My mother came to one of Ethan's soccer games in October. She sat in a folding chair next to me for 90 minutes and watched him run. When he scored, she grabbed my arm. Oh, she said, like it surprised her. Oh, Grace. I let her hold my arm. That's not forgiveness, exactly. But it's a beginning. Here is the last thing I want to say. In the weeks after the wedding, several people, coworkers, friends, Caleb's friend Marcus when I met him briefly at a family lunch, all said some version of the same thing. You must be so proud of Ethan. And I am. I am so proud of him that sometimes it sits in my chest like a pressure I don't know how to release. But here is what I think about. More than the pride. I think about the fact that my 9-year-old son felt it was necessary. I think about the fact that he'd been watching me smile and say nothing for long enough that he had quietly, privately, decided that if no one else was going to say it, he would. I think about the way his hands were white on that microphone stand. I think about the 4 months he'd watched me count grocery totals in my head and pack leftovers and say we can do that next year about the trips and the equipment and the things that cost money we didn't quite have. And I think he should not have had to do that. No 9-year-old should have to walk to a microphone at his uncle's wedding and explain to 200 adults that his mother is worth something. She should have already known it. She is working on it.
it. The clearance item with the torn tag drove home from the wedding at 10:47 p.m. Her kid asleep in the back seat of her Honda Accord with his blazer across his face as a sleep mask. She sat in the parking garage for 3 minutes before going upstairs. Not because she was broken, because she needed to stop shaking before she carried him to bed. She carried him to bed. She went back to work on Monday. She is still here.
I started charging my friends to do their hair, and apparently I've become a different person entirely. I've been cutting and coloring since I was 16. Learned from YouTube, practiced on my younger sisters, eventually got good enough that people noticed. Not licensed, but honestly better than half the stylists in my town. 2 years ago, I moved into an apartment with a bathroom big enough to work in, and that was the beginning of the end. My friend Jasmine asked me to trim her ends before a wedding. Easy, 20 minutes. She brought wine. That felt fine. Then her sister needed a blowout. Then her coworker wanted just a quick color. I did it. It wasn't quick. It was 3 hours, 2 bowls of bleach, and a toner. She cried happy tears and said I was a lifesaver. She did not offer to pay. I posted a before and after on Instagram. Didn't even tag anyone. Just proud of the result. Within 2 days, 9 people had messaged me. I told them I wasn't a professional. They said that didn't matter. I said I didn't have a salon. They said my bathroom was fine. I finally said okay, I'll do it for the cost of supplies. Box of color, developer, gloves, foils, usually around $25 to $35 depending on what they needed. 4 appointments in 1 weekend. I spent $90 on supplies, cleared my entire Saturday and Sunday, and walked away with $80 because one woman, Tara, said she'd catch me next time and left before I could say anything. The following month I sat down and actually looked at what I was spending. Products, the chair I'd bought for comfort, the mirror I installed, the floor mat I got because bleach stains. I started charging $45 for a color and $20 for a cut. Put it in my bio. Nothing aggressive, just a simple rate card. Jasmine texted immediately. Wait, you're charging now? Yes, but I thought we were close. We are. That's why it's $45 and not $120. She never booked. Tara DM'd asking to reschedule. I reminded her she owed $35 from the last visit. She said she thought that one was free because I was still practicing. I sent her a screenshot of our original conversation where she'd agreed to pay for supplies. She left me on red. There's a woman named Courtney from my old job who asked for a full highlight. I quoted $65. She said her regular salon charges $180, so this felt like a deal. She came over, sat for 4 hours, left looking genuinely incredible. She Venmo'd me $40 and said the rest would come Friday. Friday came. Nothing. The following Tuesday, I posted her before and after. She'd given me permission while still in my chair, and the comments filled up with people asking who did it. Courtney commented, "Me, after spending way too much LOL." I replied, "You actually spent $40. The other $25 is still outstanding." She deleted her comment. I left mine up. My cousin Renee asked for a trim and style before her engagement photos. Family. So I figured fine. She came over. We caught up. It took 2 hours. When she was leaving, she hugged me and said, "You're so talented. I can't believe you don't do this full time." I said, "It'd be easier if people paid me." She laughed like I was joking. I texted her the next day. "Hey, that was $20 for the trim." She said, "I'm your cousin." I said, "I know. That's why I didn't charge for the style." She told our aunt I was being weird about money. Last month, I did a full transformation on a woman I'd never met. A referral from a friend who actually pays me. The client showed up on time, tipped me $30, left a 5-star Google review even though I don't have a business listing. She just found a way. She texted the next week asking about availability in the spring. That's my whole client list now. 4 people. They pay on time. They say thank you. They refer people who also pay on time and say thank you. Jasmine got her hair done at a chain salon last week and posted about how they fried her ends. I saw it. I didn't say anything, but I thought about it.
I stopped dressing up for my husband's family dinners the day his mother told her friends I was trying too hard. So for context, his family does Sunday dinner every 2 weeks. His parents, his 2 sisters, sometimes an aunt or a couple of cousins. It's not a casual thing. His mom sets the table with the good plates and matching napkins. There's usually a roast or some big dish she's been working on since morning. When I first started coming around, I treated it like an actual occasion. I'd wear something nice, do my hair, put on a little makeup. Nothing over the top, just like a sundress or a blouse and slacks. Something that said I respected the effort she was putting into the meal. I wanted them to like me. I wanted to fit in. That was probably my first mistake. About 8 months into going to these dinners, my friend Kara texted me out of nowhere. She's pretty close with one of my husband's cousins. They went to college together. She said she'd been at some birthday party over the weekend, a big backyard thing, and she overheard my mother-in-law talking to a group of women she didn't know. She was telling them that every time I come over for family dinner, I dress like I'm going to a restaurant, and that it's like I'm trying to impress people instead of just being part of the family. And then she said, bless her heart, which where we're from is not a compliment. It's the thing you say about someone when you feel sorry for them, but you're also kind of laughing. I sat with it for a few days. I didn't say anything to my husband because honestly I wasn't sure what I'd even say. Like, what's the move there? Tell him his mom is talking about me behind my back and the complaint is that I dress too nicely? It sounded insane out loud, but it also sat in my chest like a splinter that I couldn't quite get out. The next Sunday dinner I wore dark jeans and a plain blouse. Hair down, no earrings, no real effort. My husband looked at me before we left and said I looked nice, then asked if I maybe wanted to change into something dressier. I told him I was comfortable. His mom opened the door and looked at me for just a second longer than usual. She didn't say anything right then. Dinner was fine. Normal. She made her pot roast and everyone talked about the same things they always talk about. 2 Sundays after that, jeans again. A sweater. His mom made some comment at dinner about the new tablecloth she'd gotten and how the table looked so pretty. She glanced in my direction when she said it, just for a second. Still nothing direct. Third dinner, same deal. That's when she pulled me into the kitchen. She waited until I was carrying plates back from the table, then followed me in and closed the door partway. She said, "I've been noticing you've been a little more casual lately. Is everything okay? You just seem a little different." I said, "Everything's great." She said, "I want to make sure you're comfortable here. You always used to look so put together when you came over." I said, "I am comfortable." She paused, rearranging something on the counter that didn't need to be rearranged. Then she said, "I guess I always thought when you dressed up it meant you cared about being here." I looked at her and said, "I heard you told some of your friends I was trying too hard." Her face went completely still. Then she said, "I don't know where you heard that." I said, "Does it matter?" She said, "I would never say something unkind about you." I said, "Okay," and I walked back into the dining room. She came in about a minute later with the dessert like nothing had happened. My husband caught my eye across the table and mouthed, "What's wrong?" I shook my head. On the drive home, he asked what happened in the kitchen. I told him the whole thing. He went quiet for a minute, then said his mom would never say something like that deliberately, that maybe it got taken out of context or Kara misheard it. I said, "Kara heard it clearly." He said, "Kara barely knows my mom." I didn't say anything after that. About a week later, his mom called me. I answered because I always answer. She said she'd been thinking about what I brought up, and she wanted me to know that she's just protective of her family, and sometimes things come out sounding wrong. She said she hoped I'd keep coming to Sunday dinners because it wouldn't feel right without me there. I said, "I'll be there." She said, "And maybe think about dressing up a little more. I have some pictures from last month, and honestly, you looked so much prettier when you put in the effort. I'd love some nice photos with everyone looking their best." I said, "I'll see you Sunday," and I hung up. I told my husband that night. He said she probably just meant it as a compliment. I said, "She told me I looked prettier when I tried harder." He said, "She's old-fashioned. She means well." I said, "Yeah, I've been to 4 Sunday dinners since that phone call. Dark jeans every single time. She posts the family photos on Facebook, and I've noticed I'm always cropped to the edge."
I stopped reminding my spouse about things that mattered to me. For 7 years, I reminded my husband Evan about everything. My birthday, our anniversary, my work events, doctor appointments I needed support at, dinner with my parents. Every single time, he'd forget unless I reminded him 3 days before, then the day before, then the morning of. He'd still act surprised when the event came, like the information was brand new. Last March, I reminded him about my sister's baby shower 4 times. He still scheduled a golf trip that weekend. When I confronted him, he said I never told him. I showed him the texts. He said I should have reminded him again. That's when something in me broke. I decided to run an experiment. I would stop reminding him about anything that mattered to me, not out of spite. I just wanted to know if he actually cared enough to remember on his own. I marked my calendar. My birthday was coming up in 6 weeks. I mentioned it once in early April during dinner, just casually said I couldn't believe I was turning 34 soon. He nodded and kept eating. That was the only reminder he'd get. The weeks passed. I watched him remember his fantasy football draft, his buddy's poker night, his mother's birthday, which he bought a gift for 2 weeks early. My birthday got closer. Nothing. 1 week out. Nothing. 3 days out. Nothing. The night before my birthday, I laid in bed next to him, feeling this cold, hollow ache in my chest. He was scrolling through his phone, laughing at videos. I almost broke. Almost reminded him. I didn't. My birthday morning arrived. I woke up at 7:30 to him already dressed for work. "Hey babe," he kissed my forehead. "Got an early meeting. See you tonight." He walked out the door. No happy birthday, no card, no flowers, nothing. I sat on the edge of our bed and cried for 20 minutes. Then I got angry. Then I got calm. The kind of calm that feels like clarity. I went to work. My coworkers surprised me with cake and a card signed by everyone. My mom called at lunch. My sister sent flowers to my office. My best friend took me to dinner that evening. Evan texted me at 5:15. "Working late. Don't wait up." I didn't respond. He came home at 9:45 while I was reading in bed. He changed into pajamas and climbed in next to me. "How was your day?" he asked casually. I put my book down and looked at him. It was my birthday. His face went white. The color literally drained out of it. "What? No, that's not until next week." It was today, April 28th. You can check your phone if you don't believe me. He grabbed his phone and checked. I watched his expression shift from denial to panic to guilt. "Oh my god, babe, I'm so sorry. I thought it was May 28th. I had it wrong in my head. I didn't say anything. I'll make it up to you. This weekend. Whatever you want. Dinner anywhere. Shopping. A trip." I still didn't say anything. He grabbed my hand. "I'm so sorry. Please say something." I pulled my hand back slowly. "I mentioned my birthday 6 weeks ago. Once. I wanted to see if you'd remember without me reminding you 12 times like I always do." His face fell. "You remember your golf trips, your fantasy draft, your mother's birthday. You bought her a gift 2 weeks early." He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "I'm not mad," I said quietly. "I'm just tired. I've been reminding you about things that matter to me for 7 years, and I finally have my answer." "What answer?" "You don't forget things that are important to you. You forget things that aren't." The silence in that room was deafening. He tried to argue, tried to explain, tried to blame his work stress and his ADHD and his busy schedule. I let him talk. Then I said one sentence that ended everything. "I've been important to everyone in my life except my husband. He slept on the couch that night, and the night after, and the night after that. We started therapy 2 weeks later. The therapist asked him to list 5 things that mattered to me. My hobbies, my dreams, my fears, my favorite anything. He couldn't name one. We're separated now. He sends me flowers every month, remembers every date, texts me constantly, desperate to prove he's changed. But that's the thing about finally being seen. Once you realize you were invisible the whole time, the spell breaks, and you can't unsee it. My next birthday, I celebrated with people who remembered without being reminded.
I thought my father was a saint for keeping me alive. Then I ate a strawberry. My whole life I had never eaten a meal that my father didn't prepare. He told me it was the only way to keep me safe. I was 4 years old when my father discovered I was allergic to almost everything. Strawberries would close my throat. Dairy would send me into anaphylaxis. Gluten would make my organs swell. Nuts and shellfish and eggs and soy, and the list went on until the only safe foods were plain rice and boiled chicken and steamed broccoli and a handful of other things my father rotated carefully. He cooked every single meal I ever ate for 22 years. He tested every ingredient. He called ahead to every school event and birthday party to make sure I wouldn't accidentally die. I never had a job because I couldn't eat at a workplace. I never traveled because I couldn't trust restaurant kitchens. I never went on a date because what was the point when I couldn't share a meal with someone? My father gave up his whole life to keep me alive, and I reminded myself to be grateful every single day. He always told me, your mother didn't understand how sick you were. That's why she left us. I believed him because I had no reason not to. When I was 25, I met a guy named Owen at my physical therapy clinic. He asked me to get coffee and I said, I can't drink coffee. I'm allergic. He asked me to get dinner and I said, I can't eat at restaurants. I'm allergic to almost everything. He said, what can you eat? I said, food my father makes. He looked at me for a long moment and said, has that ever seemed strange to you? I told my father about Owen and he immediately got tense. He said, be careful with him. He doesn't understand your condition. Owen kept asking questions that made me uncomfortable. He said, have you ever been retested as an adult? Allergies can change over time. I told my father and he snapped at me. He said, the last time someone questioned your allergies, you almost died. Do you want that to happen again? I told Owen to drop it and he did. Owen's mother invited us to her birthday dinner and my father prepared a special meal for me to bring. I sat at the table with my little container while everyone else ate pot roast and salad and cake. Owen's mother said, I feel so terrible that you can't enjoy any of this with us. I said, I'm used to it by now. I picked at my rice and accidentally grabbed a fork from the table instead of my own. I took a bite of salad without thinking. I realized what I'd done when I tasted something sweet. I looked down and there were strawberries in the salad. I immediately panicked. I said, I need my EpiPen right now. I just ate strawberry. Owen grabbed my bag and found the pen. Everyone was frozen waiting for me to collapse. I waited for my throat to close. I waited for the hives and the swelling and the racing heart. Nothing happened. I kept waiting. Nothing. Owen said, how do you feel? I said, fine. I feel completely fine. Owen said, we're going to the allergist first thing tomorrow morning. The doctor ran a full panel the next day. He sat me down with the results and said, I don't know how to tell you this, but you have no allergies. None at all. Not to strawberries or dairy or gluten or anything else on your list. I drove to my father's house and walked in without knocking. He was sitting at the kitchen table like he was expecting me. I said, I ate a strawberry and nothing happened. I got tested. I'm not allergic to anything. He put his head in his hands. I said, tell me the truth right now. He started crying and said, you don't understand. I had to do it. Your mother was going to take you away from me. I said, what are you talking about? He said, when you were 4, she filed for divorce. She was going to get full custody. I needed to prove I was the better parent. I felt my whole body go cold. He said, I told the court she was feeding you things that made you sick. I had to keep you sick or everyone would know I made it up. I said, you made me a prisoner in my own body so you could win a custody case? He wouldn't look at me. I said, what about the disability payments? The caretaker stipend you've been collecting for 22 years? He said nothing. I did the math in my head. Thousands of dollars every month for over 2 decades. I said, did my mother really abandon us? He still wouldn't answer. I walked to his bedroom closet and started tearing through boxes. I found it in the back corner, a shoebox stuffed with envelopes, all of them addressed to me in handwriting I didn't recognize, all of them unopened. 22 years of letters from my mother that he never let me see. I took the box and walked out without saying another word. My father is under investigation for fraud and I'm learning how to eat like a normal person. My mom and I are reconnecting. I told a kid I didn't care that his mom had cancer. I worked for 4 years to get a full scholarship to my dream school. When I got the call that I'd won, I cried for an hour. A week later, I was called into the principal's office. The principal was sitting there with another student named Peyton and both of his parents. The principal explained that Peyton was the runner-up for the scholarship and his family was going through a difficult time. Peyton's mom had stage 4 cancer. They were asking if I would consider stepping aside so Peyton could have the scholarship instead. I said I was sorry about his mom, but no. Peyton's dad leaned forward. You don't understand. We could lose our house. The medical bills are destroying us. I said I was sorry, but I earned this. Peyton's mom started crying, and even though she was clearly sick and thin and pale, I couldn't make myself say yes. The principal said the school couldn't force me, but he hoped I would do the right thing. I said no again and left. The next day, my English teacher pulled me aside after class. She said she'd heard about the situation. I should really think about what kind of person I wanted to be. I said I was keeping the scholarship. Students started treating me differently after that. People whispered when I walked by. Someone wrote heartless on my locker and red marker my own mom said, maybe I should consider stepping aside, that it wasn't worth becoming the most hated person at school over money. I said no. A week later, Peyton cornered me in the hallway between classes. He stepped right in front of me so I couldn't get past. My mom might die. He said she's doing chemo every 2 weeks and she's so sick she can't get out of bed and you're worried about a scholarship. I tried to walk around him and he blocked me again. You've probably had everything handed to you your whole life and you can't give me this one thing. You can't do one decent thing for someone whose mom has cancer. Something snapped inside me. I said, you don't know anything about my life. He laughed. I know you've never had to watch someone you love go through chemo. You've never had to wonder if your mom is going to be alive next year. I laughed too, and it wasn't a nice laugh. You're right. I didn't watch it. I lived it. I had leukemia when I was 8 years old. 2 years of treatment. I almost died 3 times. I spent my 9th birthday in the ICU because my immune system collapsed and I got pneumonia. Peyton's face changed completely. I kept going. My parents went bankrupt paying my medical bills. We lost our house when I was 10. My dad left because he couldn't handle the stress and the debt and watching his kid almost die over and over again. My mom works double shifts as a nurse and she still can't dig us out of the hole that keeping me alive put us in. Peyton opened his mouth but nothing came out. I said this ship is the only way I'm going to college. Not one of several options. The only one. If I don't get this, I don't go. I work at a gas station for the rest of my life trying to help my mom pay off the debt from my chemo. I stepped also to him. Your mom is sick and I'm genuinely sorry, but your dad drives a BMW. I saw it in the parking lot. Your house has a pool. I know because I used to clean it 2 summers ago when I worked for that landscaping company. You'll go to college no matter what happens. I won't, Peyton said quietly. I didn't know I cut him off. You didn't ask. You just assumed I had it easy because I didn't make my trauma everyone else's problem. I could feel people watching us now, but I didn't care anymore. I spent 2 years thinking I was going to die before I turned 10. And then I spent the next 8 years working harder than anyone at this school to make sure my life actually meant something. I didn't start a GoFundMe. I didn't ask for donations. I didn't expect strangers to hand me things because
because I had a sad story. I earned this. I looked him right in the eyes. So, yeah, I don't care that your mom has cancer. Not more than I care about my one chance to go to college without drowning in debt for the rest of my life. You want to call me heartless? Fine. But I beat cancer, and I beat poverty. And I'm not giving away the only thing I ever earned because you think your pain matters more than mine just because it's happening right now. I walked away. He didn't follow me. The principal called me into his office the next day and told me Peyton's family had withdrawn their request. He said I could have handled the situation with more grace. I said I handled it the way I needed to. I started college in the fall on a full ride. I don't talk to anyone from high school anymore.
I told my brother that his crush dislikes him because he's an asshole, not because he's too smart. So my little brother Jake is 13 and basically a genius. Like he's already taking college classes and gets interviewed by newspapers about his research stuff. Everyone always talks about how amazing and smart he is, and honestly our parents have never said no to him about anything his entire life. The problem is he's turned into this massive jerk who thinks he's better than literally everyone. He talks down to people constantly and acts like everyone around him is stupid. It's gotten so bad that I cringe whenever he opens his mouth around other people. Lately he's been obsessed with this girl from one of his advanced classes named Emma. He talks about her constantly but keeps complaining that she won't give him the time of day. Every single day it's the same thing. He'll come home whining about how she ignored him or didn't laugh at his jokes or whatever. Last week he invited her over to work on some project together. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when they sat down at our dining room table. What I heard made me want to crawl under a rock from secondhand embarrassment. The entire time Jake just talked over her. Like she'd start to explain an idea and he'd immediately interrupt with, actually that's wrong because, or that won't work. Here's what we should do instead. At one point she suggested researching something online and he literally called her idea stupid to her face. Then he spent like 20 minutes just bragging about himself. He told her about every newspaper article he'd been in, every award he'd won, every smart thing he'd ever done. The poor girl just sat there nodding politely while looking like she wanted to disappear. The worst part was when he asked about her career plans. She said she wanted to be a teacher, and he immediately started lecturing her about how teaching doesn't pay well and she'd be wasting her potential. You could see her face just shut down completely. After she left that day, Jake came into my room all confused about why she seemed weird and distant. I wanted to tell him right then, but I figured maybe he'd figure it out on his own. He didn't. Instead, it got worse. He started coming up with all these theories about why Emma didn't like him. First, he decided she was jealous of his intelligence. Then he convinced himself she was playing hard to get. Last week, he told me she probably only likes dumb jock guys because girls don't appreciate smart men. Today was the final straw. Jake was at the dinner table going on his usual rant about Emma while our parents nodded along sympathetically. He said she was obviously intimidated by how accomplished he is and that most women are too emotional to handle dating someone smarter than them. Our mom actually agreed with him. She started talking about how some people feel threatened by exceptional individuals and that Emma probably feels insecure around Jake's success. Dad chimed in saying Jake shouldn't change himself for anyone and that the right girl would appreciate his gifts. I couldn't take it anymore. I put down my fork and looked Jake straight in the eye. She doesn't dislike you because you're smart, I said. She dislikes you because you act like a condescending jerk who thinks everyone else is stupid. The whole table went silent. Jake's mouth actually fell open. You talked over her the entire time she was here, I continued. You called her ideas stupid. You bragged about yourself nonstop, and you told her she was making bad life choices. Why would anyone want to be around that? Jake started getting defensive, saying I didn't understand because I'm not as smart as him. That just proved my point even more. This is exactly what I'm talking about, I said. You think being smart gives you permission to treat people like garbage. Emma seems like a nice girl and you made her feel terrible in our own house. My parents immediately jumped in saying I was being too harsh on a 13-year-old kid. Mom said Jake was just enthusiastic about his interests and that I was crushing his confidence. Dad told me I should be supporting my brother instead of tearing him down. But here's the thing. Jake isn't some little kid who doesn't know better. He's smart enough to be in college but somehow can't figure out basic human decency. That doesn't add up. I told them that if they keep making excuses for his behavior, he's going to grow up thinking he can treat everyone like dirt just because he's academically gifted. Some of the smartest people I know are also the kindest and most humble. Intelligence and being a decent person aren't mutually exclusive. Jake stormed off to his room and slammed the door. My parents spent the rest of dinner lecturing me about being supportive and understanding.
I told my mom that I respect my dad's girlfriend more than her. My parents divorced when I was 11. The reason was simple. My mom had been sleeping with her coworker Alan for 8 months before my dad found out. I still remember the night everything shattered. I was supposed to be asleep, but I heard my dad crying in the kitchen asking her why. Why would you do this to us? She didn't even answer. She just packed a bag and left. For the next 2 years, I watched my dad fall apart. He'd come home from work and just sit in the dark. Some nights I'd find him passed out on the couch with empty bottles on the floor. I was 12 years old cleaning up my father's vomit because the woman who was supposed to love him broke him into pieces. But my dad fought his way back. He got sober. He went to therapy. He showed up to every single one of my soccer games, even when I could tell he was barely holding it together. He never once badmouthed my mom in front of me, even though he had every right to. Meanwhile, my mom married Alan 5 months after the divorce was finalized. 5 months. She moved into his house and started posting family photos online like we never existed. She even had another kid with him, a little boy named Jason, who got the version of her that should have been mine. Every other weekend, I had to go to her house and pretend everything was fine. Alan would try to bond with me, take me to movies, buy me things. I gave every single gift away. My mom kept pushing me to call him dad. That was the first time I ever screamed at her. I told her I already have a dad, a real one who stayed. Things were tense for years. Then last spring, my therapist and my dad both sat me down separately and said the same thing. Holding on to this anger is only hurting you. My dad even told me he'd forgiven her. He said his marriage had problems he didn't see, and carrying resentment was like drinking poison and expecting someone else to die. So I tried. I apologized to my mom, to Alan, even to my half-brother who never did anything wrong. Things got calmer. Not good, but calmer. Then 3 months ago, my dad told me he'd been seeing someone. Her name is Evelyn. She's 34 and has 2 kids under 10. When I met her, she didn't try too hard. She just asked me about school and actually listened to my answers. She laughed at my dad's terrible jokes. She made him smile in a way I hadn't seen since I was a little kid. Last week, I was at my mom's house and I casually mentioned that I'd met Evelyn. I said she seems really cool. My mom's face completely changed. She asked me how long they'd been together. I said about 6 months. She went quiet for a second, then exploded. She called me a hypocrite. She said that for 6 years, she and Alan had been trying everything to earn my forgiveness. Therapy, family trips, heartfelt conversations, and I never gave them a real chance. But I meet this woman once, and suddenly she's amazing. I tried to stay calm, but she kept going. She said I was punishing her for one mistake while giving a complete stranger a free pass. That's when something in me snapped. I looked at her and said, "You want to know the difference?" Evelyn didn't cheat on my dad. Evelyn didn't make me watch him cry himself to sleep for 2 years. Evelyn didn't abandon her family for someone she met at work. Evelyn is the reason my dad is happy for the first time in 6 years. You're the reason he almost wasn't here at all. The room went dead silent. My mom's eyes filled with tears. Alan stepped forward and told me I was being cruel and ungrateful after everything they'd done for me. I turned to him and said, "Everything you've done. You helped destroy my family and then moved into the empty space like you belonged there. You don't get to lecture me about gratitude. If you really wanted to make things right, you would have told her to fix her own mess before you put a ring on her finger." My mom whispered that she thought I'd forgive her eventually. That time would fix things between us. I said maybe it will, but right now the woman who taught my dad how to smile again will always matter more to me than the one who made him forget how. I grabbed my keys and walked out. My mom didn't follow me. Alan didn't either. That was 4 days ago. My phone has been blowing up ever since. My mom, Alan, even my grandma. 2 hours ago, my dad called. He said my stepdad had confronted my mom about something. Apparently, she's been stalking Evelyn's Facebook for weeks, saving photos, tracking where she goes. They had a massive fight about it. My dad told me mom locked herself in her bedroom and won't come out. I haven't responded to anyone. Part of me feels guilty, part of me doesn't. And honestly, I don't know which part is right. I told my son's girlfriend to find somewhere else to sleep, and she looked at me like I was the monster. But who had been making her breakfast every morning for 8 months? She moved in during a Tuesday in October. My son Henry called it just a few weeks. While she sorted out her lease situation, she had 2 bags and a cat I was allergic to. I said okay because I love my son, and I thought I understood what a few weeks meant. By November, the cat had claimed my reading chair, and the few weeks had quietly become permanent. Danny was 24. She worked from home, which meant she was home all day, while I left for work at 7 a.m. and came back at 6. I noticed small things first. The coffee pot empty when I got home, the dish soap running out faster than it ever had. Little stuff, nothing worth raising. Then I started noticing the kitchen. I've cooked dinner in that kitchen every night for 11 years. It's just what I do. I get home, I decompress by cooking, we eat together. That was the rhythm of the house. The first few weeks, Danny would offer to help, and I'd say no, I like doing it. And she'd say okay, and drift back to the couch. Fine, that was fine. What shifted was so gradual, I almost didn't catch it. She stopped offering to help. Then she stopped setting the table. Then she started texting Henry from the living room to ask when dinner would be ready. I heard that notification ping from the kitchen while I was standing at the stove, and something in my chest went very still. I told myself, she's young. She didn't grow up with this dynamic. She doesn't realize. So I said something gentle. I told her it would mean a lot if she could handle the table and dishes on nights I cooked. She said, of course, totally sorry. She didn't even think about it. And she did it for 4 days. Then it drifted back. By December, I was doing her laundry. I want to be clear, I don't know how that started. I think once I grabbed a mixed load from the hallway and ran it because I had a half load of my own and it seemed efficient. She thanked me warmly. And then the next week, there was another pile in the hallway. And another. I kept running them because once you start a thing, it becomes the thing you do. Christmas, she gave me a candle. It smelled like vanilla. I remember holding it and thinking, she bought me something that cost less than the groceries I bought for her this month. In January, Henry got a promotion, and they started talking about getting their own place. I felt genuine relief. I started mentally reclaiming my reading chair. 2 weeks later, the lease they'd been looking at fell through, and Danny cried about it for an evening, and Henry looked at me with that face, that specific face he's had since he was 9 years old. And I said fine, a few more months. February was when she started calling my house her home, not in a sweet way. In a way where she told her friends on the phone she was heading home, meant my house, had never paid $1 toward it. In a way where she rearranged the pantry because her system made more sense and didn't mention it to me. I opened the cabinet for the olive oil and stood there for 30 seconds just looking at where it wasn't. March was when I found my good casserole dish cracked in the back of the cabinet. No note, nothing said. I asked her about it very calmly. She said she thought she'd mentioned it. Maybe Henry forgot to tell me. She was really sorry. She'd replace it. She never replaced it. April. I came home on a Wednesday and dinner wasn't started. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it that morning, and Danny was on the couch watching something with headphones on. She pulled one side off when I walked in and said, "Oh good, I was thinking maybe pasta tonight." I put my bag down. I took off my jacket. I stood in my own kitchen for a moment. Then I turned around and told her very clearly, I am not a hotel. I am not a meal service. I am not your laundry, and I am not your pantry, and I am not the person who absorbs every inconvenience in your life without acknowledgement. You have been in this house for 8 months, and I have watched you treat it like a furnished rental where someone else handles the upkeep, and that ends now. You either contribute to this house like an adult, or you find somewhere else to sleep. She stared at me. Henry came out of the bedroom. He started to say something. I held up one finger and he stopped. Danny said quietly that she didn't realize I felt that way. I said, I know. That's exactly the problem. She moved out 6 weeks later. Henry was upset with me for 2 of them. Then one evening, he sat down next to me and said, I didn't realize how much you were doing. I handed him a dish towel. You do now, I said.
I walked into my boyfriend's apartment and heard him tell his friends, "Pay up, boys, she actually fell in love with me." I was supposed to meet my boyfriend Keith at his apartment at 7, but I got off work early and decided to surprise him. He'd given me a key 3 months ago and told me I could come over anytime. I let myself in quietly because I thought it would be fun to sneak up on him. I could hear voices coming from the living room. Keith and his 2 best friends were laughing about something. I was about to walk in and say hi when I heard my name. I stopped in the hallway and listened. Keith's friend asked him when he was going to end things with me. Keith said he wasn't sure yet because he was having too much fun. His other friend laughed and said he couldn't believe Keith had actually pulled it off. Keith said he told them he could get any girl to fall for him if he tried hard enough. Then he said, "Pay up, boys, because she actually fell in love with me." I heard the sound of money being exchanged. His friends were paying him. They'd made a bet about whether Keith could make me fall in love with him, and Keith had won. I stood in that hallway feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. We'd been together for 8 months. I'd introduced him to my parents. I'd told my friends he might be the one. I'd started looking at apartments we could move into together. The whole time, I was just a game to him, a bet he could brag about to his friends. I thought about walking into the living room and confronting him right there. I thought about screaming and crying and making him feel as small as I felt in that moment, but something stopped me. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me fall apart. I didn't want his friends to watch me become the hysterical girlfriend who couldn't handle a joke, so I did something else instead. I walked into the living room like I hadn't heard anything. Keith jumped up looking nervous, but I smiled and said I got off early and wanted to surprise him. His friends exchanged looks, but I pretended not to notice. I sat down and made small talk for 20 minutes like everything was normal. Then I told Keith I was tired and wanted to go home. He offered to walk me out, and I let him. At the door, he kissed me and said he'd call me tomorrow. I said I couldn't wait. The next day, I called in sick to work and spent the whole day planning. Keith thought he was a player who could manipulate women into loving him. He thought relationships were games he could win with charm and persistence. I decided to teach him what it felt like to be on the other side. Over the next 2 weeks, I became the perfect girlfriend. I cooked him dinner every night. I bought him small gifts for no reason. I told him I loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone. I talked about our future constantly. Marriage, kids, growing old together. I could see him getting uncomfortable, but he couldn't pull away because his ego wouldn't let him admit he'd created a situation he couldn't control. Then I introduced him to my cousin who was visiting from out of town. Her name was Delia, and she was beautiful and charming and exactly Keith's type. I watched him watch her all through dinner. I excused myself to the bathroom and stayed gone for 10 minutes. When I came back, Keith and Delia were exchanging numbers. He didn't even try to hide it. He thought I was too in love with him to notice. The next week, I told Keith I had to visit my sick grandmother and would be gone for a few days. I went to stay with Delia instead. She showed me the texts Keith had been sending her. He'd asked her out twice already. He'd told her I was clingy and that he was planning to break up with me soon. He'd said he only stayed with me because he felt sorry for me. Delia had been playing along on my instructions. On Friday, Keith texted me saying we needed to talk. I told him I was still at my grandmother's, but that I'd be home Sunday. He said it couldn't wait. I asked what was wrong. He said he'd met someone else and that he was sorry, but he couldn't keep pretending. I waited an hour to respond. Then I told him I knew about the bet. I told him Delia was my cousin. I told him she'd shown me every message he'd sent trying to cheat on me with my own family member. I told him I'd been planning to leave him for 2 weeks and that I just wanted to make sure he humiliated himself first. He called me that night. I didn't answer.
I walked into my mom's kitchen and saw my 7-year-old on his knees. A towel was folded under him like a sad little cushion. His hands moved a rag in slow circles across the tile. Behind him, my sister's kids ate lemon pie at the table and laughed at a tablet. The next morning, a uniformed officer stood on my mom's porch with a question she couldn't dodge. I was still holding 2 grocery bags my mom had texted me to pick up. Milk, eggs, bread, her specific creamer. I'd done that run twice a month for years. She never thanked me. She just sent the next list. I set the bags down and heard her voice, sharp and bored. "Scrub it properly," she snapped at my kid. "You're here to help, not eat." The table felt like a VIP section. The floor felt like punishment. My son didn't even look up. He just scrubbed harder, like he'd been trained. My sister's daughter licked frosting off her fingers. Her son reached for a second slice. My kid had an empty spot at the table, with the plate flipped face down. I stood in the doorway and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I moved. I knelt beside my son and took the rag from his hands. His knuckles were red, raw, and wrinkled. "Get up, buddy," I said. "We're leaving." He blinked at me, confused. "But I'm not done yet, Dad." "You're done." Then my mom turned from the stove like I was stealing her TV. "Where are you going?" He wasn't finished. I didn't answer. I grabbed my kid's hand and walked to the front door. My sister was 10 feet away on the couch, scrolling. She looked up just long enough to sneer, "You're seriously leaving over a little chore?" Next, I buckled my son into the car. After that, I drove off. Again, I didn't explain. The groceries stayed on my mom's counter. Let her figure it out. Halfway home, I finally asked, "How long has Grandma been making you clean like that?" He shrugged. Every time, he stared out the window like quiet was safer than talking. "She says I have to help first," he added. "Then I can eat if there's food left." If there's food left. My stomach turned. "What do your cousins do?" I asked. "They play or eat," he said. "Grandma doesn't make them." He picked at the seam of his jeans. "Grandma says I have to help because I'm different." That word landed in the car like a brick. Different. And I'd been that kid once. At home, I ran a bath and held his hands under warm water. He flinched before the water even hit him. His skin wasn't just red, it was cracked in tiny lines. "Does it hurt?" I asked. "A little. It always stings at first," he said. I remembered scrubbing those same tiles at 9. That night, I called my ex, and she sounded exhausted. "I told you," she said. I swallowed. "I'm filing a report tonight." She didn't celebrate. "Good," she said. "And don't undo it." So I didn't. I typed the facts into a sterile form. Tile floor, cleaning solution. 2 kids eating pie. 1 kid scrubbing to earn food. I attached a photo of his hands. I hit submit and let my phone ring itself to death. The next morning, my sister texted, "There's a cop at Mom's house. What did you do?" do. Later, I heard the details. The officer asked my mom why one grandchild had to work before eating while the other two were served freely. My mom tried the responsibility speech like she always did. Then he asked, "How long has this been going on?" And my mom proudly said, "He knows the routine. He's been doing it for months." The officer's pen stopped, then started again slower. That night, my dad finally cracked. He told my mom, "He's right," and admitted he'd been there and turned the TV up. My mom called me shaking with rage. "You humiliated me," she hissed. I kept my voice flat. "You made my son scrub your floor while his cousins ate pie." Silence. "The report stays," I said, "and my kid isn't coming back." "Please," she breathed. "Good night," I said and hung up. Weeks later, my son came home with a drawing of our little apartment. Me and him were big in the center, holding hands. In the corner, he drew my mom's house in gray, with one tiny person inside. "Who's that?" I asked. "Grandma," he said. "She stays in her house now." On a random Tuesday, I made spaghetti while he washed his hands with regular soap. He sat at our table. His knuckles were smooth again. I set a full plate in front of him. No conditions, no chores, no flipped plate. He started eating like it was normal, and I realized that's what revenge looked like in my world. My kid safe, fed, and finally allowed to just be a kid. What would you have done if you saw that in real time? Drop your take below.
I was mistreated my whole life because of my special sister. She now tried walking down the aisle at my wedding, and I finally got payback. Growing up, my sister Brianna was the golden child, and I mean golden. When I was 7, I saved up birthday money for months to buy this doll I wanted. The day I brought it home, Brianna threw a tantrum saying she wanted it. My parents made me give it to her because she's more sensitive and needs extra love. I cried for hours. They grounded me for making Brianna feel bad with my crying. At 13, I got straight A's for the first time. My parents took me and Brianna to celebrate at the restaurant Brianna picked, with the cake flavor Brianna liked, even though I hate chocolate. When I asked why my achievement party was all about her, my dad said I was being selfish and ungrateful. Brianna smirked at me the whole dinner. At 16, I worked after school for 8 months and saved $2,000 for a used car. My parents found my savings envelope hidden in my closet and took it. They used my money to pay for Brianna's driving lessons and insurance because she needed a car more than me, since she had anxiety about taking the bus. When I begged for it back, they said family helps family. I didn't get a single dollar back. Brianna got her license in a car while I took the bus for 2 more years. Every single time. Brianna came first. I stopped expecting anything different. Fast forward 10 years. I'm engaged to the most amazing guy, Logan. I didn't want Brianna in the wedding at all, but my parents called me crying. "If Brianna isn't the maid of honor, we're not coming. We'll tell the whole family you excluded your sister on purpose." I caved because I didn't want the drama. Biggest mistake of my life. During rehearsal, Brianna started her comments. "White isn't really your color. You'd look better in cream, or maybe blush. This song's too slow for the bridesmaids. It'll drag and bore people. Oh, and I've been thinking I should walk down the aisle too, right before you. It would look so elegant having both sisters make an entrance. People will love it." I shut her down hard. "No changes. This is my wedding, not yours." She pouted, but I thought that was the end of it. Wedding day arrives. I'm in the bridal suite getting ready when my coordinator rushes in. Panicked. "Your sister brought a white dress, like wedding white. She says it's cream, but it's white white." I told her to handle it and just keep Brianna away from me until the ceremony. The ceremony starts. My bridesmaids walk down perfectly. Then suddenly the music changes. Not my chosen song. I look up confused, and Brianna's standing at the back of the aisle in that white dress, holding a bouquet I definitely didn't give her, posing like she's the bride. My parents are in the front row smiling and filming like this was planned all along. My mom's literally crying happy tears. I'm frozen at the altar. Logan squeezes my hand and whispers, "We've got this." Brianna starts walking, doing this slow princess wave to the guests, stopping to smile at people. She's literally trying to have a bridal moment at my wedding. Some guests look confused, others are whispering. But here's what none of them knew. Logan's groomsmen were my cousins. The same cousins who watched me get screwed over my entire childhood. The same ones who knew every single story of Brianna getting whatever she wanted while I got nothing. As Brianna reaches the halfway point, still waving and smiling, my cousin Dan and his brother step directly into the aisle. In perfect sync, they pick her up horizontally like a surfboard. One guy has her shoulders, one has her legs. Brianna starts screaming, "What are you doing? Put me down right now." They don't say a word. They just carry her straight past the shocked guests, out the side door and into the parking lot. Her bouquet falls on the ground. The entire church goes dead silent, and someone in the back starts clapping. Then more people join in. Then everyone's clapping and laughing. My parents jump up to chase after her, but my Aunt Helen physically blocks the exit. She's a big woman, and she plants herself there like a wall. She looks at them and says, "Sit down. You've ruined enough of her life. You're going to sit here and watch her get married." We finished the ceremony. It was perfect, beautiful, everything I wanted. During cocktail hour, I found out Brianna spent the entire reception sitting in her car crying because Dan stood guard at the door and told her if she tried to come back in, he'd call actual security to have her removed from the property. My parents tried to apologize at the reception. I walked away mid-sentence. They sent emails, texts, called Logan's parents to intervene and mediate. I blocked them and ignored everything for months. 6 months later, they finally wrote a real apology letter admitting they failed me for decades and destroyed our relationship. They asked if we could start over and rebuild. I responded, "Maybe when you actually treat both your daughters equally. Until then, I'm done." Brianna never apologized. Last I heard, she's still telling people I humiliated her on purpose at my wedding. Good. She humiliated me for 25 years. I was mistreated my whole life because of my special sister. She now tried walking down the aisle at my wedding, and I finally got payback. Growing up, my sister Brianna was the golden child, and I mean golden. When I was 7, I saved up birthday money for months to buy this doll I wanted. The day I brought it home, Brianna threw a tantrum saying she wanted it. My parents made me give it to her because she's more sensitive and needs extra love. I cried for hours. They grounded me for making Brianna feel bad with my crying. At 13, I got straight A's for the first time. My parents took me and Brianna to celebrate at the restaurant Brianna picked, with the cake flavor Brianna liked, even though I hate chocolate. When I asked why my achievement party was all about her, my dad said I was being selfish and ungrateful. Brianna smirked at me the whole dinner. At 16, I worked after school for 8 months and saved $2,000 for a used car. My parents found my savings envelope hidden in my closet and took it. They used my money to pay for Brianna's driving lessons and insurance because she needed a car more than me, since she had anxiety about taking the bus. When I begged for it back, they said family helps family. I didn't didn't get a single dollar back. Brianna got her license in a car while I took the bus for 2 more years. Every single time. Brianna came first. I stopped expecting anything different. Fast forward 10 years. I'm engaged to the most amazing guy, Logan. I didn't want Brianna in the wedding at all, but my parents called me crying. If Brianna isn't the maid of honor, we're not coming. We'll tell the whole family you excluded your sister on purpose. I caved because I didn't want the drama. Biggest mistake of my life. During rehearsal, Brianna started her comments. White isn't really your color. You'd look better in cream, or maybe blush. This song's too slow for the bridesmaids. It'll drag and bore people. Oh, and I've been thinking I should walk down the aisle too, right before you. It would look so elegant having both sisters make an entrance. People will love it. I shut her down hard. No changes. This is my wedding, not yours. She pouted, but I thought that was the end of it. Wedding day arrives. I'm in the bridal suite getting ready when my coordinator rushes in. Panicked. Your sister brought a white dress, like wedding white. She says it's cream, but it's white. I told her to handle it and just keep Brianna away from me until the ceremony. The ceremony starts. My bridesmaids walk down perfectly. Then suddenly the music changes. Not my chosen song. I look up confused, and Brianna's standing at the back of the aisle in that white dress, holding a bouquet I definitely didn't give her, posing like she's the bride. My parents are in the front row smiling and filming like this was planned all along. My mom's literally crying happy tears. I'm frozen at the altar. Logan squeezes my hand and whispers, "We've got this." Brianna starts walking, doing this slow princess wave to the guests, stopping to smile at people. She's literally trying to have a bridal moment at my wedding. Some guests look confused, others are whispering. But here's what none of them knew. Logan's groomsmen were my cousins. The same cousins who watched me get screwed over my entire childhood. The same ones who knew every single story of Brianna getting whatever she wanted while I got nothing. As Brianna reaches the halfway point, still waving and smiling, my cousin Dan and his brother step directly into the aisle. In perfect sync, they pick her up horizontally like a surfboard. One guy has her shoulders, one has her legs. Brianna starts screaming, "What are you doing? Put me down right now." They don't say a word. They just carry her straight past the shocked guests, out the side door and into the parking lot. Her bouquet falls on the ground. The entire church goes dead silent, and someone in the back starts clapping. Then more people join in. Then everyone's clapping and laughing. My parents jump up to chase after her, but my Aunt Helen physically blocks the exit. She's a big woman, and she plants herself there like a wall. She looks at them and says, "Sit down. You've ruined enough of her life. You're going to sit here and watch her get married." We finished the ceremony. It was perfect, beautiful, everything I wanted. During cocktail hour, I found out Brianna spent the entire reception sitting in her car crying because Dan stood guard at the door and told her if she tried to come back in, he'd call actual security to have her removed from the property. My parents tried to apologize at the reception. I walked away mid-sentence. They sent emails, texts, called Logan's parents to intervene and mediate. I blocked them and ignored everything for months. 6 months later, they finally wrote a real apology letter admitting they failed me for decades and destroyed our relationship. They asked if we could start over and rebuild. I responded, "Maybe when you actually treat both your daughters equally. Until then, I'm done." Brianna never apologized. Last I heard, she's still telling people I humiliated her on purpose at my wedding. Good. She humiliated me for 25 years. I watched an entire store turn against a man for buying something precious for his daughter. It started when this massive guy walked into a high-end baby boutique holding a tiny infant carrier. The place was designed for wealthy moms, pastel everything, organic cotton onesies that cost more than my rent, soft music playing, and this man looked completely wrong there. Motorcycle jacket covered in road dust, tattooed knuckles, face like he'd been in fights. But the baby in the carrier looked peaceful. Maybe 3 months old, wrapped in a pink blanket. The sales associate's smile froze. "Can I help you?" The man nodded. "I need clothes, size 3 months, and diapers." His voice was rough, nervous. My wife usually knew the sizes. That sentence mattered later. She pointed toward the back without moving closer. "Everything's organized by age." He walked slowly through the store, carrier in one hand, looking completely lost. Every few steps he'd stop, pick up something tiny, put it back, pick up something else, like he was reading a language he didn't understand. At first people only stared. Every mother in the store found a reason to watch him, including me. I was there buying a gift for my sister's baby shower, and I caught myself following him with my eyes, wondering why he was alone with that infant. Then the whispers started. "Does that baby even look cared for?" The man definitely heard because his shoulders tensed, but he kept examining a tiny dress, turning it over in his massive hands like it might break. An employee moved closer, pretending to fold already folded clothes, watching him. Another employee appeared from the back, both tracking his movements. Then one mother decided watching wasn't enough. She walked directly to him. "Excuse me," she said loudly, "but that baby looks too young to be away from her mother." The store went silent. The man looked up slowly. "I'm her father." "Where's her mother?" The woman's tone made it sound like an accusation. He swallowed hard. "I'm just trying to buy clothes. Babies this young need their mothers." She stepped closer, looking into the carrier. "Sweetie, where's your mama?" Another woman joined her. "This doesn't feel right. Someone should call family services." The man's hands started shaking. "Please, I'm just shopping." But they didn't stop. The first woman pulled out her phone. "I'm calling the police. Something's not right here." The baby started crying. The man's face went pale. He tried to pick up the carrier, but the woman blocked him. "You're not going anywhere until the police arrive." "Ma'am, please." His voice cracked. The second woman leaned over the carrier. "It's okay, baby. We're going to help you." That's when he broke. "My wife is dead." His voice was barely a whisper. Silence. Complete silence. "She died 6 days ago. Childbirth complications." The woman with the phone went white. "I don't know what I'm doing." Tears started running down his face. "I don't know the sizes. I don't know which diapers. I don't know anything." His voice broke completely. "She was supposed to teach me all of this." The baby was crying harder now. "I've been wearing the same shirt for 3 days because I can't put her down long enough to change." He wiped his face with his sleeve. "I came here because this is where my wife bought her first outfit." Someone behind me started crying. I just wanted to feel close to her. He looked down at the carrier. To do something she would have done. The store manager appeared immediately. Her voice was ice. "Both of you need to leave now." The two women grabbed their bags and left without a word. Then something shifted in the store. One by one, mothers started moving closer. An older woman gently picked up the crying baby, rocking her with practiced ease. "Let me help, honey." Another woman started gathering clothes. "What's her name?" "Lily," he whispered. "After my wife." A third woman appeared with diapers, wipes, everything. "You need these sizes. Don't let anyone sell you the expensive ones. They work the same." The woman holding the baby She looked up at him. Have you eaten today? He shook his head. She handed the baby to another woman and disappeared, coming back 5 minutes later with a sandwich from the cafe next door. Sit down. We've got her. 4 women surrounded the carrier, taking turns holding his daughter while he ate for the first time in what looked like days. And for the first time since he walked in, the man's hands stopped shaking.
I went to my girlfriend's sister's wedding, thinking I wouldn't know anyone. I did. When my girlfriend invited me to her sister's wedding, I said yes, mainly because I wanted to see my fine, a girlfriend in a dress. LOL. Fast forward to the wedding day, and we were watching the bride and groom about to say their vows. When it happened, I saw the groom's tattoo on his left wrist. My heart stopped. I knew that tattoo. I'd seen it in my nightmares for 6 years. It was the same tattoo the man who killed my 5-year-old brother had. I told myself I was wrong. Lots of people have geometric tattoos. It didn't mean anything, but I couldn't stop staring. The placement size, the exact design. It was identical. Isabella squeezed my hand and whispered, "You okay? You look pale." I forced a smile. Yeah, just emotional weddings do that to me. The ceremony ended and everyone moved to the reception. I was hoping I could just blend into the background, maybe hide at our table until it was time to leave. But Isabella had other plans. "Come on, you have to officially meet my sister's husband." My heart was pounding so hard, I could hear it in my ears. We walked up to the groom, and he turned around with this big smile on his face. And as we locked eyes, he froze for half a second. I felt anger boil my blood. The last time I'd seen those eyes was in court, when the judge decided he was innocent for the murder of my little brother. All because his rich little parents knew how to make his crime disappear and make sure he got away with it. I knew he knew who I was, because that's when his smile changed. It wasn't warm anymore. It was a smirk. "Actually, I think we've met before," he said, taunting me. He then glanced at Isabella and back at me. "I just can't put my finger on it," he said slowly. "Weren't you at Clondarwin High years ago?" Isabella laughed. "Wow, it's such a small world." Before I could respond, the bridesmaids called Isabella over for photos. She kissed my cheek. "I'll be right back, babe. You two get to know each other." The second she was gone, his whole demeanor shifted. He leaned in close. His voice dropped to a whisper. "I remember you now. You're that kid's big brother. The one me and my friends attacked. What was his name again? Danny?" I couldn't speak. Couldn't move. My little brother's name in this man's mouth. Made me want to throw up. He gestured around the reception hall. "Your brother was so weak. Men cried like a baby. Begged us to stop." My hands started shaking. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to scream, but I just stood there frozen. He continued. "You know what's funny? I didn't even do it for a reason. I was just bored. And your brother was an easy target. Just bad luck, I guess." I clenched my jaw so hard, I thought my teeth were going to fall off. "Why, watch it," I said. He laughed. "What are you going to do? You think anyone here would believe you? Her parents love me. Her sister thinks I'm perfect. It's your word against mine." He patted my shoulder like we were old friends and walked away laughing. I stood there for what felt like an hour. My whole body was shaking. This man killed my brother and got away with it. And now, how he was going to be at every holiday, every birthday, every family event for the rest of my life. And there was nothing I could do about it. Or so he thought. I pulled out my phone and found the video from the security camera that captured him attacking my brother. The one he didn't know I had. The one the police said wasn't enough evidence to use against him in the case. Isabella found me 20 minutes later. "Are you okay?" I immediately began pulling her outside. "We need to talk now." I'd never spoken to her like that before, and she didn't even know what to say. As soon as we were in the parking lot, I showed her the video on my phone. "This is your sister's husband. He's the one who attacked my brother. He's the reason he's dead." Looking back, I probably could have eased her into it more, but I could barely think. My head was clouded with anger. Isabella watched the whole video without saying a word. When it ended, she had my phone and walked back inside. I followed her. I didn't know what she was going to do. She walked straight to the DJ booth and stopped the music. The whole room went quiet. 300 people were staring at her. She held up my phone and played the video on the speakers. Everyone watched it. Everyone saw him attacking an innocent child for no reason. My girlfriend's sister, Sarah, stood up. She didn't scream. She didn't faint. She stood with the rigid, terrifying stillness of a statue. The video on the projection screen, usually reserved for embarrassing childhood photos and sappy montages, froze on a frame of the attacker's wrist. The geometric tattoo was jagged, black ink against pale skin, clutching a baseball bat. The audio was the worst part. It was the sound of Danny, my Danny, 5 years old, and begging. "I want my mom. Please stop." The silence in the ballroom was heavy enough to crush a lung. 300 people held their breath. The only sound was the hum of the speakers and the clinking of a fork someone had dropped in shock. Julian, the groom, the man who had just whispered in my ear that he killed my brother out of boredom, looked at the screen. Then he looked at the crowd. His face didn't show remorse. It showed annoyance like a child whose game had been interrupted. "Turn that off," Julian barked, his voice cracking. "It's a deep fake. I ain't. Are you people serious? Look at who posted it." He pointed a shaking finger at me. "That guy is unstable. He's been harassing me all night." Isabella stood next to the DJ booth, her hands still on the cable. She looked at me, her eyes filled with tears, and then she looked at her sister. Sarah turned slowly to Julian. She was trembling, the layers of white silk and lace vibrating. She looked down at his left wrist, covered by the expensive cuff of his tuxedo. "Show me," Sarah whispered. "Sarah, baby, don't be ridiculous." Julian laughed, stepping toward her. "It's a video from Show Me Your Wrist," she screamed. The sound tore her throat. Julian stopped. His jaw tightened. The charm evaporated, replaced by the cold, dead look he had given me earlier. "This is my wedding. You are embarrassing me." Sarah didn't wait. She lunged, grabbing his hand. He tried to pull away, but she clawed at his sleeve, ripping the button. The fabric gave way. There it was, the geometric ink, the mark of the beast. Sarah stared at it. She looked up at his face, seeing a stranger she had promised her life to 10 minutes ago. Then she did the only thing she could do. She slapped him. It wasn't a movie slap. It was an open palm strike of pure hatred that echoed through the hall. "Get out!" she hissed. "Sarah, my parents paid for this. Get out!" Chaos erupted. Julian's mother, a woman dripping in diamonds and denial, rushed the stage, screaming about lawsuits. Isabella's dad looked like he was having a heart attack. The groomsmen stood awkwardly, unsure if they should defend their friend or tackle a murderer. In the mayhem, Julian locked eyes with me across the room. He mouthed one word, "dead." Then he turned and stormed out the side exit, his mother trailing him like a harpy. Isabella ran to me, grabbing my hand. "We have to go now?" "I'm not running," I said, my voice shaking. "I ran for 6 years. I'm done. Mark, look at them." She gestured to Julian's family, who were on their phones, likely calling lawyers, fixers, and private security. "This isn't a fair fight. Not here. We need to get Sarah and go." We found Sarah in the bridal suite, ripping the dress off her body like it was on fire. She was sobbing, a guttural sound that reminded me too much of my mother on the day Danny died. "I married him," she choked out, looking at me. "I let him touch me. I didn't know. I swear to God." "I know," I said softly. He told me. He told me he had a wild past," she whispered. "He said he got into some fights. He never said he killed a child." Isabella wrapped her sister in a coat. "We're leaving. Mom and Dad can handle the guests." The next week was a blur of legal threats and media storms. Because I had played the video publicly, it went viral before Julian's parents could scrub it. Hashtag, the wedding confession trended for 3 days. But the internet's attention span is short, and Julian's family lawyers were sharks. They claimed the video was doctored. They claimed I was a stalker with a vendetta. They filed a restraining order against me and sued me for defamation, emotional distress, and the cost of the wedding. $1,100. I sat in my small apartment staring at the Ciandis letter. "They're going to bury me," I told Isabella. She was pacing the kitchen. She hadn't gone home to her parents. Her father was furious, blaming me for ruining the family's reputation and Sarah's happiness. "They can't bury the truth," Isabella said. "Sarah is filing for an annulment. She's meeting with the DA. The DA already dropped the case 6 years ago," I reminded her bitterly. "Insufficient evidence. The video is grainy. You can't see his face clearly, just the tattoo. And tattoos aren't fingerprints. But we have his confession," Isabella said. "He told you. He said he was bored. He hearsay. It's my word against his." Just then, my phone buzzed. A known number. I answered it on speaker. "You think you're a hero, don't you?" It was Julian. His voice was slurred, drunk. "I think you're a monster, Julian. I'm a god in this town." He laughed a wet, ugly sound. "My dad just had lunch with the chief of police. They're looking into you, Mark. Looking into your hard drive, your past. Maybe they find something. Maybe you're the one with the dark secrets. Is that a threat? It's a forecast. You ruined my life. I end yours. Watch your back." The line went dead. Isabella looked at me pale. "We need more. We need something undeniable." "Like what?" "Like a trophy." A voice came from the doorway. It was Sarah. She looked hollowed out, wearing sweatpants and one of my old hoodies. She had been staying in our guest room, unable to face her parents. "What do you mean?" I asked. Sarah walked into the room, clutching a small velvet jewelry box. "Julian, he has a thing about memories. He keeps things from trips, from milestones." She opened the box. Inside wasn't a ring. It was a small silver key. "He has a safe," Sarah said. "In the boathouse at his parents' lake estate. He told me never to touch it. He said it was his investment portfolio. But one night he was drunk. He joked about his collection. He said it reminded him of how powerful he was. My blood ran cold. You think he kept something from Danny?" "Danny was wearing a watch," I said, the memory hitting me like a physical blow. A cheap plastic Spider-Man watch. It wasn't on him when we found him. Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "If that watch is in that safe, Mark, that's not hearsay. That's possession of evidence from a murder scene." "The lake house," I said. "Where is it?" 2 hours north," Sarah said. "And the family is in Europe doing damage control. The estate should be empty." "It's breaking and entering," Isabella said, but she was already grabbing her car keys. "It's justice," I corrected. We drove through the night. The anger that had been simmering in my gut for 6 years had hardened into a cold, sharp resolve. I wasn't just the grieving brother anymore. I was the hunter. The estate was a sprawling compound of glass and stone on the edge of Lake Arrowhead, it wire of old money and silence. We parked a mile down the road and hiked through the woods. Sarah knew the code to the perimeter gate. "December 18th, 95, she whispered as she punched it in. "His birthday?" "Narcissist," I muttered. The grounds were dark. We moved toward the boathouse, a separate structure hovering over the black water. "There's a security system," Sarah warned. but the boathouse is on a separate loop. If we're quick, we might have 10 minutes before the silent alarm pings his phone. We slipped inside. The smell of gasoline and lake water filled the air. A sleek speedboat bobbed in the slip. Upstairs, Sarah pointed. We climbed the loft stairs. There, behind a painting of a hunt fitting. Was the wall safe? Sarah handed me the key. Her hand was shaking so bad she almost dropped it. I inserted the key. It turned smoothly. The heavy door swung open. Inside there were stacks of cash, passports, and a wooden box. I pulled the box out. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I opened the lid. I stopped breathing. There were 3 items inside. A bloody bandana, a gold necklace with a broken clasp, and a red plastic Spider-Man watch with a cracked face. I fell to my knees. A sound tore out of me, half sob, half roar. I picked up the watch. I pressed it to my forehead. It still smelled faintly of rust and time. He kept it, Isabella whispered, horrified. He actually kept it. He didn't just kill Danny, Sarah said, her voice trembling with revulsion. Who did the necklace belong to? Who owned the bandana? Zerial, I whispered. He's done this before or after. We need to go, Isabella said, urgency spiking in her voice. We have it. Let's go to the FBI. The local cops are bought, but the feds. Suddenly, floodlights blinded us from the window. Leaving so soon, the voice was amplified. A megaphone. I scrambled to the window. Down on the dock, standing by the boat, was Julian. He wasn't in Europe, he was right here, and he wasn't alone. 2 men, large and dressed in dark tactical gear, stood behind him. Private security or fixers. I knew you'd come, Sarah. Julian's voice echoed over the water. You always were too curious for your own good. And you brought the little brother. How poetic. He held up a phone. I just got a notification that the safe was opened. You have property that belongs to me. It belongs to the police, I shouted back. You're trespassing, Julian said calmly. And in this state, I have the right to defend my property with lethal force. My friends here, they're very good at aiming. He's going to kill us, Sarah whispered. He can't let us leave with this. I looked at the box. I looked at the girls. Is there another way out? I asked Sarah. The boat, she said. The keys are usually in the ignition. Run, I said. We scrambled down the stairs. Julian heard us. Get them, he screamed. The glass of the boathouse window shattered as a bullet tore through it. We jumped into the speedboat. I turned the key. The engine roared to life. A massive V8 beast. Get down, I yelled. Isabella and Sarah ducked into the footwell. I slammed the throttle forward. The boat surged, tearing out of the slip. We clipped the side of the dock, sending wood splinters flying. Julian was running down the pier, a handgun in his hand. Now he fired. Pop, pop, pop. I felt a sting on my shoulder like a bee sting, but I didn't stop. I stared the boat into the open darkness of the lake, behind us. Julian was screaming, running to a second boat, a jet ski. He's following. Isabella yelled, "Looking back! Call 911!" I shouted over the wind. "Tell them we have evidence of a serial killer, and we are under fire on Lake Arrowhead." Isabella fumbled with her phone. No signal. We're too far out. I looked back. The single headlight of a jet ski was cutting through the water, gaining on us fast. Julian, he was lighter, faster. He's catching up, Sarah cried. I looked at the Spider-Man watch sitting on the dashboard where I had thrown it. I looked at the bloody shoulder of my shirt. "Take the wheel," I told Isabella. "What? Mark?" "No. Take the wheel. Keep heading for the lights on the far shore. That's the public marina." I grabbed a flare gun from the emergency kit under the console. Isabella grabbed the steering wheel, her face set in a mask of terrified determination. I climbed to the back of the boat. The jet ski was 50 yards back. 40. I could see Julian's face illuminated by the spray. He was smiling. The same smile he gave me at the wedding. The smile of a man who thought life was a game he couldn't lose. He raised his gun. I raised the flare gun for Danny. I whispered. I didn't aim at him. I aimed at the water directly in front of him. I fired. The red phosphorus flare exploded into the water, blindingly bright. Julian swerved instinctively to avoid the sudden burst of light. At 60 miles per hour on black water, a swerve is fatal. The jet ski caught an edge. It flipped. Julian launched into the air like a rag doll. He hit the water with a sound like concrete breaking. The jet ski tumbled over him, a crushing weight of fiberglass and metal. I watched the wake settle. The light of the jet ski bobbed once, then pointed down into the depths, fading until it was gone. We didn't stop. We drove straight to the marina. We crashed the boat into the public dock. Police cars were already screaming into the parking lot. Apparently, gunshots on a quiet lake draw attention. I stumbled out, clutching the wooden box. My shoulder was bleeding freely now. "Hands up!" the officer screamed. I held the box up with my good hand. "Evidence!" I choked out. "It's all in here." Then the world went gray and I hit the deck. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. Isabella was asleep in the chair next to me, her hand holding mine. "Hey," I croaked. She woke up instantly. "Mark, you're awake." She pressed the nurse button, tears streaming down her face. "You idiot. You brave, stupid idiot." "Julian?" I asked. Her face hardened. They found him. Or what was left of him. Dead. Drowned. Blunt force trauma from the crash. I closed my eyes. The monster was gone. And the box. The FBI took it. Isabella said, "Mark, it was huge. The necklace belonged to a girl who went missing in 2018. The bandana was from a transient man beaten to death in 2020. Julian, he was a predator, a monster. Sarah walked in. Then she looked different. The heavy burden of the last week seemed to have lifted, replaced by a somber grief. They found DNA on the watch, Sarah said softly. It was Donnie's, and Julian's fingerprints were all over the inside of the box. It's over, I whispered. His parents tried to hush it up, Sarah said with a grim satisfaction. But when the news broke that he was a serial killer, even their money couldn't build a wall high enough. They're being investigated for aiding and abetting. They might lose everything. 6 months later, I stood in front of Dai's grave. It was a crisp autumn day. The leaves were turning gold and red. I placed the Spider-Man watch on the headstone. The police had released it to me as personal effects once the case was closed. I got him, buddy, I said to the stone. It took a while, but I got him. I felt a hand on my back. Isabella, you ready to go? She asked. Yay. We walked back to the car. Sarah was waiting in the back seat. She had sold her apartment, changed her name back to her maiden name, and was starting law school in the fall. She wanted to prosecute men like Julian, so Isabella said, starting the engine, we have a wedding invitation. I froze. Who's my cousins in Italy? I laughed. A real genuine laugh that felt like it was breaking a shell around my chest. Does the groom have any tattoos? I asked. Not. And I checked his background. He's a librarian. Good, I said, looking out the window as we drove away from the cemetery, away from the past. I like librarians. I touched the scar on my shoulder. It was a reminder not of the pain, but of the victory. The rich kid thought he could buy the world. He thought he could buy silence. But he forgot one thing. You can't buy the truth. And you definitely can't buy a big brother's love. We drove into the sunset. Not a movie ending, but a real one. Messy, scarred, but alive. And for the first time in 6 years, when I closed my eyes, I didn't see the nightmare. I just saw Danny smiling, and that was enough.
I wore the exact dress my cousin banned everyone from wearing to her wedding. My cousin Bree sent out the most unhinged email I've ever received in my life. It was 3 pages long, single-spaced. It listed out every color, silhouette, and fabric pattern that was off limits for her wedding. Lace, off-white, champagne, blush, ivory, cream, eggshell, and apparently some shade called bone that I didn't even know existed as a color category. At the very bottom, in bold, she wrote, "No Dusty Rose under any circumstances." I almost laughed out loud. Let me back up. Bree and I grew up together. Same block, same school for years. And for most of that time, she was my favorite person in the family. We shared clothes, stayed up talking until 3 in the morning. I was the first person she called when she got engaged. That was 18 months ago. Something shifted the second she got that ring on her finger. I don't know if it was the planning stress or if this was just who she'd always been underneath it, but the Bree I knew quietly disappeared. In her place was someone who canceled family dinners over centerpiece disagreements. Someone who told her own mother her dress was too festive. Someone who made her bridesmaids sign a contract. I am not exaggerating. An actual contract. Covering everything from their social media activity to whether they could cut their hair in the 6 months before the ceremony. I wasn't a bridesmaid. Bree had dropped me from that role 8 months in because I missed one planning call. I was in the emergency room. My appendix. Didn't matter. She sent me a very polite, very cold email explaining I wasn't reliable enough for the role and that she hoped I'd still attend as a guest. I said I would. I meant it. And then the dress email came. I stared at that email for a long time. I wasn't angry at first, just tired. The kind of tired you feel when someone you love has slowly become a stranger and you can't pinpoint exactly when it happened. I went to my closet that night and there it was. A dusty rose midi dress I'd bought for my work gala last spring. Simple, elegant, cap sleeves. Not bridal, not even close. Just a beautiful dress in a color my cousin had decided to declare war on. I didn't decide anything that night. I hung it back up and told myself I'd figure it out later. But later came, and I figured it out. I want to be honest here. I knew what I was doing. I'm not gonna pretend I grabbed that dress by accident. I put it on the morning of the wedding, looked at myself in the mirror, and made a choice. Part of it was petty. I'll own that. But part of it was something harder to explain. Like I was tired of shrinking. Tired of the contract and the email and the emergency room and none of it mattering. Tired of editing myself for someone who'd already crossed me off the list. I showed up. The venue was beautiful. Outdoor ceremony, string lights, late afternoon sun hitting everything gold. Genuinely stunning. I'll give Bree that. I found my seat and smiled at the cousins I hadn't seen in years. Nobody said anything about the dress. A few people complimented it actually. My aunt touched my arm and said the color was gorgeous. Then Bree's maid of honor spotted me from across the aisle. I watched her walk straight to the back where Bree was getting final touch-ups. I watched her lean in and whisper. I saw Bree's head slowly turn and find me through the crowd. The look on her face wasn't anger at first. It was something worse. It was the look of someone who had controlled every single detail for 18 months and was watching one of them unravel. She looked away. The ceremony started. It was beautiful genuinely. And I sat there feeling complicated things because that's what you feel when you love someone who's also hurt you. The reception was where it happened. Bree found me by the drink table. Her smile was the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. She leaned in close enough that no one else could hear. I thought I was pretty clear in my email. You were, I said. Then why are you wearing that? I didn't phrase it as a question either. Because it's my dress and this is my cousin's wedding and I wanted to be here. She stared at me. You did this on purpose. Bree, I said. I was in the hospital and you removed me from the wedding party without even asking if I was okay first. The smile dropped. Around us, conversations continued. Nobody noticed, or maybe they did and were pretending not to. She said, very quietly, today is not the day for this. I know, I said. I'm not trying to make it one. I came here because I love you. The dress is just a dress. She walked away without another word. Later, her mom found me near the photo booth. She hugged me for a long time. Didn't say anything about the dress. Just held on. Bree and I haven't talked since the wedding. I don't know if we will, but I kept the dress.
Just because a pretty young girl is a receptionist doesn't mean she's easy prey. I was 22 working the front desk at this law firm downtown. The partners barely acknowledged me except for Howard Finch, a senior attorney who did estate planning. Howard never used my actual name, just sweetheart, honey, or sweetie. He'd explain basic tasks like, I might not understand English. I smiled and took it because I needed the paycheck for my night classes in pre-law. 3 months in, I noticed something off. Howard had elderly clients coming in multiple times for estates that should have been closed. In my pre-law class, we'd just covered estate administration. Most wrap up in 6 to 9 months. Mrs. Chen's file had been open almost 2 years with 4 separate appointments. When I asked Howard about it, he waved me off with, just make the copies, hun. Then Dorothy came in crying. She was maybe 70, shaking at my desk. Her sister's estate was supposed to be worth $200,000, but she'd only received $94,000. Howard told her the rest went to taxes and fees, but her accountant said the math didn't work. I gave her the managing partner's card and suggested she talk to Joan instead. After Dorothy left, I couldn't stop thinking about it. My grandma had died 2 years before, and I remembered how careful my mom was with every dollar. The idea of someone stealing from grieving families made me furious. I started making extra copies of Howard's documents. I also started a notebook at home, writing down every weird appointment, every suspicious check, every client whose file should have been closed. It started as venting, but turned into a clear pattern. My boyfriend thought I was being paranoid. I wasn't trying to build a case. I was just angry, and Howard made it easy because he didn't think I could connect dots. The breaking point was Mr. Kowalski. He came in with his son for an appointment. Howard canceled last minute, the second cancellation after a 3-hour drive. The son vented to me while I got them coffee. His mom's estate had been open 14 months with no final accounting. I suggested he request a full audit. He asked why a receptionist would say that. I shrugged and said my mom had to do one for my grandma's estate. 2 weeks later, he came back with an outside attorney and bank statements showing missing money. They met with Joan for 2 hours. When they left, Joan looked sick and called an emergency partner meeting. Howard came in the next morning acting totally normal. Still smiled, still called me sweetheart. He thought it would blow over. 2 days later, Joan called me into her office looking exhausted. She asked if I'd noticed anything unusual about Howard's cases. I admitted I'd been keeping notes. Her expression changed. She told me to bring them in. During lunch, I grabbed the folder from under my bed. 6 months of documentation, copied documents, my notebook with dates and amounts, a spreadsheet tracking problematic clients. When I showed Joan, she stared at everything. She asked why I kept all this. I said I'm studying pre-law. Something felt wrong, and I couldn't ignore it. Joan asked if Howard knew. I almost laughed. Howard thinks I'm too stupid to understand what I'm looking at. Joan's jaw tightened. He has no idea who you are, does he? 3 days later, investigators from the state bar showed up, then police. The firm's forensic accountant found discrepancies going back years. Howard had been skimming from elderly clients' estates, $5,000 to $10,000 per case, more if they had no family watching. My documentation gave them the roadmap with specific dates, clients, and amounts. Howard got arrested at the office on a Thursday morning. I was at the front desk when detectives walked him through the lobby in handcuffs. He saw me watching, and I watched the realization hit his face. The girl he'd called sweetheart had just destroyed his career. He got disbarred, pleaded guilty to embezzlement and fraud, got 4 years in prison plus restitution. Joan offered me a paralegal position with double my salary. I took it, finished my pre-law program, and I'm applying to law schools this year. At least Howard won't be calling anyone sweetheart anymore.
Karen demands VIP table claiming to know the owner, but I'm the owner, and she was left crying with a $4,000 bill after my revenge. Karen storms into the restaurant, screaming that she knows the owner and that we must give her and her group of pals the VIP table reserved for celebrities. The trouble is, I own the restaurant and have no idea who this lady is. But I decided to play along and see what happened. During the dinner, one of the girls asked me whether I thought my life was meaningless because I worked as a waiter. That's when I realized all bets were out, and I was going to exact my retribution. This is what I did. This occurred around Christmas and New Year's. My grandparents emigrated to Canada from Italy in the 1970s and established a restaurant. When they died, my parents took over the restaurant, which they grew and enlarged throughout the decades. I've been working at the restaurant since I was 15. As my parents became older, they retired and became snowbirds, spending the winters in Florida. They sold the restaurant to me a few years ago, but they kept a tiny percentage of the stock as a supplementary source of income in addition to their savings. As soon as I took possession, I modernized the old place. I rebuilt the restaurant, altered the logo, and contacted local and national newspapers to place advertisements. I invited food critics, bloggers, and vloggers. It was slow at first, and I began to fear that the loan I took out to undertake all of this was the worst mistake I'd ever made, that I had ruined 3 generations of a family company. But soon, it began to work. A local semi-famous YouTuber included us in one of his videos, which prompted more people to visit and review us. Even on a Monday, we were quickly seeing 5 to 10 times the regular volume of activity. We became a destination for large events, and it was not uncommon for a celebrity to stop up on certain evenings. I even invited certain high-profile clients to visit and cook for our guests. This cost a fortune, so we were completely filled for the holidays. People had to make reservations in July to get a table in December. It took years to get to this point. When things become busy, I don't simply sit in the back office. I'm on the floor doing whatever needs to be done, whether it's greeting customers, bussing tables, or mopping the floors. On nights with high-profile guests or events, I wear a jacket and take charge. One night, 6 women walked in. 5 of them appeared to be in their early 20s, with the leader looking to be in her mid-20s. My best assumption was that she was an elder sister of one of the females or an older sorority sister to incoming college students. I was greeting them at the entrance, and as they approached, Queen Bee Karen was telling the baby Karens how fantastic this restaurant is, how delicious the cuisine is, and how there might even be celebrities there. When she approached me, she explained that she required a table for 6. I responded, "Of course, can I get the name on the reservation?" She stared at me. She responded, "Oh, I didn't make one, but it's okay. The owner is a personal friend of mine. He said he always keeps 1 or 2 tables open for special guests and we can have one of those tonight." This is true for many high-profile restaurants, and I've been doing it recently as well. But I had no idea who this woman was, and she had never discussed any of this with me. I understood she was attempting to get in without a reservation, but she had chosen the worst person to try this with. I told her, "I am sorry, but we cannot seat anyone without a reservation. As you can see, we do not have any seats available." I didn't want to go all out and say, "I'm the owner, and we have never spoken before, so I never promised you anything." But I didn't want to embarrass her in front of the other girls she was with at the time. She then instructed one of the other girls to take a picture of me. She announced that she would speak with the owner and ensure that I was either scrubbing toilets or fired by the end of the week. The other girls behind her joined in, saying things like, "Yeah, kiss your minimum wage job goodbye." I wasn't sure if they were in on it with her or if they truly believed she knew the owner. Queen Bee Karen then said, "Look, you can either give us a table or I can make your life very difficult. This is not worth losing your job." She kept pointing, trying to belittle me, and then saying things like, "Obviously you aren't anyone here, because if you were, you would know who I am and never try to tell me anything other than yes or, of course." She was constantly attempting to put me down and take that table. At this time, it had been a hard day for me, and from my perspective, I had 3 options. Number 1, I could inform her that I am the owner and call her out on all of this. Number 2, I could simply hand her the table and let things go. Or, third, I could teach Queen Bee Karen and her minions a lesson. I selected option 3. I smiled at her and said, "Of course ma'am, please follow me." I handed her one of the 3 tables we leave free in case a celebrity walks in, which occurs occasionally. I told her, "I apologize for everything and you're right, it would be simpler just to give you the table." I also assured her that the first 3 rounds of drinks would be free. I seated them down and personally served them. As they sat, I told them, "We need one of your credit cards and IDs just to keep on file, and we'll return them to you before you leave." Queen Karen handed me her card and informed the baby Karen minions, "Tonight is on me." I took their orders, gave them their free beverages, and informed them that due to how busy we were tonight, the meal may be delayed. The females only worried about the free drinks. They ordered 3 rounds and still hadn't received any food. They eventually called and asked me to check on it, all while giving me the worst attitude since they arrived. I told them I will look into it, but also asked if they wanted additional drinks. They ordered 2 more rounds. They were sloshed by the time the appetizers arrived, having done nothing but drink on an empty stomach for the majority of the night and just eating salads. As more food arrived, more beverages were ordered. What these girls didn't realize was that they were at our VIP table, which normally costs a few $1,000s to sit at, but I didn't charge them for it. Except for the first 3 rounds, I charged them for all of the extremely costly cocktails they had throughout the evening. Furthermore, the table they were sitting at, as previously stated, was VIP, thus the menus were different. Prices are not displayed on these menus. This is a restaurant industry trade secret. They also offered higher-end menu items such as white truffle, black caviar meals, and specially imported West Coast oysters, among others. At one point during the night, I honestly began to question what I was doing. I worried I was going too far with these poor girls, they might not know any better. But certain things encouraged me throughout the night, such as when one of the baby Karens questioned whether I thought my life was pointless because all I ever became was a server. Also, one of the other staff told me that they were planning how to mess with me, believing that they could do so whenever they wanted and that I would always give them a table. I overheard them say, "He's cute, but I wouldn't date a waiter like that. He is such a pushover." There were other comments like that throughout the night, so I continued with their life lesson. By the end of the night, each female had built up a bill ranging from $500 to $600. I handed Queen Karen the bill for $4,232.23, which included tax and tip. I've never seen somebody sober up this soon. She went from smiling and giggling with her buddies to almost in tears. She immediately summoned me over and asked whether this was a joke. I took the bill, looked it over, and apologized. I'll get you the correct bill amount. Again, she seemed completely relieved, assuming she had received someone else's bill, and called me a effing idiot, before continuing to talk to her pals. When I returned to give her the right bill, she flipped out again. It was only a question. Is there something wrong on this bill that you didn't order? She and the girls were stunned and went over every single line of the bill, including the initial several lines that listed their original 3 rounds as complimentary. They then got out their phones and went over everything 100 times, adding it all up. Queen Bee, visibly startled, just remarked, "1 second, I need to use the restroom." Part of me feared she'd dine and dash and leave the baby Karens with the tab, but I discreetly reminded her that we had her ID and credit card, without making it too obvious. I was concerned that she would run out of money. 10 minutes later, she returns with new makeup, clearly crying, and tells me all about how poor the food was, how dreadful the drinks were, and so on, demanding that I at the very least cut the cost in half. She went on to say that the baby Karens would help, despite the fact that she had previously informed them that the night would be hers. Then, as if a light bulb went off in her head, she brought up her alleged relationship with the owner again, as if it would give me extra motivation to lower the amount in half. I smiled as I told her, "No, simply no. I can't change the bill." She takes out her phone and shows me a series of text messages from someone named after my restaurant, followed by the word owner. I instantly grasped what she had been doing in the bathroom, most likely changing one of the other Karen minions' contact names and erasing prior texts to establish this new script. I reviewed the messages and clicked on the contact information before telling her, "That's not the owner's cell phone number." Her response was, "He has multiple phones for business, of course. You do not know all of his numbers." I replied, "How about this? If we call him and he says it's okay to take 50% off the bill, then I'll do it." Her response was to begin ranting and screaming, which drew the attention of the few remaining patrons, and I knew it was time to finish this. I told her in a less conciliatory tone, "Cut the crap, little girl. You do not know the owner. You've never been here before, and if you continue ranting, I'll call the cops." Her tone changed as she attempted to defend herself as best she could. My response to her lame retort was, "My grandfather established this restaurant. My family has been running this establishment for centuries. I've worked here for nearly my entire life. I am the sole owner of this restaurant, and I have never seen you, heard of you, or made any promises to a stranger I have never seen before tonight." The little Karens were frozen and had no idea how to react. Queen Bee was in tears. I added, "Now, I provided you the table you wanted, one of these particularly reserved tables for high-end clientele, which I did not charge you for, as well as 3 rounds of free drinks. If you do not pay your account, I will call the cops and give them your identification." Karen signed the bill in tears, and the tiny Karens reached into their wallets to hand her whatever cash they had, which was probably a couple $100, with the promise to repay her more. 2 days later, an angry man arrives at my restaurant and requests that one of my bartenders talk with me. I was in the back office working, so he had to wait for about a half hour. She was with him too, but she kept her head down. I took them both to my office and showed him highlights from the security cameras, which had particularly high-quality audio because they were in the VIP area. We needed to keep good records in that region due to previous unconnected accidents. I showed him the majority of it, their remarks, orders, everything. When all was said and done, he rushed out with her, yelling at her the entire way. I have not seen or heard from any of them since, but the initial bill I gave them, which did not include the $120 oysters, is framed on my desk. As a side note, I did not lose as much money on the table in 3 rounds of drinks as you might expect. The table was intended to be empty anyway, so I didn't lose anything because I hadn't expected to gain anything in the first place. The cost of the meal and other drinks more than compensated for the loss in the first 3 rounds. So now that you know everything, am I the jerk? Probably the most astonishing thing about the Karens in this situation, aside from the money, trying to muscle their way into securing a seat and avoiding paying the bill, was their perspective on the world. That solitary statement concerning the OP's, original poster's, inadequacy as a waiter definitely stood out. It seems that OP was going to loosen up on his entire vengeance plan, but then one of the baby Karens asked him if he felt his life was meaningless because all he had become was a waitress. That has to be one of the most insanely entitled viewpoints we've ever seen on this channel. It may not be as exciting or insane as some of the other stories, but the fact that she actually sees the world in this way is simply sick. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a job, regardless of the income. This occurs frequently with jobs such as janitors, and I despise it when individuals believe they are superior just because they do not work in those positions. There is nothing wrong with becoming a janitor. I don't understand that mindset, but in this situation, she not only feels that way, but she also wants to mock him for doing a difficult job, such as being a waiter. Or at least that's what she believes he's doing. One more thing. I'm happy this story ended on a somewhat gratifying note, with the father attempting to reverse the situation but becoming more enraged with his daughter than the restaurant owner. The only thing that scared me out was that the restaurant was recording audio of the folks sitting at that table. I would probably avoid going to a restaurant if I knew my talks were being recorded. Anyway, I'm glad it worked out for the OP, but please tell me how you would have handled the matter if it were your restaurant and these were your customers. Was the OP a jerk or not, and why?